Chapter 1. After an interminable span of boredom atop the Grand Hall, Feng Xuan finally rose, invigorated by a newfound purpose. Fear not, Celestial Emperor, for a monkey has been subdued by the three burial masters. In the primordial world, beyond the 33 heavens, amidst the chaos. In this realm devoid of life and boundaries, where nothing supports its existence, there stands an extraordinarily prestigious hall, radiating a profound purple aura. The hall emanates boundless Tao rhythms, proclaiming its supremacy amidst the chaos. At this moment, a magnificent palace gate swung wide, releasing countless beings of varied forms. Upon closer inspection, there were 3,000 in number. Leading the procession were 5 men and 1 woman, their presence exuding an exceptional strength, marking them as the elite among the 3,000. "Brother, I can't shake this ominous premonition from my heart," spoke a middle-aged Taoist in white robes, his eyes filled with confusion. "Do you feel it too, second brother?" "I share that sentiment. I wonder what event could evoke such foreboding within us," replied a young Taoist clad in green, equally puzzled. The elder Taoist, stroking his beard with a measured calmness, said, "There is no need for concern, simply allow events to unfold as they will." With that, the trio journeyed together, traversing the vast chaotic winds beneath the protection of a 33-layered Xianhuang pagoda, returning to the primordial world. Upon entering the primordial realm, the three immediately noticed a dazzling 7-colored radiance emanating from the central Buzhou mountain, soaring towards the heavens. Surely, a rare spiritual treasure had manifested. Moreover, they all sensed that this treasure was destined to be connected to them. Without hesitation, they summoned auspicious clouds and swiftly made their way towards Buzhou Mountain. At the mountainside, in a concealed gorge, at first glance, it appeared unremarkable, lacking any distinction. However, upon sensing the arrival of the three, the gorge trembled violently, collapsing as if obliterated by an unfathomable force, revealing a peculiar and wondrous microcosm. This microcosm retained the scenes from the dawn of creation, suffused with primal spiritual energy, fierce and untamed. A verdant, innate gourd vine was presently extending its tendrils, growing longer, adorned with 7 gourds of different hues, arranged in the formation of the Big Dipper. The 7-colored radiance was indeed emanating from these 7 gourds. As the three stood outside the microcosm, they instantly grasped the significance of the scene before them. One of the 10 supreme, innate spiritual roots, the innate gourd vine. It was in the process of bearing 7 exquisite, innate spiritual treasures. With proper refinement, it could undoubtedly become an invaluable supreme, innate treasure. However, at this moment, the innate spiritual entity had yet to fully mature, prompting the three to patiently await its completion. After a considerable time, several figures rushed over in haste. One group consisted of the brothers Di Jun and Tai Yi, who had traversed boundless time and space using the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell. Another group comprised the man and woman, Fushi and Yuhua, arriving on auspicious clouds. A third group included the 2 friends, Jin Yuanzi and Han Yun, who descended upon crimson clouds. Finally, a colossal pung bird swooped down with incredible speed, revealing itself to be the North Sea Kunping. As the various factions exchanged glances, the atmosphere grew tense. The allure of treasures was undeniable, and this was no ordinary treasure. As time passed, the radiance of the 7 gourds intensified, nearing maturity. The excitement among those present was palpable. Such a rare treasure was indeed hard to come by. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed from the sky. The crowd looked up to see a gigantic chaos stone hurtling into the primordial world, breaking through the cloud barrier, carrying the might to obliterate mountains and earth. At that moment, Kunpeng suddenly adopted a tone of schadenfreude. "My dear friends, it seems that Chaos Stone is headed towards Kunlun Mountain. Do you intend to remain here any longer?" Upon hearing this, the three quickly calculated the situation, their expressions changing dramatically. Just as Kunpeng had stated, the stone was indeed heading towards Kunlun Mountain. "This is dire. Our home is at stake." Gazing at the nearly ripe innate gourds, The three felt a mix of regret and sorrow, yet they swiftly summoned their clouds and sped toward Kunlun Mountain. A treasure may be lost, but a home, once gone, is truly irretrievable. Kunpeng, witnessing their departure, felt a surge of delight with three formidable competitors now gone. He might claim one of the innate gourds for himself. At that moment, within the descending chaos stone, consciousness began to awaken. Where am I? Wasn't I in my bedroom? Feng Xuan was bewildered. He had merely stayed up late reading a novel, and now he found himself soaring through the air. Quickly, he peered through a unique perspective to observe the scene outside, and his expression shifted to one of terror. Wait, I truly am flying, and am plummeting towards that mountain. This is it at this rate. I will surely be reduced to nothing. Heaven above, Ancestor Sanqing, who will save me? Feng Xian's heart sank in despair. He had merely taken a nap, and now he was on the brink of death. He vowed never to stay up late again. As he neared the ground, Feng Xuan instinctively closed his eyes, bracing for the inevitable demise. Stabilize. Descend. Two powerful shouts resonated, and Feng Xuan felt a gentle force cradling his body, gently lowering him to the ground. Brother, it is this cursed stone that has cost us three innate gourds. Let me cleave it in twain. The young Taoist, with a fiery temper, immediately drew a celestial sword, intent on striking the chaos stone. The sharp sword energy soared into the heavens, exuding a chilling, murderous intent even through the barrier. Feng Xian's heart plummeted. Having narrowly escaped disintegration, he now faced the prospect of being cleaved in two. Who could withstand such a fate? He exerted all his might to plead for mercy, but as merely a stone, he was voiceless, left to await his demise. Please no, I do not wish to die. At that critical juncture, a voice suddenly echoed in Feng Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for traversing to the primordial world system, binding in progress. Binding successful. The infinite choice system is now active. Life and death crisis detected. Please make the following choice. 1. Do not transform. How can a human be a stone spirit? Reward. Immediate death by the green-clad Taoist sword. 2. I choose option 2. Feng Xuan cried out internally, urgency coursing through him like never before. Ding. Host has selected option 2. Transform and emerge into the world. Reward. Mid-grade innate divine footstep. As the celestial sword descended, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and white lightning flickered within. This is bad. It seems the chaos stone is about to transform. We should retreat. The three immediately retreated thousands of miles, observing the chaos stone's transformation tribulation from afar. As the tribulation clouds reached a critical mass, they unleashed a multitude of pure white lightning, a spectacle of grandeur and tremendous power. However, the chaos stone, having endured within the chaos, was impervious to the chaotic winds that could harm even the great Luo golden immortals. The mere transformation lightning was nothing but a tickle. Though the thunder was deafening, it inflicted no harm whatsoever. 81 bolts of lightning struck down, and as the tribulation dissipated, the atmosphere became tranquil, leaving a massive crater where the chaos stone had once rested. The chaos stone lay at the bottom of the pit, its surface unscathed. After a moment, the chaos stone trembled, emitting a radiant white light, transforming before the astonished gazes of the three into a youthful man. Clad in white robes, he exuded an ethereal aura, with sharp brows and starry eyes, his countenance as flawless as jade. What visage! Yet, the three were not focused on his appearance. They were engaged in incredulous discussion. Second brother, am I seeing things? That chaos stone turned out to be of mid-grade, innate divine footstep. You are not mistaken. It truly is a mid-grade, innate divine footstep. It is well known that only a select few beings possess innate divine footsteps, each embodying great fortune, immense potential, and profound blessings. Even among the 3,000 guests of Zixiao, not all possess innate divine footsteps. This seemingly ordinary chaos stone turned out to be endowed with innate divine footsteps. It was utterly absurd, a surreal revelation. Ahem, I sense a connection with this stone. I wish to take him as my disciple. Laozi immediately coughed lightly and stepped forward. Yuan Shi and Tongtian, witnessing this, followed suit, eager to claim such talent for themselves. Brother, allow me I feel a stronger bond with this lad. Brother, second brother, let me have him, I sense a greater connection. The three continued to negotiate as they approached Feng Xuan. Seeing that his two younger brothers were eager to take on a disciple, Laozi sighed. Very well, let him choose for himself. The three soon arrived before Feng Xuan, their expressions amiable as they spoke. We three wish to take you as our disciple. Under whose tutelage would you prefer to be? At this moment, Feng Xuan was bewildered, having just transformed. The very person who sought to cleave him was now offering to take him as a disciple. What was happening? Ding! Detecting that the three pure ones wished to take the host as their disciple, please make a choice. 1. Apprentice under Laozi, becoming the sole heir of the human sect, enjoying all privileges. Reward, defying comprehension. Point 2. After becoming a disciple of the primordial beginning, you possess extraordinary potential, and the primordial beginning is exceedingly pleased with you. As a reward, your innate potential is enhanced by 1 level. Laozi? Primordial beginning? Tongtian? Isn't this the three pure ones? It was only then that Feng Xuan realized he had traversed into the world of Honghuang. Moreover, it appeared that the three pure ones had taken a liking to him, wishing to accept him as a disciple. How should he choose? System. Only children make choices, adults want all. I choose all three. As a modern youth who still makes choices. After making his decision in his heart, Feng Xuan approached the three figures and humbly knelt before them. Disciple feels a profound connection with all three masters and wishes to join your esteemed ranks. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three pure ones changed drastically. What does he mean by having a connection with them? This is utterly preposterous. The decorum and order-loving primordial beginning immediately prepared to leave, deeming such a disciple unworthy. But just then, the heavens shifted and auspicious clouds billowed in the sky, accompanied by the harmonious sounds of celestial music. An indescribable, unfathomable supreme will descended upon Honghuang, stunning Hongjun in the purple clouds palace, nearly causing him to tumble from his seat. How could this be? Wasn't the great Tao supposed to have retreated? The arrival of the great Tao is swift, and its departure is equally rapid. Before Hongjun could ponder further, blessings were dispensed, and it receded once more. Ding! Host has chosen. All the heavens bestow extraordinary comprehension, innate potential enhanced by 1 level, and blessings of the great Tao have been granted. This is the blessing of the great Tao. The usually composed Laozi was now taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at the scene. This child's potential has suddenly transformed into a top-grade, innate divine potential. It is simply unbelievable. Tongtian's gaze grew increasingly fervent, as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. While innate divine potentials can be found in the world, none possess the blessings of the great Tao. Such potential, such fortune. There is no other like it throughout the entire Honghuang. Since second brother does not wish to compete with us, then I shall claim him for myself. Tongtian exclaimed excitedly, as if envisioning the future glory Feng Xuan would bring by being his disciple. Ahem, I think that sometimes decorum and order are not so crucial, wouldn't you agree? Third brother? Primordial beginning turned around, his gaze towards Feng Xuan, now exceedingly amiable, completely shedding his earlier disdainful demeanor. Tongtian was left speechless, wondering how second brother could change his attitude so swiftly. To this, Primordial beginning could only say, "Brother, you still need to practice your face-changing skills." Seeing his two brothers so eager, Laozi was unwilling to let go either. He could concede many things, but if this disciple did not belong to him, he would feel an itch throughout his being. At this moment, having received 3 system rewards, Feng Xuan felt invigorated, as if the universe itself had become transparent to him. The extraordinary comprehension allowed him to grasp the principles of the universe effortlessly, with virtually no bottlenecks in his cultivation. The top-grade, innate divine potential granted him immense potential, akin to that of a Hunyuan Daluo Jinxian. The blessings of the great Tao endowed him with profound fortune, causing all paths to draw near under normal circumstances. No one would dare to harm him. It was like possessing a permanent amulet against death in the world of Honghuang. These three rewards had transformed Feng Xuan into an almost perfect being. At this moment, the three pure ones gazed at Feng Xuan with eager eyes, wishing they could whisk him away in a sack. Do you truly wish to become our disciple? Yes, I feel that all three masters are exceptional, and I absolutely adore you. However, you must understand that we each have different areas of focus. I specialize in the way of alchemy, second brother in artifact refinement, and third brother in formations. Should you join us, you will certainly have much to learn and little time to spare. I am willing to learn. As if joking, could such challenges daunt him? With extraordinary comprehension, he could grasp these three paths with ease, insignificant hurdles in his view. Seeing his unwavering determination, Laozi ceased his objections and turned to his two brothers, saying, "Since this child is so earnest, why not welcome him into our ranks and teach him together?" Primordial Beginning and Tongtian, witnessing this development, no longer insisted otherwise and acquiesced. Disciple pays respects to master, second master, and third master. Feng Xuan was filled with excitement and bowed once more. He understood clearly. To survive in this world, one must possess a strong backing. Now that he had become the common first disciple of the three pure ones, he should also be the only one. Who could possibly rival his backing? Once the three pure ones attained sanctity, would he not stride confidently through Honghuang? Before that, he merely needed to remain patient on Kunlun Mountain. And once the calamity of the Wu and Yao concluded, he would be the genuine big brother of the three teachings, the foremost being beneath the true saints. Seeing him so understanding, the three pure ones felt immense joy and quickly helped him to his feet. Good disciple, you have just taken form. Allow me to present you with a token of our meeting. With that, Laozi produced a gourd emanating a faint spiritual aura from his sleeve, its body a lustrous white jade, radiating the aura of a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Feng Xuan was puzzled. Shouldn't the master's gourd be of purple gold? What was this white jade gourd? He watched as Laozi uncorked the gourd, and from within flew out three golden elixirs, surrounded by a fragrant aroma, with intricate patterns etched upon their surfaces. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan took the long sword and playfully executed an awkward flourish, marveling at the fact that it was a genuine celestial sword. Previously, he had never even handled a simple iron sword with a sharpened edge, and now he possessed a divine blade. How exhilarating! At that moment, Tongtian gazed at the god-slaying sword, his expression contemplative as he discreetly communicated with Yuanshi. "Brother, what is the matter with this sword? Could it be that it was originally meant for me? Indeed, but it is no longer in my possession." Oh well, he thought. Knowing his brother's intentions were what truly mattered. As for the sword, he was not in want. Tongtian then produced a formation plate from his robe, upon which four sacred spirits stood tall, exuding an air of majesty and sanctity. This was the four spirits guardian formation, devised by his master in conjunction with the four sacred beasts to protect the primordial world. Once activated, it could harness the power of the sacred beasts to withstand attacks of the great Luo golden immortal caliber. "Thank you, master." Feng Xuan joyfully accepted the array disc, his face alight with elation. In a vast world where life reigns supreme, existence itself is the utmost priority. With this array disc, he could withstand the majority of his adversaries' assaults, free from the fears of life and death. Upon receiving the offerings of apprenticeship, the three pure ones exchanged gentle smiles. Then with a flick of their hands, three beams of white light seamlessly entered his consciousness. These represent our individual paths of cultivation, encompassing the arts of alchemy, weapon forging, and array formation. The initial teachings serve as a reference, as one endowed with innate sanctity. You possess a unique method of cultivation that aligns with your being. Draw inspiration from it. However, the subsequent three teachings demand your diligent study. Neglect of them will not go unpunished. The venerable teacher elucidated the essence of the three beams of light. The disciple comprehended the gravity of the moment and vowed to live up to the expectations of his masters. Feng Xuan nodded solemnly, filled with exuberance. Soon, the three pure ones prepared to escort him back to the Taoist temple, casting a lingering glance towards the direction of Buzhou Mountain, murmuring a note of regret. 3 innate gourds were destined to be theirs, yet after such a long time, they were undoubtedly all claimed. What a pity. Wait, elder brother, second brother. Why do I feel as if the innate gourds are still there? Tongtian, unwilling to accept this, sensed momentarily, filled with confusion. Could it be that those individuals were benevolent enough to leave them behind? Laozi and Yuanshi, upon hearing this, also carefully sensed and displayed expressions of astonishment. Indeed, they were still present. The three acted decisively, summoning clouds to carry Feng Xuan towards Buzhou Mountain. At the waist of Buzhou Mountain, outside of a peculiar little world, several individuals stared at each other in dismay, gazing at the innate gourd that was nearing full maturity. When they arrived, the gourd was already 90% mature, and now, after such a long time, it had only progressed to 99%. They could not comprehend why it had not fully ripened. They were losing patience. Were they simply going to leave it unattended? No, I cannot wait any longer. The patience of Kunlun had worn thin. Even if it was not fully mature, he felt compelled to claim it, fearing that the three pure ones might return and leave him with nothing. The others, witnessing his determination, did not intervene, allowing Kunlun to test the waters first, confident that they could secure their own share given their strength. Kunlun's hand reached directly for the leading purple gold gourd. At that moment, an innate great formation rose beside the gourd, obstructing Kunlun's grasp. As a fated treasure, it adhered to the laws of destiny. Those without fate could not claim it. I do not believe I cannot break through this trivial formation. Kunlun, undeterred, channeled his magical power into his hands, striking at the innate great formation. The great formation buzzed momentarily before it could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered. Following Hongjuan's first sermon, the strength of the first tier of primordial beings had already ascended to the great Luo golden immortal level, and Kunlun happened to be among them. Ecstatic, he reached for the leading purple gold gourd, greed flashing across his face as he stealthily eyed the remaining gourds. You dare! A crisp female voice rang out, laced with intense fury. The elegant young man beside her instantly reacted, conjuring an ancient zither, his fingers deftly plucking the strings, sending forth melodies to detain Kunlun. It was no trivial matter. Kunlun had seized a purple-green gourd while they were distracted. This gourd was particularly fated to Nuwa. How could she not be enraged? Nuwa, Fushi. We shall meet again in the future. Even though Nuwa acted swiftly and Fushi responded quickly, it was of no avail. The sound of Fushi's zither fell into emptiness, shooting towards the heavens, vanishing from sight. Kunlun's innate law of wind was not to be trifled with, renowned for its swiftness in the primordial realm. With all his might, he soon escaped the confines of Buzhou Mountain. Once he reached the North Sea, he would be safe, as it was his stronghold. If he could not fight, he could at least evade. Feeling the two precious gourds nestled in his embrace, Kunlun was immensely exhilarated. He was now also a possessor of spiritual treasures. Each time he witnessed others with their artifacts, envy would wash over him, but now he was on the brink of acquiring 2 high-quality spiritual treasures. How delightful! As he prepared to flee further, a tower-shaped spiritual treasure suddenly appeared before him, growing larger by the moment. It's over. Bang! Kunlun was knocked unconscious, crashing to the ground. This creature, clad in fur and shell, dared to seize his elder brother's spiritual treasure, truly audacious. Yuanshi scoffed from above, preparing to end Kunlun on the spot. Wait. It is best not to commit further sins. Laozi interjected, then waved his hand, summoning the purple gold gourd, the heavenly yellow Linglong pagoda, and the purple-green gourd into his grasp. Seizing this moment, Kunlun awakened and vanished without a trace. Nearby, Feng Xuan remained silent, now understanding the temporal bounds. The conclusion of Hongjuan's first sermon marked the emergence of the innate gourds at Buzhou Mountain. The purple gold gourd in the Master's hand was one of his destined treasures, capable of preserving the potency of medicinal pills and enhancing their effectiveness, which he would later use to safeguard the 9-turn golden pill. It could also absorb all things. Known as the soul call, which would be employed by the golden horn and silver horn during the calamity of the journey to the west to confront Sun Wukong. Moreover, the Linglong pagoda that the master had hurled at Kunlun was his accompanying spiritual treasure, the heavenly yellow Linglong pagoda. A fusion of the merit from the opening of the heavens and a strand of primal yellow chi from the dawn of creation. Once summoned, it could ensure invincibility, serving as a top-tier defensive treasure in the primordial realm. As for the other purple-green gourd, it was likely the monster summoning gourd belonging to Nuwa, containing a small banner capable of commanding all monsters, a treasure of the monster clan. Thank you, friends, for intercepting Kunlun. Fushi expressed his heartfelt gratitude. At that moment, Fushi and Nuwa arrived, immediately grasping the situation upon seeing the treasures in Taishang's possession. The two offered a respectful bow of thanks. Since it is a friend's possession, I shall return it to you. Laozi, understanding their intent, handed over the monster summoning gourd. Nuwa joyfully accepted it, expressing her gratitude once more. The 6 companions then returned to Buzhou Mountain. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun and Tai had seized the opportunity to claim the purple-white sword-slaying gourd, the purple-yellow waterfire gourd, and the purple-black chaos gourd. Zenyuanzi and Han Yun gathered the red gourd, then departed upon their clouds. Emperor Jun, Tai, how dare you take our treasures? Tongtian roared in anger upon witnessing his and his brother's gourds being taken, raising his mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Kunwu sword, to strike at the two. In this society, I, Tongtian, am ruthless and speak little. I come to slay. Clang. The sound of a resonant bell echoed as Tongtian's attack was thwarted by the chaos bell. Tongtian, do you dare to ambush us? Tai and Emperor Jun scolded loudly. What? 2 thieves dare to boast here. Though the chaos bell had repelled him, Tongtian's momentum remained unshaken. He could not afford to lose face. Well done, third brother. These creatures clad in fur and shell are truly shameless. Hand over the gourds, and we may spare your lives. Yuanshi stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Tongtian, exerting pressure on the two. You are dreaming. Once the innate gourds are in our possession, they naturally belong to us. Hand them over? Impossible. Emperor Jun and Tai nearly burst into laughter. With the chaos bell in their possession, they were confident they could retreat unscathed even against the combined forces of the 3 pure ones. Thus, they remained unafraid. Seeing their obstinacy, Yuanshi and Tongtian directly engaged in battle, clashing at the waist of Buzhou Mountain. Fortunately, the stones of Buzhou Mountain were indestructible, not easily damaged even by the great Luo golden immortals. Otherwise, the pillars of heaven might have collapsed prematurely. After several exchanges, despite Yuanshi and Tongtian's higher realms, they could not breach the defenses of the Chaos Bell, finding themselves at an impasse. Observing his brothers in difficulty, Laozi joined the fray. You have the Chaos Bell. I have the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda. With the addition of Laozi, the situation swiftly tilted in one direction. Tai and Dijuan underestimated the strength of the 3 pure ones while overestimating the power of the chaotic bell. Merely a few exchanges after Laozi joined, they found themselves with blood at the corners of their mouths, while the chaotic bell clanged resonantly. Yet, the 3 pure ones remained unscathed. When separated, each is invincible. When united, they are unparalleled across the world. The likes of Dijuan and Tai are utterly incapable of resisting such might. We're in trouble, big brother. I can't hold on any longer, Tai uttered with great difficulty, exerting all his magical energy to fend off the onslaught of the 3 pure ones. However, his aura grew increasingly faint, his magical power on the verge of depletion. The chaotic bell, due to incomplete refinement caused by inherent restrictions, coupled with the formidable power of the celestial yellow Linglong Pagoda, was nearing its limits. Then let us flee. Returning to the Sunstar will ensure our safety, Dijuan said with great effort, indicating the direction for their escape. At this moment, Feng Xuan was applauding the 3 masters enthusiastically when a sudden voice from the system resonated in his ear. Ding! Detection of Emperor Jun and Tai preparing to break free from the host. Please make the following choices. 1. Recklessly attempt to obstruct Emperor Jun and Tai, disregarding your status as the foremost disciple of the 3 pure ones, leading to your demise at their hands. 2. Request Nuwa to intervene and delay the 2 for a moment. Your great path's blessing draws all beings closer to you. Go forth, young one. Reward: a vial of the 3 light divine water. 3. Do nothing and allow Emperor Jun and Tai to escape unimpeded. Reward: the system's disdain. There was no need for contemplation. He would undoubtedly choose the second option. He had no desire to perish nor to let them escape with their treasures. Feng Xuan turned to look at Nuwa, who was calmly observing the scene, and with a pitiful expression, he implored, Sister Nuwa, could you please assist me in delaying Dijuan and Tai for a moment? I beg you. Nuwa hesitated internally. She did not wish to incur the wrath of Dijuan and Tai. Their formidable powers rendered it unwise to cultivate enmity. However, he referred to her as sister. She had only ever called her elder brother, and never had anyone addressed her as sister before. Beside her, Fushi silently gestured for her to agree, reminding her that the previous incident with the demon-summoning gourd had established a connection, providing an opportunity to repay that debt. Yet, if the two were to break free from their predicament, she would intervene. With Nuwa's assurance, Feng Xuan felt a sense of calm. With her intervention, it would be exceedingly difficult for Dijuan and Tai to escape. Congratulations, host, you have selected option 2. A vial of 3 lights divine water has been issued. Upon making his choice, the system rewards were duly granted. A full vial of 3 lights divine water. There were at least several hundred drops. The 3 lights divine water is a fusion of golden sunlight, silver moonlight, and purple starlight, renowned as the premier healing elixir of the primordial world. It can cleanse all toxins, counteract all so-called incurable poisons, heal all wounds and ailments, and even restore bones and revive the deceased. It is an essential item for any journey. With the 3 lights divine water, Feng Xuan's life was endowed with an additional layer of security. By the way, younger brother, how did you come to be with the 3 clear ones? I did not see you at the Zixiao Palace before, Nuwa inquired, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity, her voice flowing like a clear spring, melodious and enchanting. Sister Nuwa, I am a newly accepted disciple of the 3 masters, named Feng Xuan, and this is my first outing. Feng Xuan responded candidly, realizing that to cultivate a favorable image before the first sage of the future, it would be wise to align himself with her. Such an alliance would undoubtedly enhance his safety in the primordial world. Supported by the 4 sages, who would dare to harm him, and who could possibly succeed? At that moment, Nuwa's beautiful eyes glimmered with contemplation as she nodded thoughtfully. Just then, the severely injured Dijuan and Tai seized the opportunity, channeling their energies into the chaos spell to momentarily restrain the 3 pure ones. They then invoked the Golden Crow's transformation technique to escape. The chaos spell possessed the power to subdue the Hongming world, manipulate the cosmic time and space, unravel the heavenly Tao's mysteries, and refine the energies of earth, water, fire, and wind. However, in Tai's hands, it could not unleash its full might, barely managing to hold the 3 pure ones at bay for a fleeting instant. Hold on. Do not take what does not belong to you. Nuwa waved her delicate hand, conjuring a colossal barrier that sealed off the realm before the 2, completely isolating their position. Fushi, too, grasped the Fushi Qin, adopting a stance of obstruction, as a chilling aura began to rise, preventing their departure. Dijuan and Tai seethed with rage, surprised by such an unforeseen turn of events. Yet, they were unwilling to surrender the innate gourd. They had already endured blows and forged enmities. If they relinquished the gourd now, would they not be left with nothing? Their efforts in vain. Are you truly intent on making enemies of us? The 2 gritted their teeth, their voices laced with a palpable threat. Feng Xuan was amused. They were utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Even in the face of impending doom, they remained arrogantly defiant, resembling fools. How dare a mere insect mock them? Courting death, Tai, upon noticing Feng Xuan's laughter, was instantly engulfed in fury. This insignificant creature dared to deride them. With a swift movement, he unleashed a torrent of divine solar flames, its searing heat spreading forth, aimed directly at Feng Xuan's life. However, undeterred by the oncoming attack, Feng Xuan calmly retrieved the 4 spirits guardian array bestowed upon him by his master. The ethereal forms of the 4 sacred beasts materialized at each of his cardinal points, embodying an inviolable sanctity. The scorching solar flames collided with the protective array, only to be wholly dissipated, vanishing without a trace. Feng Xuan tilted his head towards the sky at a 45-degree angle, exuding an aura of invincibility. I want you dead, Tai roared in fury, poised to unleash a formidable attack. You 2 scruffy chickens, do not flee. At that moment, the 3 pure ones, previously immobilized by the chaos spell, broke free and encircled them, forming a 4-pronged siege. Dijuan and Tai instantly regained their composure, realizing that surrendering the innate gourd today was the only means to ensure their safe escape. Very well, we concede today. We shall repay this debt 100-fold in the future. The 2 cast the water and fire gourds and the chaos gourd in opposite directions, seizing the opportunity to flee while Tongtian and Yuan Shi retrieved their respective gourds. Upon securing their treasures, Yuan Shi and Tongtian beamed with delight. Indifferent to the escape of Dijun and Tai, they had no intention of slaying them, the cost of eliminating the two sovereigns of the supreme celestial bodies. The sun stars would be far too great, an unworthy endeavor. Thank you, Lady Nuwa and fellow Taoist Fushi, for your assistance. I express my deepest gratitude. The three pure ones performed a respectful bow, acknowledging the help of the two. Thank you, Sister Nuwa. Feng Xuan graciously expressed his gratitude to Nuwa, who accepted it. And then the group descended towards the direction of the gourd vine. There remained one gourd yet to be claimed, its fate uncertain. Observing the last purple-green gourd, Feng Xuan realized that none would possess it, for it was about to be taken by Hongjun. Just as the group was preparing to discuss how to divide this final gourd, the purple-green gourd unexpectedly soared into the air, circling once before landing in Feng Xuan's embrace. This astonished everyone present. The treasure seemed to possess a spirit, actively choosing its master. Haha, truly my excellent disciple, blessed with great fortune. Yuan Shi could not contain his laughter, for he held a profound appreciation for those endowed with such fortune. Feng Xuan's actions once again garnered his admiration. Meanwhile, Feng Xuan found himself in a state of shock. He was certain that the gourd's flight had nothing to do with his fortune. It was a deliberate act by someone. Thus, there was no need for discussion, and he decided to take only a few leaves of the vine, leaving the rest for his two companions. Laozi then engaged in conversation with Nuwa and Fushi, as he collected several leaves of the primordial gourd vine for alchemical purposes. Nuwa reached for the bare gourd vine, sensing a voice within that revealed its significance. The group then prepared to part ways, each returning to their own domain. Wait, Sister Nuwa. This soil might be of great use to you. Noticing Nuwa leaving without a backward glance, Feng Xuan could not help but speak up. This is the Nine Heavens Breath soil. You can't just leave it. What about the creation of humanity? Nuwa, who was about to depart, halted her steps and turned to follow Feng Xuan's pointing finger. There lay a patch of black soil, distinct from its surroundings, where the primordial gourd vine once took root. Upon closer inspection, this soil contained boundless life force and the laws of earth, immensely beneficial to her cultivation of the way of creation. Without hesitation, she dug deep and took the entirety of the Nine Heavens Breath soil, leaving behind a deep pit, wasting not a single grain. Grateful for the divine treasure, Nuwa looked at Feng Xuan with genuine affection. Thank you so much, Brother Feng Xuan. You must come visit us at Fengqi Valley. I shall protect you. Thus, Nuwa and her brother departed, while the three pure ones prepared to leave as well. Yet, suddenly, an intuitive feeling struck them, as if something was drawing their attention. There are more treasures. The three followed their instincts uphill to the upper half of Buzhou Mountain, where they encountered a deep, bottomless cave. Inside, a shimmering spiritual spring lay, and within it grew a vibrant green lotus, boasting an astonishing 24 petals. Its graceful movements seemed to resonate with the grand principles of the universe and the laws of all things. The breaths of the three pure ones quickened as they sensed the extraordinary nature of this lotus. It felt as if they were standing before the entirety of heaven and earth. In terms of rank, it subtly hinted at the potential to surpass the Chaos Bell. Moreover, this treasure was fated to be theirs. Feng Xuan understood that this was the only mature seed of the Chaos Green Lotus, giving rise to the 24th grade Creation Lotus. Its rank classified it as a primordial treasure, yet without the merit of opening the heavens, it was unwelcome in the world of the Great Desolation. Once it matured and emerged, it would inevitably attract heavenly punishment, leading to its destruction. Fortunately, sensing the presence of the three pure ones, it had split into three exquisite primordial spiritual treasures, allowing them to exist in the world. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, the 24th grade Creation Lotus was on the verge of maturity. The heavenly punishment arrived as foretold, with boundless tribulation clouds converging above, casting the sky over Buzhou Mountain into an inky darkness. Thunder rumbled, and purple lightning flickered among the clouds. It was the supreme purple sky divine thunder, a force of absolute destruction, leaving no chance for survival. In the face of heavenly might, the Creation Lotus trembled, a wave of unwillingness radiating from it, affecting the four present. Yet, the heavenly wrath was merciless and the laws of the cosmos unyielding, as the purple sky divine thunder was poised to descend. At that moment, the feelings within the three pure ones intensified, prompting them to shout in unison, red flower, white lotus, green lotus leaf. The 24th grade Creation Lotus quivered and split into three spiritual treasures, each landing in the hands of the three. These were the future items for their enlightenment. the coiling dragon staff, the 3 treasures Rui, and the green lotus sword, all ranking among the finest primordial treasures. With this, the heavenly punishment began to dissipate, and Buzhou Mountain returned to a serene and gentle state. Observing the spring, with Feng Xuan's guidance, Laozi waved his hand and directly transported the entire spiritual spring away. Such a valuable item left here would serve no purpose. It was better to bring it back to Kunlun Mountain. Haha, what great fortune! Not only have I gained an excellent disciple, but also a marvelous treasure. How delightful! Tongtian howled toward the heavens, exuberantly expressing his joy. Laozi and Yuan sure shared in the delight as well. Soon after, the 3 pure ones summoned clouds and returned with Feng Xuan to Kunlun Mountain, their true domain. The location where he had previously fallen was merely the periphery. Before them stood a magnificent palace, crafted entirely from primordial white jade, suffused with a celestial aura. Above the palace hung a plaque inscribed with Yushu Palace in purple gold. Disciple, you shall cultivate here in the future. You may choose any place you desire. Laozi said kindly to him. Feng Xuan responded, feeling a rush of energy coursing through his body, deepening his comprehension of the great Tao. Truly, it is the foremost celestial mountain of the primordial wilderness. Accompanying the 3 purities into the Jade Void Palace, the 3 took their seats upon the 3 highest cushions. Disciple, we shall enter seclusion to cultivate. You too should engage in your own practice, and when we emerge, we shall impart teachings to you. Understood. Feng Xuan departed from the Yushu Palace to seek a picturesque mountain, which, although slightly inferior in height to the central peak, he deemed suitable as his future sanctuary. He named it Little Stone Peak, for he believed that a modest name would prevent undue karmic repercussions. It was wiser to remain inconspicuous. As he surveyed the enchanting scenery, suffused with ethereal energy, a sense of tranquility began to blossom within him. In the face of the immense pressures of modern life, his burdens eased significantly upon entering the primeval world, where he now had 3 formidable supports. It could almost be said that he could thrive effortlessly. His current desire was simply to exist quietly, awaiting the day when his masters would attain the status of quasi-saints or saints, so that he might relax beneath the shade of the great tree. It would be even more delightful to find a few celestial maidens as companions on this path. With this thought in mind, Feng Xuan settled into a meditative posture, absorbing the cultivation techniques imparted by his 3 masters. While resting beneath the great tree was indeed appealing. He understood that his own strength must not falter, although he possessed a superior innate divine lineage. Lacking the extensive accumulation of experience that those of the innate divine status possessed, he had only reached the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm. Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. The ethereal forces of the universe converged around him as he initiated the Ta Ching immortal technique, a profound art. In just 3 millennia, he transcended the barriers of cultivation, ascending into the realm of the golden immortal, thereby crossing the threshold of immortality. Remarkably, his extraordinary comprehension allowed him to grasp the intricate mysteries of the Ta Ching immortal technique with ease, despite his previous ignorance. However, he did not grow complacent. The golden immortal state, while free from the burdens of mortality, was still vulnerable to being vanquished, resulting in the annihilation of both body and spirit. True immortality was reserved for those of the Deluo level, unless a sage intervened or through the use of extraordinary spiritual treasures. Even quasi-saints lacked the capacity to truly extinguish a Deluo being. With unwavering determination, he fervently practiced his cultivation techniques, advancing to the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm over the course of 10,000 years. It was only then that he awakened. His reluctance to continue was not due to a lack of desire, but rather a profound weariness. The relentless pursuit of cultivation had grown monotonous, and he sensed a deceleration in his progress. He resolved to engage in other pursuits, to refine his sensibilities, and to contemplate the profound principles of the cosmos. Perhaps, through this introspection, he might achieve enlightenment and ascend to sainthood in a single moment. Coincidentally, he found time to explore the innate gourd he had previously acquired. Eager to discern its secrets, Feng Xuan retrieved the enigmatic purple-green innate gourd. This gourd was shrouded in mystery, having remained unseen since it was taken by Hongjun. Even after the 3 sermons and the subsequent distribution of treasures, there was no word of its whereabouts. Yet now, it had astonishingly been bestowed upon him by Hongjun. He was invited to examine it closely. Feng Xuan gently touched the innate gourd, sensing its extraordinary capabilities. As he absorbed the information conveyed by the gourd, Enlightenment dawned upon him. This innate gourd possessed the remarkable ability to nurture treasures of the world, enabling the artifacts within to ascend a level in their rank. Its compatibility with the Qian Kuan Ding was nothing short of exquisite. However, this was merely one of the gourd's two functions. It also had the power to generate merit, functioning as a relentless machine of virtue. Normally, merit is earned through actions that benefit the vast expanse of the primordial universe. Yet, this innate gourd defied such a principle, capable of ceaselessly producing and storing merit. It was no wonder that Hong Jundaozu chose to retain this gourd for himself. Who wouldn't cherish the prospect of spontaneously generated merit? Furthermore, it bore the immense burden of the catastrophic consequences of obliterating the Western spiritual veins, a debt of monumental proportions, demanding countless merits for its atonement. Beyond its ability to conjure merit from thin air, the gourd's final capability was to store the power of incense offerings, purifying the worldly thoughts entwined within. In the realm of the divine, the veneration of myriad spirits through incense offerings forms the foundation of faith. Yet, the greatest drawback lies in the earthly distractions that can disrupt a true deity's state of mind, hindering their transcendence. Thus, this innate gourd is truly a treasure for the divine path. With three extraordinary abilities combined within, it is no wonder that Hong Jun sought to safeguard it. Feng Xuan utilized the jade purification method imparted by his second master to refine the innate gourd, transforming it into his exclusive possession. Over the course of several millennia, Feng Xuan delved into the profound teachings of the Supreme Clarity Pill Tao, the jade purification method, and the upper clarity array Tao residing in his mind. With his extraordinary comprehension, he adeptly integrated these three distinct paths into a coherent whole, eagerly awaiting the opportunity for practical application. At that moment, an astonishing aura erupted from the summit of Kunlun Mountain, heralding the emergence of the three pure ones. The disciples paid their respects to their master, second master, and third master. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Feng Xuan respectfully replied, indeed, I have lived up to my master's expectations and successfully advanced to the mid-stage of Golden Immortal. This truly reflects the prowess of my esteemed disciple from the primordial era. Subsequently, the three began to inquire into each other's respective specialties in the Tao. To their astonishment, they were taken aback by what they discovered. Feng Xuan adeptly answered all questions posed, exuding an aura reminiscent of a grandmaster. The expressions of the three pure ones were complex, filled with profound emotions. This was no ordinary disciple they had taken in. They had acquired a treasure. His future accomplishments would undoubtedly rival their own. Cough, cough. Since my disciple possesses such remarkable talent, let us proceed together to the Purple Sky Palace to listen to the teachings. With a grand gesture, the elder led Feng Xuan towards the realms beyond the 33 heavens. As they soared through the skies, Feng Xuan gazed down upon the vast expanse of the primordial land, overwhelmed by its immensity. Even with his golden, immortal vision, he could not perceive its boundaries. Countless extraordinary beings inhabited the earth, engaged in battle. As the land crumbled and mountains shattered, lives extinguished with each passing moment. The ruthless laws of existence wrought suffering upon all creatures. Yet, in the face of such a vast primordial realm, these calamities seemed trivial, perhaps even less than a mere scratch upon the surface. Such a primordial world promised to be truly magnificent. Before long, the four traversed the barrier of worlds, arriving in the midst of chaos. Here, an endless torrent of chaotic wind swirled, capable of devouring flesh and bone, dissolving the essence of the soul. Only those of the great Luo golden immortal caliber could venture forth, and only those with innate defensive treasures could pass through. Above them stood the exquisite and stable heavenly yellow tower, unwavering against the onslaught of the chaotic winds. After some time, Feng Xuan spotted a palace suffused with celestial energy, enveloped in the essence of the Tao, and adorned with ethereal purple light, floating amidst the chaos. It resembled a rootless reed, yet appeared supremely exalted. The four hastened their pace, arriving at the palace's exterior, where many beings were already gathered in anticipation. Feng Xuan, my brother, you have arrived. A familiar, melodious voice rang out. Feng Xuan turned to see Nuwa and Fuxi approaching, their presence radiating grace. Nuwa, with her bright eyes and radiant smile, was a vision of unparalleled beauty. Yes, my masters brought me here, he replied. The Wen Xian responded with courtesy. At that moment, Nuwa also discerned his current realm. and a trace of astonishment appeared on her exquisite visage. "Your cultivation has advanced," she exclaimed. "In merely 10,000 years, you have transcended several realms. Such innate talent is truly remarkable. Indeed, he is our treasured disciple." Yuan Shi felt a surge of satisfaction as he observed the astonished expressions on the faces of the two. His beloved student was undeniably bringing him pride, an exhilarating experience. The onlookers, witnessing the amiable exchange between the three pure ones and Yuhua, could not help but feel perplexed. How had their relationship become so amicable? And who was that seemingly feeble individual? Could it be that all manner of beings were permitted entry into the Zixiao Palace? However, they soon dismissed their musings, thinking it inconsequential to their own affairs. Time swiftly passed, and two exquisitely sculpted young acolytes, one male and one female, emerged from the Zixiao Palace. "The time has come. You may enter," they announced, taking their positions at either side of the grand entrance to graciously welcome the gathering crowd. Feng Xuan was escorted into the grand hall by the three pure ones. As he passed two individuals, he couldn't help but cast a glance their way. Feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity akin to that of kindred spirits, a yearning to draw closer to them. Tongtian and Youqi, two disciples of the grand Taoist Hongjun, were originally chaotic stones embodying the duality of yin and yang. In time, following the downfall of the demon court, they would be appointed by the Taoist ancestor to become the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother, jointly governing the myriad realms of the universe. At this moment, both Hao Yin and Yaoqi regarded Feng Xuan's retreating figure with curious expressions. Upon entering the Zixiao Palace, they beheld an elder of ethereal bearing seated upon the highest mat, eyes closed in tranquil meditation. All present quietly took their places in anticipation of the inaugural sermon. Feng Xuan, however, was guided by the three pure ones to a position behind them, close to the trio, yet without a mat beneath him. Feng Xuan felt a twinge of anxiety. His innate gourd must have been bestowed upon him by Hongjun Daozu, who undoubtedly recognized his existence. What remained uncertain was whether the Taoist ancestor was aware of his modern origins. Observing Feng Xuan's fleeting gaze, the three pure ones misinterpreted his demeanor as nervousness stemming from his first visit to the Zixiao Palace, and promptly offered reassurances that the Taoist ancestor was benevolent. Meanwhile, the venerable Hongjun seated upon the elevated dais was engulfed in a haze of perplexity, utterly baffled. How could he not discern anything despite their close proximity? From the moment Feng Xuan arrived in the primordial world, Hongjun should have been aware of his presence. Initially, he assumed Feng Xuan to be an ordinary chaotic stone, yet subsequent revelations left him astounded. This seemingly mundane stone possessed the auspicious roots of a mid-grade innate sanctity. It had attracted the blessings of the great Tao. Furthermore, it could elevate its roots even after transformation. All these signs indicated that this ordinary chaotic stone was anything but ordinary. Thus, he endeavored to trace the origins of this stone, only to be met with an overwhelming void of chaos, rendering any calculations futile. However, the acquisition of the great Tao's blessings could not be attributed to an inconsequential being. Consequently, he bestowed upon Feng Xuan the precious innate gourd to forge a favorable bond. He had hoped that within the Zixiao Palace, his stronghold, he could unravel the truth of Feng Xuan's origins, yet he remained shrouded in an inscrutable haze. As confusion swirled within him, he ultimately reached a resolution. The time for the sermon swiftly approached, and Hongjun opened his eyes, surveying the assembly below. Upon noticing Feng Xuan's anxious visage, he couldn't suppress a chuckle, recognizing the youthfulness that still lingered in him. Why was there an additional person for this sermon? The Zixiao Palace's lectures were traditionally limited to 3,000 participants, a number in harmony with the principles of the Great Tao, firmly established from the very first lecture. The three pure ones, in respectful acknowledgement, replied, "Daozu, this is our shared disciple. His talents are remarkable, and his roots are extraordinary. Hence we have brought him to partake in the teachings." Upon hearing this, Hanjun nodded slightly, then waved his hand, conjuring a new mat to the right of Taishan. "From this day forth, you shall sit here and must not move." The three pure ones beamed with delight at this gesture, realizing that the Taoist ancestor held their disciple in high regard, as evidenced by the provision of a dedicated mat, especially positioned on the far right. Thus, Feng Xuan took his place upon the newly created mat, amidst the envious gazes of over 2,000 beings behind him. What comfort! No longer confined to the cold, hard ground. Soon after, Hongjun commenced his sermon, and all attendees listened intently. The topic at hand was the path to transcending the quasi-sainthood of the Great Luo. The Great Luo Golden Immortal, with the three flowers converging atop the head, embodies the attainment of the Great Luo fruit position, harmonizing the past, present, and future into a singular existence, eternally free and unrestrained, mastering the laws of the Great Luo, with a single thought giving rise to the cosmos, and the true spirit remaining immortal. In an instant, the Zixia Palace was awash with a myriad of golden lotuses, countless miraculous phenomena unfolding. Accompanied by the harmonious strains of celestial music, the principles of the Great Tao became vividly apparent, inviting contemplation. The audience was entranced, swaying and nodding, some reclining in the ethereal ambience, creating an atmosphere that felt oddly reminiscent of a grand gathering. Feng Xuan's spirit was profoundly shaken. At the commencement of the sermon, he could still endure the discourse, but after attentively listening for a while, he surrendered, allowing the words to flow from his left ear to his right. The reason was simple. He could not comprehend what Hongjun was articulating. The disparity in realms was too vast. A mere golden immortal like him attempting to grasp the teachings of a great Luo true saint was akin to a first grader tackling advanced calculus, utterly incomprehensible. Even with a remarkable innate understanding, he could only transcribe the teachings verbatim, intending to ponder them further when he achieved a more suitable level of cultivation. The resonant tones of the Tao continued to reverberate within the grand hall, and at that moment, Feng Xuan discovered with astonishment that the magical power within him was operating autonomously, engaging in self-cultivation. What a delightful surprise! Was this not an opportune moment for rest? While others toiled in arduous cultivation, he reveled in the fact that he needed do nothing and yet was cultivating effortlessly. What bliss! The somnolent influence began to overcome Feng Xuan, and he succumbed to slumber. This state was quickly noticed by Hongjun. Countless beings in the world would risk everything to attend his lectures at Zixia Palace, with many perishing in the chaotic gales without regret. Yet, here was someone dozing off during his sermon. However, observing the automatic circulation of mana within Feng Xuan's body, Hongjun couldn't help but twitch his lips. This lad, he thought, let him be. Nearby, a gentle woman in a white dress was filled with sorrow. Despite knowing something of the Tao ancestors' teachings, she couldn't grasp their deeper meaning. The incompleteness of her primordial spirit rendered the immortal cultivation system Hongjun described obscure, hindering her ability to cultivate, as if only one of her 9 apertures was open. During the first lecture, she and her 12 siblings had eagerly come to Zixia Palace. But her siblings soon complained of incomprehension and fell asleep. Learning from that experience, they chose not to waste their time this time, except for her. She felt the Tao ancestors' lecture was crucial and unmissable, so she came alone, only to find herself unable to understand it, just like before. What is to be done? She murmured, her voice tinged with frustration. Suddenly, Feng Xuan, who was snoring in front of her, lost his balance and fell backward. She steadied him and let him rest on her lap. Gazing at Feng Xuan's youthful, sleeping face, she smiled radiantly, thinking how much he resembled her sleep-loving, simple-minded siblings. Arranging him into a more comfortable position, she resumed listening to the abstruse Taoist sounds. Then, a look of astonishment appeared in her eyes, as if the impossible had occurred. She could understand, and with perfect clarity. This had never happened before. Sensing the cool, tranquil aura emanating from her lap, she realized it was Feng Xuan's doing, and a sense of gratitude arose within her. She gently cradled his head and stroked it, helping him sleep more soundly. Time flowed like water, and years held no meaning in the primordial world. 3,000 years swiftly passed. Hongjun concluded his lecture, and the assembly awakened from their deep immersion, savoring the gains of the millennium. Just then, the rich, innate spiritual energy of Zixia Palace began to converge toward a single point. The crowd was astonished. Whose subordinate was so valiant as to break through realms within Zixia Palace? They looked toward the source of the converging energy, and immediately felt their many years had been wasted. Feng Xuan lay on the lap of the ancestral Witch Hutu, fast asleep, yet his aura was potent, showing signs of a breakthrough. A golden immortal breakthrough was nothing to the 3,000 guests of Zixia Palace. Who among them wasn't a great Luo golden immortal? But they couldn't accept that they had to cultivate assiduously to achieve breakthroughs, while Feng Xuan could simply sleep his way through. Where was the justice? Where was the cosmic law? Dijuan and Tai, in particular, glared at Feng Xuan with murderous intent, wishing they could flay him alive and burn him to ashes with the solar true fire. It was this imp who had caused Nuwa to stop them, and he had even mocked them from the sidelines. causing them to be beaten for nothing and lose 2 innate gourds. This vengeance would not go unavenged. Kunlun felt the same way. If Yuan sure hadn't spoken of those covered in fur and armor, born from moisture and eggs, he might not have fallen from his cushion. Allowing Zhuanti to seize the opportunity. Hating the crow and the house it perched on, he hated Yuan Shi's disciple as well. My disciple truly has a unique character, able to break through even in his sleep. Laozi looked at Feng Xuan like a doting father, his face full of affection and helplessness. Haha, eldest brother, third brother. This is truly our good disciple, a genius of unparalleled talent. Yuan Shi was overjoyed. Breaking through in sleep was simply too cool. At this moment, Feng Xuan only felt like he was sleeping comfortably on a soft, cozy cushion with a faint, delicate fragrance swirling around his nose. It was pleasant, bringing tranquility to his mind. The innate spiritual energy of the palace eagerly burrowed into his body. Late-stage golden immortal, peak golden immortal. The 5 energies rose in his chest, converging in the origin. He became a grand unity golden immortal. Yet, even the breakthrough didn't rouse Feng Xuan from his slumber. He slept for a millennium. Wake up. Wake up, Huta said, feeling embarrassed by the stares of so many people, and gently shook Feng Xuan. Who dares disturb my beautiful dream? Feng Xuan reluctantly opened his eyes, only to find a woman of gentle and exquisite beauty gazing at him with a face full of embarrassment while he lay upon her lap. Still in a daze from slumber, his mind foggy, Feng Xuan blurted out, "Beautiful sister, who are you, and how did you end up in my home?" Unable to bear the scene, Hongjun discreetly channeled a stream of refreshing spiritual energy into Feng Xuan's body. As the energy coursed through him, Feng Xuan instantly regained his clarity, promptly rising to offer his apologies. "I am truly sorry, esteemed friend. It was not my intention. I am known as Ho Tu. You may simply call me Ho Tuesday. There is no need to apologize for what transpired earlier. I have also accepted your kindness." Ho Tu, observing the flustered youth before her, could not help but let out a soft laugh. Ho Tu, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Feng Xuan was somewhat speechless. What was there to behold in merely taking a nap? His disciple had yet to arrive. Tongtian called out, shielding Feng Xuan behind him, as he sensed 3 pairs of eyes filled with lethal intent. A perilous situation indeed. Now that the primordial chaos has settled, I seek to appoint the foremost male and female immortals to govern this realm. I wonder who among you is willing to shoulder this formidable responsibility? At this moment, Hongjun spoke with an unwavering demeanor. Yet his words struck the crowd like a bombshell, leaving them in astonishment. "Dao ancestor, my brothers and I are willing to take on this weighty task." Di Jun and Tai Yi immediately stepped forward, brimming with confidence, determined to seize the position of the foremost male immortal. "Dao ancestor, I too am willing to undertake this responsibility." A young Taoist then emerged, adorned in an opulent purple robe, exuding an air of nobility. Feng Xuan discerned that this individual was indeed Dong Wanggong, the foremost male immortal appointed by the heavens today. The 3 commenced their endeavor, yet no further contention arose. Those who wished to compete lacked the requisite strength, while those who possessed it were disinclined to engage. As for the female immortals, figures such as Niuhua, Hutu, Zhuangmu, Changxi, and Shiha, all possessing the capability to vie for the position, exhibited a certain reclusive nature and would undoubtedly refrain from taking the initiative. Ding! The system detected that Hongjun was about to select the leaders of the male and female immortals. The host is required to make the following choices. 1. Step forward to vie for the title of male immortal leader. This role governs the male immortals of the primordial realm, a fleeting opportunity not to be missed. Reward, a complete funeral service. 2. Step forward to assume the title of female immortal leader. Young one, to govern the female immortals entails managing countless celestial maidens. Reward, transformation of origin. 3. Remain passive, lacking the strength to claim the title of either male or female immortal leader. Reward, a high-grade innate spiritual treasure. The Star Essence Wheel. After thoroughly contemplating these 3 options, Feng Xuan felt a wave of darkness wash over him. What on earth was this? He was no fool. The roles of male and female immortal leaders were nothing but an elaborate ruse. To undertake such responsibilities, one must possess the strength to command respect. Otherwise, even if appointed by Hongjun, none would willingly submit to another's authority. All present were innate deities, great Luo golden immortals, who would desire to bow beneath another's dominion. Currently, there were already two, Dijuan and Tai, who had stepped forward. The challenges ahead remained uncertain. And as for option 2, becoming the female immortal leader, transforming one's essence into that of a woman, such a choice was utterly out of the question. How could a dignified man of 7 feet possibly undergo such a transformation? System, I choose option 3. Feng Xuan silently made a choice in his heart. Congratulations, host. On selecting option 3, the premium innate spiritual treasure, the Star Essence Wheel, has been bestowed upon you. Feng Xuan beheld a mystical wheel floating within his primordial spirit, radiating a dreamlike starlight, with countless specks corresponding to the celestial constellations above. Fortunately, the system's elements would shield any probing before his refinement or utilization. Otherwise, he would genuinely fear being captured by Hongjun for dissection and study. At that moment, Hongjun silently observed the fierce contention below for the title of the foremost male immortal, then glanced at the silent demeanor of the female immortals, arriving at a resolution in his heart. East King, as the embodiment of the primordial first ray of pure yang, I hereby appoint you as the leader of the male immortals, bestowing upon you the exquisite primordial spiritual treasure, the dragon-headed scepter. I expect you to govern with diligence. Upon hearing these words, the tumultuous scene below fell into an immediate hush, and the East King, exhibiting a joyful countenance, cast a triumphant glance towards Emperor Jun and Tai. I shall faithfully adhere to the Tao ancestors' decree, receiving the exquisite primordial spiritual treasure. The East King brimmed with confidence and pride, already plotting how to dominate the vast expanse of the primordial world. West Queen, as the embodiment of the primordial first ray of pure Een, I hereby designate you as the leader of the female immortals, granting you the exquisite primordial spiritual treasure, the plain-colored cloud banner, to oversee the myriad female immortals across the cosmos. The West Queen, amidst the crowd, momentarily stunned upon hearing Hongjuan's decree, felt reluctant but had no choice but to comply. I shall faithfully adhere to the Tao ancestors' decree. I hope you both will administer with fairness and manage the affairs of the myriad immortals in the primordial realm. With that, Hongjuan vanished from the purple cloud palace. Marking the formal conclusion of this sermon, Feng Xuan exited the grand hall under the protection of the 3 pure ones. As he stepped out, countless individuals flocked to the East King and West Queen, showering them with flattery. These were mere sycophants, destined to become cannon fodder when the demon court ultimately overthrew the celestial court. The 3,000 guests of Zixi were not solely composed of those who understood the principles of heaven and the timing of events. The true immortals capable of achieving longevity merely observed with detached indifference, completely disregarding the leaders of these celestial beings. Esteemed 3 pure ones, I aspire to establish a celestial court to manage the affairs of the primordial world. I wonder if the 3 of you would consider joining my celestial court. I shall reward you with esteemed positions in return. At this moment, the East King realized that those who sought to align with him were merely ordinary beings. For the celestial court to truly establish a solid foundation in the primordial realm, it required the support of genuine powerhouses. The Pengu and the 3 pure ones were an excellent choice. The 3 were renowned throughout the primordial world, possessing unparalleled strength, and, most importantly, they were embodiments of the primordial deity Pengu's essence. Their inclusion in his celestial court would undoubtedly attract more followers. Hence, he approached them with an invitation, confident that his esteemed title as the leader of male celestial beings would compel them to heed his command. However, his aspirations were lofty, yet he lacked the requisite qualifications. Yuan Shi regarded the East King with indifference, and Tongtian remained silent. The absence of a dismissive begone was already a concession. The East King, displaying embarrassment, turned to leave, having faced a disheartening rejection, all while harboring resentment towards the 4. The East King was blissfully unaware of the impending calamity he faced. Truly foolish. Yuan Shi addressed the 3, having discerned the situation and foreseen future events. The East King sought out formidable beings such as Zhang Yuanzi, but each was met with refusal. Dijun and Tai regarded him with cold disdain and murderous intent, obstructing his path, courting death. The 3 pure ones lingered not, traversing the chaos with Feng Xuan. Within the chaos, Feng Xuan contemplated the chaotic winds beyond the protection of the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda. Could he directly cross the chaos with his physical form? Or perhaps refine his body using the chaotic winds? After all, his true form was a chaotic primal stone, inherently born within the chaos. Master, I wish to attempt crossing the chaos, he expressed. Feng Xuan articulated his thoughts. Tongtian and Yuan Shi were about to voice their objections, but Laozi silenced them with a mere gesture. Very well, give it a try, he said, as he activated the heavenly and earthly mysterious yellow Linglong Tower, creating an opening for Feng Xuan to venture forth. Master, I am merely a Tai golden immortal at this stage. Is this truly advisable? Yuan Shi and Tongtian inquired, their expressions tinged with concern. Laozi, however, remained impassive, exuding an air of tranquility. Have you both forgotten what my disciple's true essence is? Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi and Tongtian experienced a moment of clarity. The primordial stone of chaos, amidst the chaotic winds, would inevitably encounter unforeseen circumstances. It was akin to a fish drowning in water, unthinkable, indeed. Without the protective barrier of the heavenly and earthly mysterious yellow Linglong Tower. As soon as Feng Xuan stepped into the chaos, he was enveloped by countless chaotic winds. These winds, capable of eroding flesh and dispelling the primordial spirit, inflicted no harm upon him. He felt neither discomfort nor pain. Instead, he was enveloped in a sensation of comfort and familiarity, akin to returning home. A radiant, mysterious glow emanated from his skin, a testament to the formidable nature of the primordial stone. Consequently, the anticipated effects of physical refinement did not manifest. It was only natural, for his true form had long been assailed by the chaotic winds over endless epochs, rendering him immune. Having comprehended this, Feng Xuan accompanied the three pure ones back to Kunlun Mountain for secluded cultivation. Before entering meditation, the three pure ones cautioned him not to leave the confines of Kunlun, for he had drawn attention and was in peril. However, as long as he remained within the boundaries of Kunlun Mountain, none would dare to harm him. Feng Xuan then returned to his sanctuary to immerse himself in cultivation. Time flowed like water, and the primordial wilderness knew no years. In the blink of an eye, a millennium had swiftly passed, during which Feng Xuan solidified his realm and advanced to the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. He had also refined 12 of the innate prohibitions of the superior grade innate spiritual treasure, the Star Essence Wheel, enabling him to wield it with initial proficiency. To his delight, this Star Essence Wheel possessed a total of 36 innate prohibitions, representing the pinnacle of superior grade innate treasures. The hierarchy of primordial artifacts is categorized as follows: innate supreme treasures with 49 innate prohibitions, top grade innate treasures with 3,748 innate prohibitions, superior grade innate treasures with 2,536 innate prohibitions, middle grade innate treasures with 1,324 innate prohibitions, and inferior grade innate treasures with 112 innate prohibitions. It is evident that he had indeed acquired a treasure. At that moment, Feng Xuan sensed a peculiar aura and lifted his gaze towards the eastern expanse of the primordial world. The heavenly Tao proclaimed, "I, the Eastern Prince, appointed by the Tao ancestor as the foremost among male immortals, shall establish a celestial court on Palai Island today to better govern the myriad immortals of the primordial realm. Assuming the title of Emperor of the Celestial Court, I beseech the heavenly Tao and the saints for approval." As his words echoed, the heavenly Tao responded, bestowing boundless merit. 50% flowed into the body of the Eastern Prince, 30% infused the fortune of the Celestial Court, and 20% was absorbed into the supreme grade innate treasure, the dragon-headed scepter. The heavenly Tao acknowledged the establishment of the Celestial Court. This event immediately stirred a tremendous uproar in the primordial realm, prompting countless beings who had been observing to join the Celestial Court, seeking its protection and partaking in its fortune. The Eastern Prince also encountered the pinnacle of his life at this moment, as myriad tribes came to pay homage. Ding! The system detected the establishment of the Celestial Court by the Eastern Prince and prompted the host to make the following choices. 1. Join the Celestial Court and assume a position. Given your strength and status, you could potentially become a high-ranking member of the court. Reward: ambushed and slain midway, with your soul extinguished. 2. Remain cautious. It has been advised not to leave Kunlun, so behave and comply. Reward: merely surviving is the greatest reward. API call failed with status code 429. Error code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Feng Xuan, in silence, chose option 2. In this era, even the system could no longer afford to offer rewards. Why does the system exist if it cannot provide incentives? He continued to meditate for several millennia, yet his realm showed no signs of advancement. Bored, Feng Xuan began to wander the mountains. His master had instructed him to patrol the mountains, so he searched the southern peaks for the northern ones, humming a whimsical tune that revealed his less than stable mental state. He could not fathom how his masters could endure seclusion for tens of thousands of years. It was enough to drive anyone mad. Suddenly, Feng Xuan sensed a powerful aura approaching, one that rivaled that of his three masters, drawing near to the heart of Kunlun Mountain. Ding! The system detected the Queen Mother of the West seeking assistance. Please choose an option. 1. Do not assist the Queen Mother of the West. What foolishness is this? Such a splendid opportunity and you choose to squander it? Reward: Iron-Willed Man Badge. 2. Directly assist the Queen Mother of the West. A sycophant meets a grim fate in the end. Reward: Sycophant Badge. 3. Indirectly assist the Queen Mother of the West. Dear Queen Mother, you surely do not wish to be pestered by the Eastern Prince indefinitely, do you? Reward: Top grade innate spiritual root enlightenment tree. Upon hearing the long-awaited electronic voice, Feng Xuan felt a surge of excitement. Life had finally returned. However, upon glancing at the three options and their corresponding rewards, he rolled his eyes. An iron-willed man, a sycophant, and the last option carried a hint of triviality. Was he truly the kind of person who fit these descriptions? System: I choose option 3. After making his selection, he activated the cloud ascending technique from the Tongtian Celestial Sutra and hurried towards the direction of the Queen Mother of the West. At that moment, at the core of Kunlun Mountain, the portal was graced by the presence of the Queen Mother of the West, acknowledged as the foremost among female immortals by Hong Jun, who was softly calling out, "Could the three pure ones step forth? I have urgent matters to discuss." Rather than the three pure ones, she was met by the swiftly approaching Feng Xuan. "You are a disciple of the three pure ones. Might I request an audience with them?" The Queen Mother of the West, upon seeing Feng Xuan, felt a tinge of disappointment. Her affairs were not something a mere Tai golden immortal could resolve. "My masters are currently in seclusion. At this moment, I am the only one present at Kunlun Mountain. If you have matters to discuss, please share them with me." Feng Xuan replied lightly, neither servile nor overbearing. Upon entering the Purple Cloud Palace, although he was a disciple of the three pure ones, he could also be regarded as a peer among the 3,000 guests of the palace, and thus could address them as fellow Taoists. After a brief hesitation, the Queen Mother of the West conveyed her intentions. It turned out that ever since Dong Wang Gong was designated as the foremost male immortal by the Tao ancestor Hong Jun, he had grown increasingly arrogant and uncontrollable. After establishing the celestial court, he sought to unify the vast wilderness. He intended to govern both the heavens and the earth, as well as both men and women. Consequently, he set his sights on the Queen Mother of the West, aiming to take her as a Tao partner, thereby securing dominion over both male and female immortals within the celestial court and fulfilling his ambitious aspirations. However, the Queen Mother had no desire for such an arrangement. She simply wished to cultivate in her small realm, tending to her flowers and herbs and refining her elixirs, without being entangled in this chaotic mess. Moreover, she had no affection for Dong Wang Gong and was unwilling to join the celestial court. Dong Wang Gong persistently troubled her at her doorstep. She could neither fend him off nor argue with him and was left seeking assistance from her neighbors. Although West Kunlun was somewhat distant, it was still within the realm of Kunlun Mountain, and her fellow Taoists of the three pure ones should surely assist her. "I truly wish to cultivate steadily and lead my own life without becoming embroiled in the conflicts of the vast wilderness." Upon hearing this, Feng Xuan's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Was this not a classic protagonist declaration? Could it be that the Queen Mother was indeed the true child of destiny, a hidden power of the Tao? Who was the protagonist here, her or him? Nevertheless, he had already conceived a solution to her predicament. Since his masters had stated that the central area of Kunlun Mountain was safe, he could simply suggest that the Queen Mother relocate there. This way, no matter how rampant Dong Wang Gong became, he would not dare to approach. With this thought in mind, Feng Xuan spoke directly. "Ahem, Queen Mother, I have a solution." Upon hearing this, the Queen Mother of the West looked at Feng Xuan as if she had grasped a lifeline, her expression one of desperate longing. Her fair face appeared pitiful, and her bright eyes sparkled with hope, truly a sight to behold. However, Feng Xuan was not swayed by her act. This woman, who had just regarded him with disdain, now displayed an entirely different demeanor. Her ability to change faces was remarkable. "Queen Mother, you must understand that in this world, assistance does not come without a price." "What do you mean?" The Queen Mother's expression shifted slightly, a sense of foreboding rising within her. "Surely, you do not wish to be perpetually troubled by Dong Wang Gong?" You surely do not want to endure a life of daily disturbances. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan. Without a backward glance, turned and walked away, showing not the slightest hint of reluctance. As she observed his diminishing figure, the West Queen Mother felt a surge of urgency and could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "Wait. I promise you." In an instant, with a swift whoosh, Feng Xuan reappeared before her, disregarding the astonishment etched on her face as he proceeded to outline his plan. "Very well, let me share my solution with you. Simply relocate your sacred ground to this place." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan resolutely patted his chest, offering his solemn assurance. "Very well, I shall have you accompany me back." The Western Queen Mother gazed at him with a look of distress. The more joyous Feng Xuan appeared, the more discontent she felt. She had always acted with utmost caution, never entangling herself in any cause and effect with others. Yet today, she found herself almost inadvertently embroiled in a significant consequence. She longed to weep. The Western Queen Mother expressed her dismay. Subsequently, the two proceeded to her sanctuary, the Jade Void Palace. Before the three Pure Ones, a luminous screen floated, depicting the silhouettes of Feng Xuan and the Western Queen Mother. As she called their names, they awoke, but since her disciple had arrived, it was best to allow him to handle matters. To their astonishment, there was an unexpected delight. The three of them beamed, akin to parents witnessing their child tenderly nurturing a cabbage. "I see that the Western Queen Mother is attuned to the times and knows when to advance and retreat," remarked Yuan Sure. "I concur," added Tongtian. "Everything unfolds in accordance with celestial timing and natural law. Let it be." Laozi spoke softly before closing his eyes. The Western Queen Mother brought Feng Xuan to her sanctuary. Unlike most, she had originated from a small world born at the dawn of creation. All her possessions resided within this small realm, thus she merely needed to relocate it. Before long, she had everything in order, and the two prepared to return. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the horizon, accompanied by a brazen voice laced with desire. "Where are you off to, my friend?" the Eastern King inquired. "Have you given any thought to my earlier proposition?" They halted in their tracks, and the Western Queen Mother's face contorted with revulsion. The speaker was none other than the Eastern King. "This is none of your concern. Furthermore, abandon that futile hope." "How can it be none of my concern? I extend a sincere invitation for you to join my celestial court, to jointly reign over the vast wilderness." As the Eastern King spoke, he could not help but burst into uproarious laughter. He coveted not only the power in her hands, but also her very being. The Western Queen Mother, possessing extraordinary beauty and grace, was inherently compatible with him, making her a fitting candidate for his empress. Could he possibly be a fool? Laughing to himself without a care in the world, Feng Xuan contemplated, and as the Eastern King regained his composure, he noticed that the small world which was once present had vanished. In that instant, he comprehended the unfolding events. His gaze grew increasingly fierce. "Western Queen, you must accompany me today." Without hesitation, the Eastern King moved swiftly to capture the Western Queen. Over the millennia, he had successfully persuaded many to join his celestial realm, acquiring numerous primordial spiritual treasures, coupled with the celestial merits bestowed upon him by the celestial court. His strength had ascended to the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, surpassing the Western Queen by an entire realm, rendering her incapable of resistance. As for Feng Xuan, he regarded him with disdain, merely a fortunate little spirit. Once he unified the vast wilderness, he would surely avenge the humiliation inflicted by the three Pure Ones. At that time, this little spirit would not escape his grasp. Ding! The system detected that the Eastern King disregarded the host's existence. Please make the following choice. 1. Allow the Western Queen to be captured. You would not assist a future beautiful neighbor. You truly are lacking in humanity. Reward: a timid turtle. Faced with the options, Feng Xuan promptly chose the second. While he might endure outside, this was Kunlun Mountain. With the conflict at his doorstep, who could bear to remain passive? "Have you forgotten about me, dear friend?" With an air of majestic dominance, Feng Xuan met the East King's hand with his own, unleashing a powerful torrent of energy that rustled the trees for countless miles. The earth itself yielded, forming an unfathomable pit beneath them. "How is this possible?" exclaimed the East King, his pupils constricting in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that a Mirtai golden immortal could withstand his assault. and his hand tingled slightly, as if it had struck an indestructible force. Meanwhile, Feng Xuan remained unfazed, for his ability to traverse the chaos signified that his physical prowess had already ascended to the Tao of the Great Luo. Although he could not overpower the late-stage East King, he felt no trepidation. Humph, I shall take a different path. Let me show you what it means to be an emperor of the celestial court. Having failed in his initial attack, the East King swiftly summoned the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the dragon-headed staff, bestowed by the primordial ancestor Tongtian, now imbued with the power of celestial merit. It bore an unstoppable momentum as it descended upon Feng Xuan. The situation grew dire. The West Queen Mother, witnessing this, was momentarily flustered and immediately summoned the plain Cloud Realm flag to shield Feng Xuan. However, the East King had anticipated this move, casting forth one of his accompanying treasures, the superior innate spiritual treasure, the pure Yang sword, to intercept the flag. Now, no one can save you. Yet, in the face of the East King's full-force strike, Feng Xuan remained composed. He sat cross-legged, adjusted his breath, and bellowed, "Master, save me. Your disciple is in peril." His thunderous call reverberated outward, swiftly spreading across the entire Kunlun Mountain region. In an instant, a mysterious yellow-hued exquisite pagoda appeared above Feng Xuan. As the dragon-headed staff collided with the pagoda, it was sent flying for millions of miles, firmly embedding itself in a mountain, while the pagoda remained utterly unperturbed. This was the essence of standing tall, invincible by nature. Humph, dare to bully my beloved disciple? You seek death. Simultaneously, a verdant long sword soared from afar, the pure Yang sword of Tongtian. It carried a pure sword intent, threatening to annihilate all in its path. The East King, unable to react in time, was pierced through and severely wounded. Ignorant of the celestial order and the principles of heaven, begone. The East King, now filled with dread, recalled his dragon-headed staff and staggered away in retreat. He had not anticipated that despite his breakthrough to the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, he would be so thoroughly outmatched from afar by the three pure ones. "Let us depart, West Queen Mother," he murmured. Feng Xuan strolled over with an expressionless demeanor. The Queen Mother of the West replied softly, her heart no longer able to underestimate Feng Xuan. After all, to withstand the attack from the Eastern King demonstrated his exceptional prowess. Simultaneously, a peculiar sense of curiosity began to blossom within her towards Feng Xuan. Throughout their journey, the two remained silent, yet Feng Xuan's heart raced with exhilaration. For the first time since his arrival in the primeval world, he was finally engaging with another. Although there had been no conflict, he had not been defeated either. However, this realization made him more cautious. The notion that the primeval world was filled with treasures was a fallacy. It was fraught with peril instead. Just the Eastern King had nearly overwhelmed him. Had it not been for the support of his masters in Kunlun Mountain, he might have sustained grave injuries. Before long, they returned to the heart of Kunlun Mountain, where the Queen Mother of the West settled into the place Feng Xuan had indicated. Feng Xuan, without a backward glance, returned to his own sanctuary. Congratulations to the host for selecting option 3. The reward of a superior innate spiritual root, the enlightenment tree, has been dispatched. Congratulations to the host for selecting option 2. The reward of embodying the instrument method has also been dispatched. Both rewards have been duly delivered. Feng Xuan initially overlooked the first item, the enlightenment tree, whose name alone hinted at its significance. He casually planted it within his own domain. Subsequently, he directed his attention towards the method of refining weapons with one's own body. This technique, which involves transforming oneself into a vessel to absorb the treasures of heaven and earth, promises the attainment of an unparalleled physique. How remarkably suited it is for him. His very essence is that of an indestructible chaotic rock, possessing formidable defenses. Mastering this technique would only enhance his capabilities further. He could absorb the energies of the mysterious yellow and primordial realms, innate metal, and chaotic stone. If he were to push this ability to its limits, he would effectively maximize his defensive prowess, rendering even innate treasures incapable of breaching his defenses. Contemplating this, he swiftly made his way to a location near the Jade Void Palace, where he had previously discovered exceptionally high-quality innate white jade, a prime material for weapon refinement. It seemed likely that his second master had sourced materials from this very place in the past. Feng Xuan gazed at the luminous jade mountain before him, his heart aflame with excitement. He promptly produced the star essence wheel and severed a substantial portion from the mount. As he harnessed his inner magical energy, He employed the method of refining tools through one's own body to consume the primordial white jade. Time flowed like a river, and the ancient wilderness remained indifferent to the passage of years. A millennium swiftly elapsed, during which Feng Xuan fully refined the large chunk of primordial white jade, acquiring a newfound, gentle aura. Should he transform into his true form, one would discern that the originally dark, chaotic stone was now interwoven with strands of white jade. This pace, however, was far too languid. Feng Xuan gazed at the empty expanse before him, murmuring to himself. A sudden inspiration struck as he fixed his eyes upon the majestic, white jade mountain. Why not embrace the mountain and refine it directly? Without hesitation, Feng Xuan spread his arms and began the process of refinement, clutching the peak tightly. To onlookers, it appeared as though he was gnawing at the white jade mountain. That East King's son is infuriating. Emperor Jun of the Sun Star raged within his opulent palace. Possessing the supreme destiny of the 9-9, he was destined to rule the heavens and could not allow himself to be suppressed by others. Brother, do not be so upset. I believe that East King will not last much longer. No true power of the primordial world has ever entered his celestial court, consoled Tai. I cannot swallow this grievance. The East King, in terms of strength, lineage, and fortune, pales in comparison to me. How could the Tao ancestor designate him as the foremost male immortal to govern the primordial universe? It is unbearable. Emperor Jun's anger intensified, his gaze sweeping across the solar palace. Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated his mind. Since he has established a celestial court, let us establish a demon court. Centering it around the sun star and building upon the foundation of the ancient starry skies to unify the primordial world. As he spoke, Emperor Jun's eyes gleamed brighter, increasingly convinced of the feasibility of his plan. After some contemplation, Tai also found merit in the idea. With the innate treasure, the chaos bell, accompanying him, he felt unrivaled in the primordial world, second only to his brother, Emperor Jun. Thus, the two began to discuss the establishment of the demon court. Within the Jade Void Palace, tranquility and harmony reigned. The three pure ones simultaneously opened their eyes, radiant divine light emanating forth as their profound power surged. Having reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal stage, I wonder how my disciple is faring. Let us go and see. Old Master spoke first, his tone steady yet tinged with concern. Yuanshi and Tongtian nodded in agreement. In an instant, the three pure ones transformed into three streaks of light and departed the Jade Void Palace, racing toward Feng Xuan, guided by his unique aura. Upon their arrival, they were all rendered speechless. Ah, what is this? Tongtian exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief. He recalled that this place was once a towering, magnificent primordial white jade mountain. Now, only a small hill remained. My mountain, Yuanshi lamented, pounding his chest in despair, crying out in anguish. It was vital to note that this jade mountain was among his most treasured possessions, containing an abundance of invaluable primordial white jade, which served as the primary material for crafting his magical weapons. Yet now, only a mere remnant remained. Burp. Master, you have arrived, he exclaimed, belching in surprise. Upon hearing the voice of the three clear ones, Feng Xuan turned around with a dazed expression, his face radiating a sense of blissful intoxication. The act of devouring the innate white jade felt akin to an addiction. The more he consumed, the more he found himself unable to stop, ascending further into a state of ethereal delight. Even though there was no longer any enhancement effect, he remained unable to cease. He was, perhaps, afflicted. Awaken. A profound celestial sound reverberated beside Feng Xuan's ear, jolting him from his stupor. Upon seeing his three masters arrive, he promptly stepped forward to pay his respects. Disciple greets the masters. However, he soon noticed the second master's expression was tinged with sorrow. What brings you here? He inquired, responding to the third master. The disciple has comprehended a method of absorbing heavenly materials and earthly treasures to elevate oneself. Hence I have taken a minuscule amount of innate white jade. Minuscule? I dare say it amounts to billions. The primordial one remarked, his tone imbued with a sense of resigned grievance. Feng Xuan then realized that the once grand primordial white jade mountain had now been reduced to merely a prominent hill. He had consumed it entirely. Aha! Observing Feng Xuan's feigned ignorance, Yuanshi chose not to comment further. Since the primordial white jade was nearly depleted, they could always seek it out again later. The three pure ones subsequently assessed Feng Xuan, and seeing that he had not neglected his cultivation, their expressions brightened with satisfaction. Seizing the opportunity, the three of them sat down to expound on the doctrines of the Xian immortal the Golden Immortal, and the Supreme Golden Immortal. The air around Kunlun Mountain was soon filled with the melodious sounds of their teachings, creating an atmosphere of serenity. Before long, a millennium had passed, and the discourse came to an abrupt end. With the assistance of the three pure ones, Feng Xuan's cultivation had grown more solid, subtly hinting at a breakthrough. However, there was no time for further training, as the third lecture was about to commence. The three pure ones led Feng Xuan toward the primordial chaos. Upon exiting, they fortuitously encountered the West Queen Mother, who was also on her way to attend the lecture. Thus, the five of them set off together towards the chaos beyond the heavens. Along the way, the West Queen Mother's enchanting gaze frequently lingered on Feng Xuan, as if she were attempting to discern something profound. "What are you staring at?" Feng Xuan wore a perplexed expression. "No, it's nothing," the West Queen Mother replied. Her gaze evasive, her delicate face tinged with a blush as she turned her head haughtily, ceasing to speak. Soon, the five of them arrived outside the Purple Cloud Palace. As soon as they landed, Feng Xuan felt a sinister gaze fixated upon him. It was undoubtedly that arrogant lad, the East King. It appeared his injuries had nearly healed, and he walked without a limp. However, his strength had not notably improved. He remained at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. After eons of stagnation, he must harbor a deep resentment towards Feng Xuan, undoubtedly scheming his revenge. Yet, Feng Xuan was no longer afraid of him. Having absorbed a significant portion of the innate White Jade Mountain, his physical prowess had ascended to the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, rendering him unfazed by this fragile opponent of a higher realm. "I can afford countless mistakes, while you can only afford one." Moreover, he was a practitioner of both magical and physical cultivation. However, it must be acknowledged that perhaps he would not have the opportunity to deal with the East King after all. Feng Xuan has already witnessed Emperor Jun and Tai Yi enticing the formidable demon beings outside the Purple Cloud Palace, such as Kunping, Bai Zhe, Gui Che, and Jiuying. It seems that the demon court is on the verge of establishment. It appears that the Eastern King cannot remain active for much longer. Indeed, the first to fall may very well be the Celestial Court. In that fierce battle, the Eastern King was utterly defeated, his soul scattered, ultimately leading to his reincarnation. Let the conflict commence. He finds both factions equally displeasing. After a prolonged wait, Hao Tian and Yao Qi emerged from the Purple Cloud Palace, opening the grand doors and cheerfully announcing, "The Tao ancestor has been awaiting you within for quite some time. Please, do enter." As Feng Xuan passed by them once more, a flicker of desire ignited within him. How delightful! It must be extraordinarily delectable. Yet, he managed to suppress his inner cravings. Had they not attained sentience, it might have been a different matter, but they were undeniably living beings. He may take lives, but he shall not consume them. Stepping into the Purple Cloud Palace, this gathering marks the final sermon of the honored ancestor Hong Jun, a momentous occasion that will distribute the primordial purple energy and establish the 6 saints of heaven's path, igniting the turmoil of the great desolation. Feng Xuan is not particularly concerned with the ethereal aura of Hongmeng. Is it truly a joy to become a saint of the heavenly Tao? He does not think so. The attainment of the status of a saint of the heavenly Tao symbolizes not only power, but also a profound responsibility, one that entails the duty of safeguarding the vast wilderness. Why not relish the role of the eldest disciple of the 3 teachings, with masters to protect him above and junior disciples managing the affairs of the sect below? He could simply recline in comfort. His current preoccupation lies with the overlooked treasure known as the Treasure Dividing Cliff. This artifact, undoubtedly of considerable rank, is at least on par with his own essence. Should he consume it, his defensive capabilities would undoubtedly ascend to an even higher level. Feng Xuan has already envisioned a future where he strikes Tai Yi with his fists and kicks Dong Wang Gong, traversing the vast wilderness with unparalleled prowess. He. Feng Xuan, dear brother, what are you pondering? A melodious voice interrupted his reverie. Nuwa gazed at Feng Xuan, her expression filled with curiosity as she observed his foolish grin. "Oh, it's nothing at all." Feng Xuan swiftly leaped to his designated mat, feeling utterly embarrassed. "Feng Xuan, my friend, how have you been?" At that moment, a gentle female voice resounded from behind. Turning around, Feng Xuan beheld the venerable Earth Mother. "Earth Mother, it is good to see you again." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan maintained his usual composure, yet after a few years of listening, he succumbed to slumber. Despite various phenomena, countless melodies could not tether his heart that yearned for beautiful dreams. The Earth Mother, sensing his weariness, embraced him once more, allowing him to rest against her leg. Time flowed like a stream, and the primordial era bore no record of years. 2 millennia swiftly passed, and the path to quasi-sainthood had been fully elucidated. Hong Jun prepared to expound upon the method to attain sanctity. Observing Feng Xuan in a deep slumber, he employed a subtle technique to awaken him. There are 3 paths to achieving sanctity. Upon hearing this, all present fixated intently on the venerable figure of Hong Jun, not daring to exhale, lest they miss a single word or phrase. Why did they seek the teachings? It was to become saints, to stand at the pinnacle of the primordial realm. Had the moment finally arrived? The 3 methods to attain sanctity are as follows. The first is the 3 corpses proofing method, wherein one employs innate spiritual treasures to sever one's own good corpse, evil corpse, and self-corpse, ultimately merging the 3 into one and attaining the saintly fruit. Upon hearing this, the crowd resolved to embark on a grand treasure hunt in the primordial realm following the discourse. Few, even among the 3,000 guests of the purple sky, possessed 3 innate spiritual treasures. The second method is the merit-proofing method, where one cultivates a golden body of merit through boundless deeds, breaking the shackles of quasi-sainthood to achieve the saintly fruit. At this point, Di Jun, Tai, Shihi, and Changshi's eyes gleamed with excitement, though their expressions soon returned to neutrality. They accumulated merit every moment. As the sun rose, it garnered merit, and as the moon ascended, it too received merit. However, such meager merit was insufficient for their current aspirations, lacking the magnitude required for true elevation. The third path involves the proofing of the laws, wherein one cultivates one or more fundamental laws to their pinnacle, thereby proving their path and achieving the status of a Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian, equating them with saints, albeit without the saintly fruit, a route that became impractical in the present environment. The first 2 paths necessitate the presence of primordial purple energy to achieve sanctity, whereas the last does not. After expounding upon these methods, Hong Jun fell silent, allowing them to ponder. Below, the assembly furrowed their brows, contemplating the merits and demerits of the 3 paths to sanctity. Daring to inquire, the Eastern King gazed intently at Hong Jun, his heart brimming with longing. He yearned for sanctity. I seek to achieve sanctity through the 3 corpses proofing method, as it is the most suitable for the primordial world, Hong Jun replied nonchalantly. But where might one find the primordial purple energy? The Eastern King pressed. Hong Jun chuckled inwardly, pleased to have been asked the crux of the matter. The heavenly Tao has its fixed order. There are 8 saintly fruits, and I occupy 1. The remaining 6 should belong to my disciples. Upon hearing this, the assembly erupted in fervor. Di Jun, Tai, and the Eastern King immediately shouted, please, Tao Ancestor, bestow your grace and accept us as disciples. The others echoed their fervent pleas, please, Tao Ancestor, bestow your grace and accept us as disciples. Feng Xuan, infected by the enthusiasm of the crowd, originally intended to cry out, but just as he was about to speak, he realized he was now a disciple of the 3 purities. In other words, he was a grand disciple of Hong Jun. Witnessing such commotion, Hong Jun's majestic aura instantly erupted, overwhelming the great hall and causing all present to feel as if they had fallen into an icy abyss, silencing their voices. He then cast a sweeping glance over the assembly and spoke indifferently. Taiching Laozi, you, as an incarnation of the primordial deity Pangu, possess extraordinary merits and a remarkable lineage. Will you become my foremost disciple? Upon hearing this, Laozi's face lit up with joy as he bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Master. Yuqing Yuan Shi and Shangqing Tongtian. You 2 are incarnations of the primordial deity Pangu, endowed with great merits and exceptional lineage. Will you become my 2nd and 3rd disciples? Thank you, Master. Yuan Shi and Tongtian quickly bowed in appreciation. Subsequently, with a casual wave of his hand, 3 spiritual treasures descended into the hands of the 3. Laozi, as my foremost disciple, I bestow upon you this innate treasure, the Taiji diagram. This diagram, transformed from the chaotic supreme treasure, the acts of creation, possesses the power to harmonize yin and yang, to reshape the elements of earth, fire, water, and wind, and can also be used to suppress fate. Yuan Shi, as my 2nd disciple, I grant you this innate treasure, the Pangu banner. This banner, also derived from the chaotic supreme treasure, the Pangu axe, wields the might to rend the primordial chaos, shatter the fabric of time and space, command the profound truths of myriad laws, and has the ability to open up the universe. It is a supreme weapon of destruction to be wielded with caution. Tongtian, as my third disciple, I present to you the four swords of extermination and the extermination formation diagram. While they are not innate treasures and cannot suppress fate, the unity of the four swords and the diagram can establish the extermination sword formation, which, once set, can only be breached by the four saints. At these words, the assembly erupted in uproar. In the current primordial realm, there existed but a single saint, and the extermination sword formation could only be overcome by the four saints. Did this not imply that Tongtian was invincible in the primordial realm? We, your disciples, express our deepest gratitude for the bestowed treasures. The three purities bowed in unison. Hongjun spoke rapidly, for he had more to impart. Enwa, your lineage is exceptional. Though you lack great merits by birth, a significant opportunity awaits you in the future. Will you become my closed-door disciple? Enwa bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Master. I willingly accept. With a grand gesture, Hongjun summoned two radiant treasures into Enwa's hands. This is the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the red embroidery ball, with astonishing offensive power. Even a saint would suffer greatly if struck by it. It also contains three great merits for you to comprehend. This is the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the map of mountains, rivers, and the state, which encompasses a wondrous microcosm akin to the primordial realm, nurturing all things and capable of ensnaring them. Thank you, Master, for your gracious gifts, Enwa expressed once more, bowing deeply. Thereafter, Hongjun fell silent, and the purple cloud palace was enveloped in tranquility. However, the urgency of the situation dawned upon the duo of the Westerners. Receiving insight into the 6 mats representing the 6 sacred positions, the 6 disciples of the Tao ancestor. The previous 4 had made everything clear. Why had it halted at their juncture? In an instant, they began to weep profusely. Alas, we of the West are impoverished, our spiritual essence is obscured, our spiritual veins devastated. We beseech the Tao ancestor to take us as disciples, that we may revitalize the Western lands. As they cried out and rolled about, their tears soaked their tattered robes, a truly pitiable sight. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Feng Xuan discreetly produced a jade disc to record the moment, intending to share it with the disciples of the Western Church in the future. As the saying goes, the child who cries receives sweets, and moreover, Hongjun himself owed a debt of karma to the West, compelling him to reluctantly speak. Enough, he declared. You two possess great resolve and bear significant responsibilities. Thus, I shall accept you as registered disciples under my tutelage. Though the two displayed visible displeasure at the title of disciple, it sufficed for them, as their true desires lay in attaining sanctity and spiritual treasures. With another wave of his hand, Hongjun conjured several streams of brilliance that descended into their hands. These were the supreme innate spiritual treasures, the 12th rank merit golden lotus, the 8 treasure merit pool, the divine scepter, and the merit golden bowl. Aside from the 12th rank merit golden lotus, Hongjun found it too tedious to enumerate the ranks of the others. However, Zhuan-Ti and Jia-Yin were thoroughly satisfied. They had never encountered such an abundance of spiritual treasures in their lifetimes, overflowing with joy. We humbly thank our esteemed teacher for your benevolence, wishing you blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity surpassing the southern mountains. Hearing this, the onlookers regarded the two with bemusement, while Hongjun could not help but twitch his lips in amusement. Haha, how amusing! To wish for blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity surpassing the southern mountains. Are they not cursing me instead? Elated beyond measure, Feng Xuan erupted in mirth, nearly fumbling the precious record stone in his grasp. The antics of the pair were simply too amusing. Just then, the gaze of Hongjun swept over him, and Feng Xuan instantly straightened, adopting an air of rapt attention. Feng Xuan, Hongjun intoned, your origins are extraordinary, and you are blessed with great merit and fortune. Moreover, as my grand disciple, I shall bestow upon you the Hongming measuring ruler, a treasure of acquired merit, to safeguard your path. A resplendent ruler, approximately 3 feet in length, materialized in Feng Xuan's hands. Its form shimmered with a violet aura interwoven with the golden radiance of merit. Simultaneously, an essence of pure, unadulterated lethality coursed through the ruler, inspiring dread in those who beheld it. The Hongming measuring ruler, a treasure of acquired merit. It was born from a fraction of the merit earned during the creation of the heavens, combined with a wisp of Hongming energy from the genesis of the primordial world. A supreme instrument of slaughter, its might rivals that of the Panga banner, possessing the ability to slay without incurring karmic consequences and to unravel myriad spells. Truly, an exquisite treasure for plunder and assassination. A wave of envious glances washed over Feng Xuan. The three pure ones, as direct disciples, receiving treasures of that caliber was understandable. But for Feng Xuan, merely a grand disciple, to be granted such a boon, it was enough to provoke tears of envy. Your disciple expresses profound gratitude, Master. The three pure ones, witnessing this, offered their renewed thanks to Taoist ancestor Hongjun. Feng Xuan respectfully expressed his gratitude. Disciple, thanks the Grand Master. Hongjun nodded in acknowledgement, then retrieved 7 strands of profound purple energy imbued with the essence of the Tao from within his robe. This was the primordial purple qi. He urged them to contemplate it deeply, striving to achieve sanctity at the earliest opportunity. The 6 strands of primordial purple qi soared forth, entering the spiritual beings of the 6 individuals. The onlookers were filled with envy, particularly Di Jun and Tai Yi, who believed themselves to be equal to the 6 seated on the mat, yet they found themselves devoid of access to this exalted treasure. At that moment, the final strand of primordial purple qi captivated the attention of everyone present as they realized this was their last chance. We beseech the Tao ancestors' benevolence. Grant us the opportunity to attain sanctity. The crowd clamored. However, Hongjun paid them no heed. Instead, he cast a glance at Feng Xuan. Feng Xuan, sensing the situation, instinctively retracted his head into his neck, for he dared not seize it. The final strand of primordial purple qi was akin to a death warrant. Whoever claimed it would find themselves in dire straits. Were he to grasp it, he would be confined to Kunlun Mountain for eternity before achieving sanctification. Such a risk was not worth the reward. Furthermore, endowed with extraordinary insight, he was confident that, even if the current cosmic environment paled in comparison to the primordial era, he could prove his path through sheer strength, rendering the primordial purple qi entirely unnecessary. Observing his demeanor, Hongjun shook his head with a sigh, turning his gaze to the assembly below. The Tao encompasses 50. While the celestial transformations account for 49, one must be relinquished, and that very one represents a glimmer of hope, which this final strand of primordial purple qi had already chosen. With that, he released the last strand of primordial purple qi. To everyone's astonishment, it floated autonomously, as if endowed with consciousness, swirling within the purple cloud palace. It brushed past Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, the River of Darkness, Dong Wang Gong, Shi Wang Mu, and Kunping. Ultimately, it lingered above the head of Hongyun, before seamlessly merging into his primordial spirit, thus selecting him. Thank you, Tao Ancestor, for your benevolence. Hongyun gratefully bowed to Hongjun. The others glared at Hongyun with gritted teeth, wishing fervently to devour him whole. Among them, Kunping, in particular, harbored intense resentment, had it not been for Hongyun's accommodating nature during the first lecture. He might not have fallen from the lotus seat, losing his opportunity for sanctification. His animosity toward Hongyun had already reached a boiling point, and now, witnessing him gain a chance at sanctification, it stirred within him an unbearable imbalance, leading him to plot Hongyun's demise. Noticing the brewing tension, Zenyuanzi quickly drew his friend close, positioning himself to protect him and preparing to flee once the lecture concluded. Once this discourse ends, I shall merge with the Tao to replenish the deficiencies of the celestial path. Henceforth, Hongjun embodies the celestial path, while the celestial path does not embody Hongjun. Upon hearing this, the assembly bowed in reverence, exclaiming, "The Tao ancestors' righteousness." At that moment, Hongjun felt a whisper of relief, then spoke softly, "Since the dawn of creation, I have existed, traversing the vast wilderness for countless epochs, collecting innumerable spiritual treasures. I now place them all at the treasure divide outside the Purple Cloud Palace. You may take what you will, as fate allows." As his words echoed, the 3 pure ones were the first to react, transforming into streaks of light and soaring forth. The others followed suit, unleashing unprecedented speed, eager to seize the spiritual treasures rather than lament their absence later amidst the vast wilderness. Thus, only Hongjun, Feng Xuan, and Hutu remained within the Purple Cloud Palace. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan strode out of the palace, instantly awakening Hao Yin and Yao Qi, who had been dozing nearby. The two gazed at Feng Xuan with curiosity and mustered the courage to inquire. Are you also a manifestation of the Primordial Chaos Stone? Ding. The system detected Haotian and Yaoqi's desire to befriend you. Please make the following choice. 1. Instantly refine them. Those of the same kin are meant to enhance oneself. Take advantage of Hongjuan's distraction to refine the two immediately. Reward. Hongjuan's fondness for you will plummet to 0. 2. Cultivate a friendship with the two. Possessing the supreme destiny of 99 and the Phoenix Fate, they will undoubtedly become your allies in the future. Reward. Supreme destiny of 99. Upon seeing the System S options, Feng Xuan decisively chose the second. Although the two were indeed alluring, they were not sufficiently compelling for him to resort to such actions. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan presented the 5-turn golden elixir, bestowed upon him by his master for the first time, to the two individuals. As they accepted the precious gift, tears of gratitude streamed down their faces. It was the first time, apart from Hongjun, that anyone had shown them such kindness. Overwhelmed with emotion, they embraced him tightly, weeping uncontrollably. Oh, brother, you are so kind to us. Congratulations to the host for selecting option 2. The Supreme Destiny of 99 has been granted. The system's reward, the Supreme Destiny of 99, is a swirling mass of purple golden energy, which can only be fused with, otherwise. It remains trapped within the system's confines. At present, his strength is insufficient to contend for dominance in the Hongwang, and he plans to wait until the two races of the Wu and the Lich withdraw, seizing the opportunity to reap the benefits effortlessly. After soothing the two individuals, Feng Xuan made his way to the dividing treasure cliff. Haotian and Yaoqi clutched the 5-turn golden elixir tightly, gazing at his retreating figure with admiration and reverence, silently resolving within themselves. Upon arriving at the dividing treasure cliff, he found that most of the magical artifacts had already been collected, and everyone was preparing to depart. Feng Xuan strode over with an air of confidence, effortlessly lifting the Finbao cliff and, to the astonishment of the onlookers, storing it within his own shimmy space. As they beheld the now empty area, realization dawned upon them. How careless. The Finbao cliff, capable of harboring such a multitude of spiritual treasures, must undoubtedly be an extraordinary artifact. Alas, it had already been claimed by another. The pain of this loss was excruciating. Ha ha, my disciple is indeed clever. Far more so than I had anticipated. Yuan Shi's hearty laughter resonated throughout the chaos, as if he wished for all to acknowledge Feng Xuan's brilliance. Humph. The Eastern King, visibly displeased, took his leave from the chaos. Di Jun and Tai Yi continued their efforts to woo the formidable Kunlun, Bai Zhe, and other powerful beings from the demon tribe. Feng Xuan, my dear brother, it has been quite some time since you last visited me. Do you harbor an aversion towards me? At that moment, Niwa approached Feng Xuan, her exquisite visage tinged with a hint of melancholy, reminiscent of a heartbroken woman. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan gazed at Niwa, who wore an expression of eager anticipation and responded in a leisurely manner. Congratulations, host, on selecting option 2. Please proceed to Kunlun Mountain to claim your reward. Upon hearing this, Niwa did not elaborate further. Very well, I shall await your arrival. She replied before departing the chaos with Fushi. Disciple, it is time for us to leave as well, Laozi remarked. Subsequently, the four of them traversed the chaos together, returning to the primordial world. Within the Jade Void Palace, the three pure ones sat in high regard. Disciple, we must comprehend the primordial purple chi and gain insight into the path of the quasi-saint. For the next millennium, and indeed for several millennia thereafter, we shall be unable to emerge from our seclusion. We understand your impatience and know you will inevitably venture into the vast expanse of the primordial land. Here, take these. Before Feng Xuan appeared the Li Di Yin Guang banner, the 9 dragons incense palanquin, and 24 sea calming pearls. You have already received the postnatal treasure, the primordial celestial measuring ruler bestowed by your master. We shall now grant you 3 additional treasures, 1 for defense, 1 for escape, and 1 for entrapment. With these, you need not fear for your life, the 3 pure ones said, their expressions kind and benevolent as they regarded him. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Feng Xuan articulated with solemnity, his thoughts concurrently drifting towards the previously acquired enlightenment tree. Indeed, esteemed masters, a moment of your time. I possess an artifact that may significantly aid your seclusion. Transforming into a streak of light, he hastened back to his own sanctum. Observing the flourishing enlightenment tree beside the spiritual pool, he extended his hand and unceremoniously denuded it of its leaves. Several thousand leaves from the enlightenment tree materialized in Feng Xuan's grasp, embodying the culmination of the tree's tens of millennia of fruition. Swiftly thereafter, he returned with fervor to the Jade Void Palace. Esteemed masters, he announced, these are leaves from the superior grade congenital spiritual root, the enlightenment tree, which I chanced upon. They possess the ability to facilitate enlightenment and should prove beneficial to you. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Feng Xuan withdrew from the Yushu Palace and returned to his own sanctuary for cultivation. Time flowed like water, and the primordial wilderness paid no heed to the passage of years. Before long, a millennium had slipped by, during which the ambience of profound Tao essence enveloped Feng Xuan's retreat. Countless innate spiritual energies converged upon a small stone peak, forming a colossal vortex of spiritual essence. Under the enhancement of a tenfold cultivation speed, Feng Xuan's millennium of practice equated to 100 millennia. With such a profound accumulation, the attainment of the great Luo golden immortal was tantalizingly close. Seated in meditation, Feng Xuan's eyes were gently closed, and with each breath, he inhaled innate spiritual energy so dense it nearly coalesced into droplets. A misty haze obscured the surroundings, rendering them indistinct. Above him, 3 blossoms of varying hues radiated a mesmerizing light of Tao, poised to bloom as they awaited the opportune moment. The sky above was a vast expanse of azure, devoid of any gathering calamity clouds. Those blessed by the Tao are sheltered from heavenly tribulations. Rather, the tribulations themselves retreat in avoidance. Feng Xuan, enraptured and intoxicated by the profound essence of the Taiqing, Yuqing, and Shangqing celestial decrees, skillfully amalgamated these intricate teachings, harmonizing them with his own condition to forge a unique doctrine, aptly named the Golden Chapter of the Great Way. This endeavor embodies the pursuit of the ultimate truth, the attainment of the Great Way, and the transcendence beyond it. At the very moment the Golden Chapter of the Great Way was manifested, Feng Xuan reached an unparalleled pinnacle in his realm. The very peaks of the little stone summit trembled under the immense pressure. In that fleeting instant, the heavens and the earth lost their luster, as if the world were reduced to nothing but the 3 eternal blossoms of the great Luo Sanhua. The celestial trifecta of heaven, earth, and humanity simultaneously unfurled in this moment. The Tao fruit of the great Luo golden immortal was achieved. Each blossom radiated the essence of the 9th rank, embodying the dignity of a sage. Feng Xuan slowly opened his eyes, a flash of divine radiance passing through them, revealing a chaotic blend of colors reflecting the myriad of celestial entities. After nearly 100,000 years in the primordial world, he finally attained the exalted realm of the great Luo golden immortal, marking a modest achievement and a semblance of self-defense capability. As he strolled along the small stone peak, Feng Xuan was overwhelmed with a sense of nostalgia. The path of cultivation was indeed fraught with challenges. However, now that his realm had ascended, he still needed to refine the innate restrictions of numerous spiritual treasures. The Hongmeng measuring ruler, the earthly flame banner, the 9 dragons scented palanquin, 24 sea calming pearls, and the star essence wheel. There were too many treasures, which was not necessarily a boon, as it required an ample amount of time for ritualistic refinement. In the vast expanse of the primordial land, the Kunlun pursued the fleeing Hongyun with relentless speed, intent on seizing the Hongmeng purple chi from him. As the first primordial red cloud to take form, Hongyun's swiftness was unmatched. Few in the primordial realm could rival him. Yet, he encountered the Kunlun, a creature naturally adept in the laws of wind. Impossible. Abandon this pursuit. Hongyun bellowed, unleashing all his might as he fled towards the direction of Wuzhuang Temple. At that sanctuary, his peril would dissipate, safeguarded by the formidable earthly book formation. Zenyuanzi, I was foolish not to heed your counsel and venture out. Just as Hongyun was making his escape, Two swords imbued with boundless malevolence surged towards him, aiming directly for his life. In that fleeting moment of life and death, Hongyun's survival instincts ignited, allowing him to narrowly evade the blades. Although he was not slain, the murderous intent had infiltrated his being, obstructing the flow of his magical energy. He was compelled to halt and cleanse himself while scanning the surroundings for the assailant. Who dares? A chilling laughter echoed, and the two swords returned, gripped tightly by a pair of crimson hands. A figure cloaked in black robes materialized before Hongyun. Surrender the Hongming purple chi. Taoist Mingi. I bear you no ill will. Why do you obstruct me? Hongyun gritted his teeth, recognizing the figure as the ancestor of the Mingi River, perplexed by their enmity. We bear no grudge, yet you possess the Hongming purple chi, and I too desire to attain sanctity. Underneath the robe, the ancestor of the Mingi River's scarlet eyes fixated on Hongyun, wielding the Yuan Tu and Abi swords, intent on claiming Hongyun's life. The Yuan Tu and Abi, the ancestral spiritual treasures of the Mingi ancestor, were exceptional innate artifacts, suffused with a murderous aura capable of eliminating targets without consequence. They were perfectly suited for ambushing someone as fortunate as Hongyun. As the blades descended, the Kunlun, previously cast aside, rejoined the fray. Stop! The Kunlun summoned his own crafted spiritual treasure, the Demon Master Palace, to block the lethal swords. I claimed this first. The ancestor of the Mingi River narrowed his eyes, the swords humming ominously, showing no sign of retreat. The atmosphere grew tense. There was only one opportunity for sanctity, and neither party was willing to concede. Faced with the Kunlun, the ancestor of the Mingi River wasted no words, charging forward with the two swords. An overwhelming force erupted, dimming the heavens and earth, the tangible aura of slaughter making it difficult for both Hongyun and the Kunlun to breathe. Ha ha ha. Kunlun, who grants you the audacity to contest with me? Commanding an endless sea of blood and wielding two exceptional innate treasures, few could rival the ancestor of the Mingi River in the primordial realm. The Kunlun, lacking even a single usable treasure, dared to vie for the Hongming purple chi. Absurd. The Kunlun's expression darkened. He truly feared engaging with the ancestor of the Mingi River. Against two supreme innate swords, he found himself defenseless. Thus, he resorted to exerting his influence. The ambush on Hongyun was a plot orchestrated by the Demon Court. Do you intend to oppose the Demon Court? Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the Mingi River's gaze flickered. After the conclusion of the third lecture by the Tao ancestor, Emperor Jun and Tai had nearly unified all the demon clans to establish the Demon Court, receiving accolades from the heavenly Tao. The Demon Court was filled with formidable beings, and with Emperor Jun and Tai, their strength surpassed that of the Celestial Court. For a moment, the Celestial Court, established by the Eastern King, chose to retreat and avoid confrontation. The Demon Court? I fear them not. The ancestor of the Mingi River laughed heartily, dismissing the Demon Court entirely. He was but one individual, yet even if faced with 10 demon courts, he remained unyielding. Below, Hongyun, listening to the discourse above regarding his fate, felt a blaze of fury and resentment ignite within him. He produced his own supreme innate treasure, the 99 scattered soul gourd. Zenyuanzi, should there be a next life, I shall heed your words. With the gourd's mouth opened, countless red sands poured forth, obscuring the sky. Both the ancestor of the Mingi River and the Kunlun retreated thousands of miles, evading the onslaught of the red sands. Hongyun, cease your struggle. These scattered soul sands cannot protect you. The Kunlun transformed into his true form, his wings unfurling to summon a tempest against the deluge of red sands. Seizing the moment, he aimed for Hongyun's life. The ancestor of the Mingi River conjured a red lotus to withstand the scattered sands while also advancing towards Hongyun. Even in death, I shall not relinquish the Hongming purple chi to you. Hongyun fixed his determined gaze upon the approaching duo, resolved to forsake his own life. A sense of foreboding surged within the ancestor of the Mingi River and the Kunlun as they beheld Hongyun's impending demise. Not good. Join me in death, my esteemed friends. Hongyun extended his hand, grasping at the fleeing duo, his skin cracking as if he were fragile porcelain. A fiery radiance erupted from his being, illuminating the cosmos. Boom. A cataclysmic explosion reverberated, affecting the land for thousands of miles, erasing all existence in its wake. The ancestor of the Mingi River and the Kunlun, caught at the center of the detonation, faced the brunt of the devastation. At that moment, the Kunlun was left bloodied and dazed, his demon master palace shattered. Teetering on the brink of death, the ancestor of the Mingi River fared better, his black robe tattered but not severely harmed. Thanks to the protective capabilities of the 12th grade fiery red lotus. Cough. Hong Yun was indeed a noteworthy figure, managing to drag others down with him even in his final moments. Yet, I am no easy prey. With that, he rose to collect Hong Yun's final relic, the 99 scattered soul gourd. At that juncture, nothing remained of Hong Yun, and the coveted Hong Meng purple chi was undoubtedly contained within the gourd. Upon acquiring the gourd, the ancestor of the Mingyi River was filled with elation, soaring toward the boundless sea of blood without hesitation. As he departed, two illustrious figures materialized at the site of Hong Yun's self-detonation, Emperor Jun and Tai, who had rushed upon hearing the news. Upon witnessing the devastation and the nearly lifeless Kunping, they quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Brother, this overwhelming aura of slaughter belongs to the ancestor of the Mingyi River, Tai remarked, keenly attuned to the atmosphere. Pursue. The two individuals, undeterred, summoned the technique of the Golden Crow and swiftly made their way toward the boundless sea of blood. Soon, they arrived at the shores of the river of the underworld. Observing the situation, Tai promptly invoked the chaos bell to suppress time and space, directing it towards the river. Caught off guard, the river of the underworld was forcefully struck down to the earth, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. River of the underworld, Tai declared, given that you once shared the teachings with us in the Purple Cloud Palace, surrender the 99 scattered soul gourd, and I shall spare your life. As Dijun and Tai descended before the river, the chaos bell returned, its power unmistakably evident. The river of the underworld realized that it could no longer retain the 99 scattered soul gourd today, and, with a hint of regret, conceded, my esteemed friends, I, the river of the underworld, accept my fate. With that, it presented the gourd, inviting the two to take it. Though Dijun and Tai sensed something amiss, the overwhelming strength and might of the spiritual treasure instilled no fear in them as they approached to claim it. Your wisdom is commendable, river of the underworld. Dijun began, intending to ease the tension between them, when suddenly he noticed a sly grin creeping across the river's previously tranquil face. Not good. In an instant, the river of the underworld self-detonated, unleashing a boundless cloud of blood mist that engulfed the two. Dijun and Tai were caught off guard, suffering grave injuries. The smoke billowed for miles, shaking the very ground. Yet despite the magnitude of the explosion, its lethality paled in comparison to the self-detonation of the red cloud. What of the demon emperor? He has still fallen into my trap. A sudden mocking voice echoed, causing Dijun and Tai to open their eyes in disbelief. Before them stood the river of the underworld, unscathed, leisurely toying with the 99 scattered soul gourd, as if the earlier explosion had never occurred. The river of the underworld slowly cast its gaze upon the wounded duo, seething with resentment. For the loss of a blood sea avatar nurtured over countless ages, I shall claim your lives in return. The two swords, Mingyuan and Ubi, soared forth, poised to eliminate them and prevent any future threats. Suddenly, the chaos bell instinctively shielded its masters, enveloping them in a protective barrier. The two were afforded a moment to breathe, retrieving spiritual treasures from the Shumi space to mend their wounds. Damn! Seeing the situation, the river of the underworld cursed under its breath and swiftly fled. With the chaos bell present, it would take time before they could be harmed again. After a considerable duration, Dijun and Tai managed to move their bodies, their eyes igniting with fury as they gazed toward the endless sea of blood. How dare the river of the underworld scheme against them? It was a foolhardy endeavor. Mobilize the forces and lay waste to the endless sea of blood. They roared in unison, preparing to return to the Sunstar and rally the demon clan to suppress the river of the underworld. Thus, beneath the realm of the quasi-saint, they were invincible. On the small stone peak, Feng Xuan let out a long howl toward the heavens, surrounded by several floating spiritual treasures. A profound sense of chaotic heaviness radiated from his form, indicative of his formidable physical prowess. The treasure cliff had been refined by Feng Xuan, elevating his physical strength to the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Coupled with numerous spiritual treasures, he felt no fear even at the pinnacle of Great Luo. With his masters still sequestered, he resolved to venture alone across the vast wilderness. As the saying goes, reading thousands of books is not as enriching as traveling thousands of miles. Cultivation is no different, whether one practices the Tao, the laws, merits, or any other path. It is inextricably linked to understanding and perceiving the world and all its wonders. This understanding forms the essential foundation for rapid advancement in cultivation. Moreover, currently, the three factions, the Demon Court, the Celestial Court, and the Witch Clan stand in a stable equilibrium. It is the perfect time for him to strategize for merit and bolster his own protection. He could also seek out his future junior brothers and sisters, guiding them into the fold. Such a good senior brother as he was truly a rarity. Master, second master, third master, I shall take my leave now. Feng Xuan arrived at the grand entrance of the Yushu Palace, bowing respectfully as he bid farewell to his masters. Clad in exquisite attire, he stepped forth from the core portal of Kunlun, casting a backward glance at the place he had inhabited for countless years. A fleeting sense of nostalgia welled up within him, yet his gaze soon transformed into one of resolute determination. Thereafter, he summoned a cloud of auspiciousness and journeyed forth. Shortly after his departure, a stunning fairy emerged from the nearby picturesque canyon, her gaze fixated intently on the retreating figure of Feng Xuan. Decades passed, and in the dense thickets on the eastern slopes of Kunlun Mountain, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Feng Xuan chuckled. Little Bai is still too young. She encountered such a formidable terror right outside, being directly taken as a mount, yet she remains blissfully unaware of her predicament. By the way, who is the most powerful among your clan? Feng Xuan inquired softly about the origins of the White Crane clan, pondering how they managed to settle in Kunlun Mountain. After a moment of deep contemplation, Xiao Bai, with a charming innocence, finally spoke. Master, I believe it is referred to as the ancestor of the White Crane. Though I am uncertain of its power, the ancestor of the White Crane? What could that possibly mean? Does such a figure truly exist in the primordial realm? Although his understanding of this world was not particularly profound, he was still familiar with its key figures. When had an ancestor of the White Crane emerged? He recalled that when his second master established the way of the unveiling, there was indeed a White Crane disciple among his followers, not a direct heir, but one who often acted as a messenger. Could it be that this ancestor of the White Crane is that very individual? Feng Xuan, pondering further, increasingly believed in the possibility of this notion. The fact that one could emerge from Kunlun Mountains signifies a considerable fortune. However, observing the self-proclaimed prodigy of the Baihe clan, who boasts of being a rare talent in 10,000 years yet possesses merely the cultivation of a Xieshan, indicates that the potential of the Baihe clan may not be particularly high. Thus, it seems quite reasonable to accept him as a disciple. Ding. The system has detected that the host has left Kunlun Mountain for the first time. Please make the following choices. 1. Fengqi Valley. Nuwa has been waiting for you. You will undoubtedly receive a warm reception there. Reward, 30 comprehension of the Tao of creation. 2. Endless Blood Sea. A great battle is about to commence there. Perhaps you could seize an opportunity. Reward, a wisp of primordial purple energy. 3. Wuzhuangguan. Zhen Yuanzi is currently in great sorrow and anger. You might take this chance to become his close friend, a beloved companion of the future ancestor of Earth Immortals. Reward, great karma technique friend, please wait. What the? In Feng Xuan's eyes, he could only see the phrase fellow Taoist, please hold your steps. Such a phrase is indeed a divine technique. During the impending calamity of the conferred gods, countless disciples of the perished upon hearing those words. Truly, it is a statement that seals the fate of those it addresses, the foremost causal divine technique of the primordial chaos. System, I choose 3. Feng Xuan silently contemplated. Congratulations. Host, for selecting option 3. The reward has been dispatched. Please exercise caution in your future conduct. Due to the vastness of the primordial world and its intricate geography, an additional feature, the lack of virtue map, has been activated for the host. What a pleasant surprise. When did this miserly system become so generous? Nonetheless, having a map is indeed advantageous, as it spares him from aimlessly wandering. Upon opening the map, Feng Xuan was rendered speechless as he beheld the distance between Wuzhuangguan and his current location. He had ventured eastward from the center of Kunlun, yet Wuzhuangguan lay at the western crossroads. He would have to retrace his steps. The sensation of being unable to exert his strength was exceedingly frustrating. Feng Xuan gently patted Xiao Bai's head. Xiao Bai, let us take flight towards the west. Certainly, master. Xiao Bai adjusted its course and soared westward. As they glided through the skies, Feng Xuan reveled in the breathtaking vistas of mountains and rivers while reflecting on the other 2 options he had just considered. The first was to venture to Fengqi Gorge. However, it was not that Feng Xuan was reluctant to go there, but rather that the timing was not opportune. From the perspective of his masters who were engrossed in their meditative retreats, it seemed that Nuo was similarly occupied. They were engaged in profound cultivation, and to disturb them at this moment would be utterly inappropriate. There was a risk that his efforts to foster goodwill might not only be in vain but could also result in a diminishment of their favor. Being the second sage of the universe, even if one attains sanctity through merit, should not be underestimated. Their strength was certainly not as feeble as it appeared. Feng Xuan felt that he was at least the foremost among those beneath his great master, provided that the third master did not invoke the Zhuxian formation. Riding Xiaobai, he arrived at Wuzhuangguan, swaying slightly as he approached. Observing the scars of destruction upon the surrounding forests, it was evident that a fierce battle had once raged here. Is Taoist Jin Yuan present? This humble one, Feng Xuan, has come to pay his respects. Feng Xuan leaped gracefully from the body of Xiaobai and bowed respectfully before the entrance of the mountain gate. Jin Yuanzi is indeed a figure worthy of reverence. Please come in. A hoarse voice emanated from within the temple, evoking a profound sense of desolation and sorrow. A person and a crane ascended the successive steps. Entering the temple. Upon detecting the host's entry into Wuzhuang Temple, the grand technique of karmic destiny, fellow Taoist, please hold your step, was initiated. Feng Xuan was overjoyed. Everything was stable now. He raised his head to gaze into the observation area. There, beneath a fruit tree laden with fruits resembling cherubic figures, sat a middle-aged Taoist in meditation. Before him lay a handful of soil saturated with blood. A crimson mist enveloped the earth, both tragic and magnificent. The fruit tree was a ginseng fruit, one of the top 10 extraordinary innate spiritual roots, and the middle-aged Taoist was none other than Jin Yuanzi, the master of Wuzhuang Temple. Feng Xuan, upon witnessing the situation, opened his mouth, unsure of what to say, and could only remain silent. Are the three pure ones well? Jin Yuanzi suddenly inquired. My master and the others are all in good health, currently in seclusion to comprehend the primordial purple chi. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Feng Xuan. Where did this primordial purple energy come from? How did it end up in my hands? I do not dare to comprehend it at all. Feng Xuan held the primordial purple aura in his hands, feeling a sense of disorientation and immense pressure. Jin Yuanzi, my friend, how is it that this primordial purple aura has circled back into my possession? He pondered, unable to extricate himself from this predicament. Beside him, Jin Yuanzi wore a grave expression, his eyes filled with sorrow. His gaze remained steadfastly fixated on the blood-red soil before him, seemingly indifferent to the primordial purple aura, which was the very foundation of saintly ascendance, as if it were nothing more than a worthless withered grass. Jin Yuanzi slowly spoke. Feng Xuan, you should accept this primordial purple aura. Such a calamity is something I would never dare to touch, not even the slightest bit. Even if it means I shall remain devoid of the saintly position in this lifetime, I shall have no regrets. With that, he gently shook his head, a look of resolute determination crossing his face. Upon hearing Jin Yuanzi's words, a surge of genuine admiration welled up within Feng Xuan. Jin Yuanzi was indeed a man of deep loyalty and righteousness. No wonder he garnered the respect of the celestial deities in later generations. Yet, how could the Crimson Cloud, destined to become a quasi-saint, so easily succumb to demise? Feng Xuan recalled the tales he had heard in his previous life regarding the reincarnation of Red Cloud as Yunjiangzi, a notion of considerable credibility. Although reincarnation has yet to commence in the present age, those who have attained the status of Deluo Golden Immortal and above are inherently exempt from the cycle of rebirth. The Deluo Golden Immortal embodies the unity of past, present, and future, attaining a state of eternal freedom and leisure, impervious to death, merely awaiting the opportune moment for their return. For instance, the future incarnation of Dong Wang Gong would indeed be Dong Hua Di Jun, and the pure Yang Sword Immortal, El Dongbin, has also undergone reincarnation. With this in mind, Feng Xuan spoke. Jin Yuanzi, my friend, you may yet encounter Taoist Red Cloud once more. Upon hearing this, Jin Yuanzi's body trembled violently as he swiftly approached Feng Xuan, fixing a penetrating gaze upon him. What did you say? Could it be that Taoist Red Cloud is not deceased? Observing the hope radiating from Jin Yuanzi, Feng Xuan let out a soft sigh. Taoist Red Cloud has indeed passed away, yet it appears he has entered. A chilling sensation of trepidation surged within Feng Xuan, rendering him unable to utter the word reincarnation. Seeing the troubled expression on Feng Xuan's face, Jin Yuanzi, though voicing no sound, instantly comprehended the implication and restrained him from continuing. Feng Xuan, my friend, it suffices to know that Taoist Red Cloud still has a chance to re-emerge. I am content with this knowledge, even if it may be untrue. At this moment, Feng Xuan found himself gasping for breath. Was he truly unable to speak the word reincarnation now? Or was it that he could not disclose it to Jin Yuanzi? It is indeed a reality, yet I would advise you to preserve the relics of Taoist Red Cloud. They may prove invaluable in the future. Indeed. I shall safeguard them well, Jin Yuanzi replied, and with that, he stowed away the blood-colored earth and summoned the earth book, making his way outside. This left Feng Xuan utterly perplexed. Where are you headed, my friend? Jin Yuanzi responded with a commanding tone to the boundless sea of blood. To retrieve the 99 scatter soul gourd. Ah, such a sudden and audacious declaration. Feng Xuan recalled the second option of the system, the endless blood sea, where the system indicated that a great battle would ensue. It seemed that the underworld river had taken away the 99 scatter soul gourd from Hongyun, prompting the demon court to mobilize forces to the endless blood sea. Goodness, this situation is perilously dangerous. However, observing the unwavering determination of Jin Yuanzi, he realized it would be futile to dissuade him. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to follow suit. Suddenly, he thought that with Jin Yuanzi by his side, he felt remarkably secure. The Earth Book formation was no trifling matter. The Earth Book, formed from the membrane of the Earth, connected the entire veins of the primordial world. Should anyone damage the Earth Book, it would be tantamount to annihilating the entire network of the primordial veins, not to mention the insurmountable karmic retribution that could ensnare several saints. Would the heavenly path merely stand by and watch as it approached destruction? Shall by, let us proceed. Feng Xuan mounted his steed, Little White, in pursuit of Jin Yuanzi. Minghe, surrender the primordial purple qi, and I shall spare your life. Above the boundless sea of blood, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi boasted imperiously. After a millennium of recuperation and preparation, their wounds had fully healed, and their strength at the early stage of quasi-saint was unmistakable. Surrounding them were throngs of demon soldiers and generals. If you do not emerge, I shall confine you eternally within this blood sea. Emperor Jun called out repeatedly across the crimson expanse, yet received no response. Minghe was utterly bewildered. He rifled through the 99 scatter soul gourd repeatedly, searching in vain for any trace of the primordial purple qi. Where is the primordial purple qi? After a meticulous examination, Minghe hurled the gourd away in frustration, realizing he had been deceived. Curse that red cloud for playing us all. Enraged Minghe, he had secured neither the primordial purple qi nor any allies, leaving him with nothing but grievances. Red Cloud was dead, and he, Minghe, was left to endure the relentless harassment from those two meddlesome fools outside. Truly, it was a stroke of misfortune. Red Cloud, I am furious. The more he pondered, the more incensed he became. However, with Red Cloud deceased and nowhere to vent his anger, he could only swallow his wrath. I must confront those two fools and clarify that I refuse to bear the blame. Clutching the 99 scatter soul gourd, Minghe ascended towards the blood sea. Two friends. Clang. The chaos bell descended, its terrifying force and resounding chime instantly tearing Minghe apart, reducing him to a cloud of blood mist. Minghe barely surfaced before being obliterated. What a relief. Dare to deceive us, and this is the consequence. Tai Yi howled to the heavens, casting aside the previous frustrations and rage. Emperor Jun stepped forward to retrieve the 99 scatter soul gourd for a thorough inspection. Is the primordial purple qi within? Tai Yi inquired eagerly. Emperor Jun shook his head. Tai Yi fumed. This Minghe is utterly clueless. Two friends. Clang. Tai Yi effortlessly tore apart Minghe once more. Two friends. Clang. Two. Clang. Clang. After countless deaths, Minghe had learned his lesson and manifested dozens of clones at once. Two friends. There is no primordial purple qi in the 99 scatter soul gourd. We have been deceived by Red Cloud. At last, Minghe finished his explanation, only to be met with the incredulous gazes of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. Do you think we would believe you? The Chaos Bell was fully empowered, suppressing the primordial world and unleashing the might of the heavens, annihilating all of Minghe's clones. After this encounter, Minghe realized that reasoning with those two stubborn youths was futile. He ceased further explanations and retreated deep within the endless blood sea to cultivate in seclusion. He excelled at perseverance and refused to believe they could annihilate this boundless blood sea. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi waited in vain, discovering that Minghe truly was hiding and refusing to emerge. They were at an impasse. They could not linger indefinitely while the Immortal Court and the Witch Clan remained their adversaries, exerting tremendous pressure on the Demon Court. Gathering the main forces of the Demon Court was not a wise decision. It was time to withdraw. This turtle truly leaves us no recourse. No need for concern. Once our great celestial array is complete, he shall face dire consequences. Tai Yi and Emperor Jun prepared to lead the Demon Clan back. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, imbued with boundless fury. Leave the 99 scatter soul gored behind. A vast earthen-colored array descended in an instant, ensnaring Emperor Jun and Tai Yi within its grasp. Zhen Yuanzi calmly stepped into the formation, ready to confront the two demon sovereigns. The array fully sealed at that moment, preventing anyone from entering or exiting. Wait for me. I have yet to enter the array. The tardy Feng Xuan, witnessing the completely closed formation, lowered his raised hand. I have not yet entered the array. Observing the returning demon clan, many of whom he recognized from the Purple Cloud Palace, Feng Xuan took a deep breath. Steadying his fluctuating aura, and tentatively spoke, "Esteemed friends, I hope you are all well." Leading the group, Baizhe emerged from the throng of demons, a look of delight gracing his face. His demeanor was warm and friendly, and the aura of a primordial auspicious beast was quite comforting. Yet Feng Xuan felt as though he were facing an adversary. Outnumbered, he was one against millions, and the advantage was not in his favor. Trouble was all too easy to invite. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan retreated a few steps, for the voice combined with that visage possessed an astonishing potency. Baizhe, witnessing this, no longer pressed the matter. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the vast ochre array that severed all connections. How long could his esteemed friend Zhen Yuanzi sustain this? In Baizhe's eyes, even with the assistance of the Earth Book and the formidable Earth Array, he doubted Zhen Yuanzi could contend with two demon emperors. As a senior figure in the demon court, he was acutely aware of the terrifying power wielded by Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, forces beyond the reach of those of their caliber. I am not so sure. Feng Xuan gazed confidently at the Earthbook Grand Array, pondering whether others were truly unaware of its origins. He was certain that the confrontation within was not a 2-on-1, but rather a singular challenge. With the Earthbook supporting him, Zhen Yuanzi would be endowed with a steady flow of earthly spiritual energy, facing a quasi-saint being endowed with infinite magical power. Even if Emperor Jun and Tai Yi possessed slightly superior realms, they would not hold a definitive advantage. Oh, is that so? Then let us await the outcome. Baizhe exclaimed in astonishment. Is Zhen Yuanzi truly so formidable? However, their speculations were ultimately futile. Only the final result would reveal who was right and who was wrong. Inside the Earth Book Grand Array, events unfolded precisely as Feng Xuan had anticipated. The array was divided into 3 distinct sections, each separated by formations, with Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, and Zhen Yuanzi each occupying one part, creating a tripartite stalemate. What are you planning, Zhen Yuanzi? Emperor Jun observed the surrounding ochre array, feeling utterly helpless. He dared not make a move. I have made myself very clear. Surrender the 99 scatter soul gourd, Zhen Yuanzi replied in a grave tone, gracefully stepping through the formations until he stood before Emperor Jun. Impossible. Emperor Jun immediately rejected the demand. Although the 99 scatter soul gourd lacked the primordial purple energy, it was still an exquisite innate spiritual treasure. Whether for personal use or to bestow upon his subordinates, it would significantly enhance his power. Then let us engage in a duel, Zhen Yuanzi commanded, activating the Earth Book. The formations beneath Emperor Jun shifted, unleashing a barrage of earth spikes that radiated a chilling light. The ground became unsteady, forcing Emperor Jun to ascend into the air, where ochre flying swords coalesced, launching an unrelenting assault upon him. As he defended himself, dodging the onslaught, Emperor Jun found his magical energy depleting rapidly. The flying swords seemed inexhaustible, as if they would never run dry. Zhen Yuanzi occasionally unleashed his own attacks, and even with the protection of the river map and the Luo book, Emperor Jun soon bore wounds all over, golden blood cascading from his body, a truly tragic sight. What have you done to my brother? If you have the courage, come at me. Tai Yi, witnessing his brother's dire state, erupted in fury, clamoring for a duel with Zhen Yuanzi. However, Zhen Yuanzi paid him no mind. With the chaos spell at hand, Tai Yi was merely a stubborn fool, unable to pose a threat at this moment. After a considerable time, observing that Emperor Jun was nearly exhausted, A glint of murderous intent flickered in Zhang Yunzi's eyes. He prepared to unleash a lethal strike to conclude Emperor Jun's life. Had it not been for their earlier blockade of the demon clan at Wuzhuang Temple, Hong Yun would not have perished. Hong Yun, I shall first slay Emperor Jun. The vengeance against the others will be avenged in due time. As the killing move approached, Emperor Jun faced imminent death. At that moment, an invisible power descended, neutralizing Zhen Yuanzi's lethal strike and dismantling the Earthbook Grand Array. Tai reacted swiftly, rushing forward to shield Emperor Jun. Zhen Yuanzi momentarily stood in a daze before hastily retrieving the fallen 9-9 Scatter Soul Gourd. Zhen Yuanzi, you are formidable indeed. My demon court vows to be your enemy. At this point, Tai had already whisked Emperor Jun away thousands of miles, turning back to deliver a harsh parting remark before returning to the Sunstar. However, the image of Emperor Jun on the brink of death lingered in the eyes of the demon horde. Witnessing the retreating figures of the two demon emperors, Weizhe was taken aback. Zhen Yuanzi actually managed to subdue both demon emperors and nearly brought one to death. How astonishing. Feng Xuan. Now that the two demon emperors have retreated, we too must depart. Until we meet again, Weizhe conveyed. Clasping his fists in farewell to Feng Xuan upon receiving news of Tai Yi's withdrawal, before organizing his forces to return to the ancient starry sky, leaving only Feng Xuan and the contemplative Zhen Yuanzi behind. At that moment, Zhen Yuanzi approached Feng Xuan, holding the 9-9 Scatter Soul Gourd. Feng Xuan, I must return to my seclusion to cultivate, seeking the elusive opportunity for sanctification. I hope, as you have said, that I shall see Hong Yun once more. With that, Zhen Yuanzi departed, leaving behind 5 ginseng fruits and several leaves of the ginseng fruit tree as a token of gratitude. High above in the heavens, amidst the thick clouds, a nascent cloud began to take shape. Although the heavenly Tao had already manifested, the essence of this cloud remained of innate caliber. Master, where shall we go now? Little White bounced with excitement, having encountered numerous new wonders and races during this time. Let us wander at our leisure. Oh, Feng Xuan rode on Xiaobai, aimlessly wandering through the vast expanse of the primordial world. Unbeknownst to him, he arrived at Mount Buzhou. This mountain, transformed from the spine of the great deity Pangu, serves as the celestial pillar supporting the heavens and the earth. Indomitable and unyielding, it simultaneously nurtures an innumerable array of treasures. Perhaps he might chance upon a rare find. The vastness of Mount Buzhou stretches for countless miles, rendering a person standing atop it as insignificant as a single drop of water in the ocean. Feng Xuan and Xiaobai descended upon an unknown precipice, ascending along a rugged path in search of spiritual herbs, blossoms, and treasures. The realm of Tongtian Dan Dao is replete with numerous alchemical formulas, making this an opportune moment to gather the necessary materials. Suddenly, a voice resonated. Who dares to infringe upon the sacred grounds of my witch clan? Before Feng Xuan could turn, a piercing arrow shot through the air, aiming directly for his vital points. Master, quickly evade. Xiaobai, ever loyal and fiercely protective, unfurled her wings and shielded Feng Xuan from behind. As the arrow approached, Xiaobai closed her eyes, bracing for the anticipated pain. However, to her surprise, the expected agony did not manifest. Slowly, she opened her eyes to behold Feng Xuan standing resolutely before her. Having grasped the arrow with one hand and, with a firm squeeze, shattered it into pieces. Xiaobai, it's all right now. Feng Xuan calmed the slightly anxious heart of Xiaobai, and then cast his gaze towards the direction from which the arrows were shot. He beheld several more arrows hurtling towards them, as if intent on bringing about their demise. Feng Xuan was instantly consumed by rage. Seeking death, the primordial measuring ruler was summoned forth, its violet rays stretching across the heavens. An utterly pure and formidable force of annihilation enveloped the ruler, carrying with it an overwhelming wrath directed at the man still drawing his bow in the distance. Initially, he had no intention of stirring up trouble, yet the provocations were relentless. If that was the case, then let him perish. Upon witnessing the impending attack, the archer did not resign himself to fate. With a mighty leap, he cried out, Tongtian, save me. As his words echoed, a savage figure wielding a colossal axe soared into the air, his tremendous strength causing the very earth to shatter beneath him. The giant axe collided with the primordial measuring ruler, and with no suspense whatsoever, Tongtian was sent hurtling away, crashing heavily to the ground. The axe landed beside him, and a slight dent was visible upon its blade. Ding! Detection of animosity towards the host from the great shaman Hou Yi and Tongtian. Please make the following choices. 1. Forceful suppression. They have dared to confront you directly. Don't hesitate, just act. Reward. A piece of innate gung metal. 2. Kill them. They seek your demise, so you shall eliminate them. Offending the shaman clan is a risk taken. Reward. 6 pristine, innate spiritual bamboo roots. 3. Escape. I scorn you. Reward. A 1,000-year-old turtle that retracts its head. In his fury, Feng Xuan hesitated not a moment and chose the second option. Wielding the primordial measuring ruler, he advanced towards the fallen Tongtian. Meanwhile, Hui, witnessing this, incessantly drew his bow and loosed arrows at Feng Xuan in an attempt to thwart his actions. Yet, all were intercepted by the 24 sea calming pearls. Unable to breach an inch. You dare. The shaman clan shall not let you go unpunished. Hui, left with no other recourse, could only threaten loudly. Feng Xuan did not relent. The Hongming measuring ruler descended mercilessly. Tongtian raised his hand, attempting to withstand the onslaught with sheer physical strength. But such aspirations were but a fanciful dream. The moment of contact left him mangled and bloodied. With a single strike, Tongtian's body was cleaved asunder. No. Hui cried out in anguish, mourning the loss of his dear friend. As he beheld Tongtian's dismembered form, Feng Xuan pressed on, once more wielding the Hongming measuring ruler to strike at the seemingly lifeless body nearby. Was it feigning death? Did it truly believe it could evade his perception? Upon sensing the blade's approach, the previously motionless body sprang to life, scrambling away like a headless beast. Yet, it was futile. The Hongming measuring ruler, regardless of how far one might flee, remained within its striking range. Such was the might of the measuring of heaven. Tongtian was effortlessly severed in twain from a distance, his demise irrevocable. Now, it was your turn. Feng Xuan turned to face Hui, whose face was filled with resentment. With a light step, he traversed the shifting dimensions and appeared before him, brandishing the Hongming Liangtian, ready to conclude the matter. Stop. A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens, and Feng Xuan sensed an overwhelming, searing danger approaching from behind. Instantly, he dodged aside, turning to prepare himself for the incoming threat. Dare to kill a great shaman of the witch clan? Even if Hongjun himself were to arrive today, he could not save you. Before him stood a towering figure, clad entirely in crimson, exuding a rugged and savage aura. Blood surged violently around him, distorting the very fabric of space and time, devoid of any trace of celestial energy. In other words, there was no reference to any realm of power. Yet, Feng Xuan did not dare to underestimate him. The palpable sense of danger was unmistakable, as if he were confronting a primordial beast, inherently suppressed. If he was not mistaken, this was Zhu Rong, one of the 12 ancestor witches. The witch clan could not cultivate magical powers. All their strength resided in their physical forms, which were terrifyingly formidable. The ancestor witches, enhanced by the blood of Pangu, possessed strength far surpassing that of many beings in the primordial realm. Had it not been for Hutu's transformation into reincarnation, the witch clan would have had no means to resist during the battle against the demons. Boy, dare to ignore me? Then perish. Zhu Rong, seeing Feng Xuan's indifference, was instantly enraged. With a single step, the very heavens and earth trembled, and he swung his colossal fist toward Feng Xuan. The oppressive aura of his blood energy surrounded Feng Xuan, rendering him immobile. Faced with this life and death crisis, Feng Xuan summoned the 24 sea calming pearls, the Li Diyin Guang banner, and the 4 spirits guardian formation. A dazzling array of treasures illuminated the surroundings, intertwining to withstand the cataclysmic strike. Boom. The heavens quivered slightly, and a cloud of dust rose from the base of Mount Buzhou. When the smoke cleared, Feng Xuan remained unscathed, albeit trapped in a large pit. Zhu Rong, however, gazed incredulously at the scene before him. He could hardly believe that his attack had been thwarted by what he deemed a mere insect. Seizing the moment while Zhu Rong was still in disbelief, Feng Xuan retracted his treasures and returned to Bai's side, activating the 9-dragon Agarwood palanquin to flee. Now was not the time to linger. Boy, if you have the capability, do not run. The thunderous roar resounded through the skies, yet Feng Xuan paid it no heed. In the astonished gaze of Bai, he spat out a mouthful of blood, dark with a hint of white. The earlier encounter with Zhu Rong's furious blow had not been as effortless as it appeared. Even with layers of defenses in his physical realm at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, he had still sustained injuries. Master, what is wrong? Don't scare me, Bai exclaimed, leaping about in distress, her voice tinged with tears. I'm fine, don't worry, I will recover swiftly. Feng Xuan smiled gently to comfort her. then produced a white jade vial containing the legendary healing elixir of the primordial era, the 3 radiant divine water. As he uncorked the bottle, a kaleidoscope of colors emerged, yet it bore no scent whatsoever. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan chuckled softly as he affectionately patted her head. With the acquisition of this pet, the journey had proven worthwhile. The system detected that the host had only slain Tongtian and had not fulfilled the requirements. However, in light of the host's valiant performance, a special reward was granted. Listening to the system's voice, Feng Xuan remained unperturbed. At that moment, he paid little heed to the system's rewards, driven solely by a desire for vengeance. Nevertheless, the 6 pure bamboo appeared to be treasures belonging to those 2 from the west, now fortuitously in his possession. He offered a moment of silent homage for them. As he retrieved the 6 pure bamboo, a unique aura permeated the carriage, instilling a profound tranquility in the heart. The 6 pure bamboo required no cultivation. They could be directly refined. Upon successful refinement, they could seal one's 6 senses, rendering the individual as if suspended in a void, at the mercy of others. It was indeed a remarkable magical artifact. "Master, where shall we go now?" queried Xiaobai, nestled beside Feng Xuan, savoring the serenity while curiously observing the shifting scenery outside. "Home," Feng Xuan replied. Upon returning to Kunlun Mountain, he gazed at the ethereal aura of Yushu Palace, its doors firmly shut, indicating that his masters were still in seclusion. Accompanied by Xiaobai, he made his way back to the little stone peak. "Master, is this truly your home?" Xiaobai inquired, soaring around the little stone peak, admiring the breathtaking surroundings. "Indeed, this is my home, and it shall also be yours from now on," Feng Xuan replied with a smile, then turned to gaze at the enlightenment tree beside the spirit pool, which had sprouted thousands of new leaves. He handed over. He casually plucked half of them and summoned Xiaobai. "Xiaobai, do you wish to surpass your ancestral elders?" "Absolutely. I yearn for it, my master. I dream of showcasing my prowess to that stubborn old coot." Xiaobai nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Observing her enthusiasm, Feng Xuan promptly imparted the first half of the Supreme Clarity Celestial Technique from Master San to her for cultivation. The ability of Master San's sect to attract myriad celestial beings was, in part, due to this technique. He noted that the methods of Master Da and Master Air were laden with restrictions, rendering them unsuitable for the common populace. In contrast, Master San's techniques were remarkably adaptable, allowing many beings to embrace them. Simultaneously, Feng Xuan extended several leaves from the enlightenment tree to her. "Devote yourself to cultivating beneath this tree, striving to transcend to the golden immortal stage and transform into a corporeal form." "Yes, master. Xiaobai will diligently cultivate." With that, she settled beneath the enlightenment tree, a leaf resting atop her head as she commenced her practice. Feng Xuan then commenced the ritualistic forging of the 6 senses purification bamboo. Time, like a relentless river, flows ceaselessly in the prehistoric world, unburdened by the constraints of years. Swiftly, Feng Xuan completed the forging of the 6 senses purification bamboo, transforming it into a verdant staff. When activated with magical power, it emanates a shimmering emerald radiance, capable of sealing one's 6 senses and conjuring boundless illusions. Ding! A notification arose, indicating the intrusion of a ferocious beast into Kunlun Mountain, attempting to pilfer treasures. The host is requested to make the following choices. 1. Capture it for a barbecue. Intruders shall face dire consequences. Reward: 1 immortal apricot. 2. Frighten it. Ferocious beasts are timorous, easily scared away. Reward: 1 cubic foot of innate gung metal. 3. Assail it. To dare steal on Kunlun Mountain, does it not know whose territory this is? Reward: 1 cubic foot of innate scarlet copper. The 3 rewards are essentially equivalent. However, Feng Xuan was intrigued. Were not ferocious beasts annihilated during the ferocious beast calamity? How could a ferocious beast even reach Kunlun Mountain? Thus, he refrained from making a choice and decided to investigate the matter firsthand. Outer perimeter of the Kunlun Mountain Court area. At this moment, a palm-sized mouse scurried in. Its fur a golden hue, resembling a walking gold ingot. Fortune! Fortune! This venerable one is about to make a fortune. The golden mouse roamed about, traversing between various peaks. Low-grade innate spiritual roots. By the heavens, what place have I stumbled upon? Such divine objects abound. In a secluded cave, the mouse discovered an innate apple tree. promptly uprooting it and storing it within its personal dimension. It then continued its journey, halting before another cave entrance. An innate grand formation guarded the cave's exterior. Weak though it may be, it was still beyond the ability of a golden immortal to breach. Feng Xuan quietly observed the performance from the air. Initially, he believed it to be some ferocious beast, only to discover it was merely a mouse at the golden immortal level. However, witnessing its purposeful navigation through Kunlun Mountain led him to surmise that this mouse possessed an innate talent for treasure hunting. Indeed, it was rather extraordinary. Oh, let me see what treasures lie within. The mouse extended its claw and gently tore open a rift in space, revealing a magnificent treasure tower that exuded an impressive aura. A top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Fortune has smiled upon me today. As the mouse prepared to seize the tower, an enormous hand snatched it away first, toying with it curiously. Quite remarkable, I hadn't noticed there was a top-grade innate spiritual treasure here. Seeing its prized possession taken, the mouse became frantic, leaping to reclaim the treasure. Mine. Mine. I discovered it first. Observing the mouse's anxious demeanor and the energy emanating from the tower, Feng Xuan quickly identified its true nature. It was the rare beast of the primordial wilderness, the treasure mouse, and also the most esteemed disciple of his third master, the Taoist of treasure. Destined to become the future great son Tathagata. What a surprising encounter. I must extend a bit of kindness to my senior brother. System, I choose option 2. The aura of a great Luo golden immortal manifested, causing the previously irate treasure mouse to feel as though it had plunged into an icy abyss. It realized it had stumbled into a formidable opponent. Seizing the opportunity while Feng Xuan was distracted, it stretched out its claw, employing its innate talent to tear open the fabric of space and flee. Feng Xuan chuckled. Did the golden immortal truly believe they could flee before the great Luo golden immortal? What a jest! With a mighty hand imbued with magical power. He reached out from a distance and seized Duobao. What, do you still wish to escape? The Duobao mouse struggled incessantly within Feng Xuan's grip, flailing its limbs in a desperate attempt to break free. Yet, after much exertion, it realized its efforts were futile. Thus, with a clever tilt of its head and a feigned limpness, it chose to play dead. Upon witnessing the scene, Feng Xuan's lips curled into a faint smile as he seized both of Duobao's feet, inverting him effortlessly. With a casual flick, he ignited a nearby pile of dry twigs, setting ablaze a roaring fire. After such prolonged cultivation, I have yet to indulge in the pleasures of the palate. Today, I shall roast a rat, he declared, feigning the intention to toss Duobao into the flames. No, please. I have little meat on me. I'm sour and utterly unappetizing, Duobao cried out, springing to life in a panic as he recognized Feng Xuan's seriousness. However, Feng Xuan remained undeterred and hurled him toward the fire. Is this how I am to meet my demise today? Duobao pondered, yet upon landing in the flames, he soon realized that the fire was but an illusion, devoid of any scorching heat. Ha ha, how delightful. At that moment, as he beheld Duobao's expression of near escape from death, Feng Xuan could not contain his laughter. For the entire spectacle had been conjured by the 6 pristine bamboos he wielded. Truly, he had frightened Duobao half to death. Now coming to his senses, Duobao rose to his feet and boldly threatened, Do you have any idea who I am? Feng Xuan's face broke into a smile. Oh, are you just a little mouse? Wrong. You have provoked me, and you have kicked against an iron plate. I am Duobao, the foremost disciple of Tongtian, one of the 3 pure ones. Duobao the mouse stood tall and proud. Upon hearing this, Feng Xuan wore a peculiar expression. His esteemed disciple was boasting while he was still present. If it were someone else, they might have actually believed him. Nevertheless, he decided to play along and see what tricks he had up his sleeve. So you are a disciple of Tongtian, one of the 3 pure ones. You must be quite formidable. Indeed, although I am merely of golden immortal cultivation. My earlier capture was merely an act to test your strength. If you do not believe me, step back, and I shall reveal my true power, Duobao declared earnestly. Feng Xuan complied, stepping back a few paces to observe his performance. Seeing that Feng Xuan had actually followed his instructions, Duobao felt a surge of delight. Unbeknownst to Feng Xuan, he stealthily advanced a few steps, then pretended to weave intricate hand seals. With a swift motion, he dashed away with a whoosh. Haha, you think you can catch me? Not a chance. Duobao, utilizing his innate abilities, traversed through space in an instant, moving at an extraordinary speed. He believed he had successfully escaped. However, a voice suddenly echoed near him. Oh, is this the prowess of the disciple of the supreme purity? It seems rather impressive. Duo Bao turned in horror to find Feng Xuan leisurely strolling beside him, wearing a teasing grin. Monster! In his fright, Duo Bao fainted and plummeted from the sky. Had he truly been scared to death? Bearing the plummeting Duo Bao, Feng Xuan conveyed him back to the humble stone peak. An endowment of innate gung metal has been dispensed. Subsequent to the host's fulfillment of Option 2, temporarily setting aside the innate gung metal, Feng Xuan galvanized his mana to rouse Duo Bao's spirit. After a brief interlude, Duo Bao gradually regained consciousness. Where am I? Have I perished? You are awake. The procedure was a resounding success. You need no longer harbor concerns about your nether regions. Duo Bao instantly sat upright. Though the nature of the procedure eluded him, the latter part of the statement was unequivocally clear. Was his felicity about to be extinguished? His murine intellect immediately directed his gaze downward, towards his very essence. Ah, relief, it remains intact. Esteemed elder brother, I implore your clemency. Never again shall I venture hither in pursuit of treasures. Duo Bao prostrated himself, his diminutive, verdant eyes suffused with tears, his minute paws clasped together in supplication. I am amenable to granting you freedom. Feng Xuan spoke softly, is that true? Upon hearing this, Duo Bao was filled with joy, gratitude evident on his face, and he began to scamper away with his short legs. However, do you truly intend to leave? A cryptic remark from behind halted Duo Bao in his tracks, prompting him to turn around and inquire, what do you mean? Did you not wish to take Shanqing Tongtian as your master? Upon hearing this, Duo Bao's mind raced frantically, and in the astonished gaze of Feng Xuan, he lunged forward, kneeling before him and bowing his head. Please, master, accept me as your disciple. My admiration for you is as boundless as the flowing rivers. Your valiant figure shines upon my heart like the eternal sun. All right. Who told you that I am Shanqing Tongtian? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan felt a surge of excitement, having not seen his masters for quite some time. Rising to pay his respects, he turned to observe Duo Bao, who was still eager to continue his reverence. With a sudden inspiration, he decided to take him along. After all, if he wished to become a disciple of the third master, why not allow him to pay his respects in person? However, I must make it clear that one must possess a virtuous heart and adhere to the principles of propriety. Otherwise, the second master will not be lenient with you. Duo Bao listened to Feng Xuan's words, utterly perplexed. What second master? Does the celestial master of supreme clarity have a second master? Could it be the legendary Hongjun Daozu? Before long, the two arrived at the grand entrance of Yushu Palace, just in time to encounter the three pure ones emerging from their retreat. They respectfully greeted their esteemed masters, saying, I pay my respects to the great master, the second master, and the third master. Feng Xuan respectfully bowed. Haha, my disciple. Please rise. The three pure ones all displayed expressions of joy. How could they not feel elated upon encountering their beloved disciple immediately after emerging from seclusion? Disciple, you have ascended to the great Luo Golden Immortal. Yuan Shi inquired with astonishment after sensing the profound changes. Yes, I have fortuitously made a breakthrough. What grade has your great Luo flower blossomed? Laozi asked, stroking his beard with curiosity. The flower has blossomed at the 9th grade. The 9th grade. The three pure ones were collectively taken aback. It is noteworthy that they themselves had only attained the 9th grade, thus indicating that their disciple indeed bore the potential of a saint. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of being my esteemed disciple, you have brought us a tremendous surprise. Yuan Shi laughed heartily, his heart brimming with joy. Alas, it is regrettable that the primordial purple chi is so rare in this world. The master has already distributed it all. Without this opportunity to attain sainthood, how can one hope to break through to the realm of the saints? Tongtian's expression darkened as he pondered the absence of primordial purple chi, constantly sighing in despair. Both Laozi and Yuan Shi shared in this sentiment. Their disciple possessed the capability to become a saint, yet lacked that crucial element. It truly was a daunting challenge. Masters, do not fret, behold. Feng Xuan spoke as he took out the primordial purple energy given to him by Jin Yuanzi. The ethereal purple light enveloped the mountain peak, and a unique rhythm of the Tao surrounded them, leaving the three pure ones utterly astonished. Disciple, from where did you acquire this? They inquired in disbelief. This aura, this Tao rhythm, it is indeed the primordial purple energy. Consequently, Feng Xuan recounted the events concerning Hong Yun and Jin Yuanzi. Upon hearing this, the three sighed heavily, holding a favorable impression of the benevolent Hong Yun, only to find that he had perished after a single retreat. Truly, fate is unpredictable. Yet, this incident heightened their urgency towards achieving sanctification. Ultimately, without sanctification, there is no sense of security. Although they lamented the fall of their friend Hong Yun, it fortuitously laid the groundwork for their disciples' sanctification. But remember, by taking this primordial purple energy, you have accepted the karmic ties of Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun. In the future, you must avenge Hong Yun. After clarifying his thoughts, the elder imparted this admonition. Understood. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan turned to introduce Duobao to Tongtian, saying, "This is a rare primordial beast. The Duobao mouse, which I recently discovered. It possesses an innate ability to seek treasures. It claims to have come to pay respects to Master San. So I have brought it here." With that, he placed Duobao on the ground, allowing it to speak for itself. Understanding the identities of those present from their earlier conversations, Duobao promptly knelt and bowed repeatedly. "Master, please accept me as your disciple. I have traveled tirelessly to Kunlun Mountain to seek your guidance." The resounding thuds of its head hitting the ground echoed, illustrating the fervor of Duobao's devotion. Seeing this, Tongtian felt a surge of interest and affection for talent, and nodded in approval. "In that case, I shall accept you. Henceforth, you shall be my second disciple, and this person before you is your senior brother." "Thank you, Master," Duobao exclaimed with excitement, bowing fervently once more before turning to Feng Xuan. "Greetings, senior brother." Subsequently, the three pure ones began to expound upon the principles of the great Tao to Feng Xuan. With the endowment of his extraordinary understanding, he swiftly grasped their teachings. Meanwhile, Tongtian took this opportunity to impart the upper clear immortal technique and the upper clear formation to Duobao. Once the teachings concluded, the three pure ones set forth to wander the primordial world. During their seclusion, they practiced their skills while contemplating the primordial purple energy. However, they soon found their comprehension of this energy progressing too slowly, leading them to decide to venture into the primordial realm in search of fortune. "Junior brother, it seems that only the two of us remain now." Feng Xuan looked at the trembling Duobao with a mischievous grin. "Senior brother, what are you going to do?" Duobao's little hands fidgeted restlessly, his heart filled with dread. "Of course, it's time to unleash your innate talents." Feng Xuan casually brandished a whip, signaling Duobao to lead the way in search of spiritual roots and treasures. "Please, senior brother, spare me," he exclaimed. "I've struck gold truly. This bounty surpasses my harvest on Mount Buzhou, on the small stone peak." Feng Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he beheld the multitude of spiritual plants and various innate metals before him. "These are all excellent materials for alchemy and devouring," he declared. "Duobao's abilities are remarkably useful. Is it enough now, senior brother?" "I truly cannot continue," replied Duobao, sprawled on the ground with limbs outstretched, gazing skyward. His eyes devoid of their former brilliance, as if he had lost all hope for the world. At that moment, a delicate pagoda materialized before Duobao. "Here. This is for you, as a token of gratitude for helping me find so many precious items." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan chose to retreat to a secluded place for his cultivation. Reflecting on the teachings of his masters regarding the path of the great Luo Golden Immortal, his extraordinary comprehension surged with fervor, propelling his cultivation steadily upwards. Time flowed like a gentle stream, and the primordial chaos held no records of years. Eons drifted by in an endless passage. Feng Xuan opened his eyes, emitting a radiant divine light, and his aura gradually stabilized. He was at the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. While not particularly swift, his foundation was exceedingly solid. Although he had acquired the primordial purple chi, he did not wish to rely on it for his ascent to sainthood. Rather, he aspired to validate his path through strength or to forge a new one. Otherwise, it would be a waste of his extraordinary insight. At that moment, Feng Xuan suddenly sensed a significant event unfolding in the world. After dispelling the formation, he lifted his gaze. In the starry sky, countless demon clans had gathered, with numerous war chariots drawn by colossal beasts of the primordial era poised for action. The overwhelming aura rendered the stars dim and dull. Among the 10 leaders, 4 were at the early stage of quasi-saint, and 6 were at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Bai Zhe was undeniably one of these 4. These 10 individuals were likely to become the top 10 demon saints in the future. Subsequently, 3 figures emerged from the Sun Star, with the foremost being the 2 supreme beings of the demon clan, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. Their quasi-saint mid-stage prowess caused the very stars to tremble. Beside them, Kunlun also exhibited formidable strength, having reached the early stage of quasi-saint. It seemed that Emperor Jun issued some command before the vast demon army instantly mobilized. Heading towards the Eastern Sea, the stronghold of the Celestial Court, it appeared that a great battle was imminent between the Demon Court and the Celestial Court, which would likely lead to the latter's downfall. The Eastern King would also face demise. Ding! A detection of an impending battle between the Demon Court and the Celestial Court has been established. Please make the following choices. 1. Halt the war and act as a mediator. Do you believe you are worthy? You would be swiftly cut down by chaotic blades. Reward: a dragon for burial. 2. Infiltrate the Celestial Court to undermine the Demon Court. Are you truly willing to defy the heavens? Reward: malice of the heavenly Tao. 3. Infiltrate the Demon Court to undermine the Celestial Court. You traitor, assisting the Demon Court while being at odds with them. Reward: a traitor's badge. 4. Watch from afar and reap the benefits. While the Celestial Court may fall, the Demon Court will not fare much better. There are many treasures on Palai Island, indeed. Reward: guidance to Feng Xuan Island. Upon contemplating the 4 options, Feng Xuan decisively chose the 4th. The first 3 options offered no merit, and he bore grievances against both the Celestial and Demon Courts, wishing for their mutual destruction. Why assist them? With that thought, he produced a substantial amount of innate metals collected from Kunlun Mountain and a piece of innate Gingjin previously rewarded by the system. He activated the Great Tao Gold Metal to devour them, incorporating the method of body refining into the Great Tao Gold Metal. Delightful. His strength surged, and the speed of devouring increased. Before long, Feng Xuan awakened, his countenance brimming with joy as he sensed the pinnacle of his great Luo golden immortal physical cultivation. Soon, his physique would break through to quasi-saint level, allowing him to traverse the primordial realm with ease, facing little risk of downfall. It was time to set forth towards the Eastern Sea. Feng Xuan gazed at the still practicing Xiao Bai and Duo Bao, shaking his head. It would be best for them to focus on their cultivation, as their current level of prowess was perilously inadequate for the outside world. He left a message to assure them, and then activated the innate grand formation of the small stone peak to safeguard them from any disturbances. Feng Xuan embarked on his journey to the East Sea aboard the 9-dragon Agarwood palanquin. Along the way, he cleverly concealed the palanquin's distinctive appearance using 6 pristine bamboo stalks, rendering it nearly undetectable even to those of the quasi-saint level. The palanquin's ostentatious design was far too conspicuous. He merely wished to remain low-key and reap the benefits from afar. As he traversed the skies, Feng Xuan idly gazed at the extraordinary landscapes below. The primordial world was a tapestry of bizarre creatures and peculiar forms. Suddenly, his eyes fell upon 3 exceptionally beautiful women, their faces strikingly similar yet each possessing unique traits. However, their current predicament seemed dire. A malevolent figure, a nascent Tai golden immortal, was in pursuit of them. Ding! The system detected that the 3 heavens were being hunted by the blood demon. Please make the following choices. 1. Turn a blind eye and allow the 3 heavens to fall into the clutches of evil. Are you even human? Indeed, you are not. Reward: 10,000 electrical shocks. 2. Strike down the blood demon and rescue the 3 heavens. Now this feels right, an act of heroism to save the damsels in distress, especially considering they could become your future disciples. Reward: a wisp of primordial essence. System: I choose option 2. In this situation, even without a reward, he would have chosen to intervene. Big sister, you go ahead. Our powers are nearly exhausted. Bi Xiao gasped, barely able to continue running. Big sister, you should leave us. We can't go on, Xiao urged, fear etched across her face, blaming herself for their predicament had she not been distracted. They wouldn't have attracted the attention of the blood demon. No, I will not abandon you. I am your elder sister. Yu Xiao, seeing their desperate plight, felt a surge of resolve. She turned back towards the pursuing blood demon. As the eldest sister, it was her duty to protect her younger siblings. Blood demon, I will fight you, Yu Xiao declared, brandishing a low-grade innate spiritual treasure sword. The blood demon, unfazed, erupted into maniacal laughter, his twisted visage betraying a sense of delight. Ha ha ha. Do not resist futilely. I can already scent the sweetness of your blood. Surrender and be devoured. A crimson chain lashed out, ensnaring Yu Xiao's weapon. With a violent tug, she was pulled toward him. The blood demon bared his fangs, ready to feast upon her delectable essence. Don't! Bixiao and Xiongxiao cried out in despair. At that moment, Yu Xiao closed her eyes, tears shimmering at the corners. Was she truly destined to perish? A thunderous roar filled the heavens, and she felt herself fall into a warm embrace. Fear not, the blood demon has been vanquished. Upon hearing these words, Yu Xiao opened her eyes to behold a strikingly handsome face adorned with a gentle smile, instantly dispelling her despair and fear. She gazed in astonishment at Feng Xuan. Big sister, are you all right? Bixiao and Xiongxiao hurried over, their anxious inquiries filling the air. Yu Xiao snapped out of her daze, stepping away from Feng Xuan's embrace to reassure them. I am fine. The young lady expresses her heartfelt gratitude for your assistance. Yu Xiao bowed respectfully in thanks. Thank you for your help. Bixiao and Xiongxiao echoed her gesture of gratitude. There is no need for such formality. I intervened because I sensed a connection to your esteemed master. I have come to inquire if you would be willing to join his teachings. Feng Xuan accepted their gratitude with a sense of ease, then extended an olive branch. San Xiao's gaze flickered slightly, clearly intrigued. Setting aside the matter of her lineage, the sheer power of Feng Xuan, a being of the great Luo golden immortal level, was already sufficient to take them as disciples. May I inquire about your esteemed master's identity? Yin Xiao asked, her voice melodious, reminiscent of a gentle stream flowing into the heart. Feng Xuan confidently responded, my master has 3 esteemed titles, which you are likely familiar with, the 3 pure ones of Pengyu. I am here as the representative of my master, the most pure one, to convey his message. The 3 heavens simultaneously exclaimed, their beautiful faces awash with astonishment. Utterly taken aback. It was not due to a lack of knowledge on their part, but rather the illustrious renown of the 3 pure ones was too formidable to fathom. Following the great cataclysm of dragons and phoenixes, numerous primordial deities emerged, etching their legendary names into the vast wilderness. Among them, the 3 pure ones are the most celebrated, having left behind countless tales that inspire admiration from countless weaker beings. After their initial excitement, the 3 heavens showed no hesitation, responding in unison, we are willing. Feng Xuan chuckled softly, fully aware that the 3 sisters would undoubtedly agree. At long last, he found himself with 3 beautiful junior disciples. The host had completed option 2, and the primordial energy had been dispatched. Consequently, the system rewards followed suit. The primordial energy is not to be confused with the primordial purple energy. It is one of the essential materials for crafting the primordial measuring ruler and is a superior substance for refining artifacts. Furthermore, it is the optimal item for him to devour, significantly enhancing his physical form. After grasping the details of the primordial energy, Feng Xuan turned his gaze toward the 3 maidens. He hesitated, contemplating whether to take the 3 sisters back to Kunlun or head to the East Sea. After much deliberation, he resolved to venture to the East Sea first. Opportunities are fleeting and must not be squandered. Otherwise, by the time he arrives, the treasures may have already been divided, leaving him with nothing but the remnants. Feng Xuan waved his hand to summon the 9-dragon Agarwood palanquin, turning to glance at the 3 celestials. My dear junior sisters, allow me to take you to witness a grand spectacle first. Afterward, I shall escort you back to Kunlun. The 3 celestials gracefully settled into the palanquin, while Feng Xuan deftly concealed its form with 6 pristine bamboo stalks, and the 4 of them set forth towards the eastern sea. Along the way, Yin Xiao glanced back at their previous location, where a chasm, stretching thousands of miles, had rent the earth asunder. The blood demon Taoist lay lifeless, utterly beyond revival. Wow, this palanquin is truly a supreme innate spiritual treasure. How extravagant. Bai Xiao delicately caressed the lavish decorations of the 9-dragon Agarwood palanquin, her eyes brimming with astonishment and envy. The 3 sisters had yet to possess a single remarkable treasure of their own. The contemplative Feng Xuan, sensing their admiration, felt a surge of secret delight. He had thought that upon attaining immortality, he would be free from worldly desires, yet such a situation still stirred emotions within him. He was, after all, still immortal at heart. Before long, the 4 arrived at the shores of the eastern sea. The atmosphere was palpably tense, with the armies of the demon court and the celestial court poised in confrontation. Countless golden immortal demon soldiers stood ready, commanded by numerous Tai golden immortal generals. Above them loomed countless Luo demon deities, creating an impressive assembly. Particularly striking were the 13-peak auras emanating from the center of the demon formation, exuding immense pressure. as boundless laws flowed freely, illuminating the heavens with myriad lights and blooming golden lotuses. In stark contrast, the celestial court's forces appeared grave, with numerous celestial soldiers, generals, and lords. Although their numbers were comparable to those of the demon court, they boasted only 3 quasi-saints and 4 Deluo peak beings behind them. Their top-tier combat strength paled in comparison to that of the demons. Nevertheless, the 7 peak powerhouses still boldly displayed their own laws, causing celestial light to shimmer and various phenomena to ascend into the sky. War had yet to erupt, yet the celestial court had already lost in terms of momentum. Brother Feng Xuan, are we truly to partake in this great battle? The 3 celestials trembled, huddling together as they gazed at the overwhelming presence outside. The mere thought of confronting even a single individual from the opposing forces was daunting, as each one far surpassed them in strength. Could they truly behold such a scene? Haha, of course not. We are merely here to observe and perhaps seize an opportunity. There is no need for fear. As long as you remain obedient within the palanquin, even Dijun and the others will find it difficult to detect us. Feng Xuan gently soothed the emotions of the 3 heavens, for they were still too young and inexperienced, lacking the fearless arrogance they once possessed during the age of deification. After all, they were the 3 heavens goddesses, unafraid even to challenge the saints. Upon hearing his comforting words, the 3 heavens gradually calmed their spirits. You shall. Observing the tense atmosphere of the battlefield, curiously inquired, Master Feng Xuan, whom do you believe will prevail, the demon court or the celestial court? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan smiled, offering no comment, allowing them to witness the true power of the demon court for themselves. Currently, the Wu clan held the preeminent position among the 3 major powers, with the demon court following closely in second, dwarfing the significance of the celestial court. The present assembly of such a formidable army likely represented the celestial court's final, fading glory. At that moment, 2 supreme figures emerged from the ranks of the demon army. The myriad demons paid their respects, chanting in unison, their eyes burning with fervent adoration. The collective voices reverberated across the primordial world, inspiring apprehension in the hearts of countless powerful beings observing the battle from the shadows. The demon court's strength was undeniably overwhelming. Haha, Eastern Duke, should you willingly surrender today, this emperor may grant you reprieve from death. Emperor Jun declared imperiously, his regal aura instilling fear in the hearts of the celestial court's members. You dream, Eastern Duke retorted, stepping forward, his hand gripping the dragon head staff bestowed upon him by the Tao ancestor. The aura of a sovereign, cultivated over countless ages, rivaled that of Emperor Jun. Our celestial court carries the will of the sage, blessed by the heavenly Tao. We are the true inheritors of the primordial world. Does the demon court intend to defy the heavens? With these words, he raised the dragon head staff, seeking to have the heavens bear witness to his legitimacy. However, the heavenly Tao remained unmoved, clinging stubbornly to resistance. Since you refuse to concede, then the celestial court shall meet its demise. Emperor Jun scoffed, retreating alongside Tai, deeming it not yet their time to act. As the 2 returned to their formation, Kuimping stepped forward to assume command. As the demon court strategist, on equal footing with Bai Zhe, the chief of the 10 great demon sages, he oversaw all matters, great and small, within the demon ranks. Under his direction, the demon army surged forth with draconic momentum, its overwhelming killing intent soaring into the firmament. Countless behemoths roared, their mountain-like forms charging toward the celestial court's encampment. From within the celestial court, numerous dragons and primordial beasts emerged in response, their roars instantly filling the eastern sea with deafening collisions and savage cries. Blood of myriad hues splattered across the battlefield, staining vast swathes of the sea into a kaleidoscopic spectacle. The battle raged fiercely, celestial soldiers clashing against demon soldiers, celestial generals against demon generals, celestial lords against demon gods. With each breath, countless lives were extinguished, their corpses plummeting like dumplings, bobbing upon the sea's surface. Consumed by the terrifying onslaught, all were driven to a bloodthirsty frenzy. Even the undying, eternally carefree Grand Luo immortals occasionally met their end. The great tribulation of heaven and earth had begun. An invisible, intangible miasma of tribulation permeated the world, disrupting the heavenly mechanisms, clouding the mind. Even the undying lost their invincibility, and all below the level of a sage risked annihilation. Such was the horror of the tribulation. It seemed the celestial court's demise marked the beginning of the Wu Demon Great Tribulation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan began to explain, stating that they did not need to comprehend these matters just yet. With him present, no junior disciples would perish due to the impending calamity. Suddenly, a formidable force erupted on the battlefield. A colossal golden dragon roared across the heavens, soaring from the rear of the celestial court and plunging into the ranks of the demon army. This golden dragon, stretching for billions of miles, shimmered with radiant golden scales that reflected eternal celestial light. Each roar claimed countless demon lives, and each twist of its body turned many into mist. The attacks of the great Luo golden immortals were utterly ineffective against the dragon, unable to breach its defenses, allowing the dragon to slaughter the demon horde with impunity. Kill. Upon witnessing this, the previously demoralized celestial court army found their spirits soaring, and the celestial lords who had contemplated retreating dispelled such thoughts, charging forth against the demons once more. The celestial court reversed the tide of battle, astonishingly gaining the upper hand. Mere spiritual treasures dare to defy the heavens. At that moment, a crimson golden disk emerged from behind the demon court, adorned with the sun's divine patterns, outlining its blazing laws. The disk shot toward the golden dragon, evaporating the sea and rendering water vapor into nothingness along its path. Countless celestial soldiers were incinerated to ashes, and even the great Luo celestial lords struggled against the disk's scorching heat, channeling their powers to withstand its onslaught. The rampaging golden dragon seemed to sense something, lifting its massive head to gaze at the approaching disk. A flicker of fury appeared in its eyes as it charged forth, jaws agape, clamping down on the fiery disk, immobilizing it. For the golden dragon, the searing temperature appeared inconsequential as it remained unscathed, casting a disdainful glance toward the demon ranks. Fearless fools. With a cold snort, the thick clouds gathered from the fierce battle in the sky split as if sliced by a colossal sword. Radiant sunlight cascaded upon the battlefield, warm and comforting. Suddenly, the previously triumphant golden dragon's expression began to contort, revealing signs of agony. The dragon's head exploded, exposing the spinning solar disk beneath. Under the sun's radiance, the disk's power surged, resembling a second sun, unleashing its might to the fullest. The celestial court was overwhelmed by the pressure of this artifact. Sun Essence Wheel. Feng Xuan, seated in the Nine Dragons incense cart, fixated on the solar wheel dominating the battlefield. This was none other than the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Sun Essence Wheel. Birthed from the celestial star of the sun, it was complementary to his star essence wheel and the moon wheel of the lunar star. However, the golden dragon had transformed from the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the dragon head staff. At the inception of the celestial court, the dragon head staff had received immense celestial merit, transcending the ordinary spiritual treasures. It was unexpected that the Sun Essence Wheel could overcome it. One must regard the Star Essence Wheel in his possession with greater seriousness. The celestial court's army, scorched by the Sun Essence Wheel, found themselves unable to fight back. Even when forming battle formations, they could not withstand the sun's most searing breath. Witnessing this, the Eastern King could no longer refrain from intervening. Amidst the celestial light, he manifested at the center of the battlefield, wielding the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the pure yang sword, to slash at the Sun Essence Wheel, subsequently pointing his sword at the demon army. The cataclysmic sword energy he unleashed contained the power of a mid-stage quasi-saint, enough to make the heavens and earth pale in comparison. He aimed to annihilate the myriad demons in one fell swoop. Finally, he emerged. A chaos-colored bell suddenly appeared, spanning the void and sheltering countless demons beneath it. The Eastern King's sword energy struck the bell, producing a thunderous sound, yet it proved utterly ineffective. The bell could not be breached. The imposing figure of Tai stepped forth, the chaos bell obediently returning to his side. Kings against kings. Generals against generals. This was truly fair. The Eastern King wore a grave expression, sensing Tai's terrifying presence. Though he was also a mid-stage quasi-saint, he could not match Tai. Yet, as the Emperor of the Celestial Court, his pride would not allow him to retreat. He could only advance relentlessly. He then soared towards the distant ocean, knowing that his battle with Tai would be monumental, shattering the surrounding time and space. Even the aftermath of their conflict would lead to the fall of countless beings from both the Celestial Court and the Demon Court. Thus, He chose this location to determine their fates. Tai arrived shortly thereafter, and the two faced each other, causing the sea to surge violently. The Eastern King held his sword in his left hand, while simultaneously summoning the dragon head staff, striking at Tai from above. His Tao was fully manifested, conjuring a miniature silhouette of the celestial court in the heavens, adorned with pavilions and ethereal beauty. Countless celestial lights cascaded down, merging into the Eastern King's regal robes, elevating his aura to its zenith. Kill. With a swing of his sword, the heavens dimmed, as if the entire celestial court were descending, the space beneath his sword fragmenting like shattered glass. Facing the strike, Tai smiled indifferently, sending forth the chaos bell, the boundless power of time and space surging, extinguishing the apocalyptic sword energy before it could even touch the bell. It dissipated into the cosmos. Then the chaos bell began to move, its chaotic light shining brilliantly, directly immobilizing the Eastern King. Tai swiftly crossed the distance, his palm transforming into the claws of the golden crow, reaching for the Eastern King's vital points. With a resounding chime, the Eastern King was sent flying for millions of miles. Tai was astonished. He had not sustained serious injury. From afar, the Eastern King displayed a look of trepidation, a small bell hovering before him. Had it not been for his accompanying spiritual treasure, the Jingyang bell, shielding him, he would likely have perished on the spot. Truly, Tai was formidable. Tai, recognizing this, smirked, and the chaos bell once more resonated, its profound chime echoing again. This time, it did not target the Eastern King but aimed directly at the Jingyang bell. Among all bell-type spiritual treasures, only the chaos bell held supremacy. Despite the Jingyang bell's desperate resistance, it was ultimately struck down by the chaos bell, which Tai effortlessly claimed. Shameless. The Eastern King was incensed to witness his spiritual treasure so easily taken. In a fit of rage, he disregarded his dignity as the emperor of the celestial court and the disparity in their strengths, swinging the pure yang sword toward Tai. This was precisely what Tai desired. The chaos bell radiated with brilliance, enveloping the Eastern King in eternal celestial light, rendering him immobile. It was at this moment that the Eastern King realized he had fallen into a trap, but it was too late. The chaos bell suppressed the primordial space, its immense power continually eroding his Tao, completely disintegrating him. Ha ha ha, I have ultimately met my defeat, but your demon court shall not fare any better. Your annihilation is inevitable. In his final moments, the Eastern King came to a realization, his voice filled with sorrow, casting a venomous curse toward Tai. Upon hearing this, Tai scoffed. The celestial court's destruction stemmed from the Eastern King's provocations, obstructing their path. The demon court would undoubtedly reign over the entire primordial world under the leadership of him and his brother. On the battlefield where the celestial court and the demon court clashed, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. All present held their breath, quietly awaiting the outcome of the distant confrontation. In an instant, a ray of eternal celestial light erupted from afar, illuminating all things in the world. It was the final glimmer of the Eastern monarch. The once clear sky gradually turned a deep crimson. Blood rain began to fall from the heavens, accompanied by a mournful dragon's roar. The golden dragon of fortune behind the celestial court appeared to be gravely wounded. The emperor had fallen. This news detonated within the ranks of the celestial court, spreading rapidly, filling every heart with despair. If even the mighty Eastern monarch had perished, was there any point in continuing the resistance? In stark contrast, the demon court erupted in thunderous cheers. What could be more exhilarating than vanquishing the enemy's monarch before their very throne? The morale of the demon army surged, their weapons glinting with a chilling light, and a bloodthirsty gleam shone in the eyes of each demon. The casualties of war had been immense, leaving everyone on edge, now urgently craving a frenzied feast of slaughter. Let us go. Now is the perfect opportunity. Observing the situation, Feng Xuan recognized that the moment had arrived. It was the ideal time to infiltrate Penglai Island. The 9 dragons' incense carriage, concealed beneath the 6 pure bamboos, silently approached the outskirts of Penglai Island. Yet, progress halted. It was not due to a lack of desire to enter, but rather the presence of a formidable barrier. Feng Xuan, what's the matter? Can't we get in? San Xiao, still reeling from the news of the Eastern monarch's downfall, approached with curiosity upon seeing Feng Xuan cease his actions. It's nothing, just wait a moment, he replied. Feng Xuan arrived before the grand formation, a seemingly trivial array that elicited a chuckle from him. After all, he had mastered the profound teachings of the upper clear array from his third master. It was the perfect opportunity to test his newfound skills. After a series of clangorous adjustments within the hall, a small aperture was created in the formation, just large enough for a single person to pass through. Following a brief explanation to the Sanshao, they disembarked from their sedan chair. To avoid detection, the four joined hands and slipped through the opening. Upon entering, they were met with chaos. Numerous celestial officials, engaged in mundane tasks within the celestial court, were scattering in all directions, hastily pilfering valuable items along the way. Witnessing this, Feng Xuan felt a pang of anxiety. Could it be that his treasured possessions were being whisked away by those celestial officials? No, not that. Those were his cherished belongings. Feng Xuan, unconsciously quickening his pace, exerted greater force with his hands. After circling around, the four finally discovered the entrance to the core of the celestial court. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan could perceive the admiring gazes from behind, filling his heart with a delightful joy. Yes, indeed, this was the sensation he craved. With a heart brimming with excitement, he stepped gently into the heart of the celestial court, where his eyes were met not with resplendent pavilions and towers, but with the pristine beauty of the mountains and rivers. Here, the original essence of Penglai Island was beautifully preserved. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan chuckled mischievously and waved his hand, beckoning the three Xiaos to approach. Sister Nuwa, what brings you here? Feng Xuan sat nearby, watching Nuwa collect the divine water of the three lights, filled with perplexity. Must she truly fetch it herself? As the sovereign of the demon clan, these spoils of war should have naturally fallen into her possession after the battle. There was no need for her to come in person. Humph, is it not because of you? Upon hearing Feng Xuan's inquiry, Nuwa's demeanor turned sour, as though harboring grievances against him. As their conversation unfolded, it became clear that Nuwa refrained from joining the demon court due to the lingering resentment from the primordial gourd incident, coupled with her desire to consider his feelings. Meanwhile, her brother Fushi, along with Emperor Jun and Tai, had set aside their differences to serve in the demon court, eager to achieve great deeds. For countless millennia, she had dwelled alone in the Fengxi Gorge. You, oh you, promised to visit me, yet you never came, leaving me to guard this empty abode in solitude. How lonely it has been. As she spoke, Nuwa raised her hand to wipe the corners of her eyes, glistening with unshed tears. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan finally comprehended that he had fallen victim to a ruse, manipulated by Nuwa as if he were but a pawn in her game. However, given the circumstances, he had no choice but to acquiesce. This time, for sure, Nuwa, satisfied, released her grip on him. What brings you here? Is this not a sacred ground of the celestial court? Of course, I am here for the same purpose as you, dear sister Nuwa. As he spoke, he produced 24 sea-settling pearls to gather the divine water of the three lights. Each of the 24 sea-settling pearls contained a vast realm, possessing the ability to encompass the universe and transform the heavens. Collecting this pool of divine water was a task of utmost ease. Nuwa gazed at the robust column of water rising from Feng Xuan's side and then glanced at the delicate stream he was drawing from her own jade bottle. Instantly, a sense of urgency washed over her. She grasped Feng Xuan's arm and exclaimed, "Leave some for me." Hiss. Feng Xuan gritted his teeth, drawing in a sharp breath. What kind of divine power could penetrate his defenses? Nonetheless, he complied and only took 40%, leaving the remainder for Nuwa. After all, if there were insufficient materials for creating humanity, it could lead to chaos. Although he did not identify as a human in this lifetime, he still felt a certain affinity towards the human race compared to other factions. The entire pool of the three lights' divine water was swiftly consumed, revealing the bottom of the pool to all. A white lotus emerged from within, exuding a pure aura that brought clarity to the spiritual realms of Sanshao and Nuwa. As for Feng Xuan, he merely found the fragrance delightful. The blessings of the great Tao rendered him impervious to calamities and illusions. This is the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus. Nuwa exclaimed in astonishment, her beautiful eyes shimmering with brilliance. Each exquisite innate spiritual treasure is a rare find. Let alone this 12th grade lotus platform. Apart from Hongjun, no one would be indifferent to it. However, a dilemma arose. To whom does this Pure World White Lotus belong? Upon hearing it was Nuwa, Sanshao huddled together, trembling in fear. Yet another formidable figure, one not to be trifled with. Thus, the ownership lay between Feng Xuan and Nuwa. Ding. Detection of the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus initiated. The host must make the following choice. 1. Gift it to Nuwa. As the saying goes, treasures are easy to find. But a worthy companion is hard to come by. This presents a splendid opportunity to enhance goodwill. Reward. Aura of the Blue Lotus. Capable of nurturing a 9th grade lotus platform into a 12th grade one. 2. Claim it for oneself. Treasures can stir the heart. Feeling drawn to it is only natural. Reward. A piece of innate green copper. System. I choose option 1. This choice is intriguing, as if memory serves correctly. There are indeed 2 white lotuses, the complete 12th grade and a flawed 9th grade. Feng Xuan extended his hand, presenting the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus to Nuwa. Sister Nuwa, please take this. Upon hearing his words, Nuwa's expression shifted to one of astonishment. In truth, she had contemplated offering the Pure World White Lotus to Feng Xuan herself, never expecting him to proactively bestow it upon her. Her admiration for him deepened as their fates intertwined ever more closely. The system detected that the host had completed option 1, and the aura of the Azure Lotus was subsequently released. Shortly thereafter, Feng Xuan unearthed a budding lotus flower from the corner of the pool, resonating with the same essence as the Pure World White Lotus. A twin lotus. Indeed. During the growth of the Pure World White Lotus, a second bloom had emerged. This one is mine. Feng Xuan gazed at the lotus bud in his hand, his heart brimming with excitement. Although it would ultimately bloom into a mere 9th grade flower, he possessed the ethereal aura of the Azure Lotus bestowed by the system. With that, nurturing it to a 12th grade was hardly a challenge. This not only enhanced Nuwa's favor, but also allowed him to retain the treasure, achieving a dual benefit. Congratulations, young brother Feng Xuan. After Nuwa stored the Pure World White Lotus, she looked upon the second White Lotus in Feng Xuan's grasp with delight. Now, neither of them would return empty-handed, providing her with some solace. Suddenly, the entire space trembled, teetering on the brink of collapse. What was happening? Nuwa extended her jade hand and gently tapped. Instantly, the space rippled like a water mirror, reflecting the scenes of the outside world. The armies of the Celestial Court were being mercilessly slaughtered by the Demon Court. The sea was stained crimson, and an overwhelming aura of malevolence darkened the sky. All the demon clans reveled in this gruesome feast of slaughter. Above the battlefield, a cataclysmic clash unfolded. Kunlun, Baizhe, and 3 other early-stage quasi-saints, alongside 6 peak Great Luo demon saints, were encircling the last remaining stronghold of the Celestial Court. 2 quasi-saints and 4 peak Great Luo, Tai, using the chaos spell to construct the battlefield, ensured that the countless lives below were shielded from harm, simultaneously severing any possibility of escape. They were left to be mercilessly butchered. Was the Demon Court truly intent on extermination? A quasi-saint from the Celestial Court roared in despair. Radiant celestial light coalescing into a massive cauldron, momentarily fending off the attacks of several demon saints. However, the remaining 4 Great Luo Golden Immortals fared far worse. Each was besieged by 2 or 3 opponents of equal or even greater caliber, swiftly torn to shreds. The blood of the Great Luo Golden Immortals stained the heavens, their bodies devoured entirely, leaving not even a scrap of bone. Soon, 11 figures launched a full-scale assault on the 2 struggling quasi-saints. The celestial light cauldron swayed precariously, on the verge of shattering. Surrender willingly. You were given a chance before, and now only annihilation awaits you. Kunlun mocked loudly, a phantom of his true form appearing behind him, his wings stirring the air into 2 sweeping hurricanes that rush upon concluding his words. Feng Xuan erupted into hearty laughter. Prior to the invasion of the Celestial Court by the demonic clan, he had thoroughly ravaged the entire celestial realm, leaving not a single trace behind, not even a hair. He had even left behind a conspicuous slogan. Yet, he felt somewhat remorseful towards his friend from the River of Souls. However, their enmity was already established, and deepening it seemed inconsequential. After all, the River of Souls could not kill him. Ha ha ha. It has been detected that the host has completed option 4. The guidance for Mount Fogzhong has been dispatched. Guidance for Mount Fogzhong? Feng Xuan pondered for a moment. Now is not the opportune time for exploration. The demon army still lingered, and should they be discovered, no explanation could suffice. The 9 dragons' incense carriage soared swiftly through the skies, soon arriving at Mount Buzhou. After escorting Nuwa back to the Phoenix Nest Valley, Feng Xuan brought the Sanshao back to Kunlun, sensing the absence of familiar presences within the Jade Void Palace. It seemed his master had yet to return. Thus, he had no choice but to take the Sanshao back to his domain. Upon reaching the small stone peak, Feng Xuan dispelled the protective mountain array. Inside, Xiaobai and Duo Bao remained engrossed in their cultivation, utterly still. "Senior brother Feng Xuan, is this your sacred ground?" The Sanshao inquired, their eyes wide with curiosity as they surveyed the various arrangements of the small stone peak, marveling at its beauty. As self-cultivators, they had never encountered such a celestial mountain paradise. "Do not envy. Once Master Sin returns, you too shall possess such a sacred ground." Feng Xuan chuckled softly. Kunlun Mountain, with its myriad of celestial peaks, remains a land without a master, where everyone may eventually discover their desired sanctuary. Perhaps it does not compare to his modest stone peak, yet it is undeniably one of the rare, blessed lands in the world. Upon hearing his words, the youngest, Bai Xiao, subtly shifted her gaze. First towards her elder sister Yin Xiao, then back to Feng Xuan, and finally to herself. With a gentle leap, she wrapped her arms around Feng Xuan's neck. "Brother Feng Xuan, let us not seek a sanctuary. We wish to reside with you, if that pleases you." Bai Xiao's small head swayed against Feng Xuan's shoulder, her dark tresses brushing against his nose, tickling him. "Bai Xiao, what are you doing? Hurry and get down." Yun Xiao, witnessing this, hurriedly approached to grasp Bai Xiao's arm in an attempt to pull her down, her tone laced with mild reproach. Unfazed, Bai Xiao clung on even tighter. Her legs entwined around Feng Xuan's waist, their bodies pressed closely together. "Ouch! This softness is unbearable." "Very well, you may both choose a place to settle here. But do come down." Feng Xuan struggled for a moment, realizing he could not break free. The little girl possessed considerable strength. Reluctantly, he acquiesced to her request. After all, the little stone peak was vast, and accommodating a few more inhabitants would pose no issue. Yea, upon receiving his consent, Bai Xiao joyfully leaped down and embraced Yin Xiao tightly. "Sister, we can live together with brother Feng Xuan from now on." Yin Xiao finally comprehended her sister's intention, and a flicker of anticipation blossomed within her heart. Subsequently, Feng Xuan calmed the turbulent energy within him and guided the 3 sisters to a spacious cavern, perfectly suited for their residence. It seamlessly connected to the mountain summit, allowing for swift ascension to the peak. Henceforth, he would be the hermit of the summit, while the 3 sisters would be akin to half-summit dwellers. Once the cave was established, Feng Xuan imparted the upper clear immortal technique to the sisters, leaving behind several dozen Dao enlightenment leaves for them to cultivate diligently. He then returned to his exclusive cultivation site at the summit to enter seclusion. This journey had yielded numerous valuable treasures for him. First, he produced the primordial energy. The moment it manifested, Feng Xuan felt an overwhelming desire surging within him, driven by the innate instincts of living beings that urged him to consume it. Without hesitation, Feng Xuan channeled the Grand Dao Golden Chapter, absorbing the primordial aura within his grasp. As the absorption progressed, a profound sensation washed over Feng Xuan's consciousness. Regal, violet striations spread across Feng Xuan's form, gradually coalescing upon his brow, forming an arcane divine sigil. The essence of Feng Xuan flickered behind him, ever elusive. A massive chaotic stone trembled incessantly, its surface cracking, on the verge of shattering at any moment. Time flowed like a river, and the primordial world bore no record of years. 3 millennia slipped by in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Feng Xuan radiated a resplendent purple light, drawing near to the heavens and uniting with all living things. A tremendous cry erupted as the chaotic stone behind him exploded, revealing a vibrant, kaleidoscopic core. This colorful core, under an unseen force, transformed into a stream of light and merged seamlessly into Feng Xuan's being, becoming one with him completely. Feng Xuan opened his eyes, and a fleeting flash of colorful divine light shimmered within. A warm and harmonious aura emanated from him, radiating from his very core. The potency of this primordial energy seemed almost overwhelming. Not only had it propelled his physical prowess to the initial stage of quasi-saint, but it also unified the essence of all the spiritual materials he had previously consumed, merging them into a singular entity, harmonious and devoid of conflict. This resolved a significant issue on his path, liberating him from past concerns. Simultaneously, he sensed a slight elevation in his foundational strength. Minuscule, perhaps merely a figment of his imagination. Alas, this truly presented him with a genuine opportunity to ascend to the highest echelons of power. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan soon ceased to ponder this matter, for after the primordial chaos, was it not his prerogative to roam freely? What was there that he could not obtain? He retrieved the 9-petal pure world white lotus from the Shumi space. Feng Xuan emerged from the training grounds and approached the spirit pond. He gently placed the still immature pure world white lotus into the water. This spirit pond was renowned for nurturing the 24th grade creation green lotus, and upon observing his meager cultivation grounds, his masters graciously bestowed it upon him as an embellishment. It was more than sufficient to foster a 9th grade white lotus. Simultaneously, Feng Xuan extracted the green lotus essence awarded by the system and infused it into the core of the white lotus. With the infusion of the green lotus essence, the previously wilted white lotus immediately flourished with vitality. Its primordial essence intensified by several dozen times. In terms of its essence, it had reached the caliber of a 12th grade lotus platform. Now, all that remained was to await its continued growth until maturity. After attending to all matters, Feng Xuan turned his gaze towards Duo Bao and Xiao Bai, who were engrossed in their cultivation. At this moment, their auras had ascended to the peak of Golden Immortal and the early stage of Golden Immortal, respectively. It seemed that during his absence, Xiao Bai had successfully broken through a barrier. Feng Xuan sat quietly by, patiently awaiting their awakening. A century passed. Bai Xiao was the first to transcend to the mid-stage of the Golden Immortal realm and opened her eyes to find Feng Xuan gazing at her. "Master, you have finally returned," she exclaimed, flapping her wings as she flew before Feng Xuan. The petite crane affectionately nuzzled against Feng Xuan's cheek, brimming with excitement. All right. Bai Xiao, how do you feel? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Contemplating the matter, Feng Xuan mused that the Bai clan's bloodline was remarkably high, constituting a formidable race in its own right. Regrettably, they encountered his second master and were directly assimilated. At that moment, ominous clouds suddenly gathered in the firmament, casting a vast shadow over Little Stone Peak. A heavenly tribulation was imminent. Witnessing this, Feng Xuan swiftly appeared before Duo Bao and, with a single palm strike, propelled him tens of thousands of miles away, instructing him to undergo his tribulation elsewhere, lest it damage his sacred grounds. Amidst a cacophony of thunder, Duo Bao returned unscathed to Little Stone Peak, grumbling about his senior brother's ruthlessness and the potential for demise during the tribulation. Feng Xuan merely chuckled, knowing that a mere heavenly tribulation was unlikely to extinguish Duo Bao, for the lad was far too cunning. Just then, 3 familiar auras approached Kunlun Mountain. Feng Xuan was overjoyed. The masters had returned. Before Feng Xuan could pay his respects at the Jade Void Palace, the 3 pure ones had already arrived at his modest stone peak. From a distance, he could hear Tongtian's voice, filled with playful mockery. "My dear disciple, where have you been all these millennia?" Feng Xuan was perplexed by the inquiry, but, in order to maintain his dignity, replied, "Disciple has gone in search of treasures." "Search for treasures? To where shall one venture for such riches?" Tongtian pressed further. Feng Xuan found himself somewhat at a loss. Could it be that his illustrious deeds had been uncovered by his masters? He had ventured to a celestial island, abundant with treasures. Upon hearing this, Wanin Tongtian raised his eyebrows at him, the mocking expression on his face becoming more pronounced, as he leaned closer to Feng Xuan's ear and whispered, "Mingi, I curse your mother." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan discreetly revealed how he stealthily infiltrated the celestial court and absconded with treasures from its vault. Splendidly executed. I have long harbored a disdain for Di Jun and Tai Yi. Witnessing them suffer this silent setback brings immense satisfaction. Yuan Shi, with a sense of contentment, patted Feng Xuan on the shoulder, his face alight with joy. It appears that while the master espouses reason and order externally, he remains quite accommodating and open-minded internally. At that moment, Feng Xuan abruptly noticed several figures behind his masters and inquired with curiosity, "Master, who are they?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi drew Feng Xuan closer to the individuals and introduced them, saying, "These are my disciples whom I gathered during my travels through the primordial wilderness. Known as Nenji. Henceforth, he shall be my second disciple." API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Feng Xuan gently assisted him to rise. There is no need for formality. Henceforth, we shall be considered family. With that, he casually retrieved a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure from the Shumi space and presented it to Nanji. "Let this serve as a token of our first meeting." Filled with delight, Nanji accepted the gift. Though it was of low grade, it was still an innate spiritual treasure. Such treasures are exceedingly rare in the primordial world. Yuan Shi watched this scene with warmth. At that moment, Tongtian also brought forth a few individuals behind him. "These are my newly accepted disciples, Wu Dang and Jin Ling. They shall become my third and fourth disciples henceforth." Feng Xuan gazed at the two enchanting female immortals before him, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He once again produced two inferior, innate spiritual treasures to bestow upon them. At this moment, he was indeed a man of considerable means. Each individual possessed the accumulated wealth of countless ages within the celestial court, while perhaps not matching the quality of his master's treasures in sheer quantity. He could rival the third largest treasury in existence, surpassed only by the Wu and Yao clans. "Thank you, senior brother," Jin Ling and Wu Dang said in unison, graciously accepting the gifts. Subsequently, Feng Xuan introduced the three Xiaos. Before he could utter a word, Tongtian and Yuan Shi's eyes brightened, eagerly vying to take Yun Xiao as their disciple. Yun Xiao's fortune and potential were on par with the finest disciples they had personally selected. Perhaps due to her unique opportunities prior to her birth, she possessed a foundational excellence that surpassed that of her two sisters. Feng Xuan found himself in a state of bemusement. He had initially believed that allowing San Xiao to directly enter the teachings of their master would suffice. To his astonishment, however, the second master had taken a liking to Yun Xiao. What an unexpected turn of events! Yet, Yun Xiao held her own sentiments, unwilling to part from her sisters. The disciple expressed her desire not to separate from her two sisters, and thus implored the two Taoists to accept them altogether. At that moment, Yuan Shi and Tongtian noticed the reverent expressions of Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao behind them. Standing together, Tongtian felt an instinctive connection, the supreme innate spiritual treasure. The Hunyuan golden Daodu, which he had acquired in the treasure division cliff, soared forth, circling above the three sisters, affirming their bond. "Haha. It seems these three are fated to be connected with me." Tongtian laughed heartily and turned to Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi let out a gentle sigh. "Very well. Let it be so." From that moment on, the three sisters pledged their allegiance to Tongtian, becoming his fifth, sixth, and seventh disciples. Subsequently, the three pure ones gathered numerous disciples to expound upon the methods of cultivation and the truths of the Tao. "Who on earth is conspiring against me?" The river of blood echoed with the discontent of Minghe. He had been residing peacefully within the Blood Sea, never having ventured beyond its confines for millennia. Yet, upon the arrival of Di Jun and Tai Yi, he was accused of stealing their spoils. As he stood there, bewildered, they launched an immediate assault against him. Although he had merely dispatched a clone, he could not swallow this affront. He yearned to reason with them, but they would not listen. A mere glimpse, and they struck. He had no opportunity for explanation, leaving him to bear this unjust blame. Who is behind this? If I discover their identity, I shall reduce them to fragments. Furthermore, the audacity of Di Jun and Tai Yi, those two feathered rascals, to attribute everything to me. Achoo! Feng Xuan, rarely prone to sneezing, wondered who might be thinking of him at that moment. His strength had now ascended to the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. He was experimenting with his master's Tai Ching Dan Dao. As a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure-level alchemical furnace spun continuously under the refinement of the Samadhi, true fire before him. Feng Xuan meticulously placed various materials into the alchemical furnace according to the formula. This should suffice, he mused, gazing at the furnace that was incessantly emitting dark smoke. Doubts began to creep in. Could it be that the materials had expired? Or perhaps the quality of the furnace was subpar? Regardless, he remained steadfast in his belief that he had made no mistakes. Suddenly, with a resounding explosion, the furnace erupted, propelling the lid far into the distance. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan feigned curiosity and inquired. My master instructed us to learn from you, senior brother, so after selecting our dojo, we came here. Duobao, with a hint of mischief, remarked while his eyes roamed around Feng Xuan's dojo, sensing an abundance of treasures within. Noticing this, Feng Xuan swiftly identified his target. It has been decided. You shall be the one, Duobao. Clearing his throat, he continued, Duobao, I possess the true transmission of my master's Taisu Dan Dao. In my leisure, I have concocted a few golden elixirs. Seeing your eagerness, I shall bestow one upon you. Really? Duobao's eyes sparkled with excitement. The renown of his master's alchemical prowess was legendary throughout the realm. To receive the true teachings from such a master was indeed a rare honor. The others around them expressed envy, their desires evident as they too longed for such a gift. Proceed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan spoke faintly, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, as he struggled to continue his fabrication. Golden pill. Duobao exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at the dark object in his hand, questioning how something so unremarkable could bear the name of a golden pill. Will consuming this truly not result in death? Duobao, you must partake in it. Do so, and your senior brother shall bestow upon you a primordial spiritual treasure. Feng Xuan casually produced a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, waving it enticingly before Duobao. As he gazed at the innate treasure, Duobao swallowed hard, his resolve solidifying. He made up his mind. He would do it. Without hesitation, he placed the golden elixir into his mouth. Meanwhile, the South Pole and Jinling watched with concern, observing Duobao's reaction after consuming the elixir. At first, it seemed nothing was amiss, but suddenly Duobao began to convulse, blood pouring from his nose like a torrential waterfall. No matter how hard he tried to stem the flow, it continued unabated. Brother, Duobao exclaimed in panic, frantically wiping his face, but every attempt to clean it only resulted in more blood gushing forth. Oh, it's nothing. We are all Tai golden immortals. Blood won't kill us. Feng Xuan waved his hand and began to document the effects of the elixir. The 5-transformation black pill, when ingested, caused a surge of vital energy, resulting in a torrential flow of blood from the nose. After a brief moment, as the potency of the medicine was entirely expended, the gushing blood finally ceased. At that moment, he cast a resentful glance at Feng Xuan. Haha, this is for you. Feng Xuan promptly presented the innate spiritual treasure, and upon receiving it, Duobao's face lit up with joy, the rapid transformation of his expression leaving others in astonishment. A century later, the group engaged in profound discussions, sharing their insights and past experiences, which fostered a closer bond among them, creating an atmosphere of remarkable harmony. Before parting ways, Feng Xuan thoughtfully bestowed upon each individual several dozen leaves from the enlightenment tree to aid in their cultivation. Such a life was indeed quite pleasant. Feng Xuan lay upon the grass, gazing up at the sky, his heart enveloped in tranquility. Yet, an unsettling sensation lingered, as if he had forgotten something important. Senior brother Feng Xuan, there seems to be unusual activity at the spirit pool. Yun Xiao exclaimed anxiously, approaching Feng Xuan from behind to relay the news. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan focused his gaze and realized that this was none other than the 9-petal pure world white lotus. Observing the spiritual tempest within the spiritual pool, it became evident that it was on the verge of evolution. Feng Xuan quietly observed from the side. The transformation of the 9-tiered lotus platform into the 12-tiered lotus platform is perhaps a phenomenon that cannot be witnessed again throughout the vast primordial world. Soon, the storm of spiritual energy subsided. Xiao withdrew the protective barrier of mana, revealing the 12-tiered pure world White Lotus floating upon the surface of the spiritual pool. At this moment, it continuously emanated a pristine aura, purifying everything in its vicinity. Congratulations, Brother Feng Xuan, on acquiring this precious treasure. Yunxiao and Xiao expressed their delight, sharing their heartfelt congratulations. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan summoned the primordial measuring ruler and directed it towards Hui. Alas, Hui had anticipated the attack, evading it with several agile leaps. I have already contacted the ancestor shaman. Today, there is no escape for you. Hui continued to flee into the distance, hoping to buy some time. However, Feng Xuan had resolved to eliminate him entirely, having been provoked time and again. Even a clay Buddha has its limits. Stepping forward, he appeared directly behind Hui, wielding the primordial measuring ruler with lethal intent, striking down upon him. Unable to evade, Hui was cleaved in two by the sharp edge of the ruler, a mournful wail echoing through the air. Crimson blood splattered across the rocky terrain, the severed halves of his body falling in separate locations. The wind swirled around Feng Xuan, casting a formidable presence before Hui, whose handsome visage now betrayed a glimmer of murderous intent. In response to Hui's terrified expression, Feng Xuan unleashed a powerful punch, utterly shattering his form beyond the realm of death. Upon detecting that the host had completed the second option, a drop of Pangu's essence was dispatched. Suddenly, Feng Xuan lifted his gaze towards the distant clouds of dust rising ominously. Beneath that dust loomed two colossal figures, reminiscent of mountains, two ancestral witches. Such audacity to deploy two ancestral beings at once. It was evident that the witch clan sought his demise. To avoid implicating Niwa, Feng Xuan swiftly retreated into the distance. However, an ethereal hand emerged from the void, pulling him into an unknown realm. By the time the two great ancestral witches arrived, all that remained was the lifeless form of Hui and the desolate, uninhabited mountains. Zhurong, you are truly something. Under your orchestration, our witch clan has lost another powerful witch. Just wait until I recount this to our elder brother. A giant with a python's head, draped in black scales and standing upon a dark dragon, taunted. It was none other than the ancestral witch of water, Gong Gong. At these words, Zhurong, the ancestral witch of fire, erupted with a thunderous roar, his boundless fury surging forth like a volcanic eruption. This was the second time he had been mocked. And this time, it was in the presence of his arch-rival, Gong Gong, caught in a compromising situation. Damn it, if I ever encounter you again, I shall rend you to pieces. Zhurong, in his frenzy, incinerated everything within 1,000 miles. The mountains and stones melted, transforming into a glass-like substance. The intense heat tinted the sky a fiery red. Yet, apart from the space ancestral witch, Di Jiang, those witches who lacked magical prowess could not breach the spatial constraints, rendering them incapable of locating Feng Xuan. Ultimately, Zhurong and Gong Gong had no choice but to withdraw with the remnants of Hui. Meanwhile, Feng Xuan found himself in a place filled with the sweet songs of birds and fragrant flowers. The abundant innate spiritual energy rivaled that of Kunlun Mountain, and the earth beneath his feet was imbued with a rich aura of creation, as if the path of creation had manifested within the world. Where is this? Feng Xuan expressed his doubts. You have finally arrived, and you have already stirred up such a significant matter. A familiar voice reached his ears from behind, prompting Feng Xuan to turn around. He beheld Enhua, her face adorned with a radiant smile as she gazed at him. Sister Enhua, where exactly are we? He inquired. We are in the Phoenix Nest Valley. Do not worry, the ancestral shaman cannot enter here, Enhua explained. Feng Xuan finally felt a sense of relief, yet soon found himself engulfed in embarrassment. To be a guest for the first time in such a place and end up being rescued was rather humiliating, wasn't it? However, Niwa had other thoughts in mind. After living in solitude for such an extended period, she was driven nearly to the brink of madness. Grasping Feng Xuan's hand, she began to wander through the Phoenix Nest Valley, engaging in lively conversation. In the blink of an eye, a century passed. Their bond deepened significantly. Observing that Feng Xuan was on the verge of breaking through to the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, Niwa took it upon herself to elucidate her own path, hoping that the collision of their differing philosophies might catalyze a breakthrough for Feng Xuan. Feng Xuan listened with rapt attention, utterly entranced. In the unique environment of the Fengxi Valley, he unexpectedly grasped a fragment of the profound truths of the Tao of creation. Although he had not yet transcended his realm, his strength had significantly increased. Thank you, Sister Nuwa, for imparting your wisdom. Upon awakening, Feng Xuan displayed a look of profound gratitude. She had guided him onto a new path, deserving of the title of master. There is no need for such formality between us. It feels too distant. Nuwa chuckled, extending her hand to gently tap Feng Xuan's forehead. The two then engaged in a lively conversation, discussing various topics. Just as Feng Xuan felt it was time to take his leave, a commanding proclamation echoed from beyond the valley, resonating through the heavens, a century hence. On the Sun Star, I, Emperor Jun, shall host a banquet for the celestial beings to celebrate the prosperity of the demon court. A banquet for the celestial beings? What on earth is Emperor Jun plotting? Feng Xuan, filled with doubt, suspected that the gathering of the celestial beings was not held with benevolent intentions. He resolved to return and consult with his masters. Sister Enhua, the demon court is hosting a banquet. I shall confer with my masters and will not linger any longer. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.G. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan respectfully bowed. The grand door opened automatically, inviting him to enter. Upon stepping inside, Feng Xuan raised his gaze and found that the three masters had been waiting for quite some time. Ah, disciple. The aura emanating from you is that of the path of creation. The venerable master gazed at him in astonishment, his eyes betraying profound confusion. How could it be that within a mere millennium, the disciple has reached the threshold of the path of creation? Could it be that he has encountered some extraordinary fortune? The Deluo cultivates the principles of Deluo, not the true principles of the Great Tao. Only by ascending to a higher realm can one truly engage with the principles of the Great Tao. Indeed, the disciple has, with the assistance of Sister Nuwa, stepped into the threshold of the path of creation. Feng Xuan responded, elucidating his whereabouts over the past millennium. Upon hearing this, the three pure ones exchanged glances, a shared thought stirring within their minds. Could it be? Yet, they remained hesitant to fully embrace this notion and chose to momentarily dismiss it. What are your thoughts on Emperor Jun's invitation to the celestial banquet? Yuan Shi inquired nonchalantly from his lofty platform. What are my thoughts? I suppose we shall simply observe. My disciple suspects there may be a grand conspiracy at play, or perhaps the monster court seeks to recruit more followers. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan pondered for a moment before acquiescing. He held steadfast in the belief that with the masters present, he would face no worries. Fear not, we shall support you from behind. Even if you find yourself astride the neck of Emperor Jun, Tongtian declared, his tone brimming with pride. Upon hearing this, Feng Xuan playfully replied, since the masters have spoken thus, I am indeed tempted to ride this supreme of the demon court, just to experience the sensation. The three pure ones erupted into hearty laughter, thoroughly amused by his jest. The atmosphere in the Yushu Palace was filled with joy. After departing from the Yushu Palace, Feng Xuan held in his hand a gourd of golden elixir and 2 celestial apricots. These were the gifts he prepared for the banquet. With only a century to spare, he needed to ready himself for the journey ahead. Once he had left, Tongtian casually remarked, elder brother, second brother. Do you think our disciple will truly dare to ride upon Emperor Jun's head? Surely not. Our disciple cannot be bold enough for such a feat, Yuan Shi responded uncertainly. Given the events of the past millennia, their disciple had consistently engaged in actions beyond expectation. He could not ascertain whether Feng Xuan would indeed act so audaciously. Laozi, however, remained silent, his thoughts a mystery. Outside the core region of Kunlun, Feng Xuan summoned the 9-dragon incense palanquin, preparing to set forth to the Sun Star. This time, he need not conceal himself. He could traverse with grandiosity, showcasing his opulent conveyance. Wait a moment. Just as he was about to embark, a gentle, melodious female voice called from behind. A chill breeze accompanied the approach of none other than the Queen Mother of the West. Feng Xuan, are you also heading to the demon court for the banquet? She inquired. Indeed. Might you be going as well? He replied. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan pondered for a moment before agreeing. Having an additional companion posed no inconvenience, especially one who was a formidable quasi-saint. In the event of unforeseen troubles, an extra ally would prove advantageous. Thus, it was an opportunity too good to pass up. The two set out together towards the Sun Star for the banquet. Along the journey, the atmosphere within the carriage grew quite peculiar. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan was taken aback. Why are you blushing? He has done nothing at all. After regaining her composure, the Queen Mother of the West took a deep breath and softly articulated her request. Feng Xuan, after this banquet, I would like to invite you to visit my Taoist sanctuary. Sure, feel free to speak your mind. It is nothing of great consequence, Feng Xuan replied, having anticipated something more significant. After all, they resided in Kunlun Mountain, making them neighbors, and visiting each other should not be a matter of hesitation. Upon receiving a positive response, the Queen Mother of the West beamed with joy, her gentle smile illuminating the atmosphere within the carriage. Soon, the fragrant 9 dragons sedan chair soared into the starry expanse, arriving outside the Sun Star. At that moment, a multitude of beings had gathered here. Some of the esteemed guests from the 3,000 of Zixiao had come in person, while others sent their disciples and apprentices in their stead. The majority comprised those who, during the preaching period, lacked the strength to reach Zixiao Palace, but had now barely caught up in power. The crowd swelled to an impressive million, a bustling throng. It was a veritable sea of humanity. Almost every capable being had attended this grand banquet. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan and the Queen Mother of the West ascended side by side into the Sun Star. Upon entering the celestial interior, Feng Xuan was profoundly captivated by the breathtaking scenery before him. Countless palaces adorned in gold, jade, and glazed tiles floated serenely in the void, emanating resplendent golden light that dazzled the eyes. Golden clouds connected the magnificent edifices, while numerous enchanting, clad in diaphanous silks, flitted gracefully between the grand halls, preparing for the festivities. Contrary to expectations, the atmosphere was not one of oppressive heat, but rather exuded a sense of comfort. Dijun and Tai Yi have done well. Feng Xuan mused. The construction of the Sun Star is quite impressive. It surpasses even the grandeur of the celestial court in its heyday. A charming maid approached the two, her smile radiant, guiding them to the banquet. Notable figures began to arrive. The real man of the White Jade Mountain brought a gift of primordial white jade in myriad forms. The real man of Green Cloud Mountain presented primordial bronze in equal measure, and the Lord of the Baibo Pond offered 10 water avoidance pearls. As Feng Xuan settled into his seat, he listened to the names being read aloud. Many were minor figures, lacking in prestige. It seemed the main event would be saved for later. The ancient ancestor of the boundless blood sea, the Lord of the Underworld River, arrived, gifting a sound stone. Upon hearing this, Dijun, seated in the exalted position above, opened his eyes and commanded the maid, "Wait, play the sound stone." The maid complied, activating the stone. "Damn you, Dijun. Damn you, Tai Yi. Should you dare to provoke me again, I will not hesitate to retaliate." The grand hall fell into an immediate silence. Dijun's face darkened, a deep shade of mortification washing over him. "I, Dijun, swear to be your nemesis, Minghe." Tai Yi, sensing the tension, gestured for the maid to skip this segment and continue with the others. The real man of 5, Jin Yuanzi, was next, presenting another sound stone. Having just witnessed the previous debacle, the maid hastily tucked the stone away. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Jin Yuanzi had tampered with it. As soon as she touched it, the stone flew to the center of the hall, its voice echoing, "Dijun, damn you. Tai Yi, damn you." This refrain played in a relentless cycle, amplified by the stone's magic, its volume far exceeding that of the previous outburst. Feng Xuan could not suppress his laughter. How does one evade such an opening? Twice. No less. Minghe and Jin Yuanzi are truly ingenious. The other guests stifled their laughter, unable to contain their mirth. Above, Taiyi's expression darkened. And with a single strike, he shattered the sound stone. Proceed. The maid trembled in fear but continued reading from the list. Fortunately, the remaining entries were devoid of further disturbances, allowing the banquet to progress smoothly. The attendees reveled in the mesmerizing dance performances of the sipping wine and indulging in fruits while engaging in delightful discourse. After several rounds of libations, Dijun and Tai composed themselves and stood, raising their glasses to the assembly. I express my gratitude to all for attending our celebration. I thank you once more. With that, he downed his drink, exuding a sense of grandeur. The guests reciprocated with their own toasts and respect. At this moment, a Kunping rose to speak. Your Majesties, with the celestial court now extinguished, the must rise. We should expand our ranks to ensure the stability of the heavens. Upon hearing this, many powerful figures grasped the true purpose of the banquet. It was a recruitment drive to bolster the strength. Dijun feigned hesitation, declaring, if that is the case, for the sake of the primal world, we must proceed. He then scanned the assembly, randomly selecting several from the 3,000 guests of the purple clouds to inquire if they were willing to join receiving affirmative responses. Feng Xuan's expression twitched. It was clearly a ruse. Did they take him for a fool? Soon, Dijun turned his gaze to the Queen Mother of the West. Taoist friend, would you be willing to serve in my? I shall treat you with the utmost respect. Feigning contemplation, the Queen Mother swiftly replied, I appreciate your kind offer, but I desire to focus solely on my cultivation and wish to remain uninvolved in the disputes of the primordial world. I hope for your understanding. Upon hearing this, Dijun relented, recognizing her clarity. Her refusal to engage in the conflicts of the primordial world implied she would not oppose them. He then turned his attention to Feng Xuan, casually inquiring, might you, friend Feng Xuan, wish to join my? At this utterance, the atmosphere grew taut, with silence so profound one could hear a pin drop. The assembly understood that Dijun was not merely inquiring about Feng Xuan, but rather challenging the three pure ones. Did he intend to stand against them? Feng Xuan's heart bore a cold smirk. Did Dijun dare to approach him with such a question? Knowing full well the enmity that existed between them, he was audacious enough to ask if he would join such delusions. That he had come to the banquet today was already a concession to all eyes turned toward Feng Xuan, awaiting his response. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Feng Xuan replied with composure and decisiveness. As his words echoed in the air, a crowd stealthily began to encircle him. It appeared their intention was not to allow him entry into the demon court, but rather to make an example of him, a grim demonstration, establishing the demon court's fearsome reputation through the demise of the foremost disciple of the three pure ones. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Feng Xuan chose not to endure in silence. He rose with fervor, exclaiming, Dijun, have I shown you too much deference? Have my words fallen on deaf ears? You dare to target me without considering who stands behind me. Do you truly believe that subduing the celestial court has inflated your pride? Such disrespect towards the demon sovereign is intolerable. At that moment, one among the crowd launched an immediate attack, wielding a weapon aimed directly at Feng Xuan's vital points. Feng Xuan leaped deftly to evade, casting a cold gaze at the towering Dijun above. Dijun, is it truly the case that your demon court would act in such a manner? Dijun, upon hearing this, wore a grim expression, and with a sweeping gesture of his hand declared, for your disrespect, I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson as a friend of the three pure ones. With that, he signaled for Kunpeng to make his move. Without hesitation, Kunpeng, having long coveted Feng Xuan's possessions, thought it quite reasonable to seize a few items amidst the chaos of battle. Thus, he summoned his own Grand Dao, conjuring a tempest that surged toward Feng Xuan. Feng Xuan's heart ignited with fury. Instead of defending against the impending attack, he transformed his form and appeared before Emperor Jun. With a thunderous roar, a figure was hurled through the air, crashing violently against the gilded glass wall, embedding their body within it. Feng Xuan, with an unexpected strike, sent Emperor Jun flying. Even Taiyi, who stood nearby, was momentarily taken aback. Upon witnessing the duck he had been pursuing take to the skies, Kunpeng immediately sought to follow. However, he was obstructed by a slender, unadorned flag. If you wish to harm my friend Feng Xuan, you must first seek my permission, proclaimed the Queen Mother of the West, brandishing the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Cloud Realm flag. which barred Kunlun's advance. Simultaneously, the magnificent innate spiritual treasure, the Kunlun mirror, appeared before her. The mirror shimmered with the radiant light of the great Tao, emanating a terrifying aura of death that ensnared Kunlun, rendering him immobile. Within the grand hall, Emperor Jun broke through the wall, unleashing a furious roar. Cough, cough, Feng Xuan, today shall be your demise. As he spoke, the 10 great demon saints encircled him, trapping him within their midst. I strike you because you deserve it. Cease your actions now, and perhaps there remains a chance for reconciliation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As the winds of fate stirred, an intention to act arose. Suddenly, a colossal skylight shattered the dome of the Golden Crow Palace. A small banner of chaotic, deep yellow descended, exuding an overwhelming aura of divine wrath that shattered the surrounding space, even extinguishing the great pathways. Impudent! How dare you challenge my disciple? A chilling voice echoed from the void, and the small banner illuminated in a flash. Instantly, myriad rays of dawn and an array of auspicious colors filled the air, causing the hearts of all present to tremble with trepidation. With a resonant clang, 10 beams of black axe light, embodying the true essence of creation, surged forth from the banner. The elemental forces of fire, water, earth, and wind on the solar star were thrown into disarray. The ground fissured, and the very essence of the stars quaked in fear. The 10 demon saints struggled to resist. Yet they were no match for such power, being sent flying thousands of miles away, their fates uncertain. This was the innate treasure, the Panga banner. Its movement was not to be trifled with. Even a slight motion could shake the heavens. As the blade of the heaven-splitting divine axe, it possessed unparalleled might in the art of attack. When fully unleashed, it could rend the primordial chaos, shatter the fabric of time and space, and govern the profound mysteries of the universe, creating realms anew. Upon witnessing this, Emperor Jun's eyes widened in fury. Could the 10 demon saints truly be dispatched in a single stroke? In a fit of rage, he summoned the river map and the Luo book to assault Feng Xuan. The Panga banner, sensing his intent, unleashed the divine light of creation, preventing any advancement. The entire palace was riddled with wounds, on the brink of collapse. Tai Yi, snapping out of his stupor, gazed at the Panga banner dominating the battlefield and unleashed the Chaos Bell to thwart its indiscriminate assault. Just as the Chaos Bell was about to strike the Panga banner, a yin-yang Taiji diagram manifested in the heavens above, another innate treasure, the Taiji diagram. The yin-yang bagua rotated effortlessly, easily blocking the Chaos Bell's attack and ensnaring it alongside the Panga banner, rendering Tai Yi unable to reclaim it for the time being. All present marveled at the might of these 2 treasures. Even before their arrival, a single artifact held the power to command the celestial realms. Yet, with the Panga banner no longer restraining him, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi immediately turned their sights upon Feng Xuan, charging forth with the technique of the Golden Crow's radiance. Feng Xuan once again summoned the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus to defend himself. Possessing a physical form at the early stage of a quasi-saint, he could contend with mid-stage quasi-saint powerhouses, yet he could not triumph over them. Confronted by 2 formidable mid-stage quasi-saints, he found himself compelled to exercise utmost caution. However, Feng Xuan may have underestimated the extent of his connections. In the void, a delicate red brocade ball suddenly manifested, hurtling straight towards Tai Yi. It was none other than the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the red brocade ball, belonging to Nuwa. Caught off guard, Tai Yi was struck and immediately rendered unconscious. A large bump forming on his head, temporarily incapacitating him for battle. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun found himself encircled by 4 swords infused with overwhelming malevolence. This was the legendary sword array of extermination, said to be impervious to the 4 sages. Within the array, a murderous aura surged, with sword chi striking intermittently. Emperor Jun had no choice but to transform into his true form, the Golden Crow of the Great Sun, adopting his most formidable defensive posture to withstand the onslaught. Yet, it proved futile. His body was riddled with wounds, and the blood of the Golden Crow flowed freely, a scene of utter devastation. At this juncture, the pinnacle forces of the demon court were either grievously wounded or trapped, leaving only one, Emperor Shi Huangfushi. Upon witnessing the emergence of the red brocade ball, he instinctively grasped his sister's intent and sat quietly below, patiently awaiting the conclusion of this farcical spectacle. Feng Xuan strode to the outer perimeter of the Zhuxian sword array. Arms crossed over his chest as he gazed at the woeful sight of Emperor Jun within, coldly mocking, "Do you dare to use me as a pawn? Pray tell, who bestowed upon you the audacity and strength?" Suddenly, a jest from earlier in the Yushu Palace resurfaced in his mind. Feng Xuan chuckled lightly, not expecting that his words had indeed come true. Ding! The system detected that Dijun was now powerless to resist and prompted the host to make the following choices. 1. Ride him. The words from earlier still echoed in his ears. Young man, go ride this supreme demon. Reward: 9 transformations of profound skill. 2. Show him some respect. As the supreme demon and a future protagonist of the calamity, perhaps it would be wise to grant him some dignity. Reward: Spirit Coffin Palace Lantern. There was no need for deliberation. Dijun was now akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, right for the taking. As for showing respect, he had already lost all face. So why bother? System: I choose option 1. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Feng Xuan remained silent, contemplatively regarding the back of Emperor Jun, deliberating on where to alight. What are you planning to do? Emperor Jun exclaimed, his eyes widening, his voice trembling. It's nothing, do not be afraid. Feng Xuan smiled as he spoke, selecting an appropriate landing point. He leaped onto the back of Dijun, his feet treading upon the golden fur still stained with crimson, gently caressing the golden feathers in his hand. He mused that the sensation was rather lackluster, far inferior to that of my little bai. After experiencing the sensation, Feng Xuan offered his assessment. It was detected that the host had completed option 1, and the 9 transformations of the mysterious art had been bestowed upon him. The 9 transformations of the mysterious art, a unique technique of the witch clan, represents the supreme mastery of physical cultivation, coupled with the Pango blood essence acquired earlier. Perhaps he could enhance his physical prowess without the need to consume rare treasures of heaven and earth. Contemplating this, Feng Xuan instinctively tightened his grip and plucked a few feathers from Dijun's neck. In that moment, Dijun was overwhelmed with humiliation. He had been mounted, and his feathers had been plucked. To be subjected to such indignities at the hands of an enemy was a torment more unbearable than death itself. Feng Xuan, I will make you pay for this. I will ensure your demise. The relentless roars erupted from Dijun, a torrent of resentment swirling around his form like a palpable entity. Feng Xuan furrowed his brows. He had completely offended the demon court now. Should he eradicate the roots of the problem? As this thought emerged, it swiftly spread through Feng Xuan's mind like wild grass growing uncontrollably. The primordial measuring ruler was summoned effortlessly by him. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Feng Xuan, feeling helpless, could only retract the Hongmeng measuring heaven. Indeed, as one of the principal figures of the calamity, Dijun was not yet destined to perish. Gazing down at Dijun, whose resentment soared to the heavens, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Feng Xuan offered a deep bow, expressing his gratitude for the assistance rendered by the West Queen Mother. He had not anticipated that she, with her reclusive nature, would extend her hand to aid him. This act positioned her in direct opposition to the demon court, which would undoubtedly target her during the impending calamity of the witch and demon. Consequently, she too would face the perils of tribulation, with the threat of downfall looming. It was he who had brought her into this predicament. There's no need for thanks. You have saved me in the past, and this is but a small matter, the West Queen Mother replied, helping him to his feet. A radiant smile graced her delicate features, blossoming like a rare flower against the backdrop of the desolate starry sky. Feng Xuan's heart was stirred slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he fixed a solemn gaze upon the eyes of the Queen Mother of the West and declared, "My friend, I shall ensure your safety." Upon hearing these words, the Queen Mother's face flushed crimson, rendered momentarily speechless by Feng Xuan's earnest promise. The two exchanged silent glances. After a while, Feng Xuan bowed to the void, saying, "Master, I implore you to escort the Queen Mother safely back to Kunlun Mountain." Suddenly, the Linglong Pagoda of heaven and earth materialized above them, emanating a profound yellow aura that enveloped them in a golden light of virtue, capable of withstanding any assault from the world. A profound sense of security washed over them. "Dear friend, I have matters to attend to," said the Queen Mother. "I shall ask Master to safeguard your journey. You may return to Kunlun Mountain first." With a flicker of her eyes, she softly acquiesced. As she vanished from sight, Feng Xuan turned his gaze towards the sun star. Reflecting on the events he had just endured, he couldn't help but sigh. His strength was indeed too feeble. Had it not been for the assistance of his masters in Nuwa, he would have faced a perilous fate today. Moreover, he felt a sense of discontent regarding the predetermined course of the heavenly Tao. Di Jun had so brazenly insulted and threatened him. Was there truly no room for resistance? Must he wait until the calamity of the Wu and Yao had concluded? This calamity persisted for dozens of Yuan meetings, even extending across multiple cycles. Could he truly remain passive for such an extended duration? And what of the impending calamity of the investiture of the gods? Feng Xuan surveyed his surroundings, gazing down at the vast wilderness and up at the boundless starry sky. He felt an urgent need to seek a solution to break the stalemate and uncover the essence of the Tao's operation. Only then could he attain a flawless future. Initially, he had merely wished to be a carefree wanderer, enjoying the shade of a great tree. Yet, without his awareness, he had become entangled in a cataclysm. Although his life was not in peril, he found himself unable to follow his desires, constantly hindered in his endeavors. He was unwilling to accept such a fate. To shatter the impasse? To shatter the impasse, he resolved to wait until his masters achieved the status of sages. For now, his focus must be on diligent cultivation, striving for the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, or even the realm of the Hunyuan Daoyojingxian. Thus, he would be able to confront the likes of Emperor Jun and Tai without being at a disadvantage, placing himself at the chessboard of fate. Whatever plans the future held could then be executed openly, without the need for covert maneuvers. With this thought, Feng Xuan solidified his future course, to cultivate discreetly while also engaging in virtuous deeds, all the while gradually exploring the workings of the Tao, preparing himself for a more prominent role later on. Yes, that was the plan. Having resolved this, Feng Xuan produced the Star Essence Wheel. He had allowed the Queen Mother of the West to depart first, solely to delve into the secrets of this wheel. Since his arrival in the Starry Realm, it had remained restless, almost attempting to leap from his grasp. Now, he was determined to uncover the hidden mysteries of the Star Essence Wheel. As soon as it appeared, it surged forth like a wild stallion, racing away into the distance. Feng Xuan, with a shocked expression, exclaimed, "My treasure, where are you going?" The Sun Star and the dilapidated Golden Crow Palace stood before him. After Feng Xuan departed, the Panga banner, the Taiji diagram, the extermination sword array, and the red embroidery ball all retracted and vanished into the void, leaving only the assembled guests behind. At this moment, the fate of Emperor Jun remained unknown. Tai lay in a state of unconsciousness, and the 10 great demon saints were nowhere to be found. Only Kunping and Fushi remained unharmed. Among the guests present, not all harbored noble intentions. Witnessing the unfolding chaos, some became greedy, eager to seize the opportunity for plunder. Kunping, though appearing honest, felt a stir of restlessness within. The chaos clock lay before him, and with his prowess, none present could rival him. Would he act or refrain? Fushi sensed the unsettling atmosphere and, as the Shi Huang of the demon court, he felt it was his duty to uphold its integrity. Thus, he ascended the high platform to take charge of the situation while simultaneously using a primordial healing artifact to tend to Emperor Jun's wounds and awaken Tai. Soon, Tai regained consciousness. Observing the ravaged palace and his brother's grievous injuries, he was filled with fury, yet a chilling dread enveloped him. The Sanqing had grown astonishingly powerful. Merely with 2 innate treasures, they had subdued the entire demon court to the point of submission. Even with the blessings of the entire demon court's fortune, they could not match their strength. Truly terrifying. "Demon Emperor, please take charge," Fushi interrupted Tai's thoughts, signaling him to maintain order at the banquet. Tai glanced down at the assembly, comprehending the gravity of the situation. With a cold snort, he summoned the chaos clock, revealing his mid-stage quasi-saint realm without reservation. His authoritative voice resonated throughout the hall, akin to a heavy hammer striking the hearts of all present. "Let the banquet continue, and I implore you all not to overreach." As the esteemed sovereign of the demon race, could he not handle the Sanqing, let alone you? The previously agitated crowd fell silent in an instant. Kunping, too, abandoned the notion of seizing treasures and fleeing. He was still too timid. As long as Tai lived, he dared not harbor any rebellious thoughts. The Golden Crow Palace settled into tranquility, with the guests consuming the spiritual fruits before them and savoring the exquisite spiritual wine. After all, they had not come in vain. It was akin to paying an entrance fee to witness a grand spectacle. Kunping, go find the 10 great demon saints, whether alive or dead. I must see them. Tai Yi commanded while channeling his Golden Crow power to heal his brother, Emperor Jun Kunping. Having received the order, activated the wind laws and flew out through the newly opened sky window of the Golden Crow Palace in search of the 10 great demon saints. With remarkable speed, Kunping soon gathered all 10 saints. On the surface, they appeared faint and weak, yet a glimmer of hope lingered. They could be saved. Kunping couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. Previously, he had been the one in dire straits, but now he relished witnessing others in distress. A subtle joy blossomed within him. Subsequently, he used his magical abilities to carry the 10 great demon saints back to the Golden Crow Palace. Along the way, the other 9 saints appeared frail, save for Bai Zhe, whose forehead was slick with sweat. Bai Zhe felt an overwhelming sense of panic, gazing at Kunping, who was supporting him. He desperately wanted to say, "Brother, I'm fine." Yet how could he explain that he had sustained no injuries? Feng Xuan, Taoist Yuan Shi. I truly hope you can assist me. It would make things easier for me to explain. Bai Zhe sighed, deciding to feign death, taking each step as it came. The starry sky shimmered. Countless stars emitted a myriad of hues, intertwining to create a breathtaking celestial tapestry. Yet, amidst this vast expanse, there existed no signs of life. Only a profound silence. At that moment, a disk radiating endless starlight traversed the stars with remarkable speed, so swift that even Feng Xuan, driving the 9 dragons' incense chariot, could not keep pace. Wait, my treasure, please wait. Soon, the star essence wheel vanished into a massive star before Feng Xuan's eyes. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan, without further contemplation, arrived at the location of the star essence wheel. Before him lay an ancient and desolate expanse of purple earth, starkly barren. Beneath the star essence wheel was a vast abyss, spanning 1,000 miles in circumference and plunging 10,000 miles deep. It was evident that something had been excavated from this celestial body. Feng Xuan gazed down at the lifeless, colorless fallen leaves beneath his feet, realizing that what had been excavated was likely a towering giant tree. Stars. A colossal tree? The amalgamation of the two led Feng Xuan to ponder a tantalizing possibility. Could it be the star tree? Before he could contemplate further, the star essence wheel above suddenly erupted in an endless radiance, its disk adorned with twinkling starlight, corresponding to the celestial constellations. Under the brilliance of this illumination, the once barren earth beside Feng Xuan underwent a dramatic transformation, revealing a resplendent palace. Constructed entirely of starry crystal, it emanated a soft violet glow, exuding an air of unmatched nobility. Feng Xuan was somewhat astonished. To his surprise, there existed an innate concealment formation in this place, one that even he had failed to detect. With this revelation, he decided to be unreserved. It is well known that where there is a protective innate formation, there must be a high-grade innate spiritual treasure. At this moment, the star essence will seem to have fulfilled its purpose, returning to Feng Xuan's hand, remaining motionless. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan momentarily suppressed his thoughts and turned his gaze to the second item, a map. He absorbed its information. It was the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the celestial star map. Etched with the essence of the myriad stars, it granted the ability to manipulate their primal forces, awakening their sentience. Furthermore, it could harness the power of the stars to decree the fates of living beings, enabling them to command the strength of the cosmos for combat and cultivation. Those who were conferred this power would possess 2 lives. One, their original life, and the other, a celestial spirit life. Most crucially, the celestial star map, when fused with the star essence wheel and the star seal, could become an unparalleled innate spiritual treasure. If combined with the Sun Essence Wheel and the Moon Essence Wheel, it could ascend to the status of an innate supreme treasure. Though this revelation astonished Feng Xuan, his possession of a supreme treasure rendered him somewhat indifferent. What truly astonished him was the capacity of the celestial star map to confer power upon beings. Was this not an enhanced version of the God Sealing List? It could bestow upon beings the strength of Tai or even quasi-saint status without any adverse effects. The beings would not be constrained, allowing them to continue striving for higher realms. A flawless version of the God Sealing List. Gazing upon the two items before him and the star essence wheel in his hand, a path to dominance over the celestial stars unfurled before Feng Xuan. Dijun, Tai, you cannot blame me. It is you who first provoked my ire. The great celestial star array of the demon court can only unleash its full might through the power of the stars, and my celestial star map is its nemesis. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. In Feng Xuan's mind, the visages of the two lunar goddesses emerged. He chuckled, Dijun, you may as well forfeit the merits of this celestial union, and stepped out of the starry hall. Feng Xuan meticulously packed the entire grand hall into his own shumi space. He was a frugal individual, unwilling to squander even a single grain of rice that had fallen to the ground. How could he possibly waste such a magnificent celestial glazed palace? For a long time, he had envied his master's Jade Void Palace. No matter how splendid his own little stone peak was, it could not compare to the innate white jade used to construct the Jade Void Palace. At last, he possessed his own exquisite palace. As he gazed upon the desolate and barren land surrounding him, he felt a sense of fulfillment. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Feng Xuan wielded the authority of the Lord of the Ziwei Star, erasing all traces of his presence and concealing the intricate ties between himself and the Ziwei Star. He ensured that no being beneath the sage could deduce the nature of his relationship with the Ziwei Star. Within the realm of the demon court, the adept strategists Emperor Jun and Fushi posed a considerable challenge, compelling him to initially conceal this aspect of his identity to facilitate his future schemes. Subsequently, under the stealthy guise of the 6 roots of purity bamboo, Feng Xuan quietly departed from the Ziwei Star, steering the 9-dragon agarwood chariot towards the supreme celestial body of the Tongtian star. His intention was to first establish rapport with the two Tongtian goddesses, fostering a favorable relationship that would enable him to persuade them to oppose Emperor Jun and Tai. Before long, Feng Xuan arrived at the vicinity of the Tongtian star and, dismounting from his chariot, courteously addressed, Daoist Shihi, Daoist Changshi, I, Feng Xuan, have come to pay my respects to both of you. At that moment, the two ethereal maidens, engaged in their tranquil meditation within the Tongtian star, suddenly opened their eyes, exchanging a glance filled with profound curiosity. Their otherwise emotionless faces betraying an unexpected depth of perplexity. What purpose do Feng Xuan and her companions from the Moonstar serve? It seems they have no connection with him, do they? Could it be that their attendance at the Sunstar South Demon Court banquet is the reason? It is time for reckoning. Recalling the tragic fate of the 10 demon saints atop the Golden Crow Palace, Dijun and Tai, she glanced at her and her sister's slender arms and legs. Changshi was so frightened that she was on the verge of tears, her delicate form trembling slightly as she subtly leaned closer to Shihi, seeking solace. Sister, I am so scared. Shihi, too, was filled with trepidation. Yet the weight of her responsibility as an elder sister kept her fear at bay as she softly reassured Changshi. Do not fear, dear sister. We lack power and have no intentions against him, nor do we possess any formidable treasures. He should not harm us. As she spoke, tears nearly brimmed in Shihi's eyes, overwhelmed by the sense of their dire predicament. Shihi, my friend, is Changshi with you? The voice of Feng Xuan echoed once more, entering the ears of the two sisters like a whisper from a demon. Sister, should we respond to him? Changshi gazed at her sister with tearful eyes. If we don't respond, he will surely break in, won't he? Shihi felt a flutter of anxiety in her heart. After a brief contemplation, she made her decision. She instructed her sister to sit upright and maintain their previous icy demeanor while activating the primordial formation of the Moon Palace, ready to resist and retreat at any moment. Let the Tongtian star come or go as it pleases. Once prepared, Shihi exhaled deeply, steadying her mind before calmly speaking. Feng Xuan, my friend, Is there something you wish to discuss that cannot be spoken of outside? I have pressing matters to discuss. I kindly ask for your convenience. Feng Xuan insisted on entering. He and Changxi, with tearful expressions, allowed him in. Then you may enter, he permitted with a trembling voice. Upon receiving permission, Feng Xuan stepped into the tiny star and arrived at the Moon Palace. As soon as he entered, he noticed the two women above were gazing at him with a serious demeanor. Feng Xuan was perplexed. It seemed they had no prior connection. So why did they regard him with such scrutinizing gazes? Nevertheless, he articulated his purpose for visiting. I have come to forge a friendship with both of you and to present you with a significant opportunity. Forge a friendship? A significant opportunity. Xia and Chashi gasped in unison, preparing to flee, only to discover that he was not there to settle scores with them. Indeed, a significant opportunity awaited. Feng Xuan, with unwavering confidence, spoke, firmly believing that the opportunity he presented would bind the two lunar goddesses to him, allowing them to advance and retreat together. From that moment on, Emperor Jun would have no further chances. Feng Xuan, esteemed friend, we are not related by blood. Why would you bestow upon us such an opportunity? Xia, ever rational, understood that fortune does not simply descend from the heavens. There are no opportunities without cost. She was certain he harbored ulterior motives towards them. Yet, what could he possibly covet from them? As the foremost disciple of the three pure ones, lacking in spiritual treasures, methods, or roots was not an issue. Could it be? Xia's gaze drifted towards her own and her sister's alluring figures, their unparalleled beauty, and their cool, elegant demeanor. She immediately voiced her rejection. No, we do not desire your grand opportunity. Feng Xuan was at a loss for words. He had yet to utter anything. Ahem, I believe both of you, my esteemed friends, may have misunderstood. I merely wish to cultivate a friendship with you. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. G. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan spoke. At this moment, Shi and Changxi were so astonished that they found themselves at a loss for words. They had never experienced such a sensation before, the overwhelming power, the feeling of absolute control, and the warm, intimate essence of the celestial forces. They had truly become the sovereigns of the moon star. Noticing the silence from the two, Feng Xuan seated himself, patiently awaiting their response. After a considerable time, Shi and Changxi emerged from their reverie, gazing at Feng Xuan with eyes filled with complexity. Indeed, this was an extraordinary opportunity, an unprecedented chance, one potent enough to lead to sanctification. Without a moment's hesitation, Shi took Changxi by the hand and gracefully descended before Feng Xuan. We have comprehended your intentions. Dear friend, we kindly request that you select an auspicious day, so that my sister and I may be united with you as partners, forever intertwined. What? Feng Xuan could scarcely believe his ears. What had he just heard? Becoming Dao partners. He had merely intended to befriend the two women, aligning them with his cause to thwart Emperor Jun's celestial marriage merits. Unexpectedly, the situation had escalated to the prospect of forming a partnership. This complicated matters greatly for him. How should he respond? To agree or not to agree? Noticing Feng Xuan's prolonged silence, Shi began to suspect that he found her and her sister unworthy. Yet, for the sake of their future path, Shi bit her silver teeth, her slender waist slightly bending as she emitted a sound as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Master. Upon hearing this, both Changxi and Feng Xuan were taken aback. Changxi had never anticipated that her sister could go this far. Feng Xuan was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure and extended a hand to assist Shi. With a righteous demeanor, he inquired, Dear friend, why do you respond in such a manner? My intention in presenting this opportunity was solely to forge a bond with you both, devoid of ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Shi's gaze became resolute, her tone unwavering and devoid of any room for negotiation. No, the implications of this opportunity are far too significant. My sister and I can only reciprocate with the sentiments of Dao companions. Should you refuse, we shall acknowledge you as our master. Our innate heritage contains records of a supreme fruit position, the moon goddess, which embodies the essence of the entire Een star, equating in stature to that of a sage. possessing the authority to command the myriad stars of the primordial chaos. The path I share with Changxi aligns with that of the moon goddess. Moreover, as twin souls, sharing the same roots and origins, we can partake in this fruit position together, achieving the moon goddess and fulfilling the great Tao. As she spoke, she fixed her determined gaze upon Feng Xuan. Surely you now comprehend the magnitude of the opportunity you have bestowed upon us. I beseech you not to decline. We either become Tao companions, or Changxi and I shall acknowledge you as our master. Upon concluding her words, silence enveloped the moon palace. Both Shi and Changxi gazed intently at Feng Xuan, who was deep in thought. Regardless of the choice he made, they would accept it. This life afforded but a singular opportunity to attain the great Tao, and they were unwilling to relinquish it. In that case, dear Shi and Changxi, I look forward to your guidance in the days to come. Feng Xuan ultimately chose to become a Tao partner. After all, to have the two illustrious lunar goddesses acknowledge him as their master would be a gross misallocation of divine resources. Moreover, one of his aspirations upon entering the Hongwang world was to find several celestial maidens as companions. Now that the opportunity lay before him, he was resolute in seizing it. Such chances are fleeting and once lost, may never return. He received a gratifying response. On the faces of Shiha and Changxi bloomed radiant smiles. To become Tao partners was undoubtedly preferable to being mere servants. Furthermore, Feng Xuan, with his extraordinary lineage and formidable cultivation, along with numerous powerful allies, made the prospect of partnering with him an enviable affair. I look forward to your guidance, my husband. Shiha gracefully approached, settling closely beside Feng Xuan, followed closely by Changxi. With one on each side, Feng Xuan reveled in the bliss of companionship. This is the essence of life. Feng Xuan could not help but reflect in his heart. To be accompanied by two lunar goddesses is indeed a tremendous fortune in life. How delightful! However, the primordial power of the lunar star has given rise to the moon god fruit, suggesting that the solar star must also harbor the sun god fruit. It seems that Dijun and Tai, instead of diligently cultivating and seeking ways to attain the sun god, have chosen instead to establish the demon court and pursue the path of fortune and merit. Is this not a reversal of priorities? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan comprehended the underlying reasons. It turned out to be two insignificant individuals who lacked even the path to ascend to the highest echelons. They could only navigate their own way. If he were to manipulate the position of the sun god fruit that day, could he imagine the fury that would ensue if he were to achieve it in the presence of Dijun and Tai? The mere thought of it was amusing. My dear, are you all right? Shihi, noticing Feng Xuan's solitary laughter, could not help but feel concerned. She gently placed her delicate hand upon his forehead. I'm fine. I was merely contemplating something amusing. Feng Xuan regained his composure and shared his innermost thoughts with the two women. She could not help but burst into laughter. And even the timid and cold Chang, she wore a captivating smile. The moon palace resonated with joyous laughter. Subsequently, Feng Xuan expressed his desire to invite the two ladies to Kunlun Mountain to meet their master and to select an auspicious time for their wedding. However, the two women shook their heads in refusal. My dear, the time is not yet right. If you do not attain the position of the sun deity, we can wed at any moment. But should you seek to achieve that divine status, the most opportune time for our union will be after we have both attained our respective goals. Our primary objective now is to reach enlightenment, for that will be the pinnacle of perfection. Feng Xuan, upon hearing this, found it quite reasonable. In the current realm, the primary protagonists are still the witch and monster clans. They must diligently cultivate and pursue their endeavors. When the time comes for them to command the vastness of the primordial universe and reign over all realms, they shall host a grand wedding. Moreover, he aspires not only to attain the position of the sun god, but also to achieve the rank of the supreme star and the heavenly emperor. He seeks to transcend even the realm of the primordial golden immortal, aiming for even loftier heights. With this in mind, he decided to take his leave, assuring the two ladies that he would frequently visit them in the future. As he prepared to return to Kunlun Mountain, he activated the primordial power of the moon star through the celestial star chart, bestowing its entire essence upon the two women. This enhancement would elevate their originally mid-stage quasi-saint status to the pinnacle of quasi-saint. Aside from the Taoist ancestor Hongjun, no one in the primordial realm could currently defeat the two women on the moon star. Feng Xuan had left behind thousands of Tao leaf fragments he had accumulated to assist the two women in comprehending the path of the moon goddess. Farewell, my husband. As the two women gazed longingly, Feng Xuan piloted the 9 Dragons' Agarwood chariot away from the Tongtian star, returning to Kunlun Mountain. Upon his immediate return to Kunlun Mountain, Feng Xuan first arrived at the Yusu Palace to express his heartfelt gratitude to his masters for their assistance. The moment he laid eyes on the 3 venerable figures seated on the high dais, he respectfully bowed. Disciple is deeply grateful for the unwavering support of my esteemed masters. The 3 pure ones smiled warmly and helped him to his feet. Tongtian, exuding an air of authority, proclaimed, "There is no need for such formalities. If anyone dares to bully our cherished disciple, we shall certainly deliver a profound lesson to the demon court, ensuring that the vast wilderness recognizes the illustrious reputation of our Kunlun lineage. No one has the right to trample upon us." Laozi and Yuan Shi exchanged approving glances with Tongtian, fully endorsing his words. The Kunlun lineage shall not be humiliated. Indeed, the Kunlun lineage shall not be humiliated. Afterward, Feng Xuan departed from the Yusu Palace and returned to the Little Stone Peak. His masters were still immersed in the comprehension of the primordial purple chi, so he chose not to disturb them further. As soon as he arrived at the Little Stone Peak, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan did not disturb them. He arrived alone at his secluded meditation chamber. From the system's space, he retrieved the primordial blood of Pangu and the 9 transformations of the mysterious art. It was time to further enhance his strength. Feng Xuan has begun to comprehend the 9 transformations of profound arts. With an extraordinary innate talent, he devoted a millennium to integrating the first 6 transformations into the golden chapter of the Great Tao. However, the subsequent 3 transformations are exceedingly terrifying and profound. Beyond his current grasp, everything is now in readiness. Feng Xuan swallowed the vibrant red essence of Pangu in one gulp, channeling the profound principles of the Great Tao to refine it. The terrifying vitality surged through his internal organs, wreaking havoc within, shattering his original bodily structure and initiating a remarkable reconstruction. The newly formed organs were far superior to their predecessors. The originally multicolored blood transformed into a vivid crimson hue through the reconstitution of Pangu's essence. His robust heart incessantly pumped this revitalized blood, the powerful rhythm echoing within the tranquil cultivation chamber. In that moment, Feng Xuan felt akin to a primordial beast, his strength magnified 100-fold, even 1,000-fold, beyond his former self. Moreover, this drop of Pangu's essence bestowed not only a corporeal enhancement, but also a profound principle, a principle of strength. It enabled one who had never before encountered such a concept to directly enter the realm of minor accomplishment. With the sheer power of this principle, he could contend with those at the early stage of quasi-sainthood. No wonder the witch clan was so formidable. They were inherently endowed with one or even several principles at their side. By merely cultivating their physical form and enhancing their innate principles, they could augment their strength. His physical cultivation had now reached the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood. It was time to elevate his own realm of cultivation as well. Time flowed like water, and the primordial world was indifferent to the passage of years. A millennium swiftly elapsed. A formidable aura erupted from the summit of the Little Stone Peak. Soaring into the heavens, countless golden lotuses of principles ascended from the void, gathering auspicious clouds, accompanied by harmonious celestial music. Various extraordinary phenomena manifested atop the Little Stone Peak. The 3 purities of the Jade Void Palace opened their eyes, a flicker of brilliance illuminating their depths as they instantly comprehended the unfolding events. Their disciple had broken through to the quasi-saint realm. Joy illuminated the faces of the 3, for such an exceptional disciple could only evoke delight. They each bestowed rewards upon him, which landed on the Little Stone Peak, before returning to their meditative states to contemplate the path to sainthood. At this moment, Feng Xuan, within the cultivation chamber, opened his eyes and expelled a breath of turbid air, retracting the fluctuations of his realm. The celestial phenomena above dissipated in tandem. He had finally stepped into the quasi-saint realm. With his quasi-saint initial stage cultivation and mid-stage physical prowess, coupled with numerous spiritual treasures and the primordial measurement of heaven, he now stood among the elite in this primordial world. He harbored no fear in challenging either Emperor Jun or Tai Yi. Facing them both simultaneously would not intimidate him, and should he choose to depart, they would be powerless to detain him. Feng Xuan spoke with unwavering confidence, a wild aura briefly flickering across his skin before retreating within. His exterior presented him as a young and handsome man, seemingly unremarkable, yet when he unleashed his power, he transformed into a formidable beast of primordial chaos, capable of shaking the very heavens and earth. Upon exiting the secluded chamber, he found San Xiao and Xiao Bai had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Feng Xuan emerge, their faces illuminated with joy as they expressed their congratulations. Congratulations, senior brother Feng Xuan, on your breakthrough in cultivation. Congratulations, master, on your breakthrough in cultivation. Feng Xuan responded with a smile. Soon after, the group arrived at the pavilion where they usually rested. Once seated, Feng Xuan's attention was drawn to the three spiritual treasures on the central table. The first was the Zijing Bagua furnace, an exquisite alchemical cauldron. The second was the Wujixing Huang banner, one of the innate five directions flags. The third was the binding dragon rope, capable of ensnaring all of heaven and earth. It seemed that the masters were rewarding him for his breakthrough in cultivation. Truly, it was an overwhelming sentiment. To have such mentors was indeed a great fortune in life. Feng Xuan accepted it with tranquility. However, as she was receiving the dragon binding rope, a sudden thought struck her. The 24C calming pearls and the dragon binding rope had all been bestowed upon her by Master San. What about Zhao Gongming then? Would he become the second 3-0 immortal of the Hongwang era? Surely not, surely not. It seemed she would need to find a way to make amends with her yet-to-become brother-disciple. How unfortunate. Brother, what realm are you currently in? Across from her, Bai Xiao, adorned in a delicate green gown, sat gracefully on a stone bench, gently swinging her fair, snow-like legs. With her vibrant eyes blinking curiously, she inquired with an expression full of wonder. Feng Xuan gently tilted his head, his gaze profound and serene. He parted his thin lips and softly uttered two words, quasi-saint. Though the sound was not loud, the weight of those words was palpable. Oh, quasi-saint. Bai Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth forming an adorable A-shape. Her delicate face suffused with shock. For someone who was merely at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, it was almost unfathomable to conceive the immense power a quasi-saint possessed. She could only surmise that it was an extraordinarily formidable existence. Did this not imply that her senior brother could traverse the vastness of the primordial world with ease? Bai Xiao was so exhilarated that she nearly leaped from her stone seat, her hands instinctively waving in delight, her eyes sparkling with admiration. However, Feng Xuan merely smiled gently and pinched the tip of Bai Zhao's petite nose with his finger, adopting a tone that was half serious, half teasing. All right, you mustn't keep exclaiming wow incessantly. You should seize the time to cultivate. Look at Yin Xiao and Qiong Xiao. They have already stepped into the Tai golden immortal realm, while you, on the other hand, remain at the golden immortal level. You are lagging behind them significantly. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao exhibited no sign of worry or embarrassment. Instead, she proudly lifted her head, puffed out her chest, and huffed, humph. Master, with you, my senior brother, and my sisters all possessing such formidable strength, what does it matter if my cultivation is slightly lower? Regardless of what challenges arise, I know you will always protect me. After saying this, she playfully stuck her tongue out at Feng Xuan. The others present could only shake their heads in exasperation, sharing a knowing smile. This Bai Xiao truly had a unique way of thinking, distinct enough to elicit both laughter and tears. Seeing this scene, Yin Zhao's brows furrowed in anger, her almond-shaped eyes wide with indignation. She hurried over to Bai Xiao, swiftly grasping her delicate ear with her fair hand. You mustn't say such things. Always giggling and fooling around instead of diligently cultivating. If you continue like this, just wait and see how I will deal with you. From today onwards, you are to remain in the dojo and cultivate in seclusion. If you dare to slack off, you will regret it. Yin Xiao scolded fiercely. Bai Xiao winced at the pinch to her ear, baring her teeth in pain, her eyes brimming with tears as she pleaded, Sister, I understand my mistake. I promise to be obedient and cultivate diligently from now on. I won't dare to play anymore. Please, have mercy and spare me this once. Observing Yin Xiao reprimanding Bai Xiao, Feng Xuan turned to Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai's feathers fluffed up instantly, her long neck nuzzling against Feng Xuan's arm. Exuding an air of innocence as she chirped in a melodious voice, Master, Xiao Bai will certainly strive to cultivate diligently and attain the Tai golden immortal realm. To demonstrate my resolve, I will not play with Bai Xiao until I break through. Ha, such a good girl, Xiao Bai. Feng Xuan gently caressed Xiao Bai's head, his voice tinged with desperation. No, Xiao Bai, I cannot bear to be without you. Bai Xiao looked over with tear-filled eyes, emitting a mournful wail. In the years that followed, spurred by Feng Xuan's cultivation, both San Xiao and Xiao Bai diligently pursued their training. Meanwhile, Feng Xuan focused on refining the innate restrictions of his numerous spiritual treasures to the utmost limit achievable for a quasi-saint. His strength surged considerably. Simultaneously, he tirelessly engaged in alchemical pursuits, delving into the profound art of Tai Ching alchemy. After countless trials and experiments, he finally succeeded in creating the golden elixir. It was no small feat gazing upon the hundreds of black, purple, red, and white elixirs contained within his shumi space. He recognized them not as remnants of a dark past, but as milestones on his journey. As for the effects of those elixirs, he would seek individuals to test them in due time. After completing his alchemical endeavors, Feng Xuan looked up at the starry sky. The sun star had remained undisturbed since the last incident, exhibiting no signs of seeking revenge. However, sensing the increasingly potent aura of calamity, Feng Xuan understood that the lack of animosity from the demon court was not due to their forgiveness, but rather because their primary focus had shifted away from him to the witch clan. The fierce rivalry between the two dominant celestial factions was destined to endure for countless ages, presenting a prime opportunity for his own development. He intended to leverage his foresight to amass a substantial amount of merit from the heavenly Tao. The bestowal of merit from the heavenly Tao was predicated on undertaking actions beneficial to the evolution of the Honghuang realm, such as the creation of humanity or the invention of writing. The creation of humankind was the divine mandate of Nuwa, leading to a series of significant merits. However, such plans must be deferred for the time being. Currently, the most lucrative endeavor was the creation of demonic script. He could gather the languages and characters of countless demon clans and, utilizing his extraordinary comprehension, amalgamate them to forge a perfect demonic script. This achievement would undoubtedly yield an abundance of heavenly Tao merit, laying the groundwork for his future ascendance to supremacy. With these thoughts in mind, Feng Xuan resolved to take action. However, acting alone would prove too slow. He needed to enlist a few allies. It seemed that Duo Bao had recently broken through to the Great Luo stage. He would be the perfect companion. Feng Xuan departed from the Little Stone Peak and arrived at the Duo Bao Taoist Temple. Duo Bao, my esteemed senior brother, I have a momentous opportunity to bestow upon you. Duo Bao, filled with skepticism, emerged from his cave dwelling, his heart fluttering with unease. Whenever his senior brother sought him out, it seldom boded well. Although the rewards offered were both appealing and exceedingly generous, the experiences he had to endure were often harrowing and difficult to recall. He pondered what trials he would face this time. Senior brother, what is it this time? Surely you do not expect me to assist you in alchemy once again? Duo Bao inquired, lifting his gaze toward Feng Xuan in bewilderment. How could that be? Look at how you speak. Has your senior brother ever caused you harm? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan approached Duo Bao with a solemn expression, his eyes gleaming with sincerity. Observing this, Duo Bao looked at Feng Xuan with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity. So, what is it that you wish to convey? He inquired. Rest assured, my dear disciple, your efforts have not gone unrecognized. Feng Xuan gently patted Duo Bao on the shoulder, subsequently revealing his thoughts. After listening to the task, Duo Bao appeared perplexed. Senior brother, what purpose do you have for the innate legacy texts of the various primordial clans? It seems of little use to our cultivation. Do not concern yourself with that. Just fulfill the task. You shall not be treated poorly afterward. Feng Xuan refrained from revealing the truth, believing that once he completed the demonic script, Duo Bao would eventually comprehend his intentions. Following this, under Feng Xuan's guidance, Duo Bao set forth to gather resources to the west, delineated by the boundaries of Mount Buzhou. The western tribes were few in number and feeble in strength, allowing Duo Bao, with his formidable prowess as a great Luo golden immortal, to effortlessly amass what was needed. As for those tribes that refused to comply, Feng Xuan had long devised a strategy. The world is bustling and thriving, all for the sake of profit. And the primordial realm is no exception. He offered the majority of low-grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures to the Duo Bao immortal court, paving the way with wealth. Although these treasures were deemed low-grade in their eyes, they were rare gems for the myriad of demon clans. After all, the mid-level and high-level heavenly materials had already been plundered multiple times. The venerable Hongjun was the first to seize the most exquisite treasures, followed by the innate three clans and numerous innate deities. Then came the immortal court, the witch clan, and the demon court. After several rounds of plundering, Apart from those exceedingly secretive or those that only revealed themselves at predetermined times, the primordial land now had very few valuable items left. Therefore, using money to pave the way was indeed a powerful move, exchanging a plethora of esoteric innate scripts known to outsiders for heavenly materials that could foster the development of his clan. Even a fool would know how to proceed. After Duobao departed, Feng Xuan prepared to head eastward into the primordial realm. That area was densely populated with clans and possessed formidable average strength. Yet he was confident in his ability to maintain control. He intended to engage in honest discourse and trade. Should they prove dishonest, he had a modicum of martial prowess at his disposal. Soon, Feng Xuan ascended upon a cloud and arrived at his first destination, the Fox clan. He refrained from traveling in the nine-dragon Agarwood palanquin for a simple reason. It was too ostentatious, too conspicuous. Following the Solar Star banquet, anyone with capability would likely associate the palanquin with him, thus adding considerable burden to his endeavors. To expedite his collection efforts, it was prudent to remain low-key. With the strength of a quasi-saint, Feng Xuan was warmly welcomed by the Fox clan, treated as an esteemed guest. A variety of spiritual fruits and celestial brews were presented, rivaling the banquet held at the Solar Star Demon Court in terms of grandeur. The Fox clan's foundation was indeed impressive. If so, why had they not been incorporated into the Demon Court? Does the immortal seek our Fox clan's innate ancestral script? A graceful and enchanting fox maiden, adorned with the aura of a peak great Luo golden immortal, sat before Feng Xuan. At that moment, she elegantly lifted a wine jug, slowly pouring exquisite wine for him while softly inquiring. As she moved, a subtle, fragrant aroma wafted from her side, fresh and delicate, yet laced with an alluring charm, causing one's mind to wander in reverie. Feng Xuan's gaze was as clear as water, and he nodded calmly, affirming, "Indeed, my lady. However, I shall not allow the nobility to suffer losses. I can exchange rare treasures or personally preach to your clan for a century." Upon hearing these words, the Fox clan maiden chuckled charmingly, her laughter resonating like the sweet chime of silver bells. Yet, she did not provide an immediate response. Instead, she gently pushed a cup filled with celestial brew toward Feng Xuan and softly said, "Esteemed immortal, please indulge in the exquisite wine of my clan. As for this matter, I must first consult with the elders of my clan before making a decision." Upon witnessing the scene, Feng Xuan did not hesitate, extending his hand to accept the wine cup and tilting his head to consume it in one swift motion. The rich aroma of the wine instantly enveloped him, intoxicating his senses. After observing his unreserved indulgence, the woman gracefully rose and departed, leaving Feng Xuan alone in the grand hall. Time slipped away unnoticed until the woman returned. As she stepped through the hall's entrance, her gaze was immediately drawn to the sight above, a subtle smile gracing her lips. At that moment, Feng Xuan lay defenseless upon the expansive, opulent seat, deeply asleep. His steady, gentle breaths echoed in the profound silence of the hall, where even a falling needle could be heard. The woman moved forward with a lightness to her step, gently lifting Feng Xuan and carefully transporting him to the adjacent chamber, where a soft, expansive bed awaited. With her delicate movements, Feng Xuan descended like a feather, settling comfortably onto the bed. Once he was situated, the woman took her place by the bedside. Just then, 9 pristine, snow-white foxtails unfurled behind her. "Oh, immortal, please do not hold me accountable. I act for the future of our Fox clan," she whispered, her tone a blend of resignation and resolve. As her words faded, she gently tugged the pink curtains, which cascaded down like a waterfall, enveloping the bed in a cocoon of privacy. Her gaze remained fixated on Feng Xuan's extraordinarily handsome visage, her cheeks flushed a vibrant red, reminiscent of ripe apples, her eyes betraying an undeniable shyness and yearning. Slowly, she extended a delicate hand, trembling as it reached for the belt of Feng Xuan's white robe, seemingly intent on loosening it. Simultaneously, her foxtails danced with an unspoken understanding, deftly unfastening her own outer gown, leaving her adorned only in a sheer, diaphanous garment that accentuated her graceful form. With everything in place, the woman leaned down, poised to kiss Feng Xuan's lips. "What do you intend to do?" The voice of Feng Xuan startled the woman awake, her eyes widening in panic. At that moment, she beheld Feng Xuan, whose gaze sparkled with clarity, devoid of any trace of stupor. Instantly, she comprehended that her scheme had unraveled, her complexion paling to that of parchment, her delicate form trembling slightly. She promptly knelt by the bedside, pleading for mercy. "Esteemed immortal, I beseech you to pardon my clan. This transgression is solely my doing, and bears no consequence on the others of my kin. Feng Xuan propped himself up, observing the woman who knelt before him, pleading for mercy. Strangely, he felt no anger. Even before he had consumed the celestial brew, he had sensed that he had been drugged. However, having undergone the baptism of Panga's essence, he had become immune to all toxins. The poisonous entities of the primordial world posed no threat to him. It was likely that even the adept in poison among the ancestral witches, the infamous Shebi, could not harm him. His curiosity was piqued regarding the schemes of the Fox clan. To his surprise, she was not coveting his rare treasures, but rather his very being. Indeed, it is prudent for a young man to safeguard himself in the outside world, a principle equally applicable in the primordial realm. Now, speak. What prompted such actions? Feng Xuan spoke softly, devoid of any reproach in his tone. The woman, trembling and with her head bowed, explained herself. Her name was Jiu Wei, the leader of the Fox clan, whose true form was the primordial beast, the nine-tailed fox. Only one such creature could exist in the world. Due to her overly cautious nature, she had refrained from attending the lectures at the Purple Cloud's palace. After the subsequent 3 lectures, she attended the public discourses of the other 3,000 guests of the palace, achieving a breakthrough to the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. However, in an era teeming with quasi-saints, merely reaching the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal was woefully insufficient, posing an ever-present risk of annihilation for her clan. Thus, she concealed her true prowess through her innate divine abilities, leading the outside world to believe that the strongest among the Fox clan barely reached the Tai Golden Immortal. Coupled with the clan's tendency to avoid provoking trouble, they managed to endure an era of tranquility. Today, his arrival ignited a glimmer of hope within her, prompting her desire to cling to him for protection, ensuring the eternal safety of both herself and her clan. This was the context for the earlier scene. Upon hearing Jiu Wei's tale, Feng Xuan fell into deep contemplation. The existence of only one nine-tailed fox in the world, coupled with her breakthrough to the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, suggested she would not face complete annihilation. This implied that the nine-tailed fox who would later usurp Daji during the time of the canonization was, in fact, her reincarnation. How astonishing it was to realize that the future held traces in the present. Noticing Feng Xuan's lack of anger, a sudden thought blossomed in Jiu Wei's mind. Gradually rising, she approached him, wrapping her arms around his neck, her delicate form pressed against him. 9 fluffy tails coiled around his waist, back, and neck. Oh, esteemed immortal, please accept this humble woman as your support for our clan. Her sweet, melodious voice resonated, exuding an irresistible charm. Feng Xuan felt a shiver coursing through him as he embraced the warm and delicate figure in his arms. This Nine-Tails was truly remarkable. Ding. The system has detected that the Nine-Tails is beseeching the host. Please make the following choices. 1. Agree to her request. The path should not be so narrow, and companions on this journey should not be so few. As a creature of the primordial wilderness, the Nine-Tails possesses unparalleled beauty and fortune. Young man, grant her wish. Reward, the classic of literary Tao. 2. Reject her. Sigma males shall never fall into the snare of women. Reward, the innate vermilion fruit. Oh, immortal, please accept me. Accept me. Seeing that Feng Xuan remained unmoved, the Nine-Tails continued to plead with charming persistence. Alas, system, I choose option 1. Feng Xuan made a choice within his heart. As the system stated, the Great Way should not be so limited, and companions on this path should not be so few. Moreover, there is the presence of a charming and endearing creature. As for safeguarding the Fox tribe, it is a task easily accomplished. With this thought in mind, Feng Xuan extended his hand to caress the soft, white tail. Nine-Tails, I can protect the Fox tribe and serve as their steadfast support. Upon hearing these words, Nine-Tails lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with joy. Thank you, esteemed immortal. With the detection of the host's selection of the first option, the foundational texts have been dispatched. Subsequently, Feng Xuan exerted considerable effort to gently dislodge Nine-Tails from his side, providing instructions for future arrangements. You and the Fox tribe must wait here. I have matters to attend to. Once everything is settled, I will guide your people to a safe haven. Nine-Tails nodded in agreement. After acquiring the innate ancestral text of the Fox tribe, Feng Xuan soared into the sky, departing for the next race. Nine-Tails watched his departure with hopeful anticipation, her eyes brimming with expectation for the millennia to come. Feng Xuan learned from experience. Upon encountering each race, he was direct and unequivocal, leaving no room for ambiguity. It was either a swift transaction or an immediate suppression. Thus, all the myriad demon clans in the East possessing innate written heritage were gathered together. Feng Xuan retrieved the Window Dian, meticulously documenting its contents. The system rewarded Window Dian is a precious artifact in its nascent form, not yet a complete treasure. Its function lies in recording the celestial scripts and embodying the essence of literary Tao. Once it fully encapsulates the literary Tao, it shall transform into a true literary treasure, attaining the esteemed status of a genuine artifact. This aligns perfectly with his current endeavors. However, this implies that his journey cannot yet conclude. Beyond the demonic scripts, the primordial realm also harbors the unique celestial divine scripts of the innate sanctified beings, as well as the dragon seals, phoenix patterns, and Chilan inscriptions of the three revered clans, alongside the cultural scripts of later generations. The cultural scripts are still premature. He possesses fragments of the celestial divine scripts, and once his masters attain the status of celestial saints, he will grasp their entirety. Presently, he still lacks the exclusive writings of the three clans. Fortuitously, he has arrived at the Eastern Sea. Thus, he shall first pay a visit to the legendary Dragon Clan, while simultaneously gathering the dragon seals. With this thought in mind, Feng Xuan transformed into a radiant beam of light, plunging into the depths of the Eastern Sea. Harnessing the formidable power of his quasi-saint primordial spirit, he sensed everything within a myriad of miles. Soon, he discerned the location of the Dragon Palace beneath the waves. Without a moment's hesitation, he proceeded directly to the grand entrance of the palace. Gazing upon the resplendent Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, Feng Xuan could not help but express his admiration. Although the Dragon Clan currently faced divine retribution and bore immense karma, their strength diminished from former glory. They remained one of the three ancient dominators. Their foundation still profoundly robust. In times past, even the neighboring celestial court and the reckless Eastern prince dared not provoke the Dragon Clan, which attests to their formidable reputation. As he observed the approaching army of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, the air thickened with impending confrontation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan shouted loudly, his magical power resonating deep within the Dragon Palace. The East Sea Dragon King, seated regally upon his throne in the grand hall of the palace, nearly toppled from his seat upon receiving Feng Xuan's transmission. Although the Dragon Clan had fallen into decline, they remained well informed about the happenings of the primordial world. The Dragon Kings of rivers, lakes, and seas acted as the clan's scouts, relaying diverse intelligence from the vast expanse of the primordial realm. Feng Xuan has recently emerged as the most significant news. The third generation of the Xian men, the foremost disciple of the three pure ones, attended a banquet with the Sun Star, igniting great chaos. Supreme treasures soared into the heavens, severely wounding the demon emperor and nearly annihilating the 10 great demon saints, ultimately retreating unscathed. Such extraordinary events are far beyond the capacity of a mere Dragon King to contend with. The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea promptly commanded the Left Chancellor below, hasten to summon our ancestor from seclusion. Simultaneously, he instructed the Right Chancellor, quickly welcome Feng Xuan with the utmost respect. Once both chancellors departed, the Eastern Sea Dragon King suddenly realized, alas, I should have personally gone to greet him. Thus, he swiftly rose from his throne and hurriedly rushed out of the grand hall. Wait for me. The sound of Feng Xuan's voice resonated outside the Dragon Palace. Shortly thereafter, he beheld the Eastern Sea Dragon King approaching to receive him, accompanied by the Minister of Tortoises. The Eastern Sea Dragon King stood before Feng Xuan, scrutinizing him closely. He was identical to the image that had been conveyed earlier, leaving no doubt that this was indeed Feng Xuan. He then bowed deeply, saying, I am Aori, and I humbly greet you, esteemed immortal. Please allow me to escort you into our Dragon Palace, so that my kin may offer you a warm welcome. He regarded Aori, who treated him with utmost reverence. Feng Xuan returned the courtesy. As the foremost disciple of the three pure ones, he felt compelled to uphold a commendable image before all spirits. For every ounce of respect he received, he reciprocated in kind. After the various beings had paid their respects, Aori cordially invited him to the Dragon Palace for a conversation. Might I inquire what brings you here, esteemed immortal? I have already prepared a banquet within the palace, and I hope you will graciously join me. Feng Xuan did not decline and, under Aori's guidance, entered the grand hall of the Dragon Palace. The matter of the dragon chapter pertains to the lineage of the dragon clan, and it is best discussed over a banquet. Upon entering the hall, a lavish feast awaited them, ready for their seating. Once seated, Feng Xuan keenly sensed a formidable aura emanating from the side hall. It was neither the celestial system passed down by the esteemed Hong Jun nor the corporeal system of the witch clan, but rather a system of proving one's path through sheer strength, originating from the primordial chaos. It appeared that the dragon clan's foundation was indeed remarkable. As a mid-stage Hunyuan golden immortal was effortlessly summoned forth, who knows how many more powerful beings lay hidden in the shadows. After finishing the exquisite wine before him, Feng Xuan articulated the purpose of his visit. I wish to borrow the dragon chapter for my perusal, and I kindly ask the Dragon King to facilitate this. Naturally, it would not be a one-sided arrangement. The dragon clan could also make requests of me, and I would gladly accommodate any matter within my capabilities. As his words settled, Aori appeared troubled. The matter of the dragon chapter was intricately tied to the very essence of the dragon clan, a decision beyond the authority of a mere dragon king. I must inform you, esteemed immortal, that the matter of the dragon chapter is of significant consequence, and it is not within my purview to decide. Noticing Aori's predicament, Feng Xuan refrained from pressing further and shifted his attention to the Hunyuan golden immortal. Since the Dragon King cannot make a decision, surely there is someone present who can? Upon hearing this, the Hunyuan golden immortal in the side hall ceased to conceal himself and stepped forth with grace. Truly, as the third generation of the Xian Min and a foremost disciple of the three purities, his perceptive abilities were indeed commendable. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan did not hesitate and readily agreed. The 12 golden immortals of the Chan teaching already had a prominent position for the Yellow Dragon, so allowing him to join in advance posed no substantial issue. Upon hearing his acquiescence, the Hunyuan golden immortal instantly beamed with joy. He summoned Aori to bring forth the young prodigies of the dragon clan for Feng Xuan's selection. Feng Xuan cast a sweeping glance over the nearly 1,000 dragon clan prodigies and effortlessly pinpointed the one at the very end, the yellow dragon. This must be the one. He mused, though perplexed as to why it was the yellow dragon. Nevertheless, Aori took the somewhat bewildered yellow dragon by the hand and brought him before Feng Xuan. Quickly greet your senior brother. The yellow dragon, still in a state of confusion and unable to grasp the unfolding events, remained motionless. Observing this, Aori playfully struck his head a few times to rouse him from his stupor. It was only then that the yellow dragon realized he had been chosen. A surge of excitement illuminated his face as he promptly bowed in reverence. I pay my respects to my senior brother. Feng Xuan smiled and nodded. Subsequently, the ancient dragon of the Hunyuan golden immortal realm inscribed a peculiar rune into Feng Xuan's mind. The dragon's seal has been bestowed upon you. I hope, dear friend, that you will refrain from disseminating it indiscriminately. Feng Xuan descended, accompanied by the yellow dragon, preparing to return to Kunlun Mountain. The Feng and Qilin clans could pay their respects later. It was indeed inconvenient to carry the yellow dragon along. As they journeyed, Feng Xuan pondered the dragon script within his mind, coming to understand the challenges faced by Aori. The dragon script was not merely a unique form of writing for the dragon clan. It encompassed numerous secrets and techniques intrinsic to their heritage. It represented one of the fundamental aspects of the dragon clan, far beyond mere characters. However, I do not require its deeper meanings. I only need the functional aspect of the dragon script as a written language. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan conveyed a message to the nine-tailed fox, urging her to remain still and ensure the safety of their kin. He then employed his formidable powers to uproot the entire territory of the Fox clan, relocating it to a domain within Kunlun Mountain. Thus, they would be free from future worries. In no time, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan gathered these words and inscribed them into the original texts of the literary path. Turning to Duo Bao, he remarked, "You may begin your cultivation. Soon, a delightful surprise will befall you." He paid little mind to the remaining treasures he had bestowed, considering them merely as a token for Duo Bao's errands. The lad had certainly endured quite a bit of toil. He then entered the meditation chamber. Feng Xuan perused the original text of the literary path. At this moment, he had gathered all the innate characters of the primordial demon clan. However, the integration of such a vast array of characters and the creation of something novel was far from a trivial task, even with his exceptional insight. Feng Xuan expended countless eons in this endeavor. Ultimately, he forged the 3,000 demonic characters. Once these 3,000 characters came into existence, they were indelibly imprinted upon the original text of the literary path. The heavenly Tao had yet to acknowledge them, yet the literary path had already bestowed its recognition. Feng Xuan, filled with fervent emotion, strode out of the meditation chamber, raising the sacred text of the way to proclaim to the heavens, "The way is supreme." Observing the myriad races of the primordial world, he recognized the barriers of communication due to the absence of a unified language. Thus, having studied the scripts of countless tribes and crafted 3,000 demonic characters, he declared his achievement, seeking the acknowledgement of the celestial order. At the moment his words echoed, a magnificent will manifested atop Kunlun Mountain, surveying the 3,000 demonic scripts. In an instant, transcendent power infused these characters, causing each one to shimmer with the golden radiance of the celestial order. Through the supreme authority of the way, the 3,000 demonic scripts effortlessly spread throughout the entire primordial realm, indelibly inscribed in the minds of every demon clan. Simultaneously, a vast torrent of celestial merit cascaded from the heavens, its immense quantity suffusing the majestic Kunlun Mountains in a resplendent golden hue. The moment when Feng Xuan proclaimed the Tao of Heaven was broadcast throughout the vast expanse of the Hongwang realm. The Tao of Heaven conveyed a profound message to all beings of Hongwang. If one performs virtuous deeds, immense merits shall follow. This act significantly elevated Feng Xuan's reputation across the realm. The closest to him, the three pure ones, were in the Yushu Palace, expressing their admiration with radiant joy. Nuwa, in the Fengxi Valley, gazed into the sky, her beautiful eyes shimmering with wonder. Feng Xuan's brother silently accomplished a monumental feat. The Mingi, Wuzhuangwen, and Shumi Mountain all cast envious glances, pondering how such an abundance of merit could elevate their own powers, bringing them closer to sanctification. At that moment, the atmosphere within the Golden Crow Palace was particularly tense. Emperor Jun, Tai, the 10 great demon saints, Kunping, and Fushi all focused on the celestial display. As supreme beings of the demon court, they felt humiliated by the emergence of demon script crafted by an outsider. What is your take on this, everyone? Emperor Jun inquired coldly, surveying the assembly before fixing his gaze on Kunping. Bai Zhe, caught in the emperor's stare, feigned shame, yet inwardly felt indifferent. The demon script was of no concern to him. He merely wished to navigate fortune and misfortune in accordance with the will of heaven. The other demon saints shared this sentiment, believing their role was to engage in battle, leaving matters of script to the demon scholars. Isn't that right, Kunping? At that moment, Kunping felt an unsettling emptiness within, as if something had been stolen from him. It seemed the 3,000 demon scripts were meant to be his creation. Yet no amount of contemplation could alter the past. He could only gaze hungrily at the vast reservoir of heavenly merit, lamenting how splendid it would be if it were his. Seeing Kunping's foolish expression, Emperor Jun abandoned any thoughts of punishment. Perhaps the 2 previous explosions had rendered him dim-witted. Even if he understood the need to create demon scripts, he likely could not accomplish it. What are your thoughts on demon script, Fushi? Emperor Jun asked, holding great respect for Fushi, as they shared similar interests in formations and divination, both being great sages. Most importantly, Fushi had a sister destined for sanctification. Despite prior grievances, Emperor Jun had invited Fushi to the demon court, bestowing upon him significant honor, though he regretted being unable to invite Nuwa. After a moment of contemplation, Fushi spoke. Demon script is entirely beneficial to us demons. It enhances communication among lower-tier demon clans and strengthens our unity, which will greatly benefit the future development of the demon court. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun cast an approving glance at him. Although he harbored animosity towards Feng Xuan, as a sovereign, he recognized the demon script as a treasure for the demon race. He had unified the races of Hongwang, excluding the Witch clan, and discovered many issues along the way, language barriers being a significant one. This barrier had led to numerous misunderstandings and conflicts, but these issues had been temporarily set aside due to the Witch clan's pressure. With the advent of demon script, such communication barriers would be permanently resolved. From this point onward, the lower-tier demon clans would become increasingly harmonious. After several Yuan meetings, the newly formed demon court army would emerge as a unified force, capable of fulfilling his dream of unifying Hong Wang. The only downside was that this demon script did not originate from the demon court. What a pity. Baise. Present. Retrieve 3,000 leaves from the Fusang tree, 10,000 units of gold, jade, and glass, and 1,000 units of solar fire essence. Also, procure some spiritual fruits and fine wine to send to Kunlun, as a token of our gratitude to the creator of the demon script. Yes, Baise left the palace. If only he hadn't opposed the three pure ones and Feng Xuan in the past, he mused, he wouldn't be in such a passive position now. Emperor Jun was filled with regret, though he concealed it well. As the supreme ruler of the demon race, a born monarch, he was undoubtedly in the right. On the little stone peak of Kunlun Mountain, a vast amount of heavenly merit gathered in the sky, awaiting distribution. Just then, the heavens trembled. And under the guidance of a magnificent will, the immense merit was divided into 4 parts. One portion of the heavenly merit was distributed into countless shares, benefiting all clans that exchanged innate script. Another portion flew directly into the Duobao Taoist hall, merging within Duobao's body amid his ecstatic gaze. Though it was merely a fraction, it was sufficient to forge a foundational merit divine wheel. The remaining 8 portions were divided equally, for entered Feng Xuan's body for his discretionary use, while another 4 infused into the original text of the literary path, transforming it from a mere vessel into a superior innate spiritual treasure, a treasure of merit. Simultaneously, the 3,000 demon scripts, enriched by this merit, became even more extraordinary, giving rise to a unique function, to regulate demons. He could wield these 3,000 merit demon scripts to attack and suppress malevolent demons without expending his own magical power. A mere utterance would suffice. In simple terms, it meant that his words would manifest laws, and his tongue would embody the celestial mandate. Regrettably, this ability was effective only against demons below the golden immortal realm and did not affect true demon powerhouses. He could only wait for the demon script to circulate among the demon race, accumulating greater strength. In due time, a single word from him could compel Emperor Jun and Tai to bow in submission. Tai, prepare 2 dishes for me. Emperor Jun, transform into your true form and carry me to the Moonstar. With this thought, he proceeded. Feng Xuan carefully stored the original text of the Way of Literature, awaiting future developments. Subsequently, an immense quantity of celestial virtues was extracted. Gazing at the abundance of celestial merits before him, Feng Xuan furrowed his brow. He was still a fraction short. Indeed, he was merely a step away from shaping the embryonic form of the merit golden body. If only he could acquire a little more, it would suffice. At that moment, Feng Xuan suddenly recalled the innate gourd he had obtained on Mount Buzhou, summoning it forth. He remembered correctly that one of its primary functions was to produce virtues. After countless epochs of neglect, it should have accumulated quite a bit by now. He uncorked the innate gourd, drawing forth its heavenly merits. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Feng Xuan combined 2 portions of merit, shaping them into his own likeness through the method of crafting the golden body of merit. The manifestation was resplendent, with the divine radiance of merit shimmering. Once the golden body of merit was established, it seamlessly integrated into Feng Xuan's primordial spirit. In everyday interactions, it remained inconspicuous. However, should anyone attempt to probe, they would be blinded by the boundless golden brilliance. Henceforth, anyone in the primordial realm contemplating action against him would need to weigh the consequences, whether they could withstand the backlash of the heavenly Tao. With the golden body of merit now completed, it was time to emerge. It was likely that his junior disciples had been waiting outside for quite some time. He stepped out of the meditation chamber. Feng Xuan was immediately the center of attention, with the gazes of San Shao, Duo Bao, Jinling, and others fixed upon him. As soon as Duo Bao caught sight of Feng Xuan, he rushed over and clung tightly to his leg while prostrating on the ground. Senior brother, from now on, you shall be my adoptive father. Should such fortunate events arise in the future, do not forget to seek me out. I shall brave any peril, whether it be ascending a mountain of blades or descending into a sea of flames, without hesitation. Observing Duo Bao's antics, Feng Xuan wore an expression of disdain. How nauseating. You might as well take flight. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Feng Xuan made promises to the 2 women, while also extending his assurances to Nanji and Huanglong, who were watching eagerly from behind. There were numerous plans for meritorious deeds ahead, and he intended to involve them, thus alleviating his own burdens and saving time, while allowing them to share in the accrued merits, an endeavor that would yield mutual benefits. Why not embrace such an opportunity? Furthermore, in the future, he would bestow titles upon the star deities, with his junior disciples being the natural candidates. When the time came to uphold the order of the universe and adhere to the vast merits generated by the celestial movements, the rewards would be substantial and consistent. Over endless epochs, these merits would accumulate, providing enough for his junior disciples to forge their golden bodies. It is indeed rare to find a brother as exemplary as he, both in the past and the future, across the annals of time. Just as they were preparing to host a banquet at the little stone peak in celebration, a magnetic voice, indiscernible in gender, resounded. I, Baizhe, come on behalf of the demon court and the myriad beings of the demon race to express gratitude to my friend Feng Xuan for his creation of the demon script. I bring various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and I hope the three pure ones will permit me to enter Kunlun. Upon hearing this, Feng Xuan could not help but shiver. Baizhe's voice was remarkably distinctive and singular. Yet, the demon court was here to thank him? And they brought heavenly materials and earthly treasures? Countless question marks suddenly appeared in Feng Xuan's mind. Before he could comprehend the situation, a voice from the Jade Void Palace resonated in agreement. Certainly. With the permission granted, Baizhe arranged the accompanying great Luo demon gods to wait at a distance. It was well known that Yuqing Yuanshi among the three pure ones held a disdain for their demon clan. Thus, it was preferable for him to enter alone. As he ventured into the heart of Kunlun Mountain, Baizhe gazed upon the towering, enigmatic peak at its center. Atop this majestic summit stood a celestial palace of primordial white jade, exuding an ethereal aura accompanied by the lingering essence of Tao. It clearly existed in this world yet felt elusive and intangible. Baizhe recalled the might of the Panga banner within the Golden Crow Palace from years past, and a surge of gratitude and admiration welled up in his heart. He clasped his hands in a respectful bow, expressing his thanks for the mercy shown to him in those bygone days. After his moment of gratitude, Baizhe followed the guidance to a small stone peak, where he encountered a gathering of individuals. Feng Xuan, my friend, I come as an envoy of the demon court to express my gratitude for your creation of the demon script. Here is a modest token of appreciation, he said, gesturing with his hand. A bounty of heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and exquisite spirit fruits filled the small stone peak before them. He gazed at the array of spiritual items laid out before him. Feng Xuan was taken aback. The leaves of the Fusang tree, along with the golden jade and the essence of solar fire, were unique treasures of the Sunstar. Even if he were to pilfer the entire treasury of the immortal court, he would scarcely amass such wealth. How could the demon court be so generous? Feng Xuan, my friend, Baizhe said with a beaming smile, his gaze towards Feng Xuan brimming with warmth. This gift has been chosen by the Demon Emperor Dijuan to express gratitude for your contributions to the development of the demon race through your writings. The aura of the golden body of merit was exceedingly tempting for primordial auspicious beasts. How he longed to draw near. Sensing Baizhe's gaze, a chill ran down Feng Xuan's spine. This Baizhe, why did he seem increasingly perverse? Casually collecting various primordial spiritual items. Feng Xuan pointed towards the other half of the demon race's unique celestial brew. It wasn't that the brew was particularly special, but rather that there was an overwhelming abundance of it. Even if one were to indulge daily, it would require several yuan meetings to consume it all. Was this also an order from Dijuan? Baizhe chuckled softly and replied nonchalantly, Lord Dijuan instructed me to procure a considerable amount of celestial brew. As for what constitutes considerable, I am uncertain. I merely took the majority of the inventory from the treasury. Feng Xuan could only utter a single word, impressive. To have such exceptional subordinates is indeed a blessing for Dijuan and the demon court. The three celestial maidens, Jin Ling and the others, were equally amused by Baizhe's remarks, their laughter ringing like silver bells. One can only imagine the bewilderment on Dijuan's face when he turned back to inspect the treasury, astonished to find that, despite the abundance of celestial brews, only a meager amount remained. Baizhe, my friend, this is rather excessive. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan, upon observing the situation, gestured for his junior disciples to depart, as he had matters to discuss with Baizhe. Dear friend Baizhe, I kindly ask you to stay a while longer. I have matters to confer with you. They proceeded to a tranquil pavilion where they often relaxed, and sat facing each other. Feng Xuan spoke first. Allow me to express my gratitude to you, esteemed friend from the Jinwu Hall, for your gracious kindness. As he spoke, he produced a bottle of exquisite celestial brew from Yaoting and offered it forth. Drink, for I implore you to partake. Bai Zai accepted the bottle, poured a cup of the clear wine, and consumed it in one swift motion. There is no need for such thanks, my friend. I am well aware that you are a person of great fortune, one whose blessings surpass even those of the current demon emperor who governs our kind. It is indeed due to you that I have been spared from both physical torment and the wounds of murderous intent. Feng Xuan waved his hand dismissively. This matter is distinct. Bai Zai's initial mercy constitutes a favor, an antecedent. The subsequent leniency exhibited by the second master is a consequence, also an antecedent. Yet, this intricate web of cause and effect pertains solely to the two of them, bearing little significance to him. His decision to spare Bai Zai today is merely to repay this cycle of karma, ensuring that Bai Zai endures less suffering in the future. Moreover, aside from his voice, Bai Zai possesses many admirable qualities, making him worthy of a deeper connection. What are your thoughts on the future of the demon court? Feng Xuan inquired, seeking to discern the foremost of the 10 demon saints' perspective on the future of the demon court. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Zai provided his answer. The future of the demon court is destined to be resplendent. Currently, the demon court is experiencing a period of rapid advancement, bolstered by an abundant flow of fortune. The 2 demon emperors are progressing swiftly in their powers, and of the 10 demon saints, 8 have already transcended to the status of quasi-saints. Given some time for development, they are certain to eradicate the witch clan, becoming the true sovereigns of the primordial world, unifying heaven and earth. Upon hearing Bai Zai's remarks, Feng Xuan chuckled softly, recognizing the limitations of his perspective. Indeed, even as an auspicious beast endowed with the ability to avert calamities and foresee fortunes, he could not perceive the long-term implications. Eradicating the witch clan? The demon court underestimated the witch clan's complexity. They would not naively assume that it merely involved 12 ordinary quasi-saints. It is essential to remember that during the initial grand conflict between the witches and demons, the 12 ancestral witches nearly annihilated all of the 10 demon saints, including Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. Had it not been for the intervention of Master Hong Jun, which established a balance between the demons and witches, allowing them to coexist peacefully for 1,000,000 years, the demon court would have long been obliterated. In the subsequent ultimate showdown, even with the support of the Grand Celestial Array, the casualties were mutual, resulting in the deaths of Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, and Fuxi, along with considerable losses among the 10 demon saints. Kunlun fled to the North Sea, never to emerge again. This illustrates that the demon court is unequivocally no match for the witch clan, even with additional time to develop. As long as no one attains the status of a saint, their aspirations to dominate the primordial realm remain unattainable. Why do you smile, my friend? Seeing Feng Xuan's expression, Bai Zai was seized by a terrifying thought. Could it be that the 3 pure ones intend to intervene with the demon court? This is catastrophic. Is it still possible to distance oneself from the demon court now? How dreadful. Do not let your imagination run wild. My master and the others will not take action against the demon court in the future. You need not worry. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon witnessing the situation, Feng Xuan chose not to elaborate further and bid farewell to Bai Zai. There was no point in prolonging the conversation. It was evident from Bai Zai's demeanor that he would soon learn the consequences of his actions after enduring a few strikes. He would be grateful for the guidance offered today. Barring any unforeseen events, the first great battle of the Lich would soon commence. 8 out of the 10 demon saints had already ascended to the quasi-saint realm. Once all 10 achieved breakthrough, the true calamity would descend upon them. Indeed, a season of tumult lay ahead. He would merely remain an observer, watching their clash, ultimately reaping the benefits as the fisherman in this unfolding saga. With this thought, Feng Xuan summoned his junior disciples. After much effort, they had finally emerged from their seclusion. Let the music play, let the dance commence. In the ensuing millennia, the 3 Xiaos had retreated into their own realms of cultivation, leaving Feng Xuan alone atop the small stone peak, idly passing the time. Currently, he found himself at the nascent stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm, having attained this level through a method derived from the essence of Panga's blood. To achieve further breakthroughs, he needed to deepen his understanding of the laws of strength, which proved to be an arduous task. Despite his extraordinary comprehension, he felt the challenge was formidable. No wonder Master Hongjun deemed the path of strength as a lesser choice for enlightenment. In the present circumstances, unless he possessed a treasure like the chaotic jade butterfly, which directly imparted the understanding of the great laws, it would likely take countless years to make any significant advancement. He longed for Master Hongjun's chaotic jade disc. If only he could locate the remaining fragments, he might swiftly grasp the laws or pursue the cultivation of alternative laws. If the law of strength proved ineffective, he could explore other avenues. Once he perfected the cultivation of the other laws, he could then revert to the law of strength, simplifying the process considerably. Moreover, he harbored his own ambitions, aspiring to master all 3,000 laws. With so many companions on his path, the great Tao should not be so constricted, should it? In the pavilion, Feng Xuan leisurely savored his wine, while simultaneously activating the purple-gold 8 trigrams furnace before him. Indeed, he was once again engaged in the art of alchemy. With his cultivation stagnating, he sought to occupy himself with other pursuits, refining elixirs, forging artifacts, and rehearsing formations. All of these skills constituted the path of the Great Way and held considerable significance. Suddenly, a violent surge of spiritual energy erupted from the small stone peak, accompanied by 2 additional subtle fluctuations amidst the tumultuous aura. Feng Xuan cast a glance, instantly discerning the matter at hand. Yun Xiao was on the verge of breaking through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. Bai Xiao and Xiao Bai were also poised to reach the Tai E Golden Immortal level. Truly, a trio of joyous events. The calamity clouds swiftly gathered but dissipated just as quickly. The 3 were no ordinary beings. Mere heavenly tribulations posed no threat to them. Under Feng Xuan's watchful gaze, Xiao Bai, who was about to transcend the Golden Immortal realm, began her transformation. Her originally snow-white crane form was gradually enveloped by a shimmering layer of white light, tightly wrapping around her. As time progressed, the radiant glow slowly contracted and coalesced, ultimately taking the shape of a petite, exquisite girl. The little girl donned a delicate white dress, its hem gently fluttering in the breeze, resembling a blooming white lotus. Her round cherubic face was adorned with the sweetness of baby fat, her rosy skin smooth and delicate as mutton fat jade, evoking an irresistible urge to pinch her cheeks. What captivated attention most were her large, glistening black eyes, akin to 2 sparkling black jewels, now twinkling with a lively and mischievous light, emanating an innate whimsical charm. Alas, it seemed she had been influenced by Bai Xiao, losing some of her originally endearing clumsiness. What a pity! Upon noticing Feng Xuan, who lay leisurely in a nearby pavilion, her eyes brimmed with uncontainable excitement and joy. In an instant, a cheerful shout rang out, "Master!" Following that, a petite figure darted towards Feng Xuan like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Bai fluttered into Feng Xuan's embrace like a light and graceful butterfly. She tightly wrapped her arms around his neck, her small head nuzzling back and forth against his broad chest, exuberantly exclaiming, "Master, I've finally succeeded in transforming." Feeling Xiao Bai's affectionate gestures, a gentle warmth surged within Feng Xuan's heart. He tenderly caressed her soft hair, softly replying, "Indeed, my Xiao Bai is truly remarkable." Gazing at this innocent and endearing little creature in his arms, Feng Xuan couldn't help but reflect on the immense fortune of having such a thoughtful family member in his life. After a brief pause, as if suddenly recalling something, Feng Xuan playfully remarked, "By the way, Xiao Bai, now that you have successfully transformed, have you considered returning to your clan to showcase your newfound prowess to your ancestors and elders? Let them witness the splendor of our Xiao Bai." As he spoke, he deliberately pinched her plump, collagen-rich little face teasingly, his eyes brimming with mischief. He remembered that Xiao Bai had sneaked out, now that she was so powerful. It was time to show off. Master, I want to stay with you and don't want to go back," Xiao Bai mumbled, allowing Feng Xuan to play with her little face. Feng Xuan tenderly caressed her small head and made a decision. "From this moment on, you shall be my sole attendant," he proclaimed. "You will have the authority to manage all matters, great and small, concerning little Shifeng." As he spoke, he placed an amulet imbued with his essence around Xiao Bai's waist, bestowing upon her the title of attendant. In the vast expanse of the primordial world, an attendant holds a unique position, being one of the closest individuals to the master, tasked with conveying commands, executing decisions, and handling mundane affairs. Here, there were not many obligations. Xiao Bai only needed to play joyfully and cultivate. "Yay, will the master still ride Xiao Bai? We haven't gone out in ages." Xiao Bai exclaimed with delight at her new role, her bright, dark eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at him. "Of course, not only are you my attendant, but you're also my steed. I shall certainly ride you," he replied, eliciting a satisfied smile from Xiaobai, who then nestled into Feng Xuan's embrace, savoring the rare tranquility. After a considerable time, Yun Xiao and Bi Xiao arrived, having stabilized their realms. "Greetings, brother Feng Xuan," they acknowledged. "Greetings, brother," Xiaobai chimed in. "Come on, let's go play," Bi Xiao urged, pulling Xiaobai away to frolic, leaving Yun Xiao and Feng Xuan in solitude. Yun Xiao gracefully settled beside Feng Xuan, exuding an air of serenity and grace. "Sister has progressed remarkably in her cultivation, breaking through to the great Luo Golden Immortal in merely 10,000 years, she noted. "Indeed. It is largely thanks to the guidance of our master and the efforts of my brother," Yun Xiao replied softly, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Feng Xuan. Feng Xuan was naturally able to perceive the situation, yet he chose not to confront it, opting instead to wait a while longer. Thus, the two of them spent a period of time in tranquil silence. Yun Xiao departed to continue her cultivation. Unlike Feng Xuan, her seclusion offered significant opportunities for advancement. Hence, she prioritized her practice above all else. The malevolent energies of the world had become increasingly dense, and in recent years, the conflicts between the Wu and Yao clans upon the vast primal lands had escalated dramatically. It seemed that the first battle between the Wu and Yao clans was imminent. "Master Ancestor, are you now the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, or are you?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan was astonished by the environment of this realm. Mountains and rivers, celestial beasts and flying birds, everything one could imagine existed here. Moreover, the vastness of this realm exceeded his initial expectations. If one were to categorize it by sizes of worlds, then the primordial chaos could be deemed a half-step into the realm of eternal truth. The world created by the saints could be classified as the Great Thousand Worlds, while the domain possessed by the Queen Mother of the West would rank above the Middle Thousand, approaching the Great Thousand Worlds. It is no wonder she remained secluded in her own realm, seldom venturing out. Had he not taken the three pure ones as his masters at the outset, but instead possessed a similar world, he might have chosen to linger within that realm for countless ages, much like the Queen Mother, remaining hidden away, unless one attains the state of Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal. At that moment, a graceful female immortal appeared on the horizon, riding a snow-white heavenly steed. Under the pounding of its hooves, a radiant path of celestial light extended towards him. A peak Daluo expert, truly formidable. "You must be the Taoist Feng Xuan. Our master has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time." The elegant female immortal dismounted with nimble grace, her lotus-like steps leading her directly to Feng Xuan. She slightly bowed, her expression respectful, performing a standard yet graceful gesture of greeting towards him. Upon witnessing this, Feng Xuan gently nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, guided by the celestial maiden, they advanced forward. Before long, they arrived at the foot of a majestic and magnificent mountain range. The mountains were shrouded in mist, exuding an ethereal aura that seemed to connect with the heavens. As one gazed out, countless resplendent palaces were scattered atop the vividly colored peaks. These palaces, whether soaring into the clouds or intricately designed, each boasted a distinct style that reflected the noble status and exquisite taste of their owners. What captured attention even more were the celestial maidens, dressed in flowing garments, who flitted gracefully between the peaks. In their hands, they either cradled divine fruits and fine wines or bore rare treasures, adding a lively beauty to this mystical realm. It appeared that the Queen Mother of the West was not entirely idle. Although she had not joined the celestial court, she had gathered a host of maidens, silently establishing a considerable influence. At that moment, the guiding celestial maiden softly spoke, "The master awaits in the grand hall ahead." As she spoke, she lifted her jade hand, pointing towards the most magnificent palace situated at the heart of the mountain range. Thus, the two continued onward and soon entered the vast and imposing hall. Upon stepping through the entrance, The welcoming celestial maiden stepped forward and respectfully addressed the Queen Mother of the West, who sat regally upon her throne. Master, I have brought Feng Xuan Taoist. Oh, thank you for your efforts, Xian Nu. You may withdraw for now, came the Queen Mother's voice, calm and enigmatic, making it difficult to discern her true feelings at that moment. Following the command, Xian Nu promptly acknowledged and slowly exited the Grand Hall. At this point, the expansive hall was left with only the Queen Mother and Feng Xuan. Suddenly, the Queen Mother, who had been seated upon her throne, gracefully rose and floated down to stand firmly before Feng Xuan. Without any hesitation, she extended her delicate hand, grasping Feng Xuan's arm and pulling him with force. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in a leisurely pavilion, surrounded by a multitude of ethereal flowers and spiritual herbs. A pathway meandered through the blossoms, leading to a distant tree laden with fruit. This appeared to be the Queen Mother's private garden, and the fruit tree was likely the renowned Huang Zhongli, one of the 10 supreme innate spiritual roots. Consuming a single fruit from this tree could elevate one to the status of a great Luo golden immortal, granting eternal freedom and ease, yet it marked the pinnacle of their ascension, preventing any further breakthroughs in their cultivation. Friend, how forgetful you are. It has been ages since we last parted ways on the Sunstar, and only now do you think of me. Is it so that I am not to your liking? A voice tinged with melancholy emerged from beside them. The Queen Mother, having shed her earlier composure, now radiated the aura of a jilted spouse, her bright eyes fixated on Feng Xuan's face, brimming with sorrow. Feng Xuan silently lamented the situation. The demeanor of the Queen Mother of the West revealed a deeply rooted affection. Their encounters were quite few, merely twice, if memory served. How had it come to this? Could it be that the Queen Mother was infatuated? Fellow Taoist, as you are aware, I had been preoccupied with the task of gathering the writings of the demon race, which caused my delay. Since the Queen Mother inquired so, I had no choice but to deflect with the matter of creating the demon script. For who in the primordial world does not recognize my contribution in this regard? The heavenly Tao itself has heralded it, such is the grandeur. After the completion of the demon script, was there not still several millennia left? Why have you not come forth? The Queen Mother pressed on, her tone tinged with deeper melancholy. Listening to her, Feng Xuan felt as though he had committed some unforgivable transgression. Were they not merely ordinary friends? Their relationship was but slightly closer. I had an epiphany later on. As you know, such realizations in cultivation are rare, hence I retreated into seclusion from my practice. Feng Xuan, feeling helpless, explained how the Queen Mother of the West seemed to cling like a needy child, questioning him with such meticulous detail. In the vastness of the primordial era, where time is but a fleeting moment, a mere few thousand years seemed trivial to them. Regardless, he insisted that she had failed to uphold their agreement, and thus he was incensed. The Queen Mother of the West pouted her delicate lips, turning her head away, refusing to look at him any longer. Feng Xuan, oh my, it seems we have not reached that level of intimacy, my friend. Feng Xuan gazed at the Western Queen Mother, who appeared flustered, and cautiously spoke up to remind her. Upon hearing his words, the Western Queen Mother instantly realized their relationship was merely that of ordinary companions, and this was a matter she ought not to inquire about. Oh, Western Queen Mother, how could you have uttered your innermost thoughts? This is far too embarrassing. The Western Queen Mother lamented inwardly while swiftly regaining her composure, turning to Feng Xuan with a facade of seriousness, as though she had not just spoken those words. Oh, I see now. I had forgotten, she said, pouring wine for Feng Xuan from the pitcher. However, the incessant tremors of the pitcher revealed the turmoil within her heart at that moment. Feng Xuan drained the wine from his cup in one gulp. Since the Queen Mother of the West had shown interest, he decided to tease her a little. It seemed that her demeanor in this realm contrasted sharply with her portrayal in the outside world. There, she appeared aloof and indifferent, detached from worldly affairs. Here, however, she was bashful and docile, her actions somewhat chaotic, yet undeniably endearing. Which version of the Queen Mother of the West is the true one? Could it be that, as my fellow Taoist suggested, she harbors feelings for me? Feng Xuan casually inquired, his gaze slightly askew as he looked at the pensive Queen Mother of the West beside him. Indeed, ever since you rescued me from the hands of the Eastern King, I have secretly harbored feelings for you, longing day and night to share a life together in perfect harmony. The Queen Mother of the West blurted this out, her tone flowing with sincerity, a true expression of her heart. However, she soon sensed something amiss. With a stiff turn of her head, she saw Feng Xuan gazing at her with a beaming smile, his expression brimming with playful mockery. It's over. The Queen Mother of the West's eyes dimmed, feeling as if the world had turned to ash. She murmured, perhaps I should just destroy the small world of Kunlun. That way, no one would ever know. Haha. My friend, you truly are a remarkable individual, demonstrating a stark contrast to your usual demeanor. At this moment, Feng Xuan burst into laughter, exclaiming how amusing the West Queen Mother was. Upon hearing the sound of mirth nearby, the West Queen Mother's gaze sharpened, fixating on the jovial Feng Xuan. With a resolute heart, she closed her eyes and leaped directly into Feng Xuan's embrace, burying her head firmly against his chest, her long, dark hair cascading around her. Since you are already aware, from this day forth, you shall be mine. Do you understand? She declared. What if I do not comprehend? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan continued to laugh heartily. This incarnation of the Queen Mother of the West was truly amusing, observing Feng Xuan's unabashed merriment. The Queen Mother gradually regained her composure, realizing that he was merely jesting with her. Nonetheless, she did not reject him, as it seemed he had come to accept her in his heart. With this thought, the Queen Mother rose, her delicate hands resting upon Feng Xuan's chest. Her rosy lips slightly parted. So, dear friend Feng Xuan, do you wish to become my Dao partner? Faced with this sudden shift, Feng Xuan ceased his laughter and turned his gaze towards the Queen Mother. She was now perched upon his waist, her hands supporting herself, her enchanting eyes brimming with resolve and determination, as if threatening to act recklessly should he decline. Of course, I desire to become your Dao partner, he replied. However. What do you mean by however? The Queen Mother's face lit up with joy upon receiving his response, and she reclined once more in his embrace, reveling in the bliss of fulfillment. I have already taken Shi and Chang Shi as my Dao partners. Therefore, if you do not mind, we could unite as one, forever entwined in heart. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. How could Feng Xuan possibly become close to them? Yet, now that events have unfolded this way, what more could she say? It's nothing. I do not mind. The Queen Mother of the West remarked lightly, her gaze revealing no reluctance. She exuded a remarkable magnanimity. Furthermore, being in such close proximity to Feng Xuan, it was evident that she held an advantage. Very well, from this moment on, my dear friend shall be my wife. He continued, now, my lady, may I pose a question? What is it that has captured your heart for me? He added, and tell me, dear lady, is the aloof persona the true you, or is the charming side your authentic self? Upon hearing this, the Queen Mother of the West's complexion flushed a deep crimson, overwhelmed by shyness and reluctant to speak. Upon witnessing this, Feng Xuan ceased further inquiries. The two individuals indulged in their sweet, intimate world. Time flowed like water. Thousands of years passed unnoticed in the vastness of the primordial realm. Within Feng Xuan's perception, the ominous aura of the heavenly tribulations had intensified to a palpable degree, poised to erupt at any moment. This signified that the first war between the Wu and the Lich was imminent. He could no longer remain lost in the embrace of tranquility. It was high time to make some preparations. Although meeting with Master Hong Jun seemingly required no preparation, for all efforts would ultimately be in vain. My lady, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Feng Xuan gazed down at the Queen Mother of the West nestled in his embrace. At that moment, she donned an elegant white gown, exuding an ethereal charm. Her delicate face resting against his chest, her beautiful eyes gently closed as if in a serene slumber. Their fingers interlaced, palms touching, creating a harmonious connection. Go now, my beloved husband. Just remember to visit me often, the Queen Mother murmured without opening her eyes, cherishing these fleeting moments of warmth. Before them lay a table adorned with several ripe yellow plums, alongside a few discarded pits, indicating that Feng Xuan had indeed savored the plums, though merely as a common fruit. For two beings on the brink of sanctity, the modest effects of the yellow plums were utterly negligible. Eventually, with a lingering reluctance, the Queen Mother bid farewell to Feng Xuan, her gaze filled with tender affection. Upon departing from her sacred abode, Feng Xuan swiftly returned to the little stone peak, which now lay in a serene solitude, as most had gone to cultivate their powers. Such tranquility was beneficial, for strength remains the utmost priority. Feng Xuan gradually lifted his head, casting his gaze upon the vast primordial land. Beneath the towering Mount Buzhou, the throngs of the witch clan surged like a relentless tide, their heads densely packed, extending beyond the horizon. A suffocating aura of malevolence emanated from them, coalescing into a colossal torrent that shot skyward, as if intent on tearing the very heavens asunder. Meanwhile, within the boundless expanse of the starry night, the resplendent sun star shimmered with dazzling brilliance. Countless figures of the demon clan clustered together, forming a formidable army. Lavish war chariots stood in meticulous formation, resembling slumbering iron beasts, poised to spring forth at the slightest command, ready to unleash unparalleled might. Compared to their previous campaign against the Celestial Court, this demon army appeared significantly more formidable, their strength having multiplied several-fold. Should the current trajectory persist, within a century, an earth-shattering conflict would be utterly unavoidable. Contemplating this, Feng Xuan could not help but silently mourn for the demon court for a fleeting moment. For these demons could scarcely fathom the terrifying existence they were about to confront. The members of the witch clan were all tireless, hot-tempered, and simple-minded brutes. Particularly, the most powerful among them, the ancestor witches, were exceedingly unreasonable, with the exception of Hutu. As for the slightly lesser great witches, they were reckless and fearless. Once they went mad, they became an unstoppable force. As the saying goes, the reckless fear the foolhardy, and the foolhardy fear the utterly reckless. When such a group of obstinate and fearless beings converged, their explosive combat power could indeed be described as cataclysmic. Furthermore, to his knowledge, aside from the 12 ancestor witches, all other members of the witch clan, upon death, could access the mysterious blood pool within the Panga temple to gain a chance at resurrection, even with a single drop of Pangu's essence blood. A great witch could potentially evolve in the blood pool, becoming a new generation of ancestor witches. Thus, the witch clan seemingly possessed a form of immortality. No matter how grievous their losses, they could swiftly restore their vitality and rejoin the fray. Therefore, Feng Xuan could not help but surmise whether Tongtian and Hui, whom he had previously slain, were truly gone for good. He had merely slain them, leaving their bodies intact, and had not reduced them to ashes. The witch clan should have resurrected them. However, having faced death once, their grievances were settled. He had no desire to target them further unless they foolishly sought him out. Should that be the case, he could not be blamed for his ruthlessness, and he would ensure they were slain without even a chance for revival. Do commence your battle swiftly. I await the meeting with Master Hongjun. Feng Xuan reclined leisurely on his self-crafted chair, gazing into the distance. He awaited the outbreak of the great battle, anticipating the retreat of the demon clan, at which point the venerable Hongjun would emerge to intervene. In this tranquil interlude, a century slipped by. Suddenly, a resonant hum reverberated through the cosmos as the formidable demon army set forth from the starry expanse, embarking towards the Mount of No Return. The first great war between the witches and demons had begun. Disciple, the calamity has arrived. Do not involve yourself in the worldly affairs. Just as Feng Xuan prepared to witness the unfolding spectacle, he received a transmission from his 3 masters. It seemed they too had sensed the peculiarities of the situation. Understood. Master, your disciple will heed your words. Feng Xuan responded, acknowledging that the concern of his 3 masters was indeed commendable. However, it seemed they had forgotten that he had already been blessed by the great Tao. In the future, one of the reincarnations of Hong Yun, known as Yun Zhangzi, is referred to as the true immortal of fortune and virtue, yet he does not fall into calamity. Additionally, the blessings he received from the great Tao surpass even that. The mere tribulations he encountered were of little consequence to him. No one could compel him into calamity. Moreover, given his current strength and the treasures he possessed, it was only a matter of him causing others to fall, rather than himself facing downfall. Nevertheless, since his masters had issued a reminder, as the senior brother, he felt it was his duty to look after his junior brothers and sisters. His own safety did not guarantee theirs. Feng Xuan formed a seal with his hands, and mysterious patterns materialized in the void. They expanded continuously until they enveloped the vast expanse of Kunlun Mountain entirely. He employed the principles of the Supreme Clarity Array to establish a protective formation, concealing the entirety of Kunlun Mountain from the outside world. It became impervious to external scrutiny and entry, while those within could not easily depart unless he willingly opened a passage. Now, you shall remain here to cultivate diligently, with no place to go. After completing his tasks, Feng Xuan reclined comfortably, surrounded by an abundance of spiritual fruits and celestial brews, ready to enjoy the spectacle of the impending battle. He pondered the need to cultivate some future snacks, such as sunflower seeds and peanuts, to perfect his viewing experience. At the Sunstar, in the Golden Crow Palace, the elite members of the demon clan convened. 2 demon emperors, Shi Huang and Yao Shi, along with the 10 great demon saints and 365 Deluo Jinxian, represented the might of the demon court. The army had already set forth, and now he outlined his strategy. I shall restrain 8 of the 12 ancestral witches, while Shi Huang and Yao Shi contend with 1 each. The remaining 2 ancestral witches will be confronted by 4 demon saints, with the rest focusing on eliminating the great witches and their minions. The demon court is currently formidable. While the witch clan is comparatively weak, the advantage lies with us, ensuring our inevitable triumph and the unification of the primordial chaos. Emperor Jun spoke passionately, brimming with confidence as he gazed upon the generals of the demon court, envisioning a resounding victory. We will succeed. We shall unify the primordial chaos. The gathered assembly was swept up in his fervor, erupting into cheers. The demon court was glorious, and those benefiting from its fortune felt invincible. They believed that, aside from the saints, no other force in the primordial realm could stand against them. None. Although Baizhe recalled Feng Xuan's warning, the current strength of the demon court overwhelmed his imagination. He could not fathom the possibility of defeat. Very well, let us set forth. Upon victory, I shall share the spoils of the world with you all. Emperor Jun rallied his troops, then, alongside Tai Yi, activated the Golden Crow Rainbow technique, leading the charge to catch up with the already advancing army. Positioned at the forefront, the rays of the sun emanated fiercely, resembling a second or third sun in the world, with the terrifying essence of the great Tao flowing freely, stirring the energies of heaven and earth. The demon soldiers below gazed with fervent zeal, their eyes reflecting unwavering faith. This was their demon emperor. With the emperor leading the way, victory was assured. Instantly, the demon army surged forward with renewed vigor, determined to expand the territory of the demon court. The grand momentum inevitably attracted attention from all corners. In the western primordial realm, at Mount Shumi, the figures of Qing Tue and Jiejin opened their eyes to behold the demon army, their gazes filled with envy. If only such exceptional beings were part of our western domain. They lamented their arduous efforts in cultivating this barren land, having failed to amass even 1% of the members of the demon court over countless years. Brother, our plight is dire. Why is our western land so impoverished? In the boundless sea of blood, the ancestor of the underworld, Ming He, opened his eyes to observe the tumultuous events unfolding across the primordial land. A sinister smile crept across his face as he noted the demon court's assault on the witch clan. He possessed some knowledge of the witch's secrets and was adept in the arts of killing and blood. He sensed the overwhelming essence emanating from beneath Mount Buzhou and the terrifying bloodlust of the 12 ancestral witches. No matter how strong Emperor Jun and Tai Yi were, this venture would surely end in failure. Indeed, as I have predicted, 2 foolish birds await their reckoning. At Wuzhuang Temple, beneath the ginseng fruit tree, Zhen Yuanzi cast a glance at the demon army, with an overwhelming tide of resentment swelling within him. I, Zhen Yuanzi, vow to annihilate the demon clan. However, he refrained from immediate action, intent on testing the path he had been exploring. Once successful, he would exact his vengeance. In the Fengxi Valley, Nuwa paid no heed to the fate of the demon clan, as long as her foolish elder brother remained unscathed. On the Tine Star, Shi He and Chang Shi were absorbed in the path of the moon goddess, remaining silent. As Emperor Jun and Tai Yi led the charge, they sensed the scrutinizing gazes of various powers upon them. They scoffed inwardly. Look well, for you shall witness how our demon court tramples the witch clan and unifies the primordial chaos. They aimed to demonstrate their splendor to those who had previously scorned their court, forcing them to regret their disdain. Once the demon court unified the primordial world, those seeking entry would find themselves rebuffed. With excitement coursing through them, the demon army swiftly reached the skies above Mount Buzhou. Just as they prepared to form their ranks, the surrounding space trembled violently. The spatial laws above Mount Buzhou were disrupted by an unknown force, forcing the million-strong demon army to the ground. Who dares? Emperor Jun's face darkened, infuriated by this unexpected humiliation. Just as he uttered these words, a massive fist surged through the space before him, striking him squarely in the face. Reacting swiftly, he channeled his powers to defend, but the force was overwhelming, and he was struck nonetheless. Blood streamed from his nose, and his eyes turned dark with bruising. Who dares act so unscrupulously? Tai Yi, witnessing his brother's injury, immediately summoned the Chaos Bell to stabilize the surrounding space, preventing further attacks from the unknown entity. 2 foolish birds. How does my punch taste, Emperor Jun? With the spatial attacks thwarted, a towering figure resembling a divine beast materialized before the Witch Clan's army, exuding an aura of wild grandeur. Tai Yi's expression grew grave as he sensed the terrifying blood essence emanating from the massive form of the male witch, whose presence resonated with the laws of the great Tao. Was this the head of the 12 ancestral witches, Dijiang? Such terror. However, if one were born with mastery over the laws of space, then let them come forth. Seeing his brother's injuries begin to mend, Tai Yi raised the chaos bell and charged at Dijiang. The clang of the bell reverberated, sealing the heavens and slaying countless minor witches. How dare you harm my kin? You shall perish. Dijiang roared, swinging his fists to strike Tai Yi. Though the spatial realm was restrained, Dijiang shattered the very fabric of space with sheer might. Sensing the impending peril, Tai Yi unleashed the sun essence will toward Dijiang's fists. Seeing Dijiang stand firm, Tai Yi smirked. Who does not know the sharpness of my sun essence will? To confront it with mere flesh is the mark of folly. But soon, Tai Yi was left astounded, as were many powerful beings who had been observing the battle. Instead of the anticipated scene of blood and gore, the collision of fist and sun essence will resulted in the latter being sent flying, while Dijiang took a step back. Such formidable physical strength surpassed all expectations. Yet, the flames of battle ignited within Tai Yi. With the chaos bell overhead, an indomitable pride surged forth from him, as if to pierce the heavens. Come, let us battle once more. With a thunderous roar, Tai Yi's voice reverberated like a clap of thunder, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. At that moment, the sun essence will whistled back into his hand. Tai Yi, with both hands, wielded two formidable spiritual treasures, relentlessly bombarding Emperor Jiang like a tempest. Unfazed, Emperor Jiang retaliated with his powerful fists, each collision producing earth-shattering sounds, as if the very heavens and earth would crumble under the intensity of their clash. The chaos bell rang loudly, its sound deafening and resonating through the cosmos. With every chime of the bell, countless Wu warriors met untimely deaths. In this grand battle, the chaos bell demonstrated its unparalleled might, truly a divine artifact. Once Tai Yi breached the enemy lines, the foes found themselves in an inescapable dilemma. To resist would invite the terrifying lethality of the chaos bell, while to yield would lead to certain doom. Regardless of their response, the outcome was inevitable. Severe losses awaited them. However, at that moment, Emperor Jiang could scarcely contemplate these casualties, as he was on the verge of collapse under Tai Yi's relentless onslaught. The renown of the innate treasure, the chaos bell, was indeed well-deserved. Just as Emperor Jiang was about to be defeated, the sound of heavy, resonant footsteps echoed from afar, growing increasingly distinct. Then, towering figures descended from the heavens, the remaining 11 ancestral witches. They radiated an overwhelming aura, darkening the sky with their sheer presence. The battlefield surged with a torrent of bloodthirsty energy, roaring as if it sought to consume the very realm itself, instilling fear in countless demonkind. A primal terror akin to that felt by prey before apex predators swept through them. The demon court dared to invade the Wu clan. They would all perish here. The wrath of Zhu Rong, the ancestral witch of fire, ignited as he transformed into his true form and struck at the chaos bell, aiding Emperor Jiang. With the appearance of the 12 ancestral witches, the atmosphere of the battlefield became palpably tense. The opposing demon forces, seeing this development, could not afford to be complacent, revealing their top-tier combatants. Witnessing his allies gather, Emperor Jun, wielding the river map and Luo book, proclaimed resoundingly to those below, Wu clan, if you submit today, I shall spare your lives. Upon hearing this, the 10 ancestral witches seethed with rage, their eyes widening as they glared fiercely at Emperor Jun. The Wu clan, who had never bowed to heaven or revered earth, held only their creator, Pangu, in esteem. The audacity of someone attempting to compel their surrender was the gravest insult imaginable. Without a second thought, the 10 ancestral witches, as if in perfect synchrony, roared in unison and charged at Emperor Jun. 10 colossal fists tore through the air, imbued with the power to shatter worlds, aiming directly at him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Emperor Jun felt a wave of dread wash over him. He was certain death awaited. Do not harm my elder brother. From a distance, Tai Yi, witnessing the impending danger, summoned the chaos bell to shield Emperor Jun. A resounding chime echoed, powerful enough to fracture the heavens and earth, halting the attack of the 10 ancestral witches. Yet, the chaos bell was sent flying, leaving several imprints of fists upon its surface. The ancestral witches were indeed terrifying. Fortunately, the innate treasure possessed self-repair capabilities as long as its innate light remained intact. Nonetheless, this inflicted great pain upon Tai, for it was his lifeline. Regaining his composure, Emperor Jun transmitted a message to all: proceed as planned. The 10 demon saints, Kunlun and Fushi, understood the directive. Following their prearranged strategy, Fushi and Kunlun lured out the weather ancestral witch, Shebi, and the wind ancestral witch, Tianwu, to battle. The 4 great demon saints enticed the lightning ancestral witch, Shizi, and the wood ancestral witch, Jumong. Emperor Jun, utilizing the river map and Luo book, set the primordial Luo great array, facing off against the earth ancestral witch, Hutu, the rain and ice ancestral witch, Xianming, the water ancestral witch, Gonggong, and the metal ancestral witch, Rushu. Tai, having recalled the chaos bell, faced the space-time ancestral witch. Emperor Jiang, the fire ancestral witch, Zhu Rong, the lightning ancestral witch, Qiang Liang, and the time ancestral witch, Zhu Jiuyin. Tai felt an immense burden upon him, an ominous premonition blossoming within his heart. Victory seemed elusive, but with no other choice, he steeled himself for the confrontation. The battle erupted fiercely. As the 12 ancestral witches transformed into their true forms, various laws of the cosmos swirling upon the battlefield, their massive fists aimed at the demon court. It was an all-out assault. Laughter erupted from Feng Xuan atop a small stone peak, thoroughly entertained by the epic prelude to the battle. Emperor Jun likely still harbored thoughts of eliminating the Wu clan, but he would soon grasp the peril he faced. This venture was fraught with danger. Both Emperor Jun and Tai were still too young, not having reached their peak potential. Otherwise, Tai could indeed stand against 5 or even 7 foes. And Emperor Jun could leverage the mystical nature of the river map and Luo book to withstand several ancestral witches. Alas, they were still too inexperienced. Soon, 2 fists shattered the celestial ambitions of the heavenly emperor, and Emperor Jun cried out in pain. Yet, as he had anticipated, Xingtian and Ho Yi were indeed resurrected, battling alongside several formidable demon gods on the battlefield. Under the onslaught of the 12 ancestral witches, aside from Fushi and Kunlun, who could hold their own, Emperor Jun, Tai, and the 4 great demon saints were in dire straits. Their armor lay in tatters, blood dripping as they evaded and maneuvered, clearly outmatched by the ancestral witches. Cursed be it, the ancestral witches are astonishingly powerful. Emperor Jun, orchestrating the primordial Luo great array, found the light of the river map and Luo book dimming. On the verge of collapse, he realized a change in strategy was imperative to avoid potential demise. All remaining demon saints, rally back and join me and Tai against the ancestral witches. Upon receiving the command, the 6 demon saints swiftly returned, with Baizé hesitating momentarily before also falling back. He wished to ascertain just how formidable the ancestral witches truly were. However, as soon as he retreated, the fists of the ancestral witches flew towards them. The 6 demon saints, overconfident in their ability to withstand the assault, charged forward with their fists. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed, with just one punch. The 10 demon saints were grievously wounded. Feng Xuan, I regret not heeding your counsel. Baizé clutched his injured arm, fleeing in panic. If this continued, death was certain. As he retreated, he urged Emperor Jun, Your Majesty, we must withdraw. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun issued the command, retreat. He had long harbored thoughts of retreat but refrained from voicing them until now when someone finally suggested it, allowing him to take the opportunity to descend from the precarious ledge. As the command to withdraw was given, Tai, straining with all his might, activated the chaos bell to temporarily restrain the 12 ancestral witches. Seizing the moment, he fled with his elder brother, Emperor Jun, followed closely by Fushi, Kunlun, and the 10 demon saints. The demon army scattered, fleeing into the starry expanse. To escape? Not a chance. The ancestral shamans swiftly pursued the main forces of the demon clan. With the tides of battle shifted, the shaman tribe resolved to obliterate the demons today and unify the primordial world. Aware of the relentless approach of the ancestral shaman, Emperor Jun realized escape was futile. It seemed he had no choice but to unleash his ultimate abilities. Though incomplete, they should suffice for defense. Form ranks, Emperor Jun bellowed. As the 365 great demon gods brandished celestial banners, aligning with the number of the central stars, some demon generals produced smaller celestial banners, totaling 4,800, corresponding to a selection of auxiliary stars. Under Emperor Jun's command, the demon gods and generals arranged themselves into a profound formation, channeling the celestial power of the cosmos. The formerly dim sky was suddenly pierced by several large openings, as the celestial banners harnessed the power of the stars. The ancestral shamans halted, intrigued by the demons' maneuver. They were confident in their ability to counter any challenge. Rise. The incomplete grand celestial formation was established. The deep azure array enveloped the heavens entirely. A terrifying aura of slaughter locked onto the 12 ancestral shamans as the celestial force rained down, bearing the might to annihilate the world. For the first time, the 12 ancestral shamans sensed a perilous threat and summoned their full vitality to respond. Boom! The earth trembled, mountains crumbled, and thick clouds of dust surged skyward. A flicker of hope ignited within Emperor Jun's heart. Perhaps victory was within reach. Yet, that glimmer was swiftly extinguished. Amidst the swirling dust, a monumental figure gradually emerged. Upon recognizing the entirety of this figure, Emperor Jun's vision darkened. It was over. The demon court was doomed. Everything was lost. Shock. Terror. At that moment, the hearts of the formidable beings throughout the primordial world were profoundly shaken by the towering, awe-inspiring figure. What kind of astonishing existence was this? Merely standing there, it caused the previously stable laws of the great Tao to descend into chaos, losing control. Even heaven and earth instinctively recoiled in reverence under its overwhelming pressure. With each heavy, powerful breath, the surrounding space quaked violently, threatening to shatter. Even the towering, sky-piercing Mount Buzhou seemed inconsequential, akin to a mere toy in the hands of a child, fragile and insignificant. This was the Pangu, the creator god, Nuwa, the three purities. Zhuanti, Jiejing, Xinyuanzi, and other top-tier powerhouses were all deeply moved by the sight of this awe-inspiring figure. Who could have imagined that the shaman tribe, long shrouded in secrecy, could summon the true essence of Pangu to descend upon the world? This supreme being, thought to exist solely within primordial lore, was now undeniably present before everyone's eyes. The scene was utterly terrifying. As they gazed upon the unparalleled might of the creator god, it was clear to all present that with Pangu's true form here, the demon court was likely to face total annihilation. Simultaneously, the future of the primordial world was destined for turbulence. Given the shaman tribe's temperament, boundless chaos was sure to ensue. They too would face dire consequences. On the battlefield, the summoned essence of Pangu looked disdainfully upon the myriad of demons before him. His gaze, imbued with the radiance of the great Tao, caused countless lesser demon soldiers to disintegrate into nothingness. The demon army suffered devastating losses, far exceeding those inflicted upon the shaman tribe by the Chaos Bell. Emperor Jun and Tai felt their hearts bleed. These were their cherished kin. Yet, the paramount concern was survival. Only by surviving could they harbor hope. However, confronted with the dense malevolence and murky aura emanating from the essence of Pangu, their powers seemed paralyzed, and they dared not entertain any thoughts of resistance. As the golden crows of the sun, they had always stood at the pinnacle of the food chain. They never anticipated encountering a true top-tier powerhouse today. An overwhelming sense of helplessness enveloped them. Was this truly the creator god who split heaven and earth? The ancestral shamans had concealed such an astounding power. Why had they not revealed it sooner? Had they known earlier, they would have waited for the grand celestial formation to be completed before launching their offensive. Now, what could they do? Ha ha ha, Emperor Jun, Tai. Did you not anticipate this? You possess the grand celestial formation, while we have the 12 divine killing formation, capable of summoning the true essence of our Father God. Today, the demon court shall be obliterated here. Leading the essence of Pangu, Emperor Jiang let out a triumphant roar, the resentment from being previously suppressed by Tai dissipating instantly. After all, what was the point of holding a grudge against the dead? No, against dead birds. Without hesitation, the godly fist, capable of reopening the chaos and obliterating the universe, struck towards the numerous demon gods orchestrating the grand celestial formation. Under this mighty blow, the grand celestial formation shattered, and the majority of the chief demon gods suffered grievous injuries or perished. What exhilaration! What delight! The ancestral shamans laughed maniacally. This was the power of their father god. This was the shaman tribe. Soon, the fist of Pangu locked onto Emperor Jun and his retinue. Another strike was unleashed. The heavens collapsed, the sky erupted, and myriad paths retreated in fear. The main members of the demon court faced imminent peril. Stop! A vast voice resonated across heaven and earth. The overwhelming malice was instantly suppressed by celestial light, as an ethereal elder appeared before the essence of Pangu. The demon court, once resigned to despair, felt a flicker of hope ignite within them. The Tao Ancestor. Was the Tao Ancestor here to save them? However, the ancestral shamans, having summoned the true essence of Pangu through the 12 divine killing formation, felt no fear. What harm could a sage do to them? They had battled the heavens and the earth. Whom did they fear? First, let them take a punch. The Chaos God fist did not relent, hurtling towards Hongjun. Unfazed, Hongjun extended his aged hand, seemingly fragile, yet effortlessly catching the annihilative Chaos God fist. The ancestral shamans were aghast. They could hardly believe that anyone could withstand such a blow. How could this be possible? The beings of the primordial world were equally astonished. Was this the might of the Tao Ancestor? He effortlessly blocked a fist that could rival a sage. Just how powerful was he? Seeing Hongjun easily fend off the essence of Pangu's attack, Emperor Jun felt a wave of relief wash over him. How wonderful it was not to face death. His ambitions remained unfulfilled. However, observing the situation, it appeared that the Tao Ancestor was siding with him. Why not leverage the Tao Ancestor's strength to eliminate the shaman tribe, this formidable enemy? Tao Ancestor, please exert your might. These barbarous creatures have oppressed my demon clan for countless eons, treating our kin as mere sustenance. Now they seek to annihilate us. We implore you to take command. Upon hearing this, Hongjun remained impassive, seemingly ignoring Emperor Jun. Yet the ancestral shamans were seething with rage. These two feathered creatures dared to speak so defiantly even as their doom approached. Did they truly believe they could intimidate Hongjun? Bring forth the axe. The ancestral shamans shouted in unison. As their voices echoed, the Chaos Bell, Taiji Diagram, and Panga Banner, 3 innate treasures, sensed the summons and sought to break free from their masters. This is bad. Tai, Laozi, and Yuan Shi exclaimed in alarm. This could spell disaster. If these treasures fell into the hands of the ancestral shamans, would they ever be retrieved? They fervently summoned the 3 supreme treasures, drawing upon their own powers and essence. However, the true form of Pangu was not the deity himself. Moments later, the trio, through their long familiarity with the treasures and their mastery over the innate divine prohibitions, gained the upper hand, rendering the ancestor witches' calls ineffective. If you can quell the conflict, I shall not pursue your transgressions against the primordial realm, they declared. Observing that none of the treasures had responded to their summons, Hongjun sighed in relief. He then issued a final ultimatum to the 12 ancestor witches before him. Enraged, the ancestor witches could not fathom that Hongjun dared to command them. Without that axe, we can still vanquish you. As they spoke, Pangu's true form surged forth, unleashing a mightier chaotic fist than before. Even before the fist reached its target, the heavens and earth reverberated with a resounding hum, and the ground could no longer withstand its power, fracturing completely and spewing forth molten lava, creating a scene of devastation. Stubborn and unyielding, Hongjun roared, his fury evident for the first time before the world. Faced with the combined might of the 12 ancestor witches' blow, Hongjun closed his eyes, only to reopen them shortly after. His gaze devoid of emotion. Boundless divine light erupted from his eyes, and the mysterious wheel of heaven's Tao materialized behind him. Suddenly, a divine sword coalesced in the heavens, entwined with the pure essence of the heavens and the laws of the Tao, in stark contrast to the miasma and malevolence of the witch clan. As the two forces collided, the world trembled. An overwhelming energy exploded, shrouding the battlefield in dust, obscuring the sight of the struggle. Yet, all present hoped for the victory of the Tao Ancestor, for he was impartial, unlike the unreasonable ancestor witches. How magnificent, the Tao-formed master ancestor. Feng Xuan, who had been watching from the small stone peak, excitedly tossed his wine cup aside, applauding in admiration. From this vantage point, he could ascertain that although Hongjun had merged with the Tao, he still retained a distinct self, existing in harmony with the Tao. With this understanding, he felt assured. As long as dialogue was possible, half of his plan would be accomplished, the rest would rely on his eloquence. At this moment, the battlefield's energy stabilized, and the dust settled. The result was evident. Pangu's true form disintegrated, and the 12 ancestor witches lay grievously wounded. Was this the true power of the Tao Ancestor? Truly astonishing. Tao Ancestor, look! Dijun began to speak again. Silence. Hongjun's furious shout silenced him. He then surveyed the ravaged land and declared loudly, from this day forth, the demons shall govern the heavens, while the witches shall govern the earth. There shall be no conflict for 10 Yuan meetings. Otherwise, I shall be relentless in my pursuit. With his words spoken, Jun had no choice but to comply. We shall abide by the Tao ancestors' decree. The 12 ancestor witches, struggling to rise, could not accept such an outcome. Though they had been defeated, their defiance remained. Zhu Rong prepared to voice his anger. Enough! A gentle yet firm voice interrupted, halting Zhu Rong's outburst. We shall abide by the Tao ancestors' decree. Ho Tu bowed deeply, representing the ancestor witches and accepting Hongjuan's command. The other ancestor witches, though bewildered, temporarily withheld their dissent out of affection for their younger sister, snorting in silence. Very well. Hongjuan nodded in approval. He then waved his hand, and the heavens cleared, with boundless rays of celestial light cascading from the firmament. The scarred earth, nourished by this divine light, began to swiftly rejuvenate. The ground mended, the lava ceased its eruption. Flora flourished, restoring vitality to the land. Seeing this, Feng Xuan felt the moment had arrived. If he did not hurry, Master Ancestor Hongjuan would soon depart. The 9 dragons' incense carriage sped forth, the space around it shifting like an illusion. Yet Feng Xuan still felt it was not fast enough. If only he could attach a nitrogen booster to accelerate further. Hongjuan continued to shower the land with celestial light, mending the damage to the primordial realm. Moments later, everything returned to its original state. With that, he prepared to leave. He had already merged with the Tao and should not meddle in these affairs. Yet the terror of the witch clan's true form was too great, threatening to shatter the primordial realm. He could only intervene as a mediator. Alas, even in retirement, I find no peace. Friend, please do not leave so hastily, Master Ancestor. Just as Hongjuan was about to vanish, Feng Xuan finally caught up. Upon hearing the call, Hongjuan paused momentarily, but did not halt his dissolution. Instead, he began to dissipate alongside Feng Xuan. Wait, did something just flash by? The ancestor witch Xianming scratched his head, puzzled. It seemed as though something had swiftly vanished. The other ancestor witches echoed their confusion, having not paid attention. Where am I now? Feng Xuan felt a sudden shift in space, and he found himself transported from the primordial world to a completely different realm. Beneath him lay a mat, providing a sense of familiarity. As he opened his eyes to scrutinize his surroundings, he recognized the scene and the mat. Was this not the Purple Cloud Palace? Could it be that Master Hongjuan was present? Feng Xuan looked up and beheld the venerable Hongjuan seated upon the lofty platform, his gaze inexplicably fixed upon him. Having encountered the master, the disciple wished to seek counsel on a matter of great importance. Feng Xuan bowed respectfully, refraining from attempting to interpret his master's gaze. Such insight was beyond his capacity, and it was not his place to speculate. Given his current strength and status, he was not yet worthy. Feng Xuan, with a heart devoid of distractions, earnestly sought guidance. Little did he know that at this moment, Hongjuan was so astonished that words eluded him. Since their parting at the Purple Cloud Palace, his disciple had merely been in the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Yet, in a mere span of several 100,000 years, he had remarkably ascended to the initial stage of Quasi-Saint. Although this was not the path of the 3 corpses that he had recommended, with the blessings of the great Tao and such profound comprehension, the method of validating one's path through strength may yet prove feasible. Truly, he was a prodigy, a rarity in the world. With such a disciple in the Xianmen, prosperity was assured. A smile blossomed on Hongjuan's face, growing ever more radiant, akin to a grand chrysanthemum. Rise, what is it you wish to inquire? He raised his hand, helping the bowing Feng Xuan to his feet, allowing him to sit comfortably on the mat. The more he observed this disciple, the more satisfied he became, to the point where thoughts of promoting him directly to the status of a disciple crossed his mind. What could the 3 purities teach? Perhaps it would be better to have him as a student instead. Yet, that was merely a fleeting thought, for he was already too occupied to mentor disciples. Dare I ask, Master Ancestor, what is the essence of the heavenly Tao? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan directly retrieved the star seal and the celestial star chart from the Shumi space. Upon their emergence, Hongjuan's expression changed dramatically as he began to calculate the implications. This time, he did not focus on Feng Xuan himself, but instead delved into the workings of heaven and earth. It soon became evident that not only had Feng Xuan acquired these 2 spiritual treasures, but he had also somehow obtained the star essence wheel. Furthermore, he had forged a bond with the 2 lunar goddesses. At that moment, Hongjuan felt as if the very heavens were spinning and the earth was in chaos. Everything had become disordered. Although he had merged with the Tao, he was not omniscient. After failing to ascertain Feng Xuan's fate, he had ceased to monitor his actions. The development of the Hongwang realm appeared to be progressing optimally on the surface. Who could have anticipated this? His disciple had delivered an unexpected blow right from the start. The Yao court was now devoid of the support from the Tongtian star, rendering the celestial star array utterly incapable of contending with the 12 divine stars array. The balance of power in the impending calamity had been disrupted. A grave miscalculation. Yet, this also subtly indicated that his disciple was no ordinary individual. It seemed he possessed an understanding of the grand trends of the cosmos. Although his disciple harbored countless plans for the future, he remained oblivious to the true essence of the Tao. Hence, he earnestly requested enlightenment from his esteemed ancestor. Feng Xuan continued to pose questions. Alas, there is no turning back. One can only observe what his disciple intends to do. The essence of the heavenly Tao is singular, to render the Hongwang world more stable and robust. Hongjun remarked calmly, awaiting Feng Xuan's response. At this moment, Feng Xuan was engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts. If the essence of the heavenly Tao is indeed to enhance the strength of the Hongwang world, does that not imply that all trends are aimed at its elevation? Why then does the Hongwang world appear to be growing weaker? At least that was his prior understanding. The more he pondered, the greater his confusion became. However, he resolved to first align his words with the essence of the heavenly Tao, leaving his subsequent doubts for later contemplation. Master Ancestor, he proclaimed, I possess a method to fortify the Hongwang world, one that will undoubtedly surpass the current trajectory. The wind swirled with eloquence, brimming with vigor and ambition. Indeed, his disciple seemed to have gleaned knowledge of the future trajectory of the primordial world, which explained the preemptive actions of the moon goddess. How infuriating! It must be that old rascal, Yang Mei, who instigated this. Cursed be that wretched Yang Mei. In his heart, Hongjun added yet another grievance against Yang Mei. Nevertheless, he was now curious to see what strategies his disciple would devise. Ah, what plans do you hold? Pray, share them with me. Feng Xuan remained silent, instead turning to Hongjun and quietly inquired, Master Ancestor, can you take charge? If I proceed with this, will the heavenly Tao take notice? Hongjun nearly burst into laughter, bemused by the audacity of discussing the heavenly Tao in his presence. Fully aware that he had attained unity with it, did he think that lowering his voice would make a difference? Suddenly, he felt that this disciple appeared somewhat naive. I can indeed take charge. Now, speak your mind. Upon hearing his master ancestor's words, Feng Xuan felt a wave of relief. With this assurance, he resolved to proceed with his scheme. Master Ancestor, I have decided to establish the Xianmen Heavenly Court, basing it on the celestial constellations. I shall confer titles upon the disciples of Xianmen, proclaiming myself the Heavenly Emperor, to govern the vastness of the primordial universe, ensuring stability and fostering harmonious development within the world of primordial chaos. Feng Xuan completed his speech in one breath, awaiting a response from his revered master, Hongjun. At this moment, Hongjun was entirely absorbed in his intricate scheming. The Xianmen Heavenly Court. He had long harbored thoughts on the matter. Yet the current protagonists of the tribulation were the Wu and Yao clans. He could not intervene excessively during this cataclysm, so he had set his plans aside. However, his disciple's words illuminated his mind. While he could not act, Feng Xuan certainly could. In this tribulation, anyone could face the peril of demise, but Feng Xuan was exempt. Marvelous, simply marvelous. Nevertheless, he could not yet reach a conclusion. He required some tangible results to bolster his decision. I can promise you, but not at this moment. I shall grant you 3 yuan wei. As long as you achieve something comparable to the creation of the demon script, I shall acquiesce to your plan. Very well, master. Feng Xuan, elated by the promise, bowed deeply and hurriedly exited the purple cloud palace. Comparable to the creation of the demon script? This should be within reach. As he soared from the palace, Feng Xuan pondered what he could accomplish to fulfill his master's expectations. There were indeed many endeavors, but most were contingent upon humanity. In this time frame, the options for intervention were limited. Expanding the world and developing the primordial realm could count as one. However, given his current strength, which had yet to reach the sage level, he could not open up any significant worlds. His contributions to the cosmos would be negligible, yielding scant merit. Another option was to refine the heavens and mend the earth's veins. However, to rival the creation of the demon script, he would need to fully restore at least a quarter of the earth's veins in the west. This was a task achievable only by sages or the likes of Xinyuanzi. Without the Earth Book, he could not accomplish this. Thus, the options available to him were limited to a few. The first was to fill the CI Within the sea lay boundless malevolent power. Should it erupt, the consequences would be dire. Therefore, to rectify the transgressions of the dragon and phoenix during the great calamity, the heavenly Tao mandated the dragon clan to eternally seal the sea, thus alleviating its own sins. However, the dragon clan possessed no merits and could only rely on their formidable strength and lives to fill it. Yet, this was merely a drop in the bucket, destined to run out eventually. Feng Xuan was different. He now possessed a merit golden body and could forge the sea god needle using the jade purity refining technique. He could easily suppress the sea. Moreover, judging by the works of great masters in later generations, he could sustain this suppression for at least several dozen yuanwei. Yet, this would lead to the dispersal of his newly established merit golden body. The second option involved establishing the natural laws of the universe, specifically the order of time. Currently, the primordial realm had sun, moon, and stars, but no regularity existed. In fact, there was no order at all. The sun and moon rose simultaneously, devoid of any alternation of day and night. Without the shift of day and night, the concept of time was absent. The absence of sunrise and moonset precluded the distinction of seasons. Time was crucial for the development of the primordial realm. With time, there came limitations on lifespan. The primordial realm was no longer a place where new beings emerged without the old perishing. As the population base grew, the total number would expand more rapidly. Heavenly beings and primal creatures were engrossed in cultivation, and few took the step of forming partnerships, let alone bearing offspring. This aspect was nearly negligible. However, the lower-tier demon clans were different. They faced no limitations on lifespan, and the entertainment facilities in the primordial realm were scant. Some demons, disinterested in the Tao, could only engage in procreation. Additionally, some demon clans bore multiple offspring at once. The number of beings born every second was staggering, leading to an alarming depletion of the world's spiritual energy. The current primordial realm could sustain this, but what of the future? The speed of population growth would inevitably surpass that of world expansion. Where would that lead? It seemed the heavenly Tao had also recognized this, as the Wu and Yao calamity bore the suspicion of a plan for the extermination of beings. Aside from direct slaughter, the quickest way to eliminate beings was through war, especially in such a supreme world. A mere sound from the Tai Chaos Bell, a glance from the true body of the ancestral witch Pangu, a single breath, or a punch could lead to the demise of countless beings. This was a true killing machine. The plan to establish the order of time seemed genuinely feasible. It would benefit the stable development of the world and foster biodiversity. 100 benefits with no detriment. Ingenious. Truly ingenious. He was indeed remarkable. Ding. The system detected that Hong Jun requires the host to accomplish feats comparable to the creation of the demon script. Please make the following choices. 1. Suppress the CI. By using the merit golden body to seal the CI for countless years, this action surpasses the creation of the demon script. Reward. Post-heaven spirit treasure. The Rui Jingu Bang. 2. Establish the order of time. The importance of time to a world is self-evident. Accomplishing this will ensure that even Hong Jun would serve you tea, and if you were to slap the heavenly Tao, it would still commend you. Reward. Time sequence disc. Just as he conceived his plan, the system arrived, as if Providence had sent a pillow to a weary head. However, what was this option 1? The post-heaven spirit treasure, Rui Jingu Bang? He recalled it was the post-heaven merit spirit treasure, Rui Jingu Bang. The mystery was unraveled. The system still required him to replenish his own merits. Feng Xuan, I have a phrase that may be inappropriate to utter. System, I choose option 2. The decision has been made. Now I must contemplate how to execute this process. The establishment of a timeline is critically dependent on the sun star and the moon star. Currently, the moon star has become indistinguishable from its home, for the 2 moon goddesses have become his companions. Yet, he is not entirely unencumbered. The pivotal factor is the sun star. Although he possesses the celestial chart that allows him to manipulate the essence of the stars for his own purposes, the sun star is, after all, under the dominion of Di Jun and Tai. The sun essence wheel remains in their possession, which inevitably complicates his plans. A discussion is necessary. If that proves futile, what is to prevent a second disturbance at the Golden Crow Palace? The demon court has already become mortal enemies with the witch clan. Do they still dare to create discord with him, a member of the Kunlun lineage? Di Jun would not wish for the demon court he established to face destruction, would he? Resolute in his decision, Feng Xuan traverses the chaos. First arriving at the Moonstar, he intends to inform his 2 wives about his undertakings. Even among spouses, Such significant matters as altering the trajectory of celestial bodies and bestowing them with new responsibilities must be communicated in advance. One cannot act with unilateral authority. Furthermore, it has been a considerable time since he last saw his two ladies, and he feels a twinge of longing. Upon stepping onto the moonstar, the atmosphere remains as cold and tranquil as ever. Only a few moon rabbits, a unique product of the moonstar, frolic playfully beneath the laurel tree, one of the 10 most exceptional innate spiritual roots. Watching them, Feng Xuan's mouth waters with desire. It has been ages since he savored spicy rabbit heads. Husband, you have arrived. At that moment, two graceful figures emerge from the moon palace, gracefully landing before Feng Xuan. They extend their delicate hands, inviting him into the moon palace. Along the way, Shihi glances towards the location that had previously captured Feng Xuan's attention, inquiring with curiosity, "Husband, what is so special about the moon rabbits?" "No, nothing special, just rather adorable," he replies. Entering the moon palace, the interior remains unchanged from his first visit. The trio sits closely together. "Husband, let us show you the fruits of our efforts during this time." As they speak, the energies of Shihi and Changxi manifest. Midway through the precinct stage, simultaneously, four figures emerge from the bodies of the two women, representing their good and malevolent forms. Observing this diverse and vibrant spectacle, Feng Xuan cannot help but swallow hard. Who could resist such a lure? If Shihi and Changxi embody original grace, then their good forms are sweet and innocent, while the evil forms resemble rebellious girls, little delinquents, and mischievous spirits. "Oh my goodness," he exclaims, unable to fathom the joy that awaits in the future. "My ladies, what is this?" "He, of course. It is to provide you with a bit of motivation. Hurry and cultivate, so you may attain the status of the sun god, and then we can be wed." She smiles charmingly, recalling the good and evil forms at Feng Xuan's reluctant gaze. "Husband, he should think on it. After all, he has not visited us in such a long time." Humph. After finally calming his emotions, Feng Xuan regards the two women with seriousness. "My ladies, I have come to discuss a matter of great significance concerning the world of the primordial. Speak, husband. We sisters shall undoubtedly assist you." She gazes intently into Feng Xuan's serious expression, understanding that his earnest demeanor signifies an issue of utmost importance. As his companions, her concerns are intrinsically linked to his, and she is determined to provide unwavering support. Feng Xuan took a deep breath and slowly began to recount the matters concerning the establishment of the temporal order. As he narrated, the two women became increasingly engrossed, their expressions growing solemn. Although they were generally reserved and somewhat reclusive, as quasi-saint powerhouses and the mistress of the Tongtian, they were far from ignorant regarding the myriad affairs of the Honghuang world, particularly concerning matters as crucial as the temporal order. With just a hint, they could immediately grasp its profound implications. This was a matter of significance comparable to the most arcane of texts. No, it far surpassed even those. The two women understood that upon the successful completion of this endeavor, their husband would undoubtedly become the greatest benefactor in the entire Honghuang realm. From that moment forth, no one would be able to threaten their beloved husband. Moreover, they themselves would have the opportunity to acquire substantial merits, greatly benefiting their cultivation. "Husband, you are truly remarkable." She could not help but exclaim softly, a radiant smile gracing her features. Before her words had fully dissipated, she unexpectedly leaned forward and quickly placed a gentle kiss upon the side of Feng Xuan's face, leaving behind a faint blush of rouge. Observing this, Changxi, encouraged by her sister, mimicked the previous action, lightly kissing the other side of Feng Xuan's cheek, and playfully remarked, "This is your reward, dear husband." After this exchange, both women felt a slight flush in their earlobes. Such boldness was a first for them. However, Feng Xuan was rather greedy. "Ah, I'm still not satisfied." Feng Xuan extended his hand, and the two women gracefully settled upon his lap, their alluring forms nestled against him. Soft and sweet, they reveled in this intimate connection, hearts drawing closer together. Time flowed like water, oblivious to the passage of years. A century slipped by, during which the trio enjoyed a blissful existence. Feng Xuan was ready to depart. There could be no further delay. In the previous confrontation with the Lich, the top powers of the demon court had suffered significant casualties, and such losses could not be recovered in merely a century. The adage of taking advantage of another's weakness to strike decisively holds true. Now was the opportune moment. He would not hesitate to coerce Dijuan. And what of Tai? Feng Xuan drove the resplendent 9 dragons incense chariot to the outskirts of the Sun Star. The celestial beings stationed outside caught sight of the magnificent carriage from afar and rushed towards the Golden Crow Palace, tumbling and scrambling in their haste. Feng Xuan has arrived at the Sun Star in the 9 Dragons' incense chariot. Upon hearing this, Dijun and Tai, who were recuperating with their eyes closed in the palace, abruptly opened their eyes, a sense of foreboding rising within their hearts. What brings Feng Xuan to their Sun Star at this moment? Is he seeking to exploit their vulnerability and oppress them? Have you seen clearly? Dijun inquired, the majesty of his authority evident even in his calm demeanor. Indeed, it is undoubtedly the 9 Dragons' incense palanquin, responded the nameless demon god, fully aware of the situation. He vividly recalled how Feng Xuan had obstructed him during the first banquet, where he had sat at the edge of the grand hall, witnessing the brutal beating of the demon emperor and the uncertain fates of the 10 great demon saints. Such memories were indelibly etched in his mind. Brother, if this is indeed the case, let him come. The Tao ancestor has proclaimed that the demons reign over the heavens, affirming our current standing. He would not dare to defy the Tao ancestor's command. Moreover, with my strength, I am confident I can subdue him without inflicting harm. The 3 pure ones would have no justification to intervene, Tai asserted resolutely, glancing at his troubled elder brother. Dijun pondered for a moment before expressing his concern. Are you sure your injuries are not serious? Each punch from the ancestral witches contained the essence of their own grand principles. Being struck by such force would allow these principles to infiltrate one's body, disrupting the flow of magical energy and causing catastrophic damage. Otherwise, their wounds would have healed long ago. They had devoted considerable time to eradicating the principles that had invaded their forms. After all, they had borne the brunt of the assault. It's nothing, brother, rest assured. I still have confidence in subduing the mere Feng Xuan. That is reassuring, Dijun replied. Then commanded the demon gods below, allow him to enter. The demon gods were taken aback, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Did the demon emperor think he could stop him? Wouldn't he even dare to attempt it? No need for that, esteemed friends. I have already arrived. Came a voice from beyond the grand hall as Feng Xuan strolled leisurely into the Jinwu Hall, regarding the two above with neither deference nor arrogance. Despite his annoyance at Feng Xuan's uninvited entrance, Dijun felt compelled to ascertain the purpose of his visit. What brings you here, my friend? He inquired. What matter requires your attention? For the sake of the Hongluang world and all living beings, I have come to discuss a significant issue with you both. Dijun remained perplexed. What is this matter? I seek to borrow the authority to operate the Sun Star. Upon the successful completion of this endeavor, I shall share a portion of the merits with you both. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Feng Xuan continued to press for answers. Then let us engage in a match. If you win, we shall borrow. If you lose, you may depart. At that moment, Tai stepped forward, his golden eyes fixed intently on Feng Xuan, a fierce battle intent surging within them. He yearned for a confrontation to vent the dissatisfaction brewing in his heart. I shall not fight you. Feng Xuan declined Tai's proposal. You wish to engage in conflict, yet he resolutely refrains, for he need not lift a finger. My purpose here is to humbly request the authority over the movement of the Sun Star, in accordance with the will of the ancestor. I kindly ask both of you not to obstruct me. As he spoke, Feng Xuan produced a jade talisman, a token bestowed upon him by his esteemed master upon his departure from the Purple Cloud's palace, symbolizing his master's intent. With this talisman in hand, the myriad beings of the primordial world should extend their respect to this Tao ancestor. Upon hearing the name of the Tao ancestor and seeing the jade talisman representing his decree, Emperor Jun and Tai's expressions shifted, though they quickly regained their composure. What of the Tao ancestor? Can he truly dictate the authority of the Sun Star? The fact remains that the two brothers are the rightful masters of the Sun Star, a truth that cannot be altered. Even the presence of the Tao ancestor would not change this. While the Tao ancestor is deserving of our utmost respect, the authority over the Sun Star is fundamental to the foundation of our demon court. Thus, I cannot acquiesce to your request. Emperor Jun firmly reiterated his refusal. Alas, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Feng Xuan proclaimed loudly, his voice resonating throughout the grand hall. Dijun and Tai were taken aback. Kunping and Fushi were astonished. The 10 great demon saints were left in disbelief. What kind of nonsense is this? Does he truly believe that the Sun Star belongs to him? Haha. Has your mind perhaps faltered? The Sun Star has always been jointly possessed by the two of us, a truth well known among all beings of the primordial world. Why do you utter such reckless words? Dijun laughed heartily, declaring before the majestic golden crows that the Sun Star was his. It was utterly ludicrous. Call upon the Sun Star by its true name and see if it responds to you. Feng Xuan wore an expression of indifference, entirely unfazed by the mockery of Dijun's laugh. How amusing. Just wait. Soon it will be your turn to weep. With that, he declared, very well. Allow me to demonstrate what it means to be the master of the Sun Star. Following his derision, Dijun began to summon the celestial power of the Sun Star. A magnificent golden radiance enveloped his entire being, illuminating the Golden Crow Palace in resplendent glory, nearly blinding the multitude of demon maidens and guards below. Suddenly, a tremendous force of stellar energy surged forth from the depths of the earth, responding to Dijun's call. With a smug expression, Dijun gazed at Feng Xuan, feeling triumphant as the primordial power of the Sun Star converged upon him. What could Feng Xuan possibly say then? Would he dare to claim the Sun Star for himself? How utterly ridiculous. He was on the verge of delivering a resounding slap to Feng Xuan's face. Haha. Observing Dijun's self-satisfied demeanor, Feng Xuan remained unmoved. Neither joyful nor sorrowful. Secretly, he summoned the might of the celestial star chart, commanding the Sun Star to serve him. For the primordial essence of the stars would not manifest without his decree. In an instant, the very essence that had just heeded Dijun's call receded, no longer responding to his summons. Dijun, what is happening? Tai-yi, what is this? Below, Fushi, Kuanpeng, and the 10 great demon saints were equally perplexed. Dijun's expression darkened as disbelief coursed through him. Undeterred, he exerted his magical prowess once more, attempting to summon the primordial essence of the stars. The sunlight intensified, only serving to accentuate his grim visage. Moments passed, yet still, there was no response. The primordial essence of the stars ignored him entirely. At this juncture, Tai-yi sensed that something was amiss and hastily joined forces with his brother Dijun to call upon the star essence. Yet, despite their combined efforts, their pleas for the familiar celestial power yielded no response. It was as if they had been forsaken by the Sun Star. How could they claim dominion over the Sun Star when they could not even summon its primordial essence? At this moment, Feng Xuan struck decisively, piercing the hearts of the two. Emperor Jun exclaimed in anger, "If we cannot mobilize it, can you?" This remark played right into Feng Xuan's hands. Of course I can, for I have declared this my Sun Star. As soon as the words left his lips, the once dormant essence of the Sun Star erupted like a volcano, surging forth recklessly. The entire Sun Star trembled in response, as if welcoming its true master. This is impossible. Both Emperor Jun and Tai-yi staggered, nearly losing their footing. They could scarcely believe the spectacle before them. The essence of the Sun Star had audibly responded to Feng Xuan's summons, yielding to his command. How could they come to terms with this? The illustrious Golden Crow was unable to command the essence of the stars, yet an outsider could? Was this not a source of ridicule for all? Could it be that this Sun Star truly belonged to him? Were they merely intruders? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This Sun Star was theirs, and theirs alone. No one could alter that. Observing the puzzled expressions of those below, Emperor Jun realized he must act swiftly. Otherwise, the Sun Star might genuinely change hands. How dare you flaunt such trivial skills? It seems all this turmoil was orchestrated by you. Emperor Jun raised his hand, summoning a fierce flame of the sun, intent on disrupting Feng Xuan's manipulation of the star essence. He could not allow him to succeed, even if it meant resorting to tricks. Yet, Feng Xuan would not permit him such satisfaction. Just as the sun flame was about to make contact, a pure aura manifested above the Grand Hall. It was the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus held by Feng Xuan. Sitting upon the lotus platform, it was impervious to destruction. The mere sun flame could not breach its defenses. Seeing this, Emperor Jun promptly commanded the 10 great demon saints to take action. I shall. The 10 great demon saints exchanged glances, uncertain of who would step forward. After all, the dome of the Golden Crow Palace had only recently been repaired. Who could ascertain its sturdiness? Might it suddenly yield to an unexpected calamity? Esteemed colleagues, we must heed the Demon Emperor's command and act swiftly, Ing Zhao said, his voice tinged with anxiety, for obedience was paramount among subordinates. The other 9, upon hearing this, no longer hesitated and channeled their powers toward Feng Xuan. Amidst the intertwining laws of the Great Tao and the complex interplay of light and shadow, Bai gradually retreated behind the other demon saints. From both a historical and rational perspective, he could not afford to engage. He could only feign a show of strength. Indeed, just as the 9 great demon saints' attacks were about to land, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The previously motionless Saint Jade talisman suddenly soared above Feng Xuan's head. In an instant, the talisman radiated an extraordinarily brilliant white light, akin to a resplendent sun illuminating the sky. An endless stream of celestial light erupted from it, forming a colossal beam that pierced the heavens. The terrifying energy contained within this celestial beam was beyond imagination, reminiscent of a saint descending. The 9 great demon saints had no time to react, as this immense force propelled them away in an instant. They soared like kites severed from their strings, hurtling at great speed into the solid wall forged from gold, jade, and glass. With a resounding thud, the 9 great demon saints were embedded deep within the wall. Their fates uncertain. The newly repaired dome of the Grand Hall was breached, creating an even larger gaping hole. Witnessing this, Bai Zhe, under the incredulous gaze of Fu Shi, forcefully reversed his energy flow, feigning unconsciousness as he collapsed. Just before losing consciousness, Bai Zhe felt a wave of relief wash over him. How fortunate he was for his cleverness. Otherwise, it would have been he who was trapped within the wall, with his fate hanging in the balance. Ah, have they still not learned their lesson? To overpower the few with the many, without considering who stands behind me. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, as the ethereal eyes of Feng Xuan opened and closed. Boundless rays of solar divine light erupted forth, transforming his once jet-black long hair into a resplendent golden hue, imbued with the essence of the stars. The originally simple and elegant white robe now bore intricate and majestic golden patterns, adorned with flecks of golden brilliance, coupled with his already strikingly handsome visage. He resembled a deity of the sun descending upon the mortal realm. Gazing upward at the formidable presence of Feng Xuan, both Emperor Jun and Tai Yi were engulfed by an overwhelming sense of impotence. How could they possibly contend with such power? Above them lay the sacred jade talisman of the sage, and below, the unfathomable might of Feng Xuan. Even the proud Tai Yi found himself rendered incapable of seeking conflict at this moment. Reluctantly, he uttered words that would bring them lifelong humiliation. No dissent. This is how it should be. Why was this not done sooner? He began to sincerely negotiate, but with their refusal, he was left with no choice but to resort to forceful suppression. Indeed, the efficacy of martial might was evident. At this juncture, he would not bestow any merits upon them. I, Feng Xuan, am not one to act without reason. As the Tao ancestor proclaimed, monsters command the heavens. Since the monster court has established itself upon my solar star, I shall not expel you. However, it must be understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Henceforth, the monster court shall be required to pay rent for each gathering. As for the form of payment, I shall not impose any specific demands, merely ensure that it reflects the dignity befitting your esteemed court. Feng Xuan retracted the essence of the sun in the celestial bodies, returning to his usual form. Yet, none present dared to harbor animosity towards him. At least not within the confines of the Sun Star. Dijun felt a flicker of surprise. They would not be expelled from the Sun Star after all. Paying rent annually was not an insurmountable burden. After all, the Sun Star held immense significance for their demon court, being the most suitable environment for their cultivation and one of the crucial focal points of the Great Star Array. Losing the Sun Star was simply not an option for them. In this light, it seemed they owed a debt of gratitude to Feng Xuan. Contemplating this, Dijun and Tai Yi felt a deep sorrow. What a predicament! What was once their home had transformed into another's territory. They were now obliged to cheerfully pay rent and express their gratitude. How tragic! Then allow me to express my heartfelt thanks to my esteemed friend Feng Xuan for his profound benevolence. Dijun managed to articulate with great difficulty. Feng Xuan did not pursue the matter further. Perhaps he had indeed been somewhat oppressive. But what of it? When paths diverge, collaboration ceases. As the master of the stellar seal and the celestial map, he rightfully held dominion over the myriad stars. He was merely safeguarding his own interests. With that said, I shall take my leave, and I hope that both of you esteemed friends will refrain from interfering with my subsequent endeavors. Feng Xuan declared with a resonant voice, then stepped forward and soared through the gaping hole in the dome. The members of the demon court exchanged glances, finally relieved to see this calamity depart. You all swiftly secure the demon saints and escort them below for proper healing, commanded Emperor Jun. striving to maintain order and manage the aftermath. He then slumped upon his throne, reflecting on the tumultuous path of supremacy, fraught with misfortune and trials. He felt on the verge of collapse, yearning for the days of his nascent existence, when he and his brother lived carefree on the Sunstar. How blissful those times had been, in stark contrast to the present. Besieged by the Witch Clan and oppressed by Feng Xuan. This was not the life he envisioned. Departing from the Sunstar, Feng Xuan had completed the most crucial step regarding the establishment of temporal sequences. What remained was to orchestrate the celestial bodies and devise a rational trajectory for their movements, a task that also demanded considerable energy. Alas, it was time to engage the mind. Feng Xuan did not return to Kunlun Mountain. Instead, he proceeded directly to Ziwei Star. Now that he had comprehended the essence of the heavenly Tao and was under the protection of his esteemed ancestor, there was no need for him to conceal his identity. He summoned the celestial temple and restored it to its rightful place. Feng Xuan devised the trajectory of celestial bodies by utilizing the chart of the heavenly constellations, meticulously planning their rational paths. Drawing upon the knowledge of the heavenly stems and earthly branches from a previous life, he delineated the divisions of time. He refined and adapted this understanding to align with the conditions of the primordial world. Ultimately, after several millennia of effort, Feng Xuan established a temporal framework suitable for the current state of the primordial realm. He retained the heavenly stems and earthly branches, the 12 double hours, the 4 seasons, and the 24 solar terms, yet tailored them to harmonize with the rhythm of the primordial world. In essence, 1 year in the previous life equated to a single day in the primordial realm, aptly reflecting its current circumstances. After all, if one were to measure time according to a true day, even ordinary celestial immortals would perceive the dawn and dusk without having accomplished anything significant, only to find that a day had slipped away, an utterly unreasonable notion. Therefore, he decreed that 1 year in the future would correspond to a single day in the present primordial calendar, aligning with the world's environment and the sentiments of its inhabitants. A decision both sensible and justifiable. Upon detecting that the host had successfully completed the comprehensive temporal planning, the system's voice captured Feng Xuan's attention. He retrieved the rewarded temporal wheel, instantly grasping its essence. It was yet another primordial treasure vessel in its nascent form. Once the temporal structure was complete and stable, it would ascend to become a fully realized primordial treasure, representing the essence of time itself, surpassing even the chaotic clock in its temporal mastery. For the temporal wheel specialized in the domain of time. Feng Xuan's heart brimmed with delight as he inscribed his thoughts into the temporal wheel. The wheel underwent a profound transformation, its once nebulous surface crystallizing into clarity, delineating several distinct segments. Each segment meticulously recorded the heavenly stems, earthly branches, the 12 hours, the 4 seasons, and the 24 solar terms. With the matters of time established, he needed merely to gently rotate the wheel, allowing him to manipulate and alter the flow of time at his whim. Yet, such power was not without its costs. Should he recklessly reverse the currents of time and disrupt the temporal order, even as the sovereign of time, he would likely face unimaginable horrors. His ability to manipulate time was confined within certain limits, unless he transcended the entirety of the primordial realm or became an entity of equal stature. Only then would he possess the liberty to command time at his discretion. With everything in readiness, it was now time for him to proclaim his intentions to the heavenly principles. Feng Xuan adjusted his robes with meticulous care, preparing himself adequately. He exited the starry divine hall and, employing his mystical powers, conjured a splendid tabletop upon which he placed the chrono disc. Bowing respectfully towards the heavens, he then proclaimed, "Heavenly Tao, I beseech you, I, Feng Xuan, observe the chaotic temporal state of the primordial world, where time oscillates haphazardly, devoid of clarity, and the beings therein drift aimlessly through existence. If this persists, it shall impede the advancement of the world and hinder the rational propagation of life. Thus, I have devised the primordial calendar, establishing a sequence of time and defining temporal laws, so that the world may henceforth operate in harmony, allowing all beings to live orderly lives. I implore the heavenly Tao to witness this." As his words resonated, the heavenly Tao responded, bestowing upon him insights into the laws of time embodied within the chrono disc. In a moment that felt surreal, Feng Xuan sensed a brief stillness from the heavenly Tao upon its initial contact with the temporal laws. Was it astonishment or sheer delight? Upon fully grasping the laws inscribed on the chrono disc, the heavenly Tao resonated with a powerful hum. revealing its grand will and celebrating this momentous occasion by generously showering merit upon the cosmos. The entire starry expanse was imbued with the heavenly Tao's virtue, far exceeding the merit bestowed during the previous manifestation of the demonic text, perhaps 100-fold. The myriad beings of the primordial realm were astounded. Countless formidable entities of the primordial world were left in awe. Who was this vassal, so remarkably valiant? Such an abundance of heavenly Tao merit. Could he be the favored child of the Tao? Surely, with such vast merit, he would ascend to sanctity, without a doubt. Soon, the inhabitants of the primordial realm discerned the identity behind this extraordinary act. The heavenly Tao broadcasting station had disseminated Feng Xuan's establishment of the temporal order throughout the primordial lands. Upon witnessing the figure on the luminous screen, the beings gasped in shock. Was it not the same individual who had previously created the demonic text? Brother, I must be seeing things. Is that not the merit of the heavenly Tao illuminating the entire starry sky? Quan Ti rubbed his eyes in disbelief, gazing at the celestial expanse. He had never encountered such an abundance of merit in his lifetime. It was enough to bring tears of envy to a child. Indeed, it was the merit of the heavenly Tao, a colossal amount. Jane stammered, unable to contain his drool, while a fervent glimmer appeared in his eyes. This youth was bound by fate to the west. At Kunlun Mountain, within the Jade Void Palace, the three pure ones gazed upon Feng Xuan in the sky with profound emotion. Their disciple might surpass them in attaining sanctity sooner than they. If such vast merit did not meet the conditions for attaining sanctity, they could scarcely imagine the monumental deeds required to traverse the path of merit to sanctity. My disciple truly deserves the blessings of the great Tao, consistently performing earth-shattering feats. Praised Yuan Shi, overflowing with admiration. The creation of the demonic text was already an extraordinary achievement, yet the establishment of temporal order resonated through the annals of history. Henceforth, Feng Xuan's name would be etched into the consciousness of the primordial realm, and the reputation of his masters would spread far and wide as well. This exemplifies the merit of taking on a worthy disciple. How fortunate he was not to depart initially, allowing Feng Xuan to be entrusted to his elder brother and third brother. Otherwise, he would have missed the chance to bask in the glory of such a remarkable disciple. What a tragedy that would have been. From now on, we shall have a saintly backing. Tongtian laughed heartily, his words laced with jest. Among the three pure ones, only he, with his sincere and forthright disposition, could express this candidly. Before Laozi, the Taiji diagram spun, and the flow of yin and yang revealed myriad secrets of the world. As a master of divination among the three pure ones, Laozi was astounded by the implications of his disciple's actions. From the information he had gathered, the establishment of temporal order alone hinted at future achievements that could well surpass those of a saint. Perhaps, as the third brother had suggested, they would indeed rely on their disciple in the future, even after attaining sanctity. Now my brother Feng Xuan has outstripped me. Henceforth, it shall be his turn to protect me. In the valley of Fengqi, amidst Mount Buzhou, Nuwa lay upon a bed woven from vine and grass, her graceful form accentuated by a flowing crimson gown, with her delicate, fair hands supporting her chin. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with mirth as she gazed at the handsome figure on the luminous screen. Beside her lay several clay figurines, some roughly made, others exquisitely lifelike. Most striking were two figurines crafted from the essence of the nine heavens, resembling diminutive versions of herself and Feng Xuan, enveloped in a faint aura of creation, a testament to her dedication in shaping these figures. In the Purple Cloud's palace, Hong Jun sat cross-legged upon a mat, his eyes wide with astonishment, his jaw nearly grazing the ground. He had been aware of Feng Xuan's announcement to the heavenly Tao and had investigated the results alongside it. Upon viewing the outcome, he was taken aback. He had merely wished for his disciple to achieve something comparable to the demonic text, subsequently assigning him responsibilities in the heavenly court of the Xianmen. To his disbelief, his disciple had accomplished something so monumental. Perhaps I should pass on my position as the leader of the Xianmen to him, along with the role of heavenly Tao's proxy. Leading the primordial world under his guidance seems far more promising. Yet, after much contemplation, Hongjun chose to set this thought aside, deciding instead to wait until his disciple established the Xianmen and governed the heavens for a while. Now, let me observe your choice. Will you opt for immediate sanctity through merit, or maintain your original aspirations? At this moment, Feng Xuan gazed upon the abundant merit flooding the starry sky, feeling both astonished and unsurprised. He had anticipated much, but never imagined such a vast quantity. It seemed he was on the verge of attaining sanctity through merit. However, He had no intention of treading that path. A true man must pursue the path of ultimate strength, achieving the highest realms and reaching the pinnacle of existence. Especially for someone like him, who possesses a formidable backing, there is no need to fear oppression due to insufficient strength. With more choices at his disposal, he naturally opts for the best. Even in the worst-case scenario, there are still others to support him. As Feng Xuan pondered this, the distribution of merits commenced. The towering will wielded a blade, dividing the immense merits into 4 parts. 2 portions ascended towards the moon star, landing in the hands of Shi He, the current moon star sovereign, and her 2 daughters, Changxi. Another 2 portions transformed into countless golden orbs of light, merging into the primordial essence of the celestial stars, thereby enhancing their power and, in effect, augmenting Feng Xuan's strength as the sovereign of this star. 2 portions were absorbed into the temporal wheel, each symbol on its surface now suffused with the golden radiance of merit. The temporal wheel thus became a treasure of merit. Once the authority over time is fully realized, it is poised to become either the foremost or second foremost innate treasure of merit in the realm. The uncertainty of its rank arises from the existence of another innate treasure, the window Yuanshu. Which of the 2 will manifest as the innate treasure of merit first remains unknown. Ultimately, 4 portions of merit directly entered Feng Xuan's being, with 2 portions rightfully belonging to him as the inventor and customizer of time. The remaining 2 portions naturally correspond to his current status as the sovereign of the sun star, thus rightfully falling into his hands. With such an abundance of merit, Feng Xuan unhesitatingly invested it into his meritorious golden body, transforming what was merely a prototype into a complete form. By simply invoking the primordial purple energy, he could attain sanctity instantly without needing to cultivate to the peak of quasi-sainthood. He chuckled, contemplating how extravagant this felt. If this merit were to fall into the hands of the likes of the river of Underworld or Kunlun, they would undoubtedly achieve sanctity without a moment's thought. Feng Xuan retracted his golden body of merit, preparing to report back to the Zixu Palace. Now, surely his esteemed master would not impede his efforts to establish the heavenly court. The chaos was boundless, with gusts of wind swirling around him, yet Feng Xuan traversed effortlessly. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Zixu Palace, he noticed the grand doors already ajar, indicating that his master had been anticipating his arrival. He stepped inside the palace, making his way to the mat that belonged to him, where he settled himself with poise. With utmost reverence, he bowed towards the higher realm, proclaiming, "Your disciple has fulfilled the mission and met your esteemed requirements." Above, Hongjun suppressed a burgeoning smile with a stoic demeanor. "Well done on the matters of timing. It is satisfactory, though somewhat lacking in finesse. As for the affairs of the Xianmin heavenly court, I grant you permission. Here is the key to the heavenly realm. With it, you may enter. Within, you will find 3 treasures that will assist you on your path to becoming the celestial emperor. As for the matters of the heavenly court, you shall manage them as you see fit. I shall not intervene. Now, you may depart, unless absolutely necessary. Allow this calamity to unfold as it should." With a casual wave, Hongjun signaled Feng Xuan to leave, aware that lingering any longer might betray his composure. Feng Xuan heeded the gesture to depart, preparing to return to Kunlun. Just as he stepped out of the Zixu Palace, the grand doors closed tightly behind him. No one could have imagined that the esteemed Dao ancestor lay on the ground, laughing heartily. His boisterous laughter echoed throughout the great hall. Yet none could comprehend the significance of his mirth. "With such a child, my Xuangu sect shall flourish for eternity. Luo Ho, in the celestial conflict between immortals and demons, the only one to lose shall be you." In the primordial world, a momentous transformation was underway. Following Feng Xuan's establishment of the temporal order and the laws of time, daylight and nightfall emerged upon the earth. The temperatures and climates of the world ceased to remain stagnant, giving rise to the distinct seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. However, this disruption encroached upon the interests of certain beings. Within the Panga temple, aside from Hutu, the remaining 11 ancestral witches were immersed in their blood pool, cultivating their powers. Suddenly, the ancestral witches, particularly those attuned to the laws of seasons and weather, opened their eyes in confusion, sensing a faint but palpable threat. Especially the temporal ancestral witch Zhu Jiuyin. As a master of time laws, he felt an overwhelming sense of peril at the moment the temporal order was established. He must act swiftly to dismantle this order, lest it obstruct his path to enlightenment. The ancestral witches, born from the divine blood of Pangu and the chaotic energies of the world, inherently mastered one or more laws. Due to the unique nature of Panga's blood, no one could surpass them in their respective laws. If not for the inhospitable environment of the primordial world, each of them could achieve the status of a Hunyuan Daluo Jinxian, wielding the complete laws of the Tao. Yet now, it seemed that someone or something was vying for dominion over these laws. Damn it! Let us march to Kunlun Mountain and eliminate Feng Xuan, Zhu Jiuyin declared darkly, his eyes ablaze with barely contained fury. The blood pools surged violently, crimson waters lashing against the edges, to obstruct his path to enlightenment. He could not coexist with Feng Xuan. The other ancestral witches regarded him with indifference. Although the majority sensed some degree of threat, they dismissed it. The forces concerning the seasons and weather within the temporal order were still too feeble to pose a significant challenge. They could merely alter the flow without delving deeper. Sensing no substantial danger, they paid Zhu Jiuyin no heed. In truth, aside from their unified regard for Hutu, the ancestral witches were generally discordant, often at odds with one another, each vying for superiority. For instance, Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, Zhu Meng and Ru Shou. Yet, under the suppression of Di Jiang and the mediation of Hutu, they maintained a semblance of harmony, merely a fade, as underlying animosities persisted. Consequently, when their interests were not at stake, none were inclined to assist another. Realizing that no one would respond to him, Zhu Jiuyin regained his composure. It seemed he must resolve the dispute over the laws of the Tao himself. Feng Xuan had returned to Kunlun Mountain and entered the Jade Void Palace to pay his respects to his three masters. Disciple pays homage to my esteemed masters, he declared. The three pure ones nodded in acknowledgement, and Tongtian, filled with curiosity, inquired, with such merits, dear disciple, are you on the brink of attaining sainthood? Upon hearing this, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Feng Xuan once again bowed respectfully. The three pure ones, their eyes twinkling with mirth, lavished praise upon Feng Xuan. Subsequently, he withdrew from the Jade Void Palace and returned to Little Stone Peak. Alas, we are indeed inferior to our disciple. The old man sighed. Feng Xuan harbored aspirations to prove his path through strength, aspiring to stand alongside the Divine Father, yet they lacked the requisite courage. Upon stepping onto the Little Stone Peak, a diminutive and adorable figure, brimming with charm, darted towards Feng Xuan like a joyful little bird. In the blink of an eye, this petite silhouette had leaped into Feng Xuan's embrace. It was none other than Xiaobai. Master, you have finally returned. Xiaobai has nearly missed you to death, she exclaimed, clinging tightly to Feng Xuan's neck, playfully seeking affection like a child. Her delicate face, reminiscent of a ripe peach, was filled with an abundance of longing for Feng Xuan. Feng Xuan smiled gently as he extended his hand, softly pinching the tender, plump cheeks of Xiaobai, his eyes brimming with affection and curiosity. Oh, just how much do you miss me? Xiaobai blinked her large, sparkling eyes, tilting her head in contemplation for a moment, before earnestly replying, well, I really miss you, super much. Due to Xiaobai's limited interactions with the outside world, her thoughts remained exceptionally pure and innocent, akin to a pristine sheet of paper untouched by the world's impurities. Moreover, her relatively modest vocabulary made it quite challenging for her to articulate the tumultuous emotions brewing within her heart with ornate language. Yet, it is precisely this most genuine and unadorned expression that serves as the finest answer. Yes, Master, I miss you dearly. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Feng Xuan responded with admiration. And with a casual wave of his hand, a series of exquisite celestial brews from the Yao Ting brand, rows of white jade gourds, and several inferior innate spiritual treasures materialized before the crowd. These are your rewards. Accept them graciously. The four women, brimming with excitement, received the gifts. As Qiong Shao opened one of the white jade gourds out of curiosity, She peered inside and was astonished to find pills emanating a purple glow. Her expression shifted to one of alarm, and she anxiously turned to Feng Xuan, her delicate features etched with worry. "Senior brother, are these pills truly safe? Can they be consumed? They won't have any peculiar side effects, will they?" Upon hearing her words, the other women paused in their actions, glancing towards Feng Xuan with equal concern. Feng Xuan felt somewhat uneasy under such scrutiny. Embarrassed, he replied, "I don't know. I am not aware of its specific function, as I have yet to find someone to test it. However, there should be no issues, as I refined it according to the principles of the Taijing alchemy." Yet, Qiang Shao quietly interjected, her hand trembling as she held the white jade gourd. "But the black elixir you previously provided to senior brother Duobao was also refined in accordance with the Taijing alchemy." Sighing, he said, "Well, you could simply let Duobao try it. Besides, my responsibility lies solely in the refinement of elixirs. What is produced thereafter is beyond my concern." After indulging in leisure with the four maidens, Feng Xuan began contemplating the matters pertaining to the establishment of the Heavenly Court. To create the Heavenly Court, he, as the Heavenly Emperor, would require a cadre of subordinates. Otherwise, it would merely be an empty shell of power. Since the court is of the Xianmen, it is only fitting that disciples of the Xianmen hold office. Since the teachings of the Venerable Hongjun, the vast majority of beings in the primordial universe have been disciples of the Xianmen. Even the Western teachings founded by the two sages, Jian and Zhuanti, are considered part of the Xianmen. It was only later, with the grand aspiration to establish Buddhism, that they diverged from the Xianmen to forge their own path. However, the current predicament lies in the fact that the 12 golden immortals under Master 2 have not yet gathered in full. Only Nanji and Huanglong are present. Master 3 has also only a handful of disciples such as Duobao, Jinling, Wudong, and the Three Shaos, not to mention the arrival of myriad immortals. Even the presence of 10 immortals is lacking. The question remains, is it because of his presence that the masters have grown complacent in seeking disciples? Or is it simply too early, requiring the three masters to attain sanctification before any beings come forth to seek apprenticeship? Feng Xuan's mind whirled incessantly, ultimately leading him to the conclusion that perhaps both reasons held merit. In light of this, he realized that he must embark on a journey to seek out individuals himself, his future disciples among the vast expanse of the primordial land. Alas, it would be splendid if there existed a means for them to come seeking him of their own volition. The primordial realm is so immense. He pondered how long it would take to find them. After much contemplation, Feng Xuan retrieved the celestial key bestowed upon him by his revered master, Hongjun. He resolved to venture into the celestial realm, hopeful that he might uncover a precious artifact. Should it indeed be there, his quest for future disciples would become remarkably effortless. With this thought in mind, Feng Xuan summoned the majestic nine-dragon Agarwood chariot and set forth toward the celestial realm, no longer concerned with concealing his presence. He traversed the heavens with unabashed grandeur. Who would dare to harm him, and who possesses the capability to do so? Suddenly, a resounding crack echoed through the air as a formidable, obsidian fist emerged unexpectedly from below, striking toward the nine-dragon Agarwood chariot. The winds howled, and the skies darkened. The intruder bore ill intent. With a preemptive warning from Feng Xuan, a flawless drift evaded the onslaught of a colossal fist. Irate, he descended from his opulent chariot and unleashed a torrent of invective upon those below. The injury to him was inconsequential, however, should his luxurious vehicle sustain damage. He would not let the matter rest. "You there, immediately abolish the timeline, or do not blame me for my mercilessness." At that moment, a towering giant, with a human head and a dragon's body, ascended from below, its entire form radiating a vivid crimson hue. Its eyes, one black and the other white, brimmed with boundless fury as its complete visage came into view. Feng Xuan's heart was filled with perplexity. The ancestor shaman of time, Zhu Jiuyin, why did he choose to assault him? Zhu Jiuyin, I have not wronged you, so why have you attacked me? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan was nearly amused to the point of laughter. He had established the timeline for his own benefit. Yet, it also served the greater good of all beings in the primordial world. The heavenly Tao raised no objections, nor did the myriad creatures, but you, a mere ancestor shaman, dare to oppose it? And you claim I am unreasonable? It is well known throughout the vast expanse of the primordial realm that the Wu clan is the most unreasonable of all. Furthermore, in the struggle for the Tao, where's the concept of reason? The one who is strongest embodies reason. I, as an ancestor shaman, am born from the divine blood of my father, a legitimate descendant of Pangu, the sovereign of the primordial world. My path is recognized by the divine father. You, an aberration, have no grounds to question me. Zhu Jiuyin radiated an aura that surged from the essence of Pangu's blood, exuding the presence of the great Pangu himself, exerting pressure upon heaven and earth. This represents the faith of the Wu clan and the source of their confidence. Who among them can claim to be more noble than the legitimate descendants of Pangu? Ah, the legitimate descendants of Pangu? The great Pangu transformed the heavens and the earth. All things in existence are but manifestations of his flesh and blood. Every living being is a descendant of Pangu. How dare you utter such words? In other words, all beings in the world are but collateral kin to your Wu clan. Brothers and sisters, you proudly proclaim to be the legitimate descendants of Pangu, yet you indiscriminately slay the offspring of Pangu, your own kin, demonstrating sheer brutality and heartlessness. In my view, the clan that shows the least reverence to the great Pangu is none other than your Wu clan. Feng Xuan eloquently challenged the long-held beliefs of the ancestral shamans, directly subverting their notion of orthodoxy. He reduced the shaman clan to the most disrespectful of Pangu, an unrefined youth daring to debate with him, a product of 9 years of compulsory education in an age of information explosion. Do you think you are worthy? Upon hearing such words, Zhu Jiuyin was momentarily rendered speechless. Had they truly never considered this perspective? Were they genuinely the most irreverent towards their father god? Such silver-tongued rhetoric. The shaman clan holds the utmost reverence for the father god, and your judgment is unwarranted. Regardless, you must abolish the timeline today, or we shall engage in a confrontation. Zhu Jiuyin found himself perplexed, yet sensed an underlying discord, and in his fury, he chose to disregard it. The path of Tao was of greater importance. Look at you, flustered. Have I struck a nerve? Observing the enraged Zhu Jiuyin, Feng Xuan continued to provoke him. Oh, die for me. Zhu Jiuyin seethed, realizing he could not win the verbal battle, and thus resorted to action. His eyes opened and closed. The laws of time enveloping his colossal form, infused with a torrent of overwhelming vitality, exuding an aura of oppression akin to that of a mountain. He swung his gigantic fist, shattering the very fabric of space, intent on striking Feng Xuan down. Yet, in the face of such an onslaught, Feng Xuan remained undaunted. His physical prowess was on par with the ancestral shamans, and moreover, the drop of Pangu's essence he possessed bestowed upon him the laws of strength. Among the myriad paths, strength reigned supreme. This was not mere rhetoric, but a truth forged by the great god Pangu himself. Feng Xuan felt the surge of blood and energy coursing through his body as he exerted his physical prowess for the first time. The mysterious purple glyph upon his forehead manifested vividly. He engaged directly in a fistfight with Zhu Jiuyin. Boom. As their fists collided, Feng Xuan, seemingly frail, did not yield in the slightest. Instead, the massive Zhu Jiuyin was sent sprawling to the ground. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could you possibly triumph over me in a contest of physical strength? Zhu Jiuyin, now lying on the ground and feeling the faint ache in his fist, wore an expression of utter disbelief. How could anyone possess greater physical strength than he? It defied all logic. That is because you have never encountered someone like me before. Today, I shall impart to you the wisdom that there are always greater forces beyond what you perceive. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan displayed no mercy. Harnessing the formidable principles of power, he unleashed a fist towards Zhu Jiuyin, rendering him incapable of sustaining his ancestral witch form, causing him to faint instantly. Humph. I had anticipated a more formidable opponent. How easily he crumbled. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan slowly turned his head, his gaze directed towards the distant ground. Under his scrutiny, a figure gradually emerged from the earth, a woman of gentle demeanor and exquisite beauty, the Earth Mother, Hutu. She floated gracefully before Feng Xuan, slightly bowing in greeting before saying, Feng Xuan, my friend, it is indeed true that my brother Zhu Jiuyin is at fault in this matter. I implore you, considering he has already fainted, to show mercy and spare him this time. As she spoke, A look of profound distress crossed Hute's face. However, Feng Xuan resolutely rejected her plea, stating, "Absolutely not. He dared to assault me openly, and his intent was clearly murderous. Had my strength not been formidable enough, I would have surely lost my life by now. Moreover, if the roles were reversed, do you honestly believe he would have shown me any leniency?" Feng Xuan's voice was icy and resolute, exuding an undeniable authority. Upon hearing these words, Hou could not help but feel a surge of regret in her heart. She lamented not having arrived at the scene sooner to prevent the eruption of this conflict. However, given the circumstances, all she could do was strive to salvage the situation. Taking a deep breath, Hou spoke once more. "In that case, I am willing to offer the opportunity to guide you into my clan's blood pool for cultivation in exchange, hoping that you might spare him this time for his transgression. What say you, my friend?" As she spoke, her beautiful eyes fixated intently on Feng Xuan, brimming with conviction, firmly believing that her proposal would resonate with him. After all, she had just sensed that familiar and warm feeling. He replied. "Very well, return him to me. I shall show mercy this time. Should there be a next time, even if it were the ancestral witch, I would not hesitate to strike her down." Feng Xuan consented. It was not that he held no grudges, but rather that the conditions proposed by the other party stirred his interest. As is well known, the ancestors of the witch clan cultivate within the blood pool of the Panga temple. It is through the unique properties of this blood pool that they are able to attain supremacy over the vast wilderness. He, having merged with a drop of Pangu's essence, could be considered half an ancestor. Perhaps he might discover an opportunity for breakthrough within the blood pool. By the way, can you assure me that upon my arrival at the Panga temple, your ancestors will not conspire together to eliminate me?" Feng Xuan retorted, pondering the situation. The Panga temple is indeed the stronghold of the witch clan, which is notoriously unreasonable. Opportunities and crises coexist in this context. He possesses the blessings of the great Tao and the golden body of merit. However, the ancestral which is rather obstinate. Who can predict whether they might? In defiance of the wrath of the heavenly Tao and the disdain of the great Tao, take action against him? 2 or 3 would be manageable, but if 5, 6, or even 7 or 8 were to confront him, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Rest assured, they will remain oblivious to your entrance into the blood pool. I have been cultivating in solitude within the blood pool, conveniently avoiding their presence. Thus, at that time, it was just you and me within the blood pool. So there is no need for concern. Do you still doubt me?" Huda responded with a gentle smile, dispelling any sense of wariness within Feng Xuan. After all, he had once rested his head upon her lap in Zishu Palace, establishing a bond between them. "Very well, I trust you, my friend. I hope you will not disappoint me." With that, Feng Xuan hurled the unconscious Zhu Jiuyin towards Hutu. She caught him deftly and then sent him back to the Panga temple, buried deep within the earth. Having concluded this matter, Feng Xuan prepared to resume his journey in the chariot he cherished. His original intention was to visit the heavenly realm, but he had been interrupted by Zhu Jiuyin along the way. Now that the issue was resolved, it was time for him to set forth. "Wait, I actually came here to offer an apology on behalf of my witch clan," Hutu exclaimed urgently, noticing Feng Xuan's intent to leave. She reached out her delicate, soft hand to grasp his arm. Her purpose for coming had yet to be fulfilled. How could he simply depart? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan took over the information regarding the 3 treasures and was immediately taken aback. 2 of them were spiritual treasures. One was the superior innate spiritual treasure, the heavenly splitting sword, and the other was the medium-grade innate spiritual treasure, the veil of heaven. While these items held some utility for him, they paled in comparison to his current possessions, such as the primordial quantity celestial ruler and the 12-petal pure world white lotus. However, what truly astonished him was the inconspicuous jade fragment. If he was not mistaken, this was one of the shards of the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the creation jade disc. Although small and likely containing only a few recorded principles, it was a remnant of the creation jade disc. In his eyes, it held far greater value than an ordinary superior innate spiritual treasure. Haha, since my friend is so reasonable, I shall forgive their transgressions. Thus, the karmic ties here shall be wiped clean. Feng Xuan concealed 3 treasures, his heart brimming with joy. Simultaneously, a thought began to take root in his mind. The treasures of the witch clan's treasury are abundant, yet they are of no use to them. Perhaps, since that is the case, I shall take my leave. This is my residence. According to the current temporal laws, I shall enter the Pangu blood pool in 30,000 years, where I will cultivate for another 30 millennia. Afterward, I shall wait another 30,000 years, and so forth. My dear friend, you may visit my abode at the onset of each cycle, and I shall then guide you into the blood pool. Ho-Tu spoke softly, clarifying the time of entry into the blood pool. Feng Xuan nodded in agreement. She then turned and departed, vanishing into the depths below. Alas, Ho-Tu truly differs from the other ancestral witches. She is discerning and gracefully gentle. What a pity! What a pity! Feng Xuan sighed deeply and summoned the nine-dragon Agarwood palanquin once more. This time, he could journey to the heavenly realm in peace. Should anyone dare to interrupt him, he would not hesitate to take decisive action, indifferent to their concerns. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted with a wave of his hand. Feng Xuan effortlessly drew the three spiritual treasures into his grasp. Upon comprehending the nature of these treasures, he was instantly filled with elation. Aha! I never anticipated that this treasure would truly be here. The coveted artifact was none other than the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Tongtian mirror. Previously, he had speculated that this remarkable object must reside within the heavens, and indeed, his conjecture proved accurate. Now, locating an individual within the vast expanse of the primordial world would become a far simpler endeavor. The Tongtian mirror, a supreme innate spiritual treasure, possesses the extraordinary ability to observe the world, as long as one harbors the characteristics or name of the person they seek in their heart. The mirror's surface will reveal that individual along with their surrounding environment. This perfectly aligns with his current needs, although he is familiar with the names of the three teachings immortals. Their origins remain unknown to him. Now, he can swiftly gather them together, establishing the most fundamental foundation. He then stowed away the Tongtian mirror. Feng Xuan gazed upon the remaining two treasures in his possession. The scroll, titled the Heavenly Book, is also known as the List of Deified Beings. It is classified as a supreme innate spiritual treasure, transformed from one of the three grand lotus leaves of the Chaos Green Lotus. Its purpose is to forge the path of divinity and facilitate the deification process. Only those whose physical forms endure and are named by the Heavenly Book can truly enter the divine realm. Otherwise, even if one is granted the title of a true deity, their power would stagnate, rendering the offerings of countless beings ineffective. Nevertheless, this has been the predominant method for many deities to ascend during the cataclysmic events of the future. However, with the Heavenly Book and the innate gourd firmly in his grasp, he holds complete dominion over the divine path and shall not permit those devoid of potential to attain deification. Although the divine realm is modest, comprising merely 365 true deities, its potential is immense. Should the primordial world remain stable and continue to grow, the number of sentient beings will inevitably increase. As the population swells, so too will the incense offerings, thereby amplifying the strength of the deities. Thus, as the primordial realm flourishes, so too does the divine path. This encapsulates the promise of the divine realm. While it may not rival the celestial path, it presents a broad avenue for those of limited talent and without celestial destiny. Henceforth, the celestial court he envisions shall further attract talent and enhance its foundation. Feng Xuan tucked away the celestial scripture, realizing that it might not be utilized even in the forthcoming several decades of Yuanhui. In this era, every being is inherently extraordinary, endowed with remarkable talents. The presence of Deluo is commonplace, and the phrase golden immortals are as common as dogs is not merely an exaggeration. Who would deign to regard the path of divinity? Hence, the divine path appears to be tailor-made for the human race. Apart from the 12,960 innate human beings, the later generations of postnatal humans exhibit a wide disparity in talents. Some rival the most supreme beings, while others are so lacking that they defy description. Comprehension and aptitude do not always align. The divine path emerges as the optimal choice for those with high comprehension yet low aptitude. However, their selection holds little significance, for the power of choice resides with him. His word is final. Heh. Feng Xuan cast his gaze upon the last remaining spiritual treasure in his possession, the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Heavenly Emperor's seal. The bearer of this artifact could ascend to the status of the ruler of the celestial realm, enjoying the exalted position of the Heavenly Emperor and attaining the fruits of divinity. The Heavenly Emperor, the ultimate sovereign among the nine. Surpassed even the celestial sovereign represented by the star seal in his grasp, who was the supreme ruler of the myriad stars. The cosmos, enveloped by the heavens, now lay under his dominion. There was perhaps no one in the primordial world more esteemed than he. Not even Dijun could rival his grandeur. Subsequently, Feng Xuan sat cross-legged within the celestial realm, refining the innate prohibitions of the three spiritual treasures, completely transforming them into his rightful possessions. Now, he could embark on a quest to seek out his junior disciples. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan was taken aback. How had he turned to the sword path? Yet, upon a meticulous observation of his surroundings, Feng Xuan grasped the reason. It was somewhat ironic. The vast canyon before him was cleaved from the fabric of reality by the Hongming measuring ruler when he had saved the three Shaos. Although he wielded the ruler, he had also studied the swordsmanship of his three masters. Every movement exuded unparalleled sword intent. In a fit of anger, he had carved out this canyon, imbued with sword essence. At that time, he had only been at the mid-stage of Deluo. However, for Zhao Gongming, who was merely at the initial stage of Tai, golden immortal, this was enough for him to contemplate for countless years. Witnessing the situation, Feng Xuan refrained from hesitation, departed from the heavenly realm, closed its gates, and made his way to Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming, possessing exceptional character, talent, and comprehension, was undoubtedly destined to enter the fold of his three masters. Not long after Feng Xuan's departure, two tattered, sorrowful-looking Taoists appeared outside the heavenly realm. Watching his retreating figure, the elder brother inquired, "When shall we act?" "There is no rush. Let us follow for a while before making our move. We must ensure our success in one fell swoop." After speaking, the two utilized their mystical abilities to conceal their forms and trailed behind him. Unbeknownst to Feng Xuan, this transpired unnoticed. Zhao Gongming sighed deeply, his eyes reflecting boundless yearning and regret. How wonderful it would be to possess a sword of innate caliber. Perhaps then, my understanding of the sword path could ascend to new heights. With that thought, he slowly opened his eyes, and the piercing sword aura that had enveloped him swiftly returned to his body like weary birds returning to their nests. In the blink of an eye, this sword cultivator, who had just exuded an overwhelming presence, reverted to the appearance of an ordinary Tai, golden immortal. Yet, had anyone cared to scrutinize closely, they would be astonished to discover that within this seemingly unremarkable Tai, golden immortal resided a trace of terrifying sword aura radiating the essence of Deluo. Although this sword aura was exceedingly subtle, the power it contained was sufficient to slay a newly ascended Deluo cultivator. Zhao Gongming could never forget the profound kindness of his senior, his heart brimming with gratitude. Should fate allow them to meet again in the future, he vowed to repay his senior's immense grace with all his might. He bowed respectfully towards the deep canyon before him, for it was this sword aura canyon that guided him onto the path of the sword and facilitated his breakthroughs and advancements. Although the senior who bestowed this opportunity upon him might be unaware of the subsequent events, Zhao Gongming's feelings of gratitude remained undiminished. At that moment, a melodious laughter echoed. "Oh, if that is the case, why not simply join my master's fold and become my junior brother?" Before the words had settled, a figure appeared behind Zhao Gongming as if summoned from the shadows. Startled, Zhao Gongming spun around, his gaze alert and wary of the source of the voice. He beheld a young man, grinning as he regarded him. Tall and handsome, clad in a flowing white robe that danced with the wind, he exuded an air of elegance and distinction. Zhao Gongming's heart jolted. At his current level of cultivation, he had not sensed when this person had approached. Who was this remarkable individual? Suddenly, the trace of sword intent embedded with the essence of Deluo within him erupted with joyous recognition, as though it had encountered its master. Instantly, Zhao Gongming realized that this person was the senior who had cleaved the canyon. He promptly offered a respectful bow, saying, "Senior, I did not recognize you. Please forgive my rudeness." "Not at all. I ask you this. Are you willing to join my master's fold and be my junior brother?" Feng Xuan gently assisted him to his feet, his eyes sparkling with a smile as he inquired. He had observed the earlier scene with keen interest and was filled with admiration for Zhao Gongming. Truly, he was deserving of the title of the God of Wealth. Such character is indeed rare. Zhao Gongming was overjoyed. To have such a fortuitous event occur, to be considered a brother-disciple alongside a senior, was a thought he had never dared to entertain even in his dreams. "I am willing," I am willing, he exclaimed. Very well, after some time. I shall take you back to Kunlun Mountain to study under the esteemed Master San. Feng Xuan spoke softly, then continued to search for the figures of others. Kunlun. Could it be that this referred to the disciples of the three pure ones? Good heavens, I, Zhao Gongming, have such extraordinary fortune. Zhao Gongming felt as though he might faint. He was merely an ordinary Tai golden immortal, amidst countless others on the vast expanse of the primordial earth. Yet now, he was to enter the ranks of the three pure ones. What an incredible stroke of luck. All thanks to my senior brother. Had it not been for him, I might never have had such an opportunity. I must surely heed his words from now on. Zhao Gongming resolved in his heart to repay his senior brother well in the days to come. A millennium passed. Feng Xuan traversed the vast expanse of the primordial world alongside Zhao Gongming, journeying through the realms far and wide. He successfully located all 11 of the 12 golden immortals. My esteemed friends, I previously aired, Nanji is not one of the 12 golden immortals. These include Guangchengzi, Chijingzi, Zhu Lushun, Tai Jinren, Lingbao Dafa Master, Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan, Puxian Jinren, Sihong Daoren, Yuding Jinren, Daoxing Tianzuan, and Qingshu Dao Jinjuan. However, at present, they had not yet attained the grandeur of such titles, and were still referred to simply as certain Taoists. When he first encountered them, their faces were etched with fear and trepidation, fearful of being extinguished by his hand. Yet, upon hearing his explanation, they were instantly overcome with gratitude, wishing fervently to kneel before him. Notably, Tai Jinren clung to his leg and proclaimed, Tai has drifted through half a lifetime, lamenting the absence of a wise elder brother. If you do not forsake me, I, Tai, wish to adopt you as my foster father, henceforth referring to others as elder brothers, while we shall address each other as father and son. Feng Xuan's countenance darkened as he sent the supreme Master Tai flying thousands of miles away. How dare he utter such curses? Fortunately, Tai was merely overwhelmed with emotion and speaking nonsensically. Otherwise, Feng Xuan would have seriously contemplated handing him over to the demon court to see if it would hasten their demise. Several disciples of the sect had also been located, including one of the 4 revered disciples, the sacred mother of Turtle Spirit, along with the 7 immortals, the Cloud Immortal, the Dragon Head Immortal, the Golden Light Immortal, the Spiritual Tooth Immortal, the Golden Hoop Immortal, and the Pai Lu Immortal. Additionally, there was the Flame Immortal Luo Xian. He refrained from recruiting the Long-Ear Immortal Dingguang. Fully aware of his treachery, he was no fool. Even if it had not yet transpired, there remained a chance for redemption, but he was unwilling to take that risk. As for the other disciples he had no intention of seeking them out at this moment. Either they were yet to be born or lacked the necessary character, rendering them unsuitable. Thus, the objective of his journey had been fulfilled. A group of naive and simple-minded beings was on the cusp of entering Kunlun. After receiving a modicum of guidance from their masters and enduring a few 100,000 years of cultivation, they would be ready to serve in his heavenly court as mere beasts of burden. Having ascended to immortality, the trials of life were but trifles. What were the trials of 996, or even 0 and 07? He chuckled to himself. Just as Feng Xuan was riding the clouds back to Kunlun with them, he was suddenly obstructed by 2 Taoist figures. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan opened his mouth to inquire. Slightly bowing in respect, I observe that all of you are destined to connect with the West, and thus I have come to enlighten you. The guiding sage joined his hands in prayer, and a profound sacred radiance emanated from his being, imbued with an alluring and captivating essence. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan was instantly consumed by rage. How dare they challenge his spiritual treasure, especially the 12th rank Pure World White Lotus? It was nothing short of courting death. The Haoming Yangtian ruler materialized in Feng Xuan's hand. Are you so adept at wielding power? Can you handle a supreme treasure? A surge of pure, piercingly fierce, murderous intent erupted. Under Feng Xuan's command, the Haoming Liangtian ruler swung menacingly towards the Taoist Zhuan-Ti. The overwhelming force of annihilation made the heavens and the earth shudder, scattering the 7-colored divine light of the 7 treasures Miao Tree. Yet, the might of the Haoming Liangtian ruler remained undiminished as it continued its assault on Zhuan-Ti. Such disrespect from a disciple warrants that we take you to the West for proper instruction, declared the Taoist Jie, summoning the 12th rank Merit Golden Lotus to block the onslaught of the Hongming Liantian ruler. In an instant, both of them produced their own spiritual treasures, encircling Feng Xuan, preparing to subdue him before converting others. Could something happen to my senior brother? Tortoise Spirit's delicate brows furrowed, her exquisite visage now marred with worry. Deeply concerned for her brother's safety, it was known that Zhuan Ti and Jie were figures of renown, comparable to the three pure ones. Their powers were profound and their methods countless. The mere thought of this made her heart tighten with anxiety. The others also began to share her concerns. At that moment, Zhao Gongming spoke up, his demeanor remarkably calm as he offered reassurance. Do not fret, everyone. This is the Eastern Realm, and the three pure ones are not far from here. I believe they will arrive swiftly. Once they do, with their immense capabilities, these two will surely be no match for them, and we shall be free. Zhao Gongming's resolute words served as a powerful tonic for all present, gradually stabilizing the previously chaotic atmosphere. No one wished to venture into the distant and desolate western lands. After all, tales of the West's barrenness and poverty had spread throughout the Honghuang continent. It was a place devoid of resources and thin on spiritual energy, far from an ideal location for cultivators. At this moment, surrounded by Zhuan Ti and Jie, Feng Xuan's heart was ablaze with fury. How audacious were these two to openly provoke the Kunlun lineage? It was an egregious affront. Moreover, the audacity of these two to attempt to convert him to the West was nothing short of a fool's dream. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan stood firm, his internal vitality surging like a torrential river. With a thunderous roar, his blood essence surged skyward, resembling a colossal crimson dragon soaring into the heavens, instantly stirring a tempestuous whirlwind. This whirlwind howled as it swept through the surroundings, sending sand and stones flying, causing the foliage to bow in submission. Simultaneously, a haunting light flickered in Feng Xuan's eyes, sharp and piercing, akin to two unparalleled swords unsheathed, radiating brilliance. The sword intent emanating from him surged like an unstoppable tide, fragmenting the very air around him with its formidable force. Since you have chosen to act thus, do not blame me for my ruthlessness, he declared. The figures of Jane and Zhuan were merely at the peak of the quasi-saint realm. Even without the support of his masters, he remained unafraid. Observing this scene, Zhuan wore a countenance of sorrow, shaking his head and sighing. Nephew, why must you be so obstinate? Would it not be more delightful to journey with us to the Western paradise, to ascend to bliss together? However, Feng Xuan scoffed at his words, bellowing, You wretched specter. With that, he flickered forward like a phantom, his right fist clenched tightly, imbued with boundless might as he struck fiercely towards Zhuan. This punch contained the full force of Feng Xuan's being, its potency utterly terrifying. As his fist passed through space, the very fabric of reality buckled under the immense power, tearing apart and forming black fissures in the void. Just as this devastating blow was about to strike Zhuan at his vital point, Zhuan dared not hesitate for an instant, hastily raising the Seven Treasures Miao Tree to meet the attack. The Seven Treasures Miao Tree was a treasure of both offense and defense, its protective capabilities lying between those of high-grade innate spiritual treasures and supreme innate spiritual treasures. Yet, when Feng Xuan's terrifying force collided with the Seven Treasures Miao Tree, a crisp sound rang out, and the originally resplendent seven-colored divine light dimmed instantly, dispersing into nothingness. Feng Xuan struck decisively, not pausing for a moment, and unleashed another punch. This blow was even more ferocious and domineering than the previous one, akin to Mount Tai pressing down on an egg, utterly shattering the defensive divine light of the Seven Treasures mysterious tree. Furthermore, the residual force of this punch heavily crashed into the chest of Zhuan Daoist. Unable to withstand such a tremendous impact, Zhuan Daoist immediately spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his body soaring backward like a kite with its string cut, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye, having flown several thousand miles away. Brother, this is not good. Something is amiss. After sending Zhuan flying, Feng Xuan turned his gaze towards Jane, who was being restrained by the Hongming measuring ruler. His eyes blazed with intensity, exuding an aura of formidable authority. Jane sensed a foreboding, his body trembling slightly. If 2 punches could send his junior brother flying, then it would take no more than 3 to deal with him. This scenario was deviating from the expected script. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The Wen Xian divine fist was unleashed, converging the principles of the great Tao, surging towards the beckoning summons with a fierce howl. The primordial, measuring ruler possessed a spirit of its own. The golden radiance of virtue and the primordial purple light intertwined, dazzling in their brilliance. Ethereal divine patterns of the great Tao flickered upon the ruler's surface, evoking the illusory vision of the creation of the heavens. In tandem, an immeasurable force of destruction suddenly erupted, harmonizing with the sword intent of Wen Xian that sought to obliterate the cosmos. With a single strike, it rendered the defensive divine light of the 12th rank Golden Lotus dim and diminished. Following closely, the divine fist of the great Tao struck, shattering the defenses of the Golden Lotus, its residual might sending the beckoning summons hurtling thousands of miles away, accompanied by the presence of Zhuan Ti. To my astonishment, I could scarcely endure a single blow. After sending the two flying, Wen Xian did not pursue, but instead stood proudly in the void, gazing into the distance. Two esteemed uncles, do you dare to continue the battle? I await your challenge. No response was given. It appeared they had fled. Feng Xuan refrained from pursuing, considering that they were two individuals. Should he choose to chase after one, the other might return to raid their home, which would be quite troublesome. Currently, Turtle Spirit and Tai were merely Tai golden immortals, utterly incapable of obstructing the transformative power of a quasi-saint. Senior brother is truly formidable. Turtle Spirit's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. The prowess of a quasi-saint could be effortlessly vanquished by figures such as the Taoist of enlightenment and the Taoist of guidance. Just how powerful is my senior brother? Senior brother, no, adoptive father, why not allow me to become your disciple? Teach me how to decisively defeat a quasi-saint. Tai leapt forward once more, clinging to Feng Xian's leg, his expression brimming with excitement as he exclaimed. He was on the verge of bowing down. There was not a shred of dignity left for one born of innate spirit. Get lost. Feng Xian's expression darkened once more as he kicked the offending individual away. This brat is in dire need of discipline. Soon, without any further obstructions, Feng Xuan and his companions returned to Kunlun, to the Yushu Palace. Esteemed masters, he began. During my recent travels, I encountered numerous beings of exceptional talent and virtuous character. I believe they share a profound connection with our Kunlun lineage, and thus I have brought them back for your consideration. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xian called out to those outside. Soon, a multitude of beings respectfully entered the grand gates of the Jade Void Palace, each face adorned with an expression of apprehension. After all, this was the three pure ones, the embodiment of the primordial deity Pangu's spirit, the direct disciple of the Tao ancestor, an entity renowned throughout the primordial chaos. They were now truly convinced that they were about to be initiated into the three pure sect. It felt surreal, almost dreamlike. Yuan Shi and Tongtian expressed their astonishment upon seeing the crowd. There was something remarkable about these individuals. They were not inferior to the previous few they had received. After silently contemplating, they were even more surprised to discover that each of these newcomers shared a connection with them. It was utterly incredible. Yuan Shi and Tongtian exchanged thoughtful glances with Feng Xian, a new thought kindling in their minds. This disciple was indeed a worthy acquisition. Eventually, after a careful selection process, the future disciples of the Chan and Jia sects took their respective places. Meanwhile, their master, Laozi, remained without a single disciple. Aha! Since you have entered my fold, you must understand one principle. Learn from your senior brother. Yuan Shi and Tongtian instructed their disciples. It was then that they realized their senior brother was not just one individual, but rather a shared senior brother among the three of them. Yes, we shall certainly learn from our senior brother. The crowd responded in unison, their eyes ablaze with fervor as they gazed at Feng Xian. Feng Xian's face was devoid of color, his heart unperturbed. Can one truly learn from him? Do you too possess a similar predicament? In the primordial beginning, the heavens bestowed upon us the path of enlightenment. Following the bestowal of the spiritual treasures, the populace departed from the Jade Void Palace, embarking on a quest for their respective sanctuaries. Senior brother, as my sibling, I implore you to select a location in close proximity to your own sanctuary. This would greatly facilitate my future learning from you, Tai said with an ingratiating demeanor. Understanding the profundity of Feng Xuan's capabilities and the significance of his station, he realized that his current endeavor was merely to ingratiate himself. An instinct whispered to him that by appeasing his senior brother, he would undoubtedly reap significant rewards. Go away. Find your own place to reside. Nearby, there is another senior brother with whom you are likely to resonate well. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan remained composed and unperturbed. Duobao. There is no need for gratitude. It is indeed better to have more people around. At that moment, Gui Ling stepped forward to stand beside Feng Xuan, her bright eyes sparkling as they gazed at him. Senior brother, may I reside beside your sanctuary for convenience in seeking guidance? Indeed, that would be permissible. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan led the tortoise spirit to the small stone peak, introducing her to the surrounding mountains. The tortoise spirit cast a gentle glance and observed that 4 nearby peaks were already inhabited. Thus, among the remaining 5, she chose the one closest to the ground. Thank you, senior brother. I have made my choice. I shall return for a visit later, she said, bowing gracefully before departing. Senior brother, I, Zhao Gongming, who had been following closely behind, was about to speak. Enough. Choose for yourself. Feng Xuan waved his hand, signaling him to refrain from further words. Zhao Gongming, filled with joy, promptly returned to Anjia. At last, it seemed they had embarked on the right path. They merely needed to cultivate for a period. And once their cultivation reached a certain level, they would be able to implement the establishment of the Heavenly Court. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan gathered the nearly 10,000 leaves before him. For these were divine objects meant to inspire those below. Time flows like water, and the ancient wilderness has kept its own record. 3,000 years have quietly passed. Feng Xuan has been languishing for 3 millennia, solitary in his endeavors. During this time, his 3 masters emerged from seclusion to expound upon their teachings at the Jade Void Palace, drawing the attention of all who wished to listen. Yet, he found no need to attend, for he had long since comprehended the profound principles of the Tai De Luo path. Attending would be of little benefit. Alas, it is time to retreat into seclusion for a while and contemplate the mysteries inscribed upon the shards of the creation jade disk. Just as Feng Xuan prepared to enter his meditation chamber, a cataclysmic surge of energy erupted from the direction of the Jade Void Palace. How audacious! The audacity of Jian and Juandi to bully our disciple is intolerable. Bring forth the diagram. Summon the banner. Unleash the sword. From that day forth, the west echoed with anguished wails, a lamentation that endured for an extended period. Feng Xuan cannot help but commend the one who disclosed this news. Bravo for the revelation. Otherwise, he would have forgotten about it entirely. Jiang and Juandi truly deserve this. Do they still wish to enlighten him? Such folly. He then proceeds into the meditation chamber. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan was astonished, truly a twist of fate. Aside from the minor power derived from that drop of Pangu's essence blood, he had only just begun to grasp the profound principles of the Tao of creation. It was indeed as if someone had presented him with a pillow when he was feeling drowsy, setting a time frame of 20,000 years. Feng Xuan utilized the fragments of the creation jade disk to comprehend and cultivate the laws of creation. The ethereal aura of creation emanated from the fragments, enveloping Feng Xuan in waves of Tao rhythm, seamlessly merging into his primordial spirit. With his extraordinary innate understanding, combined with the enlightening properties of the creation jade butterfly, Feng Xuan swiftly advanced from the threshold of the laws of creation to a minor achievement, on par with the laws of force. The synergy between the two propelled Feng Xuan's cultivation to the mid-stage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, quasi-saint mid-stage, and moreover, he attained a dual-law Hunyuan Golden Immortal, far surpassing an ordinary Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Feng Xuan slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within him. His handsome countenance revealed a hint of a smile. With the fragment of the creation jade plate in his possession, he was on the path to attaining the status of a Hunyuan Daiyuo Golden Immortal. Given time, he would undoubtedly reach that supreme realm. It was time to emerge, 2,000 years had nearly passed. He would step outside to rest for a moment before proceeding to the land of Hutu. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan, with great satisfaction, accepted the Azure Lotus Treasure Flag, bestowed by his masters. He now possessed the Eastern Azure Lotus Treasure Flag, the Southern Earthly Flame Light Flag, and the Central Wuji Apricot Yellow Flag. In addition, he held the Western Plain Cloud Realm Flag, which belonged to his Dao companion, the Queen Mother of the West. Only the Xian Yuan Water Control Flag in the hands of the Blood Sea Underworld River remained for him to gather all 5 flags. The 5 flags represented 5 directions and 5 attributes, capable of forming the grand array of the 5 elements that governs the universe. Within the flux of the 5 elements, the Tao endures eternally. This array serves as a supreme defense, one that even saints cannot breach. He felt it prudent to devise a plan. Although the Underworld River was formidable and accompanied by the Blood Sea, it posed no mortal threat to him. However, he could entice it with benefits. For a reclusive powerhouse like him, the ultimate goal was to attain sainthood. With his eloquent tongue and persuasive abilities, presenting a path to sanctity in exchange for the Xian Yuan Water Control Flag would be a trivial matter. Should the offer be declined, he could wait until he achieved the status of a Hunyuan Daoyuojin immortal to expound on reason. Senior brother, we have arrived. Just as Feng Xuan was contemplating the Xian Yuan Water Control Flag in the hands of the Underworld River, Sanxiao, Jinling, Wudong, Guiling, Xiaobai, and Zhao Gongming came to pay their respects. Master, Xiaobai, with her tender little legs, leaped into Feng Xuan's embrace. Haha, what brings you all here? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a grand flourish of his hand, Feng Xuan summoned an array of celestial brews in diverse flavors that adorned the table, accompanied by an assortment of exquisite innate spiritual fruits. The air was imbued with the intoxicating aroma of fine wine and the enticing fragrance of fruits, creating an atmosphere of sheer delight. Then, the music commenced, and the revelry of drinking began. Feng Xuan raised his cup and drank heartily, reveling in the rare company and delightful atmosphere, allowing himself to indulge in unrestrained emotions. They engaged in various discussions, sharing philosophical insights and tales of the world. A millennium later, as everyone departed to enter secluded cultivation, Feng Xuan generously gifted them several thousand bottles of the renowned Yaoding brand celestial brew. With ample supply from the Yaoding's annual gatherings, this divine liquor was boundless. There was no cause for concern. It is time to depart. Within the pavilion, Feng Xuan channeled his formidable magical energy, and the effects of the wine dissipated in an instant, leaving his mind clear and focused. With only a fleeting 30,000 years remaining, he knew he must set forth. He retrieved 6 pristine bamboo stalks to conceal his form and embarked upon his journey aboard the majestic 9-dragon agarwood palanquin, heading towards the domain of the Earth Mother. He pondered whether the blood pool of the Panga Shrine would grant him unique advancements. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan stealthily arrived at the exclusive palace of Ho Tuesday. To call it a palace would be an overstatement. This gathering place of the witch clan mostly consisted of open earth pits, hardly deserving the title of a house. Even the dwelling of Ho Tu was merely a stone cave, albeit somewhat elaborate. Ho Tu, my friend, I have arrived. Upon entering the cave, Feng Xuan dispelled his concealment and stood behind Ho Tuesday. Ah, your timing is impeccable. I was just about to set off. Ho Tu turned to face Feng Xuan, her beautiful eyes appraising him from head to toe. Perhaps you should disguise yourself as an object. This would facilitate your interaction with the brothers later. Upon hearing this, Feng Xuan comprehended that although the ancestral shaman lacked a primordial spirit, their mastery over the laws far surpassed that of other beings, particularly the ancestral shaman Di Jiang, who governed space and speed. Even if he were to conceal his form using the 6 pure bamboos, there remained a risk of being discovered. It would be prudent to exercise caution. What form shall he take? As Feng Xuan's thoughts stirred lightly, he gazed at the gentle and captivating figure of Huta before him, while the principles of transformation within the Grand Dao's golden scripture flowed seamlessly. He transformed directly into a jade bracelet, adorning Huta's arm. Hee. You truly possess the talent for transformation, Hutu exclaimed, stifling a giggle. She delicately raised her arm, examining the exquisite bracelet on her wrist, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of affection. Subsequently, she utilized her evasion technique to journey to the foot of Buzhou Mountain, outside the Panga Temple. At that moment, the other 11 ancestral witches had already been waiting. Little sister, you may enter now. We have stabilized our cultivation, and with a few more attempts, we should be able to break through. Hurry and focus on your training, boomed the robust voice of Dijiang, urging Huda to proceed. Thank you, brothers. I shall enter and cultivate now. Huda nodded in gratitude before stepping into the Panga Temple. Upon entering, she immediately plunged into the surging blood pool, simultaneously advising Feng Xuan. Do not emerge just yet. Wait a few thousand years to transform back into your true form. Sister Xianming may come in occasionally, so be discreet. Feng Xuan felt a moment of frustration, yet obediently draped himself over Ho Tu's arm. As time passed, Xianming saw not even a shadow. However, Feng Xuan began to discern a clue. It appeared that Ho Tu had not utilized the blood pool to cultivate the laws in the physical form. Instead, she was honing her skills within the realm of the celestial path. I have been deceived. Feng Xuan, unperturbed by other matters, instantly transformed into his true form. He extended a finger, seething with rage, and pointed vehemently at Ho Tu, exclaiming, "What do you mean by this? Are you mocking me?" Upon realizing that her trivial intentions had been discerned by him, Ho Tu felt a twinge of panic. Her once crystalline earlobes flushed slightly, and her expression gradually turned awkward. In the face of Feng Xuan's reprimand, she opened her mouth to speak, yet ultimately found herself unable to utter a single word. Fellow Taoist Ho Tu, you have greatly disappointed me. Upon witnessing this, Feng Xuan understood that further words would prove futile. He chose to disregard Ho Tu and hurriedly settled into a meditative posture, preparing to immerse himself fully in the profound mysteries contained within the blood pool before him. Time was of the essence. He had already been delayed for several millennia, with merely over 20,000 years remaining before the deadline. Every moment counted. The blood-red waters swiftly engulfed Feng Xuan's lower half, saturating his pristine white robe in an instant. As the blood surged continuously, wisps of sanguine energy began to rise from the depths of the pool, coalescing into a delicate veil of crimson mist above the surface. From a distance, the entire scene exuded an indescribable, otherworldly allure. At that moment, Feng Xuan felt as if every cell in his being was exuberantly celebrating. A uniquely potent force flowed ceaselessly from the pool into his body. This energy did not bring the anticipated sensation of piercing pain, nor did it evoke the torment he had experienced while merging with the essence of Pangu, which had resulted in his physical form being shattered and reconstituted. On the contrary, it enveloped him in a profound sense of comfort, akin to a mother gently caressing her child. The sensation was gentle yet invigorating, and while his physical enhancement was rapid, it was also quite forceful, allowing him to distinctly perceive his burgeoning strength. In summary, the experience could be encapsulated in a single word: exhilarating. Feng Xuan involuntarily activated the Great Tao Golden Chapter, awakening the Pangu essence within him. The previously subtle aura of Panga now emerged unmistakably. Under the current circumstances, the previously unresolved seventh transformation of the 9 revolutions profound art received divine assistance and an additional enhancement. It was soon comprehended, grasped, and seamlessly integrated into the Great Tao Golden Chapter. The 7th transformation of the 9 revolutions profound art corresponds to the Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal. Coupled with the fusion of the 3 clear immortal scriptures, Feng Xuan crafted a flawless technique perfectly attuned to himself, directly leading to the Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal. The waters in the blood pool surged even more violently, and the blood mist thickened, intensifying the Pangu aura surrounding Feng Xuan. This caused the gaze of Hutu beside him to flicker, confirming her previous conjecture. Feng Xuan, indeed, has received the divine grace of the Father God, merging with a drop of Pangu's essence. One might consider her an alternative ancestral witch, akin to him. However, she remains somewhat incomplete, unable to rival his greatness. Contemplating this, Huda pursed her crimson lips, steeling her resolve. She approached Feng Xuan, who was absorbed in comprehending the profound mysteries of the blood pool, and extended her delicate arm to embrace him. Though she felt flawed, proximity to Feng Xuan rendered her whole. Feng Xuan is a gift bestowed upon her by the Father God. Their union is flawless and harmonious. Immersed in profound insights, Feng Xuan remains oblivious to the tender embrace of Ho Tuesday. He is currently entranced by the enhancement of his own power, entirely unaware of the events unfolding in the outside world. As time quietly passes, a crimson vortex gathers around them. The essence from the entire blood pool converges here. Absorbed by both Feng Xuan and Ho Tuesday, their strengths have significantly increased. The time has nearly come. They have already been here for 29,999 years, and it is time to prepare for their departure. Feng Xuan slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting crimson light shimmering within. The blood pool of the witch clan was indeed extraordinary. It not only fortified his physical cultivation but also nearly enabled him to transcend from the mid-stage of quasi-saint to the late stage. This experience validated that, apart from devouring celestial treasures, he could also rapidly enhance his physical prowess through other means. Furthermore, it augmented his integration with the essence of Pangu's blood, significantly deepening his comprehension of the laws of strength. Should he undergo this process once more, both his physical form and understanding of the laws would likely achieve a simultaneous breakthrough. Alas, it was indeed time for him to depart. At this moment, he was ill-equipped to confront the 11 ancestral witches. As for Hutu, it seemed he would part ways just as they had at the beginning. As Feng Xuan opened his mouth, poised to inquire about the means of departure, an unusual sensation suddenly enveloped him. He felt his waist ensnared by a pair of soft yet strong hands, while his back pressed against a warm, delicate body, emanating a subtle and enchanting fragrance. This intimate contact rendered him momentarily speechless, stirring ripples of emotion within his heart. How astonishing it was that Huda had embraced him, pressing so closely together. To describe it merely as a simple hug might seem trivial. However, they were currently entangled in a pool of blood. The crimson liquid had thoroughly soaked their garments, clinging to their skin like a sheer veil. In this exceedingly close proximity, he could distinctly perceive the exquisite sensations emanating from the other's body. The delicate, smooth skin was pressed against his, leaving almost no space in between. In this scenario, how different was it from being completely unclothed? Hutu, my friend, awaken quickly. We must hasten our departure from this place. Feng Xuan steadied himself, gently swaying his white, delicate arms that were entwined at his waist, anxiously calling out to Hutu. Gradually, Hutu emerged from her deep state of meditation in response to Feng Xuan's calls. Upon opening her eyes, she was startled to find herself so intimately embraced by Feng Xuan. Instantly, her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson hue, revealing her embarrassment that she could hardly conceal. She had never before experienced such an extraordinary sensation. Not only had her progress in the cultivation of the celestial path exceeded all expectations, but she had also made astonishing advancements in both her physical form and the understanding of the laws, areas she had not paid much attention to previously. It could be said that she had achieved significant enhancement in both the celestial path and her physical and legal realms. This realization filled her with immense excitement and exhilaration. Oh, very well, let us venture out, Hutu replied shyly in a soft voice, quickly releasing her arms from around Feng Xuan's waist and rising to dry her dress with her magical powers. Feng Xuan then rose to his feet, evaporating his robe, which transformed once more into a bracelet adorning the hand of Hutu. Immediately, Huda stepped out of the grand hall to meet the other ancestral witches. Sister, how has your cultivation progressed? Dijiang inquired with concern, as the witch clan now governed the earth while the demons ruled the heavens. In the aftermath of the 10 Yuan meetings, a monumental conflict was certain to erupt. Although he despised Dijun, Tai Yi, and their demon court, he could not deny the formidable strength of the two, a rarity in the world. Furthermore, there was the formidable formation known as the Shou-Tian Star Do Array, which compelled them to resort to their most profound secrets. They were indeed the arch-enemies of the witch clan. Only by enhancing the powers of their siblings could they amplify the strength of the Father God summoned by the 12 capital, heavenly God-killing formation. This was the only path to fearlessness, should they manage to summon even a fraction of the Father God's power. Not even the old Taoist Hong Jun would stand a chance against them. They would undoubtedly reclaim the primordial land established by the Father God and dominate the cosmos. There has been significant improvement. Under normal circumstances, 2 more sessions should lead to a breakthrough, Hutu replied matter-of-factly. Indeed, we must hasten our cultivation, Dijiang remarked, praising her words as he joined the other ancestral witches in the Panga Divine Hall. Hutu turned to depart, returning to her own domain. Upon entering her exclusive Great Hall, Feng Xuan transformed back into his original form and curiously inquired, Hutu, why do you cultivate separately from the other ancestral witches instead of together? It seems you would double your cultivation time. Do you wish to know? Hutu teased playfully, her enchanting gaze fixed upon Feng Xuan, the corners of her lips curving into a hint of a mysterious smile. Then promise me one request, and I shall tell you. With graceful steps, Hutu approached Feng Xuan until they stood face to face. Her exquisite visage drew closer, her breath fragrant as she spoke softly. However, Feng Xuan remained unmoved, arching an eyebrow as he decisively replied, "Never mind, I shall not ask." With that, he turned away without hesitation, leaving Hutu in stunned silence. Humph, still hoping to manipulate me? Such delusions are nothing but folly. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Feng Xuan gently twisted the lid of the pot, pouring the clear and transparent fine wine into the cup, instantly releasing a fragrant aroma that intoxicated the senses. He lifted the wine glass and took a delicate sip, savoring the exquisite flavor, while lazily remarking, "Very well, do speak." Observing Feng Xuan's demeanor, Hutu gritted her silver teeth in frustration, her chest rising and falling with agitation. She glared fiercely at Feng Xuan, inwardly cursing this fellow for his utter disdain. Yet, with the circumstances as they were and her need for him, she could only swallow her indignation. We, the 12 ancestors of witchcraft, were born within the Panga temple, conceived from a drop of our Father God's essence combined with the chaotic energies of the earth. Naturally devoid of a primordial spirit, we cultivate only our physical forms and the laws. However, I am the exception, having been granted a flawed primordial spirit, thus qualifying me for the path of immortality. The cost of this privilege is the necessity of maintaining distance from the other ancestors, for their surrounding malevolent and chaotic energies would harm my incomplete spirit, causing discomfort and distress. Therefore, I communicated this to my elder brothers, who understood my predicament, leading to the establishment of this system of cultivation intervals. Hutu spoke slowly, her gaze fixed upon Feng Xuan's expression. Yet, Feng Xuan remained unperturbed, merely indulging in his wine. Nevertheless, this did not significantly affect our cultivation. After all, remaining in the blood pool for extended periods would inevitably slow our progress to a near standstill. Originally, we intended to alternate our time in the blood pool. The division of 30,000 years merely served to render our cultivation schedule more rational. Ah, so that is how it is. Feng Xuan sat there with an air of tranquility, gently swaying the wine glass in his hand. Now that I am aware of these circumstances, it is time for me to take my leave. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Feng Xuan was momentarily taken aback, as if struck by a sudden recollection. He filled a cup with wine and offered it to Hutu. "This is a rare celestial brew from the Yao court. I assure you, you have never tasted anything like it." Hutu gazed at the cup in her hand, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. She had anticipated that Feng Xuan would provide the answer she sought, yet this was all she received. Just as Hutu accepted the cup, Feng Xuan swiftly stowed away his belongings and turned on his heel to flee. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from her sight, beyond the bounds of her territory. From a distance, Feng Xuan's voice echoed back, "My friend, I understand your request, but I need time to contemplate this matter. I shall provide you with a definitive answer upon our next meeting." Hutu stood there, momentarily stunned, clutching the cup of wine, her teeth clenched in frustration. After a considerable pause, she regained her composure and shouted indignantly in the direction Feng Xuan had departed. "Oomph! You infuriate me. I shall ensure you pay for this next time." With that, she tilted her head back and downed the celestial wine in one gulp. Meanwhile, Feng Xuan hastened back to Kunlun Mountain, fully aware of Hutu's intentions. It was clear she aimed to leverage him for her own cultivation in the celestial path. Though he was somewhat astonished by the prospect of being of use to her, he was resolute in his refusal to be taken advantage of. If he acquiesced now, what would prevent her from excluding him from the blood pool next time? Thus, it was prudent to keep her at bay for the moment. As Feng Xuan made his way back to Kunlun, his gaze swept downward, and he soon discovered an intriguing creature. Its filthy golden fur and emaciated form were marred by numerous scars, but what caught his attention most were its extraordinary ears. Instantly, Feng Xuan recognized it. Was this not the six-eared macaque? How fortuitous to encounter it here. Feng Xuan murmured softly. The six-eared macaque, one of the four mischievous monkeys and a fragment of the primordial chaos demon ape, is among the 3,000 chaos demons. Endowed with a divine ability, it possesses the gift of listening, allowing it to discern truths and know the past and future, illuminating all things. It came into existence during the first sermon of the ancestral master, lacking the strength and spiritual treasures to traverse the chaos. It resorted to its innate gift to eavesdrop on the teachings. Discovered by the ancestral master, it was injured and met with the admonition, "The law shall not be imparted to the 6 ears." Consequently, after 3 sermons, no great power dared to impart its doctrines to it. It was not until the endless ages later, during the journey to the west, that it could barely match Sun Wukong in combat. With such innate talent, a little guidance would surely lead to a breakthrough into quasi-sainthood. Indeed, it is the talent that the heavenly court requires. As for the saying, "The law shall not be imparted to the 6 ears," such a notion is absurd. To neglect such talent would be a grave error. Ding. The system detects that the host has encountered the 6-eared macaque. Please make the following choices. 1. Recruit it under your banner. Such an excellent foundation. This little monkey is a natural worker. Accept it. Reward. Heartsteel loyal soldiers. 2. Allow it to develop on its own. Although its foundation is good, you are not in dire need, and it is of little consequence. Reward. Earthly heart, divine iron. System, I choose 1. At this moment, the 6-eared macaque is being pursued by 2 golden immortal beasts. How dare it steal our clan's secret arts? It deserves punishment. The 6-eared macaque remains silent, merely fleeing. Freeze. A voice rang out. The 2 beasts chasing the 6-eared macaque abruptly halted, immobilized by a peculiar force. The use of law to bind demons for the first time proved quite effective. Feng Xuan descended before the 6-eared macaque and the demon beasts, exuding an aura rich in literary Tao. It was the first time he employed the means of literary Tao against these 2 demon beasts. Return and forget this matter. With another utterance, the 2 demon beasts at the golden immortal realm momentarily fell into a daze, then turned to retrace their steps, erasing all recollection of the recent events. Feng Xuan then turned to face the 6-eared macaque, whose body instantly tensed, eyeing Feng Xuan with a wary expression. This individual possessed unfathomable strength. Escape was futile. Little monkey, we are destined to meet. Would you consider becoming my disciple? The 6-eared macaque was momentarily taken aback. The person before him was not seeking to kill him, but rather to take him as a student. Ever since the Tao ancestor decreed that the teachings would not be passed on to the 6-eared macaque countless eons ago, he had sought out the great beings of the heavens, yet none welcomed him, and he was denied the opportunity to learn under them. Even public lectures were forbidden to him. Now, someone actually wished to accept him as a disciple. The expression of the 6-eared macaque was one of astonishment, leaving him momentarily speechless. As Feng Xuan observed him, he could not help but jest. "What? Do you find me unworthy?" At that moment, the 6-eared macaque seemed to awaken from a dream, returning to his senses. He was entirely oblivious to the wounds upon his body and the injuries within. Without hesitation, he knelt on both knees and forcefully struck his head against the ground, producing a series of dull and heavy thuds. "Senior, if you are willing to take me in, I would naturally be profoundly grateful. However, the Tao ancestor once proclaimed, the law is not to be passed to the 6 ears. I fear this may adversely affect you." The voice of the 6-eared macaque was imbued with sincerity, and the heartfelt emotions contained within it were enough to move anyone who heard it. Upon hearing this, Feng Xuan smiled slightly, waving his hand with an air of nonchalance, and said, "There is no need to worry about this matter. As for the Tao ancestor, I shall explain it to him myself. For now, you simply need to tell me whether you are willing to join my ranks and assist me." After hearing these words, the 6-eared macaque, who had harbored some lingering doubts, felt an immense sense of relief and bowed deeply to the ground, repeatedly expressing gratitude. "Thank you for your great kindness. Esteemed elder, thank you for your generous favor and recognition." However, in the midst of this torrent of gratitude, the 6-eared macaque suddenly seemed to realize something. Abruptly raising his head, the expression on his face swiftly shifted from ecstatic joy to a hint of anxious unease. It dawned on him that Feng Xuan's words did not imply that he was to be taken as a disciple, but rather that he was merely being invited to serve under him. With this realization, a wave of panic surged within the 6-eared macaque. Having endured countless trials and tribulations over the long years, he understood deeply that in this world, there has never been a gift or benefit without its price. Any seemingly enticing offering often conceals corresponding sacrifices or risks. To be so freely entrusted with a mission could spell great danger. "Esteemed elder, may I inquire what tasks you require of me? Otherwise, I find myself truly unsettled." API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Feng Xuan nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the budding loyalty of his subordinates. The system detected that the host had completed option 1, and the reward of the heartfelt Iron Soldiers has been issued. The heartfelt Iron Soldiers are renowned alongside the Rui Golden Rod, the blood-resolving Iron Staff, and the earthly core divine essence Iron as the 4 great stabilizing pillars of the sea. Crafted during the era of Diu's water control, these treasures were forged by humanity in collaboration with deities from the heavens. Although classified as postnatal treasures, their efficacy in water management rivals that of many innate treasures. However, the system's reward to him is merely a postnatal treasure devoid of any merit, which leaves him feeling somewhat inadequate. Allow me to impart to you half of a profound method, through which you may attain the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal. Upon your attainment, come to Kunlun Mountain, and I shall make further arrangements for you at that time. Feng Xuan is not yet prepared to bestow the Heartswell Iron Rod upon him. Instead, he will share only half of the Upper Clear Immortal Sutra. Once Luer has made progress in his cultivation, he will present the meticulously refined Heartswell Iron Rod to him. This approach preserves his dignity and allows for 2 acts of generosity, ensuring Luer's gratitude on 2 occasions. Kunlun. Luer suppressed his inner excitement and respectfully performed another bow. I am deeply grateful to the esteemed elder for imparting the teachings, and I shall not fail your lofty expectations. Feng Xuan accepted his gestures of courtesy with a grand sweep of his hand, restoring the wounds of the 6-eared macaque entirely. After completing this act, he turned and soared into the distance. The 6-eared macaque gazed at Feng Xuan's departing figure, feeling the profound principles of Tao resonating within his mind. His eyes gradually filled with determination as he rose to his feet and raced into the horizon. Upon returning to the small stone peak, Feng Xuan sat beside the spiritual pool and summoned 2 items. One was the innate gourd, and the other was the heart's desire iron rod. He intended to utilize the innate gourd to elevate the grade of the spiritual treasure, reversing the innate capabilities to enhance the quality of the heart's desire iron rod. This treasure, crafted from extraordinary materials and exceptional forging techniques, possessed the potential of a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, lacking only the indomitable innate spiritual light. Feng Xuan opened the innate gourd, drawing in the Iron Soldiers at his whim. He placed it within the spiritual pool, absorbing the essence of the spirit liquid to elevate the gourd's rank and condense the indestructible innate spiritual light. This endeavor is no trivial matter. It demands an abundance of innate spiritual energy, lest it cause harm to the gourd. Furthermore, the pinnacle of enhancement is limited to that of a superior innate spiritual treasure. This constraint is precisely why he has refrained from utilizing this artifact. While its most practical function may be advantageous to others, it is, to him, rather superfluous. He lacks for high-ranking spiritual treasures. Any artifact he possesses is either a supreme innate spiritual treasure or even a treasured relic, with the least among them possessing unique capabilities as a superior innate spiritual treasure. Ordinary spiritual treasures hardly capture his interest. After completing this task, Feng Xuan secluded himself for over 10,000 years. During this time, the temporal flow of the primordial world became increasingly stable, aligning perfectly with Feng Xuan's design. The power and rank of the temporal wheel were significantly enhanced, elevating it to the level of a supreme innate merit treasure. On a particular day, Feng Xuan emerged from his seclusion to rest, only to suddenly perceive a powerful weave of magical energy in the cosmos. Boundless celestial light and shimmering starlight heralded the outbreak of a great battle, which, however, subsided swiftly. Curiosity piqued, Feng Xuan summoned the Haotian mirror. The scene from moments ago was reflected upon its surface, revealing Emperor Jun and Tai Yi standing outside the moon star. Fellow Taoists, I am Emperor Jun, the Lord of the Demon Court, here to pay a visit today. As this clear and resonant voice rang out, Emperor Jun smiled and gracefully bowed towards the moon star, exuding an air of noble elegance. However, the response that greeted him was a frigid voice. The moon star does not entertain outsiders. You too may leave. The voice was devoid of any emotional nuance, as chilling as water from a frozen pond. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun did not display displeasure but maintained his respectful demeanor, saying, My esteemed brother Tai Yi and I have come with urgent matters to discuss with you 2 Taoists. We hope you might show us some leniency and grant us an audience. Yet, the only reply was a blunt and rude command, leave. Upon hearing these words, Emperor Jun's expression darkened. Before he could respond, Tai Yi, standing beside him, could no longer suppress his indignation. It was well known that with their current strength and status in the vast wilderness, there were few who dared to show such disrespect towards them. The audacity of the two from the Moon Star was intolerable to Tai Yi. "Brother, why waste our breath with them? Let us simply charge in," Tai Yi exclaimed in anger, and in an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, heading straight for the Moon Star, disregarding the earlier expulsion order. At that moment, a disk radiating a piercing chill and glowing with an icy blue light shot forth from the Moon Palace, hurtling towards Tai Yi. As it passed, the very void seemed on the verge of freezing. Unfazed, Tai Yi wore a confident smile, his lips curling slightly. In an instant, a dazzling sun wheel, ablaze with golden light, materialized before him, radiating boundless warmth and illumination, ready to counter the lunar wheel. With a resounding clash, the icy blue disk collided with the sun wheel, unleashing a blinding brilliance that sent powerful shockwaves rippling outward, causing even distant stars to tremble. Observing this fierce confrontation, Emperor Jun's expression shifted dramatically, a sense of foreboding rising within him. He recognized that the sun wheel was utterly incapable of withstanding the force, being sent hurtling backward. Tai Yi, taken by surprise and unable to mount an effective defense, was also propelled away, a deep gash opened upon his abdomen. "You refuse to heed advice and act recklessly. Let this sun wheel serve as a small lesson, a token of our apology." The lunar wheel swiftly retracted the sun wheel back into the Moon Palace, empowered by the celestial forces of the Moon Star, rendering Tai Yi unable to retrieve it. Upon witnessing the sun wheel's capture, Tai Yi became frantic. With a flash of golden light at his waist, his injuries healed instantaneously, and he prepared to summon the Chaos Bell to confront the Moon Palace for an explanation. "Tai Yi, do not." Emperor Jun stepped forward to restrain the furious Tai Yi, bowing respectfully towards the Moon Star. "Esteemed Taoists, we apologize for our rudeness today. We shall return at a later date." He then pulled the bewildered Tai Yi away, intent on departing. "No need for that. Our Moon Star does not welcome you," came the cold voice once more from within the Moon Palace. Ignoring this, Emperor Jun returned to the Sun Star, and thus, the vision faded. Is Emperor Jun attempting to undermine us? One might ponder, only to face the wrath of his consort. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan directly drove to the Moon Star. Tai Yi, filled with fury, was forcibly pulled back to the Sun Star by Di Jun. Yet, even after distancing himself from the battlefield, the flames of anger within him remained unabated. Once a figure of great authority, Tai Yi had commanded respect and instilled fear within the celestial court, slaying the Eastern King as if he were but a mere dog. Now, he had faced humiliation at the hands of the Three Pure Ones and endured oppression from the Witch Clan. Even Feng Xuan had managed to suppress him. To add insult to injury, an otherwise inconspicuous he had the audacity to injure him. The more Tai Yi pondered, the more enraged he became, even directing his rare ire towards his elder brother Di Jun. "Brother, is this how it ends? I refuse to accept it." In response to the agitated Tai Yi, Di Jun wore a benevolent expression. He understood his brother's pride and his propensity for combat, as repeated defeats were hard for him to bear. Struggling to maintain rationality, Di Jun earnestly spoke. "Brother, I fully grasp the resentment you harbor, but we must not act impulsively. This matter concerns our grand ambitions for the future. Thus it requires careful deliberation." Upon hearing this, Tai Yi furrowed his brows, a look of confusion washing over his face. "Brother, what do you mean?" "In my view, we should simply lead our army to storm the Moon Star, using overwhelming force to compel those two to relinquish their authority over it, and then swiftly forge the banner needed for the celestial array. Why go through such convoluted schemes?" Observing Tai Yi's eager and self-assured demeanor, Di Jun couldn't help but chuckle softly, then gently patted Tai Yi's shoulder, inquiring, "Hee, brother, did you not have a brief confrontation with Shihi? What do you think of her strength? Shihi is formidable. In the entire demon court, aside from us brothers, it is unlikely one could find anyone capable of defeating her," Tai Yi declared with calm conviction. Despite the lingering resentment over Shihi taking his spiritual treasure, he could not deny her astonishing prowess. "Indeed, we are both primordial deities from the vast cosmos. We should not harbor animosity towards one another, but rather seek peaceful coexistence. The Witch Clan poses a significant threat, and thus our immediate priority is to find a way to win over those two from the Moon Star. If we can successfully bring them under our banner, it would greatly enhance our strength, and perhaps even lead to two beautiful unions. With a confident smile illuminating his face, Jun, as the ruler of the demon court, was known for his foresight and strategic thinking. Upon hearing this, Tai was struck with enlightenment. Brother, your vision is truly remarkable. I am humbled, and I wholeheartedly admire your wisdom. In that moment, all of Tai's pent-up frustrations and anger dissipated. Very well. As you understand the deeper meaning, we shall visit the moon star once every 1,000 years. With our sincerity, I am certain that in no time, those two will be moved by our genuine intentions, Jun resolutely commanded. Understood, brother, Tai replied, bowing in acquiescence, his eyes glinting with determination. Just as he was about to turn and engage in his cultivation, a flash of divine light crossed his gaze, and his pupils constricted. Brother, look. Jun turned to see Feng Xuan driving the 9 dragons' incense chariot smoothly into the moon star, receiving no hindrance or greeting. Fury surged through Jun. This Feng Xuan repeatedly thwarted his plans. It was utterly intolerable. He prepared to confront the moon star for an explanation. Brother, hold on. Perhaps, He and Chang, she let him in out of respect for the 3 pure ones. Moreover, we may not even be able to contend with Feng Xuan at this moment. Tai quickly restrained the enraged Jun, displaying an unsettling calm. In the Moon Palace, Feng Xuan found himself surrounded by a flurry of gentle maidens. Shi, Changshi, and their entourage of benevolent and malevolent spirits encircled him, offering tender massages and playful antics amidst the enchanting fragrance that filled the air. My husband, is this why you came? Shi's voice, akin to a lark in spring, was crisp and melodious. She extended her delicate, jade-like hand, conjuring a golden wheel that shimmered as if alive, yearning to break free and return to its rightful owner. Yet, it remained firmly bound by Shi's grip, unable to escape. My lady, you misunderstand. I have come because I miss you all. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan steadily received the moon essence wheel, his heart swelling with excitement. At this moment, he had gathered all 5 spiritual treasures required to forge the celestial treasure. The birth of the celestial treasure was now within reach. By the way, my lady, did you originally use the moon essence wheel to slay the corpse? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The doubts within Feng Xinkong dissipated instantaneously. At that moment, he no longer hesitated. Before Shi and Changshi, he unveiled the celestial star map, the star seal, the star essence wheel, the sun essence wheel, and the moon essence wheel, one by one. In an instant, boundless starlight surged forth like a tumultuous tide, enveloping the entire moon palace. The resplendent radiance pierced through the glass palace, refracting breathtaking colors that felt like a dream. The enchanting glimmers danced in the beautiful eyes of Shi and Changshi with their keen perception. They could naturally discern the subtle yet profound connections among these 5 sacred treasures. What, one might wonder, is the purpose of her husband's actions? Ladies, behold. The 4th innate supreme treasure of this world is about to be born. Feng Xuan's gaze was piercing, and the power within him surged as he activated the celestial star chart. The brilliance of the stars, which had already been resplendent, suddenly erupted into a dazzling radiance, captivating all who beheld it. The other 4 spiritual treasures, seemingly caught in a mysterious pull, transformed into 4 vibrant streams of light, swiftly racing toward the 3 pivotal points on the celestial star chart representing the sun star, the moon star, and the purple microstar. As these 4 streams of light seamlessly embedded themselves, the long-standing voids on the celestial star chart were flawlessly filled. In that very instant of completion, the vast expanse of the primordial cosmos resembled a tranquil lake suddenly disturbed by a massive stone, unleashing tumultuous waves of transformation. Countless stars, responding to the call, erupted in an unreserved display of their most radiant brilliance, illuminating the heavens with their splendor. Notably, the sun star and the moon star shone even more brilliantly than before, their luminosity reaching an unparalleled zenith since Feng Xuan established the order of time. This marked the first occurrence in the annals of history where the sun and moon shone together in magnificent harmony across the primordial lands. Furthermore, The celestial bodies themselves became faintly visible even in daylight, evoking a dreamlike quality. Such extraordinary phenomena instantaneously sparked endless speculation among myriad beings. Within the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjun slowly opened his eyes, fully aware of the events transpiring in the primordial realm. Feng Xuan was fully aware of all that had transpired. In his perspective, the established order had descended into utter chaos. Nua's absence from the demon court and the impossibility of Xia marrying Dijuan, alongside the Kunlun's inability to reach the pinnacle of quasi-saint status due to the lack of demonic merits, all contributed to the disarray. The Zhoutian star array could not be completed by the demon court. Given these circumstances, the cataclysm between the witches and demons may indeed be rendered unnecessary. No matter how the demon court evolves, it could never withstand the might of the witch clan. It would be more prudent to directly usher in the era of the celestial court, led by the most esteemed and powerful individuals of the Xianmen. They would dominate the myriad realms of the universe, exerting pressure upon all celestial races. Since chaos had already ensued, let it escalate further. With a wave of Hongjuan's hand, the suppression of the other two paths in the world diminished. The destined daughters, Nua and Hutu, sensed an unusual pull in the depths of their being. On the sun star, Tai spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. "Brother, what has happened?" Dijuan hurriedly rushed forward to support him. Who could inflict such harm upon him out of thin air? "I can no longer sense the sun essence wheel." Tai spoke incredulously, not even pausing to wipe the blood from his lips. How dare Xia do this? Dijuan's face mirrored his brother's shock. He too had not anticipated Xia's audacity. Was she truly unafraid of a counterattack from the demon court? "Brother, you must avenge me. You must." Tai was unable to maintain his composure. The grudge of stolen treasures was one that could not be forgiven. "Very well, I shall immediately mobilize the forces of the demon court and march upon the moon star." At that moment, Dijuan cast aside his earlier proposals. United, the brothers would certainly seek justice for Tai. In the Jade Void Palace, the three pure ones felt a twinge of strangeness within their hearts. Could this be the mischief of their disciple? In this vast wilderness, only he could orchestrate such grand events. It was fortunate that he was not currently in Kunlun, increasing the likelihood of his involvement. Meanwhile, within the Moon Palace, the three gazed in awe at the celestial star map before them. Is this truly a primordial treasure? Boundless celestial power swirled around the image, and facing this map felt akin to confronting the entire cosmos itself. Feng Xuan summoned it back through his sensing ability. Upon realizing its effect, he was instantly filled with delight. "My lady, perhaps you need not pursue the elusive position of the moon goddess any longer." The ethereal voice trembled as it spoke. Xia and Changxi were momentarily taken aback, their expressions adorably puzzled, their crimson lips slightly parted, uncertain of the meaning behind his words. However, it did not take long for them to comprehend. A vast and supreme voice resonated in their ears, rapidly spreading across the celestial expanse and the primordial earth. "In the name of the supreme star, I hereby decree Xia and Changxi as the moon goddesses to preside over the celestial stars." As these words left his lips, the celestial star map suddenly emitted a dazzling ice-blue beam of light, drawing forth the boundless power of the moon star, surging fiercely towards the two maidens. In an instant, a mysterious and transcendent force began to coalesce within the realm. An unparalleled fruit position manifested under this decree, to be shared by the two maidens. Immediately, an aura reminiscent of the primordial chaos emanated from the moon star, overwhelming the cosmos and causing all creation to tremble. The moon goddess position, the pinnacle of quasi-saint. This formidable presence sent shivers through the hearts of countless mighty beings in the primordial world. They were utterly convinced that, prior to this moment, these two celestial maidens had not yet attained the pinnacle of quasi-saint status. After all, even the three pure ones were merely at the late quasi-saint stage. Could it truly be achieved by a mere utterance of decree? Such a revelation was astonishing. With just a few words, two moon goddesses were elevated to the pinnacle of quasi-saint, sparing them countless arduous epochs of cultivation. Perhaps even the Tao ancestor would find such a feat challenging. Who, then, was this extraordinary being? The hearts of innumerable mighty ones surged with turmoil, as they not only glimpsed the terrifying potential of the quasi-saint pinnacle but also caught a glimpse of an opportunity for sanctification. A brand new path, transcending the three roads imparted by the Tao ancestor. For now, let the demon court investigate the truth of this matter. After all, their formidable army was already poised beneath the moon star. At this moment, Emperor Jun and Tai were overwhelmed with sorrow. unable to restrain their cries to the heavens. "Oh, vast heavens, why do you treat me so harshly? How could they contend with two quasi-saint pinnacles? Demon Emperor, shall we continue our assault?" The demon Saint Ingzhao turned back, anxiety etched on his face, glancing at Emperor Jun. With two quasi-saint pinnacle powerhouses stationed at the Moon Star, and perhaps even the one who issued the decree lurking behind them, was it truly wise to persist in their campaign? Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure, and declared loudly, "All troops, retreat." With that, he activated the Golden Crow's radiant technique and swiftly vanished into the distance. Observing this, the army of the demon court followed suit, each employing their respective powers, fleeing like startled birds. They had gleaned a complete strategy for retreat from their previous encounter with the Witch Clan. Could one expect to depart unscathed from such a confrontation? Such fortune is rare in this world. Within the Moon Palace, Shiha let out a cold snort, her beautiful eyes gleaming with fierce determination. And with a casual wave of her hand, boundless moonlight surged forth from the Moon Palace, transforming into a magnificent galaxy spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. Akin to a roaring dragon, charging towards the fleeing Emperor Jun and Tai. Tai's expression changed dramatically as he hastily summoned the Chaos Bell for defense. The Chaos Bell radiated a mysterious chaotic light, illuminating the heavens in an attempt to suppress the endless flow of time and space. However, despite the Chaos Bell being a supreme treasure, the disparity in strength was simply too great. With a deafening hum, the Chaos Bell trembled violently, forcefully propelled by the overwhelming power of the moonlight. In the next moment, the distant galaxy descended like a mountain upon Emperor Jun and Tai. They were sent hurtling through the cosmos like kites with severed strings, leaving a long trail of blood in their wake. The supreme demon emperor, bleeding amidst the stars. The terror of the quasi-saint pinnacle was indeed profound. Should you dare to trespass upon the Moonstar again, do not blame me for being merciless. With Shia's authoritative command, the resplendent galaxy gradually dissipated, and the cosmos returned to its tranquil silence, leaving behind a disheveled and defeated group of stragglers. The 10 demon saints hurriedly lifted their gravely injured emperor, fleeing in disarray towards the direction of the Sun Star. This time, the demon court had suffered a tremendous humiliation. They had arrived with great fanfare to conquer the Moon Star, yet they hadn't even encountered a shadow of the enemy before fleeing in terror. The 2 demon emperors had been grievously injured from a distance, their blood spilled over vast distances. When would the demon court ever rise again? After this battle, the mighty beings across the heavens were left in no doubt. The 2 residing on the Moon Star were indeed authentic quasi-saint pinnacle powerhouses. In an instant, the great powers of the primordial world became frenzied. Prepare the gifts, I shall personally visit that esteemed being. Countless powerful figures from various sanctums urgently instructed their disciples below. They were eager to pay their respects to this extraordinary presence, seeking the elusive opportunity for sanctification. At the very least, they hoped to leverage this chance to attain the supreme realm of quasi-saint pinnacle. Within the Jade Void Palace, the 3 pure ones remained calm and composed, showing no signs of agitation. They recognized the voice from earlier as undoubtedly belonging to their dear disciple. Despite some changes, it could not escape their keen ears. Alas, my disciple is truly deserving of the blessings of the great Tao, consistently achieving earth-shattering feats. Yuan Shi marveled internally, a joyful expression gracing his face, though tinged with a hint of disappointment. My disciple has likely surpassed us. He felt a sense of humility. No matter, he is still our disciple, and we should rejoice for him. Tongtian remarked dismissively. Regardless, he is one of our own, so we ought to celebrate. Third brother speaks wisely. Second brother need not feel ashamed. Laozi remained unfazed. Within the Moon Palace, Shiha exclaimed, "Thank you so much, my husband." With flushed cheeks and excitement radiating from their fair faces, Shiha and Changxi expressed their gratitude. Their husband's words had granted them the path to enlightenment, freeing them from the burdens of the way. My husband, Shiha grasped Feng Xuan's hand as they made their way to the inner palace. Now that you are the Lord of the Stars, what does the Sun God even amount to? No need for proof. We are ready to devote ourselves to you. We can't wait any longer. Feng Xuan offered no resistance and was effortlessly pushed onto the warm, jade bed by the 2 women. The icy blue gauze curtains descended. The 2 ladies, their magical powers swirling, donned delicate, sheer garments. Their fair skin was subtly revealed, their faces resembling blooming peach blossoms, and their enchanting eyes glistened with emotion. Beloved husband, let us unite our hearts today. Never depart. She leaned down to gaze at Feng Xuan. their eyes locking as her soft lips met his in a tender kiss. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan languidly reclined upon the warm bed crafted from exquisite, glazed cold jade. A visage replete with blissful intoxication. Beside him, Shihi and Changxi lay in close proximity. At this moment, their starry eyes fluttered in a delicate dance between half-closed and fully open, their faces adorned with layers of rosy hues. Reminiscent of the resplendent flowers blooming in the embrace of spring, vibrant and almost dripping with allure. The sheer silk draping their forms transformed into regal attire under the edicts of the river crab deity. Their alabaster skin, tinged with an enticing blush, resembled the crimson plum blossoms that emerged from the snow. A single droplet of crystalline, transparent perspiration trickled down Shihi's exquisite collarbone, akin to a radiant pearl rolling upon a jade platter, stirring the heartstrings. Truly, the beauty of a slender waist is akin to a double-edged sword. Fortunate is he to possess extraordinary physical prowess. Otherwise, he might find himself needing the support of the walls to depart. Dearest, if you wish for me to stay, let it be so, and accompany us here, she implored, extending her delicate, warm hand to gently clasp Feng Xuan's larger one. Their fingers intertwined, palms pressed firmly together, conveying her affection and reluctance to part through this intimate connection, resolutely unwilling to let him leave. Changxi, feeling bashful, lowered her gaze in silence, yet reached out to encircle Feng Xuan's neck, her palm tenderly caressing his cheek. Please don't go, my love. Changxi's cool, gentle voice resonated. Her delicate face pressed closely against Feng Xuan's chest, quietly attuned to the rhythmic thrum of his heartbeat. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan turned to Shihi, who was draped over his arm. Having attained the exalted position of the supreme moon deity, the two lunar goddesses bore no resemblance to their former selves. So engrossed in their cultivation, they seemed eager to merge with him, yearning to be inseparable at every moment. Very well, my husband, if you remain so indifferent. We can only acquiesce, Shihi lamented, her face a picture of grievance, her eyes filled with sorrow. She appeared pitiful. Is it possible to communicate normally? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Feng Xuan solemnly assured them. Having comprehended certain aspects of the Yin-Yang Dao, he would have preferred to remain, were it not for the multitude of schemes yet to unfold. Feng Xuan tidied his attire and stepped out of the palace, making his way to the Moon Palace Hall. Through his heightened senses, he distinctly perceived the convergence of numerous formidable beings gathered at the periphery of the tiny star. Each one bore an expression of reverence, yet hesitated to advance, silently awaiting the arrival of Feng Xuan, the rightful master. At this moment, Shiha and Changxi approached gracefully. How I longed to sweep them all away with a mere flick of my hand. These individuals truly dampened the mood, interrupting the precious moments shared with my husband. A cold gleam flickered in Shiha's beautiful eyes, as the icy blue power of the stars surged in her grasp, radiating brilliance and directing its formidable force towards the assembled crowd. Alas, my dear wife, do not act impulsively. Let us first regain our composure. Upon witnessing Shihi in such a state, Feng Xuan hastily reached out to grasp her delicate hand, gently urging her to refrain from her intentions. He understood within his heart that if such a blow were to be struck, the myriad delights and boundless possibilities of the primordial world would be irrevocably diminished. Rest assured, my dear husband, I still possess my reason. I am merely a touch displeased, Shihi replied, her icy demeanor gradually softening as she cast a compliant glance at Feng Xuan, subsequently retracting her imminent lethal strike. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan's expression remained as tranquil as water as he gently waved his hand and said, there is no need for such formality, at present. Few are aware that I am the Lord of the Stars. Since they merely speculate about my existence, let them continue in their conjectures. Why should I voluntarily reveal myself? Is it not rather intriguing? As his words fell, the innate treasure, the celestial star chart, materialized in Feng Xuan's hand. In an instant, an immeasurable cascade of starlight erupted like a surging tide, continuously bestowing the power of the celestial stars upon him. A terrifying pressure emanated abruptly from the moon star, sweeping across the myriad realms like a tumultuous wave. Under this overwhelming force, countless great stars trembled, as if they were rejoicing at the appearance of the Lord of the Stars. "Look, who is that?" An unknown great Luo could not help but exclaim, his gaze ablaze with fervor. He truly resides within the moon star. The previous decree was indeed issued by him. Several quasi-saint mighty beings observed the moon star with solemn expressions, bowing respectfully. Could this unparalleled pressure, surpassing even the pinnacle of quasi-saints, indicate that he is the second saint since the Tao ancestor? Might he be a fellow from the Purple Cloud's palace? Across the celestial realms, myriad beings speculated in hushed tones about the identity of this individual. If he were indeed a comrade from the Purple Cloud's palace, it would pose a significant dilemma. After all, they would not wish to witness a peer far surpassing themselves. While it might be acceptable for someone like Emperor Jun or Tai Yi to be slightly more formidable, if one were to possess such overwhelming might, it would undoubtedly be disconcerting. A fellow may be impressive, but not to such an extent. At this moment, within the Moon Palace, Feng Xuan donned a robe adorned with the celestial stars, radiating boundless starlight. His resplendent brilliance transcended the celestial bodies. His long, raven-black hair was tinged to deep blue, flowing elegantly with the wind. Countless stars, like precious gems, adorned him, enhancing his extraordinary handsomeness and exuding a noble aura that rendered onlookers hesitant to gaze directly upon him. He and Chang, she gazed with sparkling eyes, filled with admiration and infatuation. At this juncture, my power had indeed surpassed the pinnacle of quasi-saints. Yet I still remained a distance away from the saintly realm. I suppose I could be considered a sub-saint. Feng Xuan pondered silently, then turned to bid farewell to He and Changxi. "My lady, I shall take my leave now." "Yes, my husband, take care." After parting ways, Feng Xuan unleashed his entire aura, a boundless pressure permeating the cosmos. This overwhelming presence compelled many beings in the outer realms to avert their gazes from the moon star, fearing that a mere glance might provoke the ire of that mysterious and formidable entity. In the blink of an eye, Feng Xuan traversed the vastness of space and returned to Kunlun Mountain. Such is the essence of a semi-saint. At this moment, Feng Xuan reigned in his divine radiance and dispelled the celestial energy enveloping him. As for the powerful beings still waiting outside the moon star for his return, they could continue their vigil. Should they wish to serve in his celestial court in the future, perhaps he might consider bestowing them with titles. But for now, such thoughts were futile. There was no chance of that. It was time to pay a visit to his master and others. Feng Xuan contemplated for a moment, then adjusted the Taoist robe adorning his figure. With a swift motion, he soared towards the central Jade Void Palace. "Master, your disciple has arrived." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan spoke little, slowly retrieving the celestial map of the stars. In an instant, the unique aura of the innate supreme treasure emanated, filling the entire Jade Void Palace. "Indeed, it is my disciple." Laozi stroked his long beard, his expression imbued with an unwavering certainty. Only my own disciple could possess such profound fortune to acquire an innate supreme treasure. Were it someone else, there would undoubtedly be some intrigue. The three of them, as brothers, would surely delve into it thoroughly. Upon witnessing this scene and gazing at his esteemed disciple, Yuanshi's once tumultuous thoughts dissipated like wisps of smoke. Yes, this is their cherished pupil, one they have diligently nurtured, so why should he feel any shame? A disciple need not be inferior to the master. He should be overjoyed. Meanwhile, Tongtian wore an expression filled with envy. Who wouldn't desire an innate supreme treasure? Though his own sword array of the extermination of immortals and the diagram of the extermination of immortals complemented each other, their power even surpassing that of an innate supreme treasure, he could not help but feel out of place. Now, both of his elder brothers possessed one, and even his disciple had acquired a treasure, leaving him feeling somewhat excluded. What plans did his disciple harbor upon this visit? Was he about to embark on the establishment of the heavenly court? Laozi, with an indifferent demeanor, inquired softly. "Indeed, I have such intentions. But I plan to wait for several millennia. I have already scanned the Kunlun peaks with my divine sense. and most of my junior brothers and sisters are nearing the threshold of the great Luo Golden Immortal Breakthrough. At that time, it will not be too late for me to establish the heavenly court. Feng Xuan respectfully responded. Prior to his arrival, he had observed that the people on Kunlun Mountain were diligently engaged in their cultivation. Given this situation, it is likely that within a span of 100,000 years, the majority of the Kunlun disciples will attain the esteemed position of Great Luo Golden Immortal. This remarkable progress is attributable not only to the leaves of the enlightenment tree that he had bestowed upon them, but also to the profound blessings derived from the repeated teachings of the three masters, which have culminated in the present scene. Such is indeed splendid. A hint of satisfaction graced the countenance of Yuan Shi. He reminisced about their last journey to the west, where they had delivered a stern lesson to Jiayin and Junti. The three brothers had garnered substantial insights from that encounter. It appears that in a few tens of thousands of years, they may very well break through to the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. By that time, they would be ideally positioned to safeguard their disciples' celestial court. However, upon further reflection, considering the current strength of his disciple, it seems they might not require their assistance after all. With this in mind, the disciple took his leave. Upon realizing that there were no further matters of importance, Feng Xuan respectfully took his leave, preparing to return to his own sanctuary. The time to journey towards Huda was drawing near, and after a brief respite, he intended to set forth. Just as Feng Xuan was about to step out of the grand hall, the three pure ones could not help but chime in unison, advising, "Disciple, if there are no pressing matters, you might consider visiting Sister Inhua for a while." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Feng Xuan hurriedly responded, and, having spoken, swiftly departed from the Jade Void Palace. The three pure ones exchanged knowing glances, their understanding unspoken. Within the Golden Crow Palace on the Sun Star, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. At this moment, the two demon emperors, Dijuan and Tai, along with Shi Huang, Kunping, and the 10 great demon saints, gathered to deliberate on significant matters. The Star Sovereign, without a doubt, referred to Feng Xuan. What are everyone's thoughts on this? As soon as Dijuan uttered these words, the assembly erupted into a cacophony. They were all too familiar with Feng Xuan. Every encounter had left them gravely injured, casting long shadows in their hearts. Bai Zhe, like the others, feigned a troubled expression, yet secretly reveled in delight. Thankfully, he had the foresight to cultivate a friendship with Feng Xuan early on. Thus, even if Feng Xuan turned hostile in the future, he would be able to extricate himself unscathed. Within the Golden Crow Palace, silence fell, and all present wore grim visages. They found themselves powerless against a single sage. Moreover, it appeared their prideful Zhou-Tian star formation could not be utilized in the presence of the Star Sovereign. To wield the power of the stars before him seemed utterly implausible. Since none of you have any opinions, allow me to express a few words. Dijuan's complexion was as pale as paper. Although she had refrained from delivering a lethal blow, the power of the moon was at odds with their own attributes, torturing them as if they were frying in oil every moment. I have resolved to pledge the strength of the demon court to Feng Xuan. I shall honor him as the holy emperor of the demon race, with a status above my own. At this proclamation, the crowd was taken aback. Was this truly the Dijuan they knew? How could he willingly stoop beneath another? Tai wore a face of disbelief, questioning whether his elder brother had been replaced. Kunping too suspected that Dijuan had been driven mad by successive blows. There is no need for further persuasion. Being weak is not a disgrace. For true manhood lies in the ability to bend and yield. My mind is made up. I shall announce this matter across the vast wilderness immediately. Having said this, Dijuan slowly rose, and in an instant, the fortune of the entire demon court converged upon him like rivers flowing into the sea. With a solemn expression, Dijuan proclaimed to heaven and earth, "Today, I, Dijuan, deeply feel my own inadequacy to lead the myriad demon races. Therefore, I appoint Feng Xuan as the holy emperor of our demon court, holding dominion over all demon affairs, with a status above my own. Let the heavenly Tao witness. Let the demon race bear witness." As these words echoed, the entire wilderness world erupted like boiling water. The demon emperor Dijuan had voluntarily relinquished the vast foundation of the demon court. What could this possibly signify? Dijuan and Tai, those two feathered fools. Have they lost their senses? To so freely give away such a grand legacy is akin to gifting it to our ancestor. In the Blood Sea, the ancestor of the underworld stared in astonishment, utterly baffled by Dijuan's intentions. What a waste. Such a tremendous waste. Pewdie incessantly patted his chest, lamenting the loss. If such a grand foundation were entrusted to us in the West, perhaps it could revitalize our teachings. In his view, Dijuan's actions were nothing short of foolishness. Jane remained silent, a flicker of complex thoughts passing through his eyes as he pondered the hidden meanings behind Dijuan's actions. Hearing this, Nuwa gently waved her delicate hand, and a purple-green gourd appeared instantaneously. This item had been refined by her, and she was well aware of its mysteries. To the demon race, it was a natural nemesis. Yet, she seemed to suddenly recall something, her charming face turning icy, and she swiftly stowed the gourd away. At this moment, atop the little stone peak, Feng Xuan, who had been leisurely reclining, suddenly felt a tremor, sitting upright. At the very instant Dijuan concluded his declaration, boundless demon fortune instantly enveloped him. In that moment, the world was illuminated. With the aid of such immense fortune, he distinctly sensed a remarkable acceleration in his cultivation speed. Even his comprehension of the laws seemed to have increased inexplicably. This Dijuan certainly had the audacity to think and act boldly, playing a masterful game of strategy, quite intriguing indeed. Feng Xian's lips curled into a subtle smile. Dijuan's actions were undoubtedly a masterstroke of overt scheming. Should he accept the fortunes of the demon court and ascend as its holy emperor, the rise and fall of the court would henceforth be inextricably linked to him. The calamities faced by the demon court would inevitably befall him as well. Dijuan sought to entangle him in tribulations, utilizing him as a weapon against the witch clan, with the intention of reaping the benefits once both sides were mutually weakened. While the plan was indeed clever, he was far from being a pliable pawn. The most influential figure in the vast wilderness stood behind him, possessing the capacity to overturn the table at any moment. However, upon further reflection, Feng Xuan realized that he was on the brink of acquiring a substantial number of resources. The foundational manpower and structure required by the Celestial Court could be seamlessly appropriated from the Demon Court, thereby alleviating a considerable burden. Dijuan, I truly owe you my gratitude. Feng Xuan could not help but chuckle softly. At this moment, the gaze of the myriad realms converged upon Kunlun Mountain. The crowd eagerly awaited a response from Feng Xuan and the Sanqing. Amidst the astonishment, some astute individuals had already discerned the brilliance of Emperor Jun's scheme. Reflecting on the numerous conflicts between Feng Xuan and the Demon Court, they could not help but secretly admire Emperor Jun's cunning plan. Clearly, he intended to drag the beloved disciple of the Sanqing into the terrifying calamity. Who among them was unaware of the sheer horror that calamity entailed? In the annals of history, the ancestor dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the first Qilin, three beings who once stood at the pinnacle of the Honghuang world, were all entities far surpassing the great Luo golden immortal. Yet even they, in the face of the calamity's wrath, met with a tragic fate of death and obliteration. Now, the three clans could only cower in a corner, unable to regain their former glory. Thus, the notion of eternal bliss and boundless lifespans crumbled into mere illusions, easily shattered before the onslaught of calamity. Within such a catastrophe, perhaps only the transcendent beings akin to saints could evade the dire perils of life and death and emerge unscathed. At this moment, within the Jade Void Palace, the Sanqing remained as steadfast as mountains, their expressions calm and unruffled. Enter calamity? What calamity? Their cherished disciple was under the protection of the blessings of the Great Tao. Even if they were to enter the calamity, Feng Xuan would remain unscathed. Emperor Jun's actions were tantamount to hastening the demise of the Demon Court, which had taken eons to establish its formidable foundation. Yet what of it? Once their disciple's heavenly court was established, the Demon Court could not escape its destined demise, ultimately returning to dust and earth. It was indeed true that the future of the Honghuang world was destined to be ruled by the heavenly court. With just a few words, the Sanqing elucidated the grand trajectory of the Honghuang world's future. After all, the heavenly court was a grand enterprise proposed by the Tao ancestor, personally managed by their disciple, with their unwavering support from behind. Who could possibly obstruct it? Let us observe how their disciple would wield his prowess. Having spoken, the Jade Void Palace fell into a profound silence. Simultaneously, Feng Xuan distinctly felt the countless penetrating gazes directed towards him, a slight smile of confidence gracing his lips. He boldly commandeered the 9 dragons' incense palanquin, soaring towards the direction of the Sunstar. As the saying goes, a new official takes office with 3 fires. He intended to prepare the structure of the heavenly court in advance, while also adding to the troubles of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. Brother, he has arrived. In his exclusive palace, Tai sensed the palanquin traversing through the heavens and promptly alerted his elder brother, Emperor Jun. "I knew he would be anxious," Emperor Jun replied, his expression one of satisfaction and confidence. He neither wished to be ensnared in the calamity nor could he bear to relinquish the vast foundation of the demon race. Apart from humbling himself and seeking our aid to resist the witch race, he had no other recourse. All we need do is to bide our time behind the scenes, waiting for Feng Xuan to be vanquished by the witch race, thereby reaping the benefits of a fisherman. Brother is truly wise. Tai's eyes shimmered with admiration. His elder brother had single-handedly established the demon court, guarding the starry skies and orchestrating the cosmos. Although Feng Xuan was formidable, he was still ultimately outmaneuvered by the elder brother. Summon all the key members of the demon court. We shall collectively welcome the Holy Emperor of the demon race. With that, Emperor Jun rose and strode purposefully towards the Golden Crow Palace. By the time Feng Xuan arrived, the elite forces of the demon race had already gathered in full assembly. Among them were Fuxi, Kunlun, the 10 great demon saints, and the Deluo demon gods responsible for the main formation of the celestial star array. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that the complete roster required for the 365 main stars was still lacking significantly, indicating that the strength of the demon court had yet to be fully restored. We pay our respects to the Holy Emperor. The demon saints and demon gods all bowed in deference, while the 3 demon emperors performed a deep salute. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan settled into his seat with poise, while Di Jun, Tai Yi, and Fuxi took their places beside him in succession. All present awaited his opening remarks. Now that I have ascended to the position of the Holy Emperor of the Demon Clan, governing all affairs of the demon race, I shall now proclaim 3 edicts. Feng Xuan's gaze was piercing, his sharp eyes sweeping over the assembly within the Grand Hall. The Edict of the Holy Emperor proclaimed the restructuring of the demon court, establishing 5 great sovereigns beneath the Holy Emperor's authority. The Demon Emperor Jun was designated as the Southern Sovereign, Demon Emperor Tai as the Eastern Sovereign, and Demon Emperor Fuxi as the Northern Sovereign, while the positions of the remaining 2 sovereigns were to be determined later. The 5 sovereigns were granted the right to participate in discussions, yet lacked the final decision-making power. All matters concerning the demon court were to require my personal review and judgment. Thus, let it be known, I shall adhere to the Holy Emperor's decree. The assembly of demons collectively bowed in reverence, fully aware of the power struggles at play among the higher echelons. Their role was merely to follow orders. However, only Emperor Jun could not suppress a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He understood all too well that Feng Xuan was clearly attempting to undermine the authority they held. The power that had been concentrated in the hands of himself and Tai was now being diffused among the 5 sovereigns. Consequently, his influence and speaking power had undoubtedly been significantly diminished. Fuxi, on the other hand, exhibited a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. Although he had previously held the title of Demon Emperor, he wielded little power and was unable to take action. With this edict, he found himself suddenly endowed with authority, enabling him to pursue his ambitions. Feng Xuan paid no heed to Emperor Jun's reaction and promptly issued the second edict. The second decree of the Holy Emperor stated, the 10 great demon saints shall be divided into 5, with their respective legions similarly split into 5, each led by one of the 5 great sovereigns. The 5 sovereigns shall hold equal status and share commensurate power, each tasked with guarding the 5 cardinal points of heaven and earth. Upon utterance of these words, the entire structure and distribution of power within the demon court were instantaneously fragmented into 5, with the governance entirely entrusted to the 5 sovereigns. This marked a genuine establishment of equality. We shall faithfully adhere to the Holy Emperor's decree. The assembly of demons once again bowed in unison, secretly pondering which sovereign they would be assigned to serve. The third decree of the Holy Emperor proclaimed, to effectively implement the 10 principles of non-belligerence proposed by the Dao ancestor and to maintain harmonious relations between the Wu and Yao clans. He dispatched the Eastern Emperor and Southern Emperor to lead their demon saints to Mount Buzhou, fostering goodwill with the ancestral witches and diligently enforcing the Dao ancestor's directives. We shall faithfully adhere to the Holy Emperor's decree. The demons continued to bow respectfully. However, the expressions of Emperor Jun and Tai darkened markedly. To Mount Buzhou? Was this not a blatant push into a perilous situation? Although their strength had improved, the mere thought of the terrifying power wielded by the 12 ancestral witches filled them with dread. Feng Xuan, you. Tai was overwhelmed with fury, unable to restrain himself from uttering a scathing rebuke. Does the Eastern Emperor have any objections? Feng Xuan's gaze narrowed slightly. At this moment, as the Holy Emperor of the Demon Clan, his words bore the weight of authority. How could Tai dare to act so audaciously? Wasn't Di Jun plotting against him? Thus, he could directly command Di Jun to go as an envoy to the Wu clan, placing him at the forefront of the impending conflict between the Wu and the Demon clans. He was eager to witness how Di Jun would handle the situation. However, Dong Huang, in a fit of emotion, held no further objections. Di Jun hastily reached out to grasp Tai's arm. As long as Feng Xuan acknowledged his identity as the Holy Emperor of the Demon Clan, all his previous schemes would still hold promise. The humiliation they currently endured was merely temporary. For the sake of a luminous future, they could only endure in silence. Yet, it was possible that their strength might not match that of the Wu clan, and this undertaking could pose substantial risks. Not a match. Would you not flee then? Feng Xuan reproached without reservation. Moreover, I dispatched you with the intention of negotiating, not to instigate conflict. Di Jun, humiliated by the rebuke, felt a surge of anger within, yet dared not reveal even the slightest trace of it. He could only respond in a subdued tone, as you command. Very well, let the demon sages commence their selection. Feng Xuan spoke with an air of nonchalance. At the moment of his second decree, the vast army of the Demon Clan, under the influence of the Demon Court's fortunes, had already divided into 5 factions. Among these 5 legions, there was no discernible distinction. However, fortune alone could not dictate the allegiance of the 10 great demon saints. It was imperative for them to choose which sovereign to follow. Upon hearing this, Di Jun's gaze swiftly turned to Bai Zhe. Among the 10 great demon saints, Bai Zhe possessed the highest realm and unparalleled wisdom, undoubtedly making him Di Jun's foremost choice. Yet, under the searing intensity of that gaze, Bai Zhe felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles. Reason dictated that he could not align himself with Di Jun or Tai. The current demon court had lost its momentum, unable to turn the tide. In contrast, Feng Xuan emanated a fortune akin to a dragon. As a third-generation disciple of the Xianmen, he had the backing of the Dao ancestor. It was truly lamentable that the 2 demon emperors were ensnared in tribulations, oblivious to their plight. Alas, let me repay the demon emperor's kindness one last time, Bai Zhe mused inwardly, as he slowly stepped out from the ranks of the demon saints and quietly positioned himself beside Di Jun. Before long, formidable demon saints such as Ying Zhao, Gui Che, and Fei Lian began to align themselves with Di Jun and Tai. These were veterans who had followed the demon emperor for many years. Harboring deep respect for Di Jun and Tai, Fei Dan and Zhou, on the other hand, chose to join the ranks of Fu Shi. The remaining demon saints remained stationary, awaiting the new emperor's directives. With matters settled, Feng Xuan closed his eyes to rejuvenate his spirit. Di Jun and Tai led their respective demon saints to withdraw, taking a moment to rest before preparing to embark for Mount Buzhou. Observing this, the others discreetly departed, as the matter no longer pertained to them. The position of the Western Emperor was to be assumed by the Western Queen Mother. The Central Emperor's seat would be occupied by Nu Hua, thus effectively restraining the Northern Emperor, Fu Shi. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted as Feng Xuan's words faded. A crimson-embroidered ball hurtled towards him like a shooting star. He did not flinch, allowing the vibrant orb to strike his forehead with considerable force. Nuwa was clearly displeased with him. Yet, this could be interpreted as a good omen. At least it indicated that Nuwa held some feelings for him. Ouch, that hurts. The power of the red ball was truly astonishing, its extraordinary nature causing Feng Xuan to gasp in pain. He silently vowed to himself not to be so obstinate in the future. What was he doing here? Why not accompany those 2 on the Tyne Star instead? Nuwa's beautiful eyes glimmered with a hint of coldness as she regarded Feng Xuan, who was nursing his forehead. Though a fleeting moment of compassion crossed her gaze, it quickly vanished. Alone in this place, her heart was filled with concern for Feng Xuan, joy for him, yet worry as well. Yet, what was the outcome? He had chosen to meet with those 2 frigid women instead, which could not help but infuriate her. I simply wanted to see you, Sister Nuwa. It has been such a long time since my last visit. The ethereal forces of the universe began to dissipate the throbbing pain from his forehead. An irradiant smile adorned his face as he gazed upon Nuwa. I do not require your presence. I can thrive perfectly well on my own. Nuwa's expression remained unchanged as she nonchalantly made her way towards the vine-laden bed, turning her back to Feng Xuan, choosing not to regard him further. Feng Xuan hastily rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping the surrounding environment. Upon spotting the two exquisite and delicate figures, reminiscent of miniature beings, a knowing smile graced his lips. If Sister Inwa truly wished to avoid my presence, then I shall take my leave. Feng Xuan deliberately lowered his voice, feigning an intention to depart. How dare you? Upon hearing Feng Xuan's pretense of leaving, Nuwa's brows furrowed, and with a swift motion, the vine in her hand extended like a serpent, ensnaring Feng Xuan instantly. For the next 10,000 years, you are not permitted to go anywhere. Observing the fury etched upon Nuwa's features, Feng Xuan complied and reclined, allowing her to vent her pent-up emotions. A gentle breeze wafted by, carrying the fragrance of blossoms, while the melodious chirping of birds filled the air. Nuwa, engrossed in her task, focused intently on shaping the clay figure before her, while Feng Xuan lay quietly, watching. For a moment, the surroundings fell into a serene silence. Yet, the clay figures Nuwa crafted were bizarre and peculiar, lacking the ethereal grace that one would expect from such artistry. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Feng Xuan spoke softly, gently clasping Nuwa's delicate, fair hand, his gaze sincere and profound. Nuwa's charming visage instantly flushed a deep crimson, akin to the sunset's glow on the horizon, utterly taken aback by Feng Xuan's unabashed confession. The unexpected declaration left her momentarily at a loss. Observing that Nuwa offered no resistance, Feng Xuan grew bolder, his arm tenderly encircling her slender waist, drawing her gently into his embrace. Sister Nuwa, do you comprehend my feelings? MHM. Nuwa's response was as soft as a whisper, yet for beings of their caliber, it resonated with clarity. Feng Xuan's heart brimmed with joy, and he instinctively tightened his embrace. The two remained entwined for a considerable time, until Nuwa finally spoke, inquiring, what is your relationship with the two from the moon star? Do not deceive me, for I am aware that the supreme of the stars is indeed you. Ah, just as Sister Nuwa has surmised. They are my companions on the path. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Feng Xuan gazed at the somewhat despondent Nuwa, his eyes brimming with fervent hope. After a prolonged silence, Nuwa ultimately resolved to speak. Turning her gaze towards Feng Xuan, you must not let me down in the future. We shall traverse the great path together, never depart. Indeed, together on the great path, never depart. Feng Xuan held Nuwa's delicate hand tightly, his heart brimming with joy. After they shared their innermost thoughts, Nuwa presented him with a violet and azure talisman for summoning spirits. This is for you. Within it lies a treasure that will greatly aid you in governing the demon clan. As Feng Xuan gazed at the talisman, he comprehended that the legendary summoning flag resided within, requiring only a fusion with the demon clan's destiny and ritualistic refinement to command billions of spirits. However, he found no necessity for it. With his innate ability to regulate demons through the original texts of the literary path, he could equally govern countless demon beings across the realm. Moreover, this gift served as a testament to Nuwa's role as a representative of humanity. The path of humanity, also known as the path of all beings, embodies every sentient creature in existence. The demon clan, referred to as the spiritual clan, encompasses all sentient beings created by the heavens and earth, originating from the human race. Thus, the authority to wield the summoning flag, bestowed upon Nuwa, the Holy Mother of humanity, aligns perfectly with the essence of humanity. Sister Nuwa, I cannot accept this. Instead, why not ascend to the demon court as its sovereign and oversee the demon clan on my behalf? Feng Xuan revealed the affairs of the 5 great sovereigns. And after a moment of contemplation, Nuwa agreed. With her husband at the helm of the demon court, it was only fitting that she alleviated his burdens. Indeed, I shall assume the role of the central sovereign and diligently oversee matters for you. However, I must say, I am quite astonished that you managed to secure the Western Queen Mother as well. That was unexpected. It is all a matter of fate. Feng Xuan chuckled awkwardly. Suddenly, there was a tremor in the external energies, prompting the two to gaze outward. It was none other than Emperor Jun and Tai, arriving at Mount Buzhou. The Southern Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai, dispatched by the Holy Emperor's decree to the Witch Clan, came to further consolidate and implement the principles set forth by the Tao ancestor, hoping for the ancestral witch to make an appearance. Behold, the spectacle is about to unfold. Feng Xian's lips curled into a subtle smile as the comical image of Emperor Jun leading the charge in the impending battle against the Lich surfaced in his mind, evoking a fit of amusement. Oh, you truly are incorrigible. Encountering you, Emperor Jun has certainly encountered his fair share of misfortune. Nuwa's enchanting gaze was firmly fixed on the tumultuous world outside. With her presence alone, Emperor Jun's schemes against Feng Xuan were destined to fail. Moreover, there were 3 elder brothers to consider. It wasn't all that dire. I had no intention of orchestrating his downfall, but rather aimed to gradually erode his supreme essence, coaxing him to willingly serve my purpose in the end. Feng Xuan pondered thoughtfully. When he stood at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, Di Jun would undoubtedly have been unconvinced. Even now, as he ascended to the status of a sub-saint, Di Jun would still harbor his doubts. Even if he were to attain the realm of a saint, the Hunyuan Dayuo Golden Immortal, it is likely that he would not be entirely convinced. However, his ultimate aspiration was to achieve the great Tao and fulfill the unfinished grand endeavors of the Panga deity. I am eager to see whether Di Jun dares to defy the Panga deity. The mightier one becomes, the more one is filled with reverence for this primordial world. The Panga deity, who single-handedly battled 3,000 chaos fiends and opened the heavens, possessed a devastating power that is truly awe-inspiring. You still claim not to be wicked. Nuwa chuckled, her laughter ringing like silver bells. At this moment, above Mount Buzhou, Di Jun and Tai wore tense expressions, as if they feared that a colossal giant might suddenly appear and deliver a heavy blow upon them. Although Hongjun Daozu had proclaimed that the Wu and Yao could not wage war, would the warlike Wu tribe heed such counsel? The answer was evidently no. They were notoriously unreasonable. Why is there not a single sound? We have been waiting here for so long. Tai exclaimed, confusion etched upon his face. The chaotic bell above him radiated myriad lights, with the rhythms of time and space flowing languidly. He was already prepared to engage in battle at any moment. He thought to himself that the instant those ancestral shamans made a move, he would make a swift escape. After all, the current demon court was no longer entirely their domain, and he had no desire to sacrifice himself for it. Oh, the Holy Emperor? Peace negotiations? Are you here to humiliate us? Suddenly, a violent fluctuation rippled through the space before the gathered demon court. Following this, 11 figures abruptly appeared before them, each radiating a vigorous aura, brimming with battle intent, as if eager to engage in a grand conflict. No, this is merely an order from our Holy Emperor. We are only following orders, Di Jun remarked nonchalantly as he regarded the 11 ancestral shamans. By the way, our Holy Emperor of the Demon Court is none other than Feng Xuan. Holy Emperor? Feng Xuan. Di Jiang furrowed his brow slightly, a glimmer of confusion crossing his eyes. He only knew Feng Xuan as a disciple of the 3 Pure Ones. How had he become the Holy Emperor of the Demon Tribe? However, upon hearing this name, Zhu Rong's fury ignited within him, and he roared internally. It is he who dared to slay Xing Tian and Ho Yi before my very eyes, causing me to lose face before Gong Gong. Such an affront must not go unpunished. I shall slay him to avenge this humiliation. Thus, he turned to his elder brother and implored, Brother, Feng Xuan has insulted us so. Let us march directly upon Kunlun. Zhu Rong's fervor only intensified. Daozu merely stated that the Wu and Yao should not engage in war, but our assault is not against the demon tribe, but rather that insignificant Kunlun Mountain. In this manner, we shall not transgress Daozu's edict. Furthermore, the 3 Pure Ones are vying for the title of Pangu's rightful heirs. It is high time to settle this matter. Zhu Rong's words resonated with the majority of the ancestral shamans, who were inherently combative and had been stifled for too long without a battle. As time passed, some ancestral shamans also recognized the looming threat that time posed to their great Tao, though they were confident in prevailing in the contest for the great Tao. Eliminating the root of the problem in advance would undoubtedly be advantageous. I agree, brother. Zhu Jiuyin was the first to step forward, vociferously supporting Zhu Rong's proposal. We concur. Ru Shou, Gong Gong, Tian Wu, Shi Zi, and Shi Bai Shi echoed in succession, expressing their desire for battle. At this moment, 7 ancestral shamans had already voiced their agreement to assault Kunlun Mountain, while the remaining shamans, though silent, did not express opposition. Di Jun, witnessing this, felt an inner satisfaction. He had initially sought to instigate discord between the ancestral shamans and Feng Xuan, and little did he expect that such discord already existed. Now, it seemed they were poised to advance directly against Kunlun Mountain. His scheme had succeeded beyond his expectations. In light of this, he decided to stoke the flames further. Di Jun immediately proclaimed with a righteous demeanor, "Feng Xuan is the holy emperor of our demon tribe. If you attack Kunlun, you will be opposing our demon tribe. Are you truly prepared to take such a step?" Upon hearing this, Di Jiang, who had been wavering, suddenly resolved himself and declared assertively to Di Jun, "In 100,000 years, our Wu tribe shall indeed assault Kunlun Mountain. Should the demon tribe dare to obstruct us, we shall eradicate you alongside it. Even if it means standing against the entire primordial world, our Wu tribe fears nothing. If necessary, we will sink Kunlun Mountain and obliterate the sun star. Our Wu tribe shall recreate the heavens and the earth." Realizing the matter was settled, Di Jun refrained from further lengthy discussions with the ancestral shamans, fearing that excessive speech might lead to unforeseen changes. In that case, we shall return and report to the Holy Emperor that the Wu tribe's actions are a disruption to the celestial harmony and will surely provoke the ire of the saints. Having spoken, Di Jun led the group hurriedly back, harboring no thoughts of negotiation. On their way back, Bai Zhe hesitated, unable to fathom why Di Jun would act in such a manner. This undoubtedly deepened the rift between him and Feng Xuan. If he were Feng Xuan, he would almost certainly engage in a life-or-death struggle with Di Jun Demon Emperor. "You were treading further down the path of self-destruction." Bai Zhe sighed helplessly, contemplating how to safeguard Di Jun's life, even if it meant clinging to a thread of hope. "Brother, how shall we explain this to Feng Xuan upon our return?" Tai inquired with excitement, as the Wu tribe prepared to assault Kunlun Mountain. In his view, the 3 pure ones had yet to attain sainthood, and were surely no match for them. The power of Pangu's true form was too terrifying. He had personally witnessed how even Daozu needed to employ other means to contend with it. Thus, the battle for Kunlun was destined to end in defeat. And at that time, the 3 pure ones and Feng Xuan would be severely wounded, if not perished. We shall simply report that, under Daozu's edict, our demon tribe cannot engage in warfare with the Wu tribe. This is common knowledge throughout the primordial realm, Di Jun replied with an air of calm. As Feng Xuan is a disciple of Daozu, he cannot contravene Daozu's decree. Therefore, our demon court need only sit back and watch the conflict unfold. Di Jun was quite pleased with his scheme. The entirety of the primordial realm was now within his grasp. In the Fengqi Valley, Feng Xuan and Nuwa observed the exchange between Di Jun and the ancestral shamans in its entirety. Humph, Di Jun is indeed cunning and treacherous, never up to any good. Nuwa's fists clenched tightly, her knuckles turning pale as her anger surged. The anticipated spectacle had failed to materialize, instead directing the Wu tribe's hatred towards her husband. It was utterly infuriating. "There is no need for such rage, my lady. All of this is well within my expectations. Should the Wu tribe dare to invade Kunlun, they would merely be courting disaster." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The radiance of the laws of transformation surrounding Feng Xuan shines resplendently, having reached a state of great accomplishment. His realm has surged forth, propelling him into the later stages of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. Meanwhile, with the assistance of various forces, Nuwa has also surmounted the bottleneck of the late Quasi-Saint stage. Utilizing the 12-petal Pure World White Lotus, she has successfully severed her own corporeal form, resulting in a significant enhancement of both her cultivation and Dao. The two slowly open their eyes, their gazes intertwining, each unable to conceal the joy within. In a mere 50,000 years, such astonishing progress has been achieved, truly remarkable. My lady, I must return at once to prepare for the myriad affairs concerning the witch clan. As Feng Xuan spoke, he rose to depart. Although the witch clan posed little threat, it was prudent to prepare meticulously to ensure absolute safety. Let us return together. It would be exceedingly dull for me to remain here alone. Niwa extended her hand, gently grasping the hem of Feng Xuan's robe, her demeanor reminiscent of a petulant maiden reluctant to see him leave alone. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a gentle call from Feng Xuan, the 9 dragons of Agarwood carriage materialized out of thin air, transporting the two directly back to Kunlun. The moment they set foot on Kunlun Mountain, the 3 pure ones awakened from their meditation. To their astonishment, the disciple had brought his junior sister home. The speed of this development was quite remarkable. The primordial supreme being was taken aback, eagerly rising to discern the situation. Hold on. Laozi interjected, raising a hand to stop the primordial, his expression grave. The situation had yet to settle, and we must not act rashly. It is prudent to observe discreetly for the time being. Upon hearing this, the primordial suddenly realized his oversight, almost jeopardizing his disciple's significant matter due to his impatience, and promptly resumed his seat. This place is my Taoist sanctuary, the small stone peak. Feng Xuan led Niwa to the small stone peak, stating, not far below lies my junior sister's abode. We share this sacred ground. Upon hearing this, Niwa's spirit stirred, effortlessly piercing through the intricate barriers of the spiritual formation, revealing the 3 celestial maidens engaged in their secluded cultivation. A twinge of inexplicable jealousy arose within her heart, prompting her to teasingly remark, sharing a sacred space, and with your junior sister no less, how considerate of you, my husband. I concede my fault. I beg for your forgiveness. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan inhaled sharply, hastily exclaiming, I was mistaken. It shall not happen again. You must swear. I swear by the name of the great Tao that from this moment forth, my companions shall be only you few, and no others shall be added. Upon hearing such an oath, Niwa was finally satisfied and retracted her hand, a smile blooming once more upon her face. After Feng Xuan meticulously detailed the arrangements of the little stone peak, Niwa's thought shifted, and she turned to inquire, what of my sister, the Queen Mother of the West? Take me to her. Ah, this. A sudden sense of foreboding surged within Feng Xuan, causing his heart to skip a beat. What? Is it not possible? Niwa's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, her jade hand rising slowly once more. Very well, I shall escort you, my lady, at once. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan stepped into the grand hall, where he was met with the teasing gazes of the 3 pure ones. Taking a deep breath, he conveyed the alarming news of the Wu clan's intent to assault Kunlun Mountain in a mere 100,000 years. Upon hearing this, the 3 pure ones were instantly filled with righteous indignation. How audacious of the Wu clan! They had yet to hold the Wu clan accountable for their audacious claim to the legacy of Pangu, and now they dared to provoke them openly. Truly a display of ignorance regarding their own limitations. My sword is already yearning for action, vowing to drench Kunlun Mountain in the blood of the ancestral shaman. The intent of the sword surged skyward, as the Qingping sword resonated with its master's unwavering conviction, vibrating with a palpable intensity. The surrounding void began to crack and heal in a continuous cycle. Since its inception, it had yet to taste blood. It seems the Wu clan is oblivious to the celestial order, daring to strike at us. They must be met with annihilation at our hands. Yuan Shi's brows furrowed with a chilling resolve as he wielded the formidable Panga banner, the most lethal of the innate treasures. Though he typically exuded an ethereal serenity devoid of murderous intent, once his resolve for battle emerged, the might of the Panga banner was sufficient to devastate the heavens and the earth. The blade of the open heaven axe could extinguish all living beings, leaving no chance for revival. Laozi maintained an expression of calm, as steadfast as a mountain, while the dual energies of yin and yang swirled around him. manifesting the shadows of the Taiji and Bagua. Regarding this matter, he too held the determination to fight to the bitter end. Disciple, please withdraw for now. In 100,000 years, we shall surely repel those barbarians. Laozi's tone was unyielding yet tranquil, imbued with undeniable authority. No, master. I have a thought I hope you will consider. Oh, do share. Yuan Shi raised an eyebrow, intrigued by what novel idea this precious disciple might propose. In 100,000 years, I implore the three masters to remain passive for the time being, allowing myself, along with my fellow disciples and the two moon deities, Sister Inhua and the Queen Mother of the West, to initially confront the Wu clan's army. This will serve as both a valuable training opportunity for my fellow disciples and an exceptional chance to demonstrate the might of the heavenly court in the future. I earnestly seek your approval. The three pure ones contemplated for a moment before ultimately nodding in agreement. Indeed, our disciples have lacked sufficient experience in recent years. Unlike us in our heyday when we roamed the primordial world and established our formidable reputation. Very well, we shall abide by your suggestion. And when you find yourselves in dire straits, we shall intervene to assist. Thank you, masters. Feng Xuan bowed deeply, then exited the Jade Void Palace. He returned to the wisdom tree beside the little stone peak, gazing at the flourishing tree with sincerity. Old tree, I must borrow your primordial power this time. In 50,000 years, I shall establish you as the divine tree of the heavenly court, allowing you to bask in the offerings of celestial beings and aid in your ascension. The wisdom tree swayed gently, its stance ambiguous. Yet, Feng Xuan remained undeterred, directly channeling the perfected laws of creation as an immense force surged continuously into the tree. In an instant, an endless emerald divine light erupted from the little stone peak. Guided by Feng Xuan, it transformed into dozens of beams of light, precisely descending upon the various peaks of Kunlun, corresponding perfectly with all its disciples. The crowd, perplexed, wondered about their senior brother's intentions. Soon after, Feng Xuan's voice resonated around them. Dear brothers and sisters, devote yourselves to your cultivation. In 40,000 years, I hope to witness you all attain the great Luo realm. Hearing this, the disciples ceased their speculations, cherishing this rare opportunity for cultivation, immersing themselves in the comprehension of the Tao and the essence of the Great Way. Next, it was time to venture into the endless Blood Sea. Within the Blood Sea, in the Blood God Palace, the river of the underworld slowly opened its eyes, unleashing an overwhelming crimson radiance that caused the entire innate hall to tremble violently. Yet, there were no other repercussions. At present, the only known being in the Blood Sea was the river of the underworld. It swayed as it pleased. Yet an ominous premonition lingered in its mind. The river of the underworld murmured, sensing that someone was keeping an eye on it. Could it be those two foolish birds from the Sunstar? Cursed be it, this incessant targeting of me, the ancestor of the underworld, must be avenged. Otherwise, what would become of my esteemed reputation? Just as the river of the underworld pondered how to retaliate against Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, it suddenly sensed a powerful presence approaching above the Blood Sea, accompanied by a thick aura of the demon race. By the heavens, is this never-ending? Just because I remain silent, do they think me weak? The weapons, Yuan Tu and Abi, manifested, their blades radiating a chilling murderous intent. The killing aura within the Blood Sea surged violently in response. The tumultuous blood quickly coalesced into a massive crimson dragon, exuding an imposing might. The river of the underworld rode the dragon, soaring out of the Blood Sea, reaching the skies above. Do you dare challenge me? It declared. River of the underworld. I have not provoked you, have I? Feng Xuan appeared utterly bewildered. Although he had deceived Mingyi several times, he had done so with great discretion. He was not a sage and had not encountered this particular causality, rendering him completely oblivious. Ah, my apologies. I mistakenly thought it was those two unruly birds from the Sunstar. It is of no concern. I have some understanding of the discord between you and the Southern Emperor and Eastern Emperor of my demon court, so I do not hold it against you. However, my friend, would you not invite me inside for a brief visit? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan hesitated, finding the blood wine truly difficult to swallow. Upon witnessing this, Minghe did not press the issue further, for he understood that few beings in the vast wilderness could endure such a concoction. His refined palate was not something that ordinary individuals could comprehend. After downing the blood wine in one gulp, Minghe turned his gaze towards Feng Xuan and inquired, "Feng Xuan, my esteemed friend, may I now inquire the purpose of your visit?" Observing the blood-red traces adorning Minghe's visage, Feng Xuan remained composed. "I have come to discuss the Xian Yuan water-controlling banner in your possession. Might I ask if you would be willing to part with it?" Upon hearing the mention of the Xian Yuan water-controlling banner, Minghe felt a jolt of astonishment. This artifact was something he had unearthed in the Blood Sea several 100,000 years ago, and he had never revealed it before any other being. How did he come to know of it? Feng Xuan perceived the confusion within Minghe's heart and directly produced the 3 flags from his hand. In an instant, a radiant tricolored light burst forth, illuminating the surroundings, causing all laws to retreat in awe. To speak candidly, I already possess 3 of the 5 elements flags of innate origin and aspire to collect them all. Gazing at the 3 small flags before him, each overflowing with brilliance, Minghe could not help but marvel. Indeed, the 3 pure ones are extravagantly affluent, generously bestowing such exquisite innate spiritual treasures upon their disciples. He felt no envy whatsoever. Since this is the case, I shall not conceal the truth from you. The Xianyuan water-controlling flag is indeed in my possession. However, my friend, you are aware of its status as a supreme innate spiritual treasure. I wonder what you might offer in exchange? Minghe spoke casually. This Xianyuan water-controlling flag held little significance for him. In terms of the path, it bore no relation to his own path of slaughter. Regarding practicality, he had already acquired the 12th rank Fiery Red Lotus and 2 Swords of Slaughter, providing both offense and defense. He could easily trade it for an item of equivalent value. Feng Xuan's demeanor was composed as he spoke leisurely. The opportunity to attain sanctity may very well be a matter imbued with immense merit. Upon hearing him finish his words, Minghe's pupils constricted sharply, and tumultuous waves surged within his heart. The opportunity to attain sanctity, was this not what he had long sought after? Years ago, he had even resorted to the assassination of Hong Yun for the sake of that foundational essence known as the primordial purple energy. Ha ha! You dare to deceive this old ancestor. Minghe suddenly erupted into frenzied laughter. He could not believe that anyone would offer the opportunity to attain sanctity so readily. At the very least, it could not be exchanged for a supreme innate spiritual treasure. If you're insincere, then I kindly suggest you take your leave. In light of our mutual acquaintance with the 3 pure ones, I shall overlook your foolish actions, Minghe remarked coldly, a mocking expression gracing his features as he dismissed the guest. A mere disciple, and he was already honored with the title of friend. How dare he attempt to deceive him? Was Minghe, the old ancestor, so easily fooled? Alas, why do you not trust me, my friend? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan. Astonished. He merely released a hint of his oppressive aura and employed a subtle tactic. Yet how did you shatter? Ahahaha. Truly, you are a paragon among us, esteemed Feng Xuan. Come, let us delve into the intricacies of this opportunity for sanctification. At that moment, outside the Blood God Palace, a figure clad in a blood-red robe sauntered in. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the recently shattered ancestor of the underworld river, with a beaming smile adorning his face. He exhibited none of the disdain and mockery he had previously shown. The gaze of Feng Xuan subtly shifted, instantly discerning that this figure of the River Styx ancestor was but a mere avatar, not his true self. This ancestor of the River Styx was indeed an intriguing individual. If one were to speak of the most elusive beings in the primordial realm, the River Styx would undoubtedly hold a prominent position. He rarely revealed his true form to others. He even harbored doubts as to whether the entity present during the teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace was indeed his authentic self. My esteemed friend, I beg your pardon. The avatar that just malfunctioned was speaking nonsensically. I am grateful for your intervention in its demise and kindly ask that you do not take it to heart. The ancestor of the River Styx explained, seated before Feng Xuan, hastily cleaning up the scattered remnants of the shattered avatar, fearful of inciting displeasure in Feng Xuan. Feng Xuan, however, chose not to dwell on such a clumsy performance, finding no inclination to expose the ruse. He stepped forth, traversing the endless currents of time and space, escorting this avatar into the vast expanse of the cosmos. They stood before a star imbued with formidable power, where the opportunity for ascendance to sainthood awaited. What is this? A look of perplexity filled the eyes of the River Styx ancestor. Before him stood a star that, while exuding an intense aura of lethal force, seemed utterly unrelated to the path of the saints. Upon closer inspection, the foundational strength of the star was at most that of the pinnacle of the Great Luo, failing to even graze the threshold of quasi-sainthood. No matter how he pondered, he could discern no connection between this and the opportunity for ascension. Yet, in light of the formidable strength exhibited by Feng Xuan, the ancestor of the River Styx swallowed his doubts, keeping them unspoken. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan's expression grew solemn as he spoke eloquently. The path you have chosen, my friend, is that of destruction. Yet, the primordial purple energy of the cosmos has now found its rightful places, rendering the paths of the three corpses and meritorious enlightenment unattainable for you. Thus, the only remaining avenue is that of proving oneself through sheer strength. The ancestor of the Dark River nodded slightly, acknowledging that the primordial purple energies of the world have indeed found their homes, and the one possessed by the crimson clouds has vanished without a trace. After countless fruitless searches, he reluctantly concluded that he must place his hopes in the pursuit of enlightenment through power. This celestial body is a star of slaughter among the heavenly constellations, inherently imbued with the pure essence of destruction, which can aid you in comprehending the laws of annihilation. Feng Xuan continued, stating that the Hongluang world is continually growing stronger and expanding, becoming increasingly stable, while its laws are becoming more refined. Correspondingly, the power of the stars is also augmenting daily, and the essence of their killing force will inevitably become more formidable. Over time, it is not entirely impossible to ultimately utilize the 7 killing star to substantiate one's path through strength. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan elucidated that even a seemingly ordinary star possesses the potential to aid beings in transcending to the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. The ancestor of the underworld river gazed intently at the sentinel star before him, his expression grave and contemplative. He was aware of the formidable reputation of the Four Spirits White Tiger. Yet this sentinel star appeared to be only marginally stronger than the previous 7 killing star in terms of power. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Feng Xuan suppressed the laughter bubbling within, and with the formidable power of a semi-holy, he led the old ancestor of the Nether River directly back to the infinite Blood Sea. The two re-entered the Blood God Palace. There, the previously encountered avatar of the Nether River remained still, showing no signs of movement. Just as doubts began to stir in Feng Xuan's mind, another old ancestor of the Nether River entered the Grand Hall, prominently holding the Xianyuan water control flag. Feng Xuan secretly marveled at the excessive caution exhibited by the ancestor of the Underworld River. Soon after, he took the decree to confer a title. In the name of the Supreme Star of the Cosmos, I hereby confer the title of Lord of the 7 Killing Stars upon the Underworld River, granting him dominion over the celestial powers of destruction. As Feng Xuan's voice faded, the celestial map of the stars erupted in brilliance, with the position of the 7 killing star shimmering incessantly. A blinding beam of crimson light shot forth, plunging into the depths of the Blood Sea. Simultaneously, the true 7 killing star in the cosmos emitted an eerie scarlet glow, a robust pillar of light reaching deep into the sanguine abyss. This was dire. They had been exposed. Witnessing this, the two avatars of the River of Souls instantly paled. They had never anticipated that accepting the decree to become Star Lords would reveal their true location. In this moment of utmost peril, a resounding boom echoed twice, as the two avatars resolutely chose to self-destruct, attempting to divert Feng Xuan's attention, if only for a fleeting moment. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted.